Yo, this dude just popped his eyes open, and the first thing he peeped was two chubby little baby hands. Peeping up a bit, he spotted the whole Runandell crew, everyone fresh and tiny like babies. And guess who's there? Julie, his old-timey nanny. She's all smiles like, cheer up, little boss Jyn. Jyn looks around and spots a bunch of swords stabbed into the dirt. The OG sword, Barisada, the one the clan founder wielded, biggest and baddest there. It was the exact same vibe as that old ritual when he was a baby, so Jyn starts crawling fast towards Barisada. His brain clicks, he knows exactly what's up here. Yo, he's basically time traveling, going back to his 1-year-old self, Jyn Runandell style. That same spot where he first grabbed the founder's sword in his last life. But here's the kicker, unlike all dreams about becoming a legendary swordmaster and clan head, in his past life, Jyn was a straight-up flop. No sword skills, no spark, and got booted from the Runandell crew. Only when he was staring death in the face did Jyn realize the cold truth. Someone had cursed him big time with this nasty Bladeless Hex. That curse gobbled up all his sword skills, turning him into the clan's biggest joke. Thinking back, Jyn speeds up and grabs hold of Barisada, making everyone in the clan grin ear to ear. Same play, different story though. This time, Jyn's grabbing fate by the horns. After picking Barisada, he's hauled back to Storm Castle, kicking off his new chapter. Fast forward 6 years and bam, Jyn's now 7, stuck here until he hits 10. Per Runandell clan rules, meaning he's got 3 more snooze-worthy years ahead. Honestly, life here is dull as dishwater. Plus, his older bros keep tossing him annoying little pranks. Same old story from his last round. Like today, while on the hunt for a book to chill with, he hears a maid scream out loud. She popped into his room to clean, and boom, finds a dead bird all bloody and gnarly. Jyn checks out the bird, expression stone cold, because he already knows who's behind this Storm Castle nightmare, his elder bros. And just as he expected, he hears him Detona and Haona, those 9-year-old twin pests, ranked 11th and 12th in the clan, laughing like maniacs. They're even kinda salty that the maid found the bird before little Jyn did. What's good? You like the gift your big bros dropped off? Warming the eyes, huh? Jyn keeps staring at the bird, no reaction, but his brain's on rewind mode. Back in his past life days, right after getting booted, those two became some straight-up killers who didn't give a damn about life. And now, seeing these little shits at just 9, torturing an innocent bird just to mess with him, Jyn's like, no wonder y'all ended up killers. Yo, don't even start crying for real. That'd be weak sauce. Achna throws shade, but Jyn, not a peep. You hear us or nah? Think your destiny as patriarch means you can ghost us? Jyn stays quiet, and trust me, that silence, it's pissing the twins off big time. They're done with talk, now it's time to get physical. But wait. Just as Has swings a punch at Jyn, his little bro 2 years younger snaps up his hand in a solid grip, no sweat. Y'all too damn loud. Zip it. Hitchina looks shook as hell from Jyn's cold stare. But hold up, the real shock? Jyn clocks them back hard with a knockout punch. And one punch, not enough. He's had it up to here with their crap from past life to present. So he flips the script and pummels those twins like they're punching bags. Beat them until they're flat on their faces, nods in satisfaction, and drops the warning. Better make sure I never see your ugly mugs again. Yo, young master, what's poppin' here? Khan, a knight, storms in. Jyn instantly pulls back the leftover power in his fists. Khan peeps the twins lying unconscious, all messed up and swollen. But Jyn. Dude's looking fresh like he just woke up from a nap. They just started scrapping and knocked themselves out. Jyn lies smooth. Khan isn't buying any of that. Seriously. He presses again. You said they started fighting each other? Truth didn't matter when Khan locked eyes with Jin's icy 7-year-old glare. Even the littlest Runandell boss ain't shy about throwing shade like a pro. Khan gave a nod, was like, got it, then scooped up the twins to head to a dock, but Jyn stopped the dude cold. Nah, Khan. They gotta go somewhere else for their punishment. Khan hesitates but knows better than to mess with his young master's orders, so he carries the twins, trailing behind Jyn out of Storm Castle. Outside, rain's pounding hard. Jyn tells Khan to dump the twins under this massive tree, then digs a grave right there for the poor bird. Khan's looking all kinds of nervous. Young Master Jyn, you seriously leaving them out here? The storm's only getting bigger. Jin's face doesn't flinch one bit. He says they need to soak up this punishment to learn just how serious their mess was. Don't forget to smash that like button if you're digging this drama, share with your squad, and drop your wildest theories in the comments below. Also, shout out if you're repping from New York or California, gotta keep it local. Yo, Khan knew there was no way he could flip the young master's mind, so the dude had no choice but to roll with Jyn back inside Storm Castle. But hold up, just a sec ago, Khan totally felt some major energy vibes from Jyn that weren't just regular aura. Like, could it be mana or something? Calm was like, this ain't just sibling drama no more. Nah, this was on some next level. I gotta hit up the patriarch as soon as possible. Then Khan straight up told his crew to saddle up a horse. Yeah, it was pouring rain. But he wasn't playing, he was booking back to the Runandell estate. Stat. Funny thing, Jyn totally saw that coming. Dude knew Khan wasn't just the nighttime babysitter for the Storm Castle kids, but their low-key spy too. From Khan's point of view, Jyn's energy was straight magic, but nah, it was actually spiritual power, pure proof of that crazy contract between Jyn and Solderet. Thanks to that mojo, Jyn knew that contract was still legit in this life. Plus, Solderet's curse immunity hooked him up big time, letting him dodge that nasty bladed illusion curse. Bottom line, bye-bye, useless Runandell trash vibes. Jyn was for real this time. My life's flipping the script hard. First move, gotta meet up with Pops. It wasn't long before Khan was pouring all the tea to the Runandell patriarch, spilling the whole drama and his gut feeling about what's really going down. The patriarch was quiet for a hot sec, then bam orders to rally the knights because he wanted to see his baby boy himself. Soon, the older Runandell siblings, leading the front line, all showed up. 7 in total, flexing a squad of 200 knights. Alright, fam, we rollin' out to the storm cradle. The patriarch commanded like a boss. This was straight up a state of emergency. His big kids all caught the vibe and started cooking up their own theories. Yo, Dipus, you vibing with this? I asked Luna, but she's clueless too. Mad annoying. I was grinding against those mages and now gotta bounce back for this drama, Mary Runo grumbled. She's the 7th Runandell kid, and soon the Tona twins are piecing out from Storm Cradle. Maybe Dad's going for that exact reason, or just to peep our lil bro, said Dipus, keeping it chill. 4th in line, the youngest, oh shoot, right. Remember the kid picked the founder's sword during his first birthday ceremony? How did I forget that? But is Dad really making that trek just for that? Well, Dad's brain is a mystery. Feel me? Their chat went back and forth till Luna Runel, the eldest, signaled zip it. Mary kept quiet but was low-key freaking out, eyeballing their dad as he walked away, mind spinning with questions. Like, why the heck's he coming all the way to Storm Cradle just to check on Jyn? Is that kid really that special? Jyn? Nah, totally cool about the patriarch showing up, so he stayed calm even as super hyped Julie fixed his outfit like a pro. Khan's kinda basic, so Jyn figured he wouldn't flat out say magic to the patriarch, he'd just spill the tea on what he saw. That would spark mad questions, compelling the patriarch to come see what kind of power his baby boy's packing beyond sword skills and aura. Plus, to figure out if that power or Jyn himself was a serious clutch move for the clan's future. Just as Julie wrapped up Jin's outfit, the patriarch rolled up with a squad that looked straight out of a medieval movie. But guess what? Before meeting Jyn, the patriarch called in the Tona twins, Daytona and Hot Tona, like, yo, spill it. What did y'all do with Jyn? Those two usually strut around full of swagger. But chilling in front of Pops, they actually started sweating through their bravado. Still, they stubbornly swore they were innocent and claimed Jyn threw hands first. They even pushed hard, saying Jin's power wasn't normal aura but something closer to magic. Both knew real well in Runandell clan, magic's straight up no-no, so they tried to play that card. Exactly, Dad. If Jin's messing with magic, we gotta interrogate him fast before he pulls a Houdini. Nearby, Mary and Dipus just rolled their eyes hard at that mess. They knew those twins way too well, slick and shady, always scheming. Both wanted to throw Jyn under the bus, but then Dad shut that down real quick. Enough. Listen up, you keep that attitude, and you're not surviving in this fam, the Runandell crew. Twins looked shook, not expecting Dad to side against them. But he wasn't here to debate their lame excuses. His main mission was to check out his youngest kid. And just like that, the patriarch told his goons to bring Jyn out. As Jyn strolled towards the main hall, he caught the Tona twins grinding their teeth, sneaking away mad salty. Yo gang, smash that like button if you're into this wild family showdown, and don't forget to drop your thoughts down below. We gotta hear your hot takes on Jyn's secret power and what rundown drama you think's about to explode next. Hit that share button if you're feeling this vibe and want to bring your crew in on tonight's Storm Cradle saga. Stay tuned, it's only getting juicier from here, fam. Alright, fam, let me spill the tea real quick. Back in the day, Jyn already knew his dad, Jyn Runandell, wasn't just some regular dude. Nah, Ken was the top dog, literally called the Genesis Knight, the ultimate demigod legend. Before all that crazy fame, Ken was just an average Joe. But after snagging those epic titles, man, he became ice cold, totally emotionless, only cared about honor and the clan's future. So yeah, for a joke like Jyn, who couldn't swing a sword worth a dime, Ken saw him as straight-up trash. Twins, they were shook seeing their dad so cold, but honestly, Jin's past life had it way worse. But here's the twist this round, ain't nobody dissing Jyn anymore, not even Jyn Runandell himself. Picture this, Grand Hall buzzing, all eyes glued to Jyn. He's rocking the body of a 7-year-old, but inside, dude's got the mind of a 30-year-old pro. Fear? Nah, that ain't in his vocab. Jyn slid open those massive doors, stepped in like he owned the place, then dropped to a knee in front of his dad, saying, "I'm here to see the patriarch." Bet that line caught Ken off guard. With all his siblings, guards, and over 100 peeps watching the show, Jyn made it clear he was here for serious business. Thought patriarch fit better? Jyn shrugged. Hearing that from his 7-year-old knocked everyone's socks off. Even Ken cracked a tiny smile, though he kept his poker face tight. But then Jyn switched it up. "Today, call me son. Got a question for you, the same one I asked your sibs." Jyn balled up his fists and said loud and clear to the entire room he was all about that revenge vibe. Mary, she was chilling in the crowd, totally impressed, grinning ear to ear. "Dad, in the Runandell fam, you settle scores the way it's meant, kindness for kindness, vengeance for vengeance." That hit Ken quiet for like 5 seconds. Then he told everyone to bounce, only keeping Jyn around to chat privately. The knights looked on, low-key wondering if Jyn actually passed his dad's hardcore test. No one dared to guess Ken's mood, but dang, Jin's boldness had him shook. Once it was just those two in the hall, Ken got real. "Y'all, twins, said you've got some weird power. But here's the rule, no magic's allowed in Runandell clan if you want to be Sword King." Dude Kieran wasn't playing, threatened Jyn straight up that if he messed with magic, he'd pay the price. But Jyn, cool as ever, he knew he'd be good. Even if his dad caught on, he didn't think Ken could just look the other way. So there he was, flexing this magical power Cadet had hooked him up with via contract. "Dad, honestly, I don't even know if this is magic or some sort of aura. Mind helping me figure it out?" Jyn said, holding out the glowing power in his palm. Ken's eyes blew wide open when he saw it, the same dark energy that belonged to the Cannon family's founder. Seeing this shadowy power pouring out of his baby boy's hand, plus Jyn picking up Barisada's legendary sword at just 1 year old, Ken couldn't help but wonder, is this kid the next clan patriarch? Jyn kinda snapped Ken out of his trance with a soft reminder. "Dad, this power's from Cadet, the god of shadows." Ken already knew the deal about Cadet, but this was the first time Jyn learned Cadet's also the god of shadows officially. Back in the day, Cadet made a pact with the Cannon family founder, Lord Tima, sticking with the clan, but when Tima passed, Cadet kinda ghosted the scene. Ken didn't know why, but he had a hunch Cadet was making a comeback, this time through Jyn. Jyn got curious, all shy-like, and asked, "Dad, is this god stronger than you?" Ken hesitated, then dropped the truth. "No clue. Never squared off with a god before." Jyn smirked. "Never fought a god. That's peak arrogant." Just then, Ken patted his head with a confused smile. "Son, that question's gold. You just gave me the best combo starter. Today's visit was a win." Ken then flipped it on Jyn. "So, how you planning to use Cadet's dark mojo?" Jyn, wise beyond his years, said he wanted to use that power for the family's good. But then Dad burst out laughing. "Yeah, right, that's a hilarious lie. You beat your bros to a pulp and tossed them into the storm. Now you say you'll use this for the fam. Spell it out." As expected, Ken wasn't gonna let this slide easily. Jyn tightened his fists, ready for whatever came next. Then he straight up said, "Yo, I want to use this power all for myself." His face looked all innocent but serious, and his voice rock solid. Kieran sized up his son with those hawk-sharp eyes, staring him down for a good minute before dropping his reply. "Okay, I like that vibe. From now on, I'm watching you like a hawk." And just like that, Kieran bounced out of there. Once he made sure he was solo in the big ol' hall, Jyn finally let out a deep sigh. Man, dealing with Dad's mad intense stare is a whole mood, but hey, guess I crushed the first round. He got in the green light to tap into the dark energy however he wanted, and that had his dad hyped and expecting big things. Honestly, this was way beyond what Jyn thought he'd get, especially since last life. Ken didn't even give him a second glance once he realized Jyn had 0 sword skills. Night rolled in, and the rain kicked it up a notch. Just before the night dipped out, Mary stuck around and slid Jyn a gift, saying it was something special just for him. "Hey little dude, cook this up, chew it good, and get strong real fast, you hear?" Mary flashed a sly grin and bounced before he could say anything. Back at Storm Hall, Jyn and Julie popped open Mary's box, and dang, inside was this blazing red phoenix heart, something Jyn never imagined seeing. Giving a 7-year-old kid a phoenix heart, that's straight up wild, the kind of crazy only Mary would pull. Mary Cannon, Jyn's 7th sis, was a 6-star knight known as Windfury. But she had this low-key nickname not many peeps knew, the Southern Domain's Mad Woman. The reason this battle-hungry sister handed Jyn the phoenix heart, pretty obvious it was her way of saying, "Yo, get strong quick, so you can actually keep up with me." If you chow down on this from a young age, not only do you get fire resistance, but it's like a power-up potion that boosts your abilities as you grow. Thinking about it, pretty clutch since a 6-star mage has got to safely summon a phoenix. Jyn was still planning to hone his magic on the hush, hoping to pull off that phoenix summon this go-around. Not long after, Julie came through with a bowl of soup made from the phoenix heart. She looked kinda shook earlier, but after getting her cool back, she was like, "Yo, Lady Mary just hooked my young boss up big time." Jyn was about to dig in when he caught the Tona twins eyeballing that soup like it was a 5-course meal. "All right, bros, if you got something to say, spit it out." The Tona twins looked hella awkward but decided ditching their pride was worth scoring some of that phoenix soup like the whole poor bird drama never even happened. No big deal, but you sure this feast is all for you? I saw Julie carrying over a huge bowl. Y'all want to grab some? Jyn could read them like a book, and like they were just waiting for his cue, the twins nodded hardcore. "Fine, you can have some, but only if you do what I say." That night, Jyn got them digging a pit not far from Storm Hall. The twins grumbled like crazy, cursing up a storm as they shoveled dirt. "Why the heck? What's the point here? This place is empty. What if someone catches us? Dude, if anyone snitches, it's the baby brother who's gonna get wrecked, not us. We chill." "True that. We just gotta do what he says for that phoenix soup. But seriously, that little dude's acting kinda scary lately." Even with a non-stop complaining, they kept digging all for a bite of that sweet phoenix heart. Little did they know, the spot they were busting their butts at was right outside some secret underground chamber. Inside, a mysterious dude's body was stashed away, preserved like some top-secret treasure. The twins stumbled back at midnight, completely wiped out. All they wanted was that soup now. Jyn already wrapped up his dinner and saved a bit for his older bros, but only dropped a spoonful each. Tona and Dona caught eyes and exploded with quiet rage. "Yo, lil bro, just one spoon. That's low-key rude. I said I'd share, not how much, and I kept my word, didn't I?" "So, bon appetit," Jyn said, cool as ice. The bros were mad salty but still had to say thanks for the tiny soup hookup. Meanwhile, Jyn felt like a legend getting them to work like dogs for almost nada. Rain kept pouring, so Jyn threw on a jacket and headed to that tunnel his bros dug. The phoenix soup must be magic, cause he thought they'd half-assed the digging, but nah, they actually did a solid job. Now the cave entrance stared right at him, and come on, even rookie 1-star magic could smash through this thickness, no sweat. Jyn peeked all around, making sure no one was tailing him. Man, it felt rough having all this mana swelling inside with zero clue how to use it. But today, he was finally unleashing some of that power. His magic exploded, blasting the cave entrance to bits. Before him stood a massive door, the gateway to the Cannon fam's secret vault. Back in his last life, he never got a shot at stepping inside. So here, standing before it, Jyn was buzzing with excitement. The door asked for a password. Pulling a memory from his past, Jyn took a deep breath and said, "The child of Cannon has come to command Morin." With a booming rumble, the gate creaked open right up, inviting him in. "Yo, so the Cannon fam's secret vault? It's like this mega stash where they keep all these classified scrolls and texts from clans they've totally whooped over thousands of years. And inside, bro, it's massive. Back in the day, only the elite squad, the Cannon kids born to slay swords, got the VIP pass. Jyn, nah, dude, never even got a sniff of that back in his past life. But wait, one of Jyn's older bros spilled some tea about this secret room, thinking Jyn would never peep inside with all that intel. Fast forward, that exact gossip turned into Jyn's golden ticket to sneak in before he was even old enough. Once he stepped in, bam, his eyes locked on this mysterious dude trapped in a giant glass tube. Wild, right? Scooting closer, Jyn noticed the dude's face was all covered in tiny black scales. Jyn's brain went, wait, is this dude even human? And like, why the heck is he chilling in the Cannon's secret hideout? Then it hit him like a lightning bolt, the secret password to this place. The child of Cannon has come to control Murakan. Mind blown. Nah, no way. Could this be the legendary Black Dragon Murakan? The story goes that the first ever Cannon boss defeated this bad boy and locked him asleep for centuries. And Jyn, he always thought that was just folklore, no cap. He stared at the dude a bit more, but decided now wasn't the time for staring contests. Had to get down to biz hunting for those secret clan texts. Meanwhile, Jyn had no clue that as soon as he turned his back, the Black Dragon Murakan's fingers twitched just a smidge. He then dove into a room packed with secret scrolls from all kinds of families. Starting off, he went straight for the Khan family scrolls since they're sword pros too. But dang, after soaking in their texts, Jyn realized it was harder than trying to pass third-level magic class. So, what's the move now? He wanted to haul the books back home for a chill study sesh, but nah, that was way too risky. So, out came his trusty white notebook he had ready to rock. Plan. Copy a piece of these secret scrolls bit by bit every time he sneaked in. For days, Jyn played ninja between the thunderstorm platform and the secret vault. But then, one day, mid-copying, he caught footsteps bouncing echo-eye behind him. Heart racing, Jyn popped up, full panic mode. Thought for sure someone caught him ghosting the chamber. Peeking out, he saw these glowing eyes and a massive shadow looming through the door, cracked straight up, froze him solid. Yo, little dude, who you? Jyn was so shook he totally forgot to breathe. Boom. The black dragon Murakhan woke up. In Jin's last life, he never once heard of Murakhan's stirring, so now, totally clueless about how to handle this. But no lie, scared as heck, Jyn forced himself to keep it cool. Murakhan's the guardian beast of the Runandell clan, so Jyn figured if he played it respectful and acted like a good kid, maybe he'd slide free. A humble Runandell kiddo greets the clan's guardian, Jyn said, voice wobbling. Then he heard Murakhan grinding his teeth like a furious beast. You think I'm just your guard dog? You literally just called me your clan's watchdog, punk. How disrespectful, you damn Runandell brat. Can't even unleash my rage on a little twerp like you. Murakhan snapped, voice straight up blaring in Jin's ears. Calling him some lowly gatekeeper, that hit Murakhan's pride hard. After ripping off some epic dragon curses, Murakhan finally just plopped down, huffing like mad. Ugh, so annoying. After all this time sleeping, I finally sensed something good. And what? Just a kid. Then Murakhan got all up close, looming over Jyn, who was barely breathing for fear of dying on the spot. Yo, why you smell like shadow energy? I might have been out cold for 1,000 years, but this scent, I know it too well. Only someone with a pack like Timar would reek of this shadow vibe. So the Timar he mentioned, literally the founder of Jin's clan. Murakhan's words flipped a switch in Jin's brain. Could his shadow power be the reason Murakhan woke up from his century-long nap? Of course, Murakhan didn't buy that some kid like Jyn sealed a pact with the big boss Solderet. So, he used his dragon nose, sharp as a bloodhound, to sniff the whole vault looking for that shadow scent. Jyn was tense AF, unsure if spilling the tea about Soldet's power was a good idea yet. But nah, he took the shot. Sir Murakhan, maybe what you're sniffing. This orb right here. My dad said this power comes straight from the shadow god, Solderet. Murakhan just froze, eyes locked on the glowing orb popping out of Jin's palm. Then out of nowhere, the big dude started shaking. Solderet. No way, you're messing with me. The 1,000-year pact, all for this kid. Both went quiet, minds spinning. After a beat, Murakhan spoke again. Hey, kid. Yes, Sir Murakhan, Jyn answered, all respectful like. Know what? I made a deal with Solderet ages ago. Looks like I'm gonna need your help to stick to it. Murakhan promised he'd fill Jyn in later since he just woke up from a millennium nap and was still kinda groggy. Plus, he thought Jyn was too young to get the whole picture right now. But no matter what, he had to properly introduce himself to the one who sealed the pact with Solderet. Murakhan slowly stood up, and his body started morphing right in front of Jyn. I am Murakhan, Soldet's rep, his homie, and the last living heir of the original Dark Beast. So buckle up, fam. If you're loving this crazy story, smash that like button, share with your squad, and don't forget to drop your wild theories in the comments below. Hit that bell too so you never miss the next episode out in New York City straight to your screen. Trust me, you don't want to miss a second of Jyn and Murakhan's epic saga unraveling all the secrets locked down for centuries. So yo, by our legendary 1,000-year pact, I'm rolling with you now. Murakhan's real form popped up right in front of Jyn, and man, you could see the dude practically trembling with all the feels. Just a sec ago, Jyn was tripping thinking Murakhan and Solderet were like arch enemies. If that were true, he'd probably get wrecked since he's rocking Soldet's power. But nah, Murakhan's actually Soldet's homie, not some rival. That meant Jyn had nailed it right on the head. Spill your name, you who made a deal with Solderet, Jyn Runandell. Finally, Jyn cracked a grin of pure satisfaction. I'm the 13th and the baby of the Runandell crew. It's a straight-up honor to ride with you. The Black Dragon Murakhan, legendary AF. Mount Murakhan, the sacred land of wild winds out in the Rockies, got named after this beast. Dude ruled this spot ages ago. But about 1,000 years back, truth be told, Murakhan got his butt kicked by Temerandel. History books say after the Storm Castle got wrecked, Murakhan dipped into a long nap. But after meeting Murakhan for real, Jyn felt the history books kinda played it loose with the facts. Seems like those who shake hands with gods like Tema or Murakhan end up linked with a dragon for real. Even though there's still mad mysteries in the mix, snagging a spot as Murakhan's sidekick was def a major W for Jyn. Next day, Jyn hit the secret archive again, brought a box full of snacks, cause they were gonna be tight for a minute. Jyn started throwing all his burning questions at him. First up, Jyn wanted the lowdown on that legendary fight between Murakhan and his ancestor Tema ages ago. But yo, Murakhan's brain was fogged from that long sleep. Dude didn't remember jack. After running into this memory block a few times, Jyn only knew one thing for sure. Murakhan was straight obsessed with those strawberry pies Jyn kept bringing him, like total pie fanatic. Murakhan got curious too. Why was Jyn always creeping in the archive copying secret scrolls every day? You got some clue about this stuff, right? He asked. Jyn was like, maybe like 30%? But the rest is a mystery, Jyn sighed. Don't sweat it. 30% is already boss level for a kid your age. Most kids just too lazy to even try. Murakhan pumped him up. But Jyn wasn't vibing with that pep talk since Murakhan was just comparing him to basic kids, while he's from the Runandell clan that's basically half the continent's boss. He's got a dozen older sibs plus scary parents and elders. If Jyn wanted to beat them all, dude had to grind way harder, Murakhan. Wait, how much did the clan founder get from these books? Jyn suddenly asked, hunting for some real bragging rights against the strongest human ever. Murakhan's reply, total shocker. Tima. Nah, I bet he didn't get a single line when he was your age. But theory can mess up. Murakhan remembered Tema barely cracked books but slayed hard in fights. Then Murakhan got real and told Jyn, who was hyped up, that despite his potential, he ain't as beastly as Tema was. Oof, Jin's mood crashed hard and he felt super down. So, I'm never gonna be as epic as the family founder? Murakhan stared him down for a sec, then patted his head like a wise old homie. Nah, you're contracted with Solderet just like Tema, and you're smart with those secret books. You're still young, don't rush it. Train hard and you might even top Tema someday. Murakhan wasn't just throwing fluff, he was dropping straight facts. Cause Solderet, the god of shadows powering Jyn, got a sick nickname, Infinite. His powers got no limits, bro. So, Soldet's contractee, also limitless. Of course, Murakhan knew Jyn's still a kid, and it's normal to feel bummed on this journey. That's why Murakhan decided to teach Jyn a fresh special move to hype him up how to unleash the dark energy inside. Murakhan said, all Shadow Masters got a vibe with their dark energy, but messing it up is mad dangerous, so you gotta practice, no slacking. Jyn got super eager and was like, alright, Sir Murakhan, what's the first move? First up, you gotta learn how to unlock your mana. Wait, why though? Jyn wondered. He thought Soldet's shadow juice had nothing to do with magic, but Murakhan explained unlocking mana is step 1. Plus, in his past life, Jyn had done this practice tons of times. Releasing dark energy is all about unlocking and moving your mana. You gotta master both like a pro. Now you're in for 2 to 3 years of grinding this. Jyn frowned hard. 2 to 3 years? That's basically forever for a dude who just wants to get buff as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Murakhan kept spilling wisdom. You're a newbie with the basics, so no fancy magic lessons yet. Just master unlocking your mana first. But right as he finished, a magic orb popped in Jin's hand, and Jyn was chill as heck like, no biggie, I got this. Can you show me the advanced stuff now? Jyn asked. Murakhan was shook, leaning in to inspect the orb, begging Jyn for his secret. Of course, Jyn kept it on the low no, dropping the reincarnation bomb or that he'd unlocked this skill before. So Jyn played it mysterious, and to Murakhan, he turned into the ultimate prodigy. Straight up genius vibes, no cap. So check this out. After all that, he went ahead and showed him how to unleash that dark energy vibe. Jyn totally nailed his plan, tricking Murakhan into spilling the tea on mastering that dark power. Man, Jyn was on cloud 9. Even after being out cold for like 1,000 years, Murakhan's power was still lit AF. Dark energy, as the name screams, comes straight from the shadows, and all that darkness, that's all thanks to Sods. Basically, Sods is the boss of all things dark in this world, and guess what? Jyn's the only one with a deal signed with him right now. Which means, yeah, he's holding the reins to all the darkness out here. While he was talking, Murakhan let loose his mad dark energy. The vibe was intense, almost too much, but honestly, Jyn was buzzing with excitement. Time kept ticking. While Jyn was busy leveling up his Sod's power, his older sibs weren't just chilling. Take Luna, his big sis, she was on a monster hunt mission, clearing out a huge chunk of land. The knight she led said there were 5 areas left to clean up before the job was done. Luna figured 4 months would totally handle it. She told her knights to take a breather, then got curious out of nowhere, asking, yo, what's a 9-year-old usually like? 6 months after Jin's epic meetup with Murakhan, the Toner twins finally hit the age to bounce from the Thunderbolt arena. After slipping out of Jin's grip, those twins looked super relieved. And once those two dipped, things chilled out way more for Jyn. Not long after, Jyn and the crew threw a big 9th birthday bash for him. Right as they were about to slice the cake, boom, someone bursts in with news that Lady Luna dropped by. Jyn legit freaked. Luna showing up to celebrate his 9th was a total shock. Nobody expected the oldest Canaan kid, a 9-star knight and all, to make time for a birthday party, especially with her crazy schedule. Luna's got the nickname White Whale, maybe, cause her platinum blonde locks are legendary. She's the strongest of all the canon sibs, but zero interest in running the fam business. She bounced hard from the messy war of succession drama. To Jyn, she was this rare white whale, alone and untouchable. That's why Luna's usually hands-off with her 12 younger sibs. Their vibes more like distant strangers than family. Even in his past life, Jyn and Luna kept their distance. But today, on his birthday, bam, Luna just shows up at the Thunderbolt Arena out of nowhere. Jyn thought maybe the fam was in big trouble or she caught wind of his sneaky vault visits. But when they faced off, Luna's first words dropped. "Wow, you've grown so much, little one. If I'd known, I'd have dressed up a bit more." Jyn shot back, "Oh, that's cute." Then Luna strolled over and patted his head like she was his cool big sis. "Do I gotta announce visits to my own lil bro now?" Luna's move and words were so off-brand, Jyn was shook. Catching his stunned face, Luna got worried. "Why the long face? You feeling sick?" "Nah, no way." Jyn shook his head fast. "Honestly, kinda nervous. Never been this close to you before, so I feel weird." Now Luna was the one caught off guard. In the canon fam, sibling rivalry is the norm. They're usually like sharks circling. Jyn, thinking she came to test him? Not surprising at all. Luna felt a wave of sad vibes wash over her. She clenched her fists, paused heavy, then said, "Right. Maybe I was kinda cold. You're young, but still a canon kid." Then out of nowhere, she dropped to one knee and looked him in the eye, saying she had a private talk. Jyn caught on and kicked out all the guards, maids, even July. Didn't know why Luna's switch up, but it didn't feel shady. Once alone, Luna got real serious. She told Jyn how the last time Kieran Cannon visited his youngest kid, his vibe caught every sibling's attention, meaning in a year, when Jyn leaves the Stormguard Citadel, he'd be a target too. "Little one," Luna said soft, "I hope you don't lose your happiness fighting in the family drama. Seriously, don't get hurt in that cannon circus." Jyn was kinda speechless. Was Luna really out there because she didn't want the top spot? If so, why didn't she keep him warned in his past life? Was she just not caring enough? Or maybe no one saw Jyn as real competition. Whatever the deal was, Jyn felt Luna's honesty right here, right now. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze. "Sis Luna, thanks for the care, but I ain't backing out of this fight." "Jyn, I'm serious. I'm not just saying that, 'cause we might clash. I get it, sis, but I've already dodged one assassination attempt, so avoiding this mess, not happening." Yo, if she didn't want Jyn caught up in the sibling drama, why the heck didn't she ever drop a single warning back in his past life? Was he just not worth her time back then? Or maybe the others didn't even see him as competition. Whatever the deal was, Jyn could still feel Luna's realness sitting right in front of him now. Then Jyn gently patted Luna's hand that was gripping his tight with his other hand. "Sis Luna, I totally get what you're saying, but honestly, no way I'm sitting this one out. Jyn, listen up. I'm serious, this ain't just me warning you 'cause you gotta face me. I hear you, sis, but I already dodged one assassination attempt. That's why I absolutely gotta jump headfirst into this mess. So, here's the deal that attempt to snuff out Jyn. It was that Phantom Blade's cursed prank, already busted back in his past life. When Luna caught wind of it, her eyes shot wide open like, "Say what?" Then flipped straight into full-on rage mode. Jyn could literally feel his sister throwing out major kill vibes. Like, who the heck? Who had the guts to try and off him right in the Stormguard Citadel? Spill the tea, Jyn, who tried to take you down. Gotta admit, the Stormguard Citadel was supposed to be the tightest fortress protecting the Cardin kids, making sure none of them got dead too soon in those brutal fights for the patriarch's throne. So, when Luna heard her baby bro, who hadn't even stepped foot outside the Citadel, got target locked for a hit, her freakout was totally justified. Real talk, I haven't pinned down the perp yet, but hey sis, I'm good. Jyn soothed her, then threw in a little. "Not all my sibs hate me, right? You're on my crew, right? Thanks for the backup, that means the world to me." Seriously, seeing a 9-year-old drop lines like a wise old soul hit Luna right in the feels. She didn't even know what else to say, except pull Jyn in tight and start a non-stop hair-stroking session. It was the first time Jyn saw Luna's soft side, and he hugged her back like, "Okay, this fam love thing, not so bad." Today was shaping up to be a good day, no drama. Luna let go, dug into her blouse, and pulled out a box. She straight up said she came by mostly to drop off a gift for Jyn. Inside, a necklace with a blue stone pendant, but not your basic bling. Luna told him anytime he hit a wall he couldn't bust through solo, just smash that blue gem, and she'd pop up instantly. "So keep it close, alright," she said, helping him put it around his neck with care. "Happy 9th birthday, lil bro." Then Julie came through with cake, and these two just chilled, munching and chatting like an ordinary fam. Later, Luna dipped with some reluctance. That night, Jyn went back to the family's secret chamber, only for Mew to freak out on sight. "Dude, why so late, and what's that thing on your neck?" "Oh, birthday swag," said Jyn. Murakan pointed at the gem with a shaky hand. Eyes lit up like he'd seen a holy relic. Jyn pushed for the scoop and learned this blue gem was literally a Demon King relic from over 1,000 years ago, a treasure everyone risked life and limb to score back then. This baby was no joke, made you tough against magical hits up to 5 stars and also boosted your magic power and gave you summoning skills. Turns out Murakan knew the real tea, because he was some ancient OG from Demon King Organ's era. This gift has to be from someone insanely powerful who just swung by. You mean her? Murakan asked. Yeah, my big sis just dropped in. Wait, you could feel my sis's energy all the way from here. Jyn handed over the cake, eyes all wide like, for real? Yep, and she probably felt me too. That freaked Jyn out a bit, scared Luna might snitch to the family clan. But Murakan was chill, telling Jyn to relax cause anyone handing out Demon King relics definitely ain't a snitch and won't let him get ripped apart by the clan. Jyn had to admit, Murakan made a solid point. Murakan also said Luna was the only sibling worth trusting. Like he said, back at Storm Castle, Luna totally picked up on some crazy energy vibe. She even suspected her baby bro might be cooking up something, but decided to play dumb for now. That day, Luna made a bold choice. No matter what Jyn did or became in this clan war chaos, she'd always back her little bro. Fast forward a year, and boom, it flew by. Storm Castle, which Jyn thought would be total snooze town, actually gave him mad stuff. Props and faith from Ken, Mary's Phoenix Heart, a closer bond with Luna, and even a chance to meet Murakan, the dragon warrior stuff he wouldn't even have dreamed of in his past life. Now, he's gearing up to bounce from Storm Castle back to the main citadel. Training with Khan, Jyn was all in serious and grinding. After a few sessions, Khan got why the old man patriarch vibes so hard for this kid among the 13 siblings. Though Khan was the coach, Jyn looked like he was silently grading Khan's teaching game instead. That's why, when training wrapped today, Khan dropped a bomb. Young Master Jyn, teaching you's been my top honor. Soon you're off to the main castle, but I swear I'll keep schooling you till the very last second. He threw a deep bow for respect as he said it. All right, I'll be counting on you till then. Time kept ticking, and finally it was go time for Jyn to leave Storm Castle. While Julie packed his gear, Jyn just chilled, playing with a candle flame, looking all deep in thought. Even with his finger chilling right above the blazing fire, Jyn felt zero heat, like Mary's magical gift was finally kicking in. Dude figured he'd soaked up about half of the Phoenix Heart's healing vibes. Han was gonna grab the rest in the coming years. While tidying up, Julie dropped that she was whipping up some cream puffs for Jyn's snack time, which sparked the memory Murakan was still chilling in the storage room. Nighttime or not, Jyn cooked up an excuse to sneak out for a quick stroll and then sprinted straight there. Actually, Jyn had already spilled to Murakan about bouncing from Storm Castle soon. Sounds like Murakan was hyped AF for this day too. Yo, how you even planning to tail me? Jyn asked, and Murakan started flexing just like a peacock showing off its feathers. Don't trip, it's no biggie. I'm a legendary black dragon, yeah. I've lost some mojo, but this little game, psh, easy. Bet I'll follow you without even a peep. Hold up, you lost power? Why the heck didn't you spill such a major tea earlier? After all this time, Jyn was finally bold enough to clap back at Murakan instead of just low-key calling him sir. Kid, after catching Z's for a whole 1,000 years, how else you expect me to be? Luckily, Murakan said there's still a shot to get his old power back. And get this, Jin's gonna get even stronger than him cause Murakan's his guardian dragon. So, hurry up and turn into a magic swordsman as beast as Timar, Murakan threw in. Speaking of which, Murakan once spilled that the Runandell fam were originally magic swordsmen, not pure blade only bros like they roll now. Jyn even heard Solderet mention it back in his previous life. The fam started out as magic swordsmen, and the OG patriarch, Jyn Runandell, was the most legendary magic swordsman in history. Nowadays, almost nobody knows what's really up. Murakan also said the reason the Runandell clan left magic behind and chased pure sword skills was because of a vow made 1,000 years ago. Look, even though they hail me as the clan's guardian, I'm pretty sure they'd be super awkward if I rolled up today. Murakan started whining. If this was 1,000 years ago, no doubt you and I would be worshipped for bringing the noblest creature to this world. Watching Murakan go on and on, it's clear that only Jyn was sweating the idea of them both ditching Storm Castle together. He even cooked up a plan to make an illusion with dragon magic, so anyone who came by would just see Murakan snoozing safe in that giant glass pod. What if someone sniffs out your illusion? Jyn tossed. Just trying to cover all bases. But man, that kinda stung Murakan's pride. Hey, I'm the great black dragon, alright? Illusions. Child's play. Chill out. But here's the thing, since Murakan isn't fully back to his prime, he's not sure how long his illusion can hang tough. He promised to keep it up as long as possible, so if they find out Murakan dipped, no one would suspect it's linked to Jyn. Hearing that, Jyn finally chilled a bit. The heavy stuff was sorted. Then he pulled out a box of cream puffs, Murikan's fave, plus a bottle of homemade strawberry wine. Murikan's eyes lit up like Christmas. "What's this fancy haul, kid? Worth every second raising you right," Jyn teased. The next morning, Julie tossed an extra coat on Jyn and walked him to the city gates. Over the years, she'd seen how hard Jyn pushed himself training here. But the main castle, way tougher and crazier busy. She couldn't help but worry. "Sheesh, don't stress. Julie, I got this. I'll kill it at the main castle," Jyn promised. "Yeah, and I'm all in for you," she said. Just then, the escort crew rolled up. Knights, Jerome, and Hose were on deck to get Jyn safe to the main castle, aka the Garden of Swords. So on October 30th, 1790, Jyn left the Storm's Nest, heading to the heartland of the Runandell clan, officially stepping into the clan's brutal civil war drama. They hadn't gone far when a gnarly snowstorm kicked off. Julie warned the roads would clog up fast, so they'd have to crash in some village and wait out the snow, because a heavy dump would block the transfer gate. Suddenly, the carriage started shaking like mad. Jerome and Hose yelled, "We're under attack, stay inside." Julie grabbed Jyn tight, whispering, "Young master, don't freak. We'll be all right." Jerome and Hose, 7-star knights, plus Julie's got Jyn covered too. From what Julie saw, about 20 baddies showed up, mages and warriors mostly. Probably some archers in the mix, but none stronger than 7 stars. But when Jyn peeked through the carriage window and saw both knights locked in battle mode, his face flipped real quick. "Julie, we gotta bounce from here." Julie didn't catch the full weight of Jin's urgency, but he already knew big trouble was brewing. Runandell guards never ditch their duty to protect their own bloodline, no matter what. So, no matter how many enemies, one of those 2 knights should have been chillin' with Jyn. But nope, both charged into the fray. That meant either one's a backstabber, a faker, or maybe none of them is even on their side. But there's some sketchy weapons stashed in this ride. We need to find out as soon as possible what's really cooking before it's too late. "Yo, we gotta bounce from this carriage." July. Seeing Jin's dead serious face, July didn't even think twice. Normally, she's just the chill nanny type, but don't let that fool you, she's a straight-up warrior. Right now, July had zero choice but to put her life on the line to keep the heir safe. Out popped 2 wicked wolf claw weapons from her sleeves, and her face, gone was the sweet nanny vibes switched to fierce beast mode. "I got your back as a proud member of the Runandell clan. If I get a little overzealous, forgive a girl, young master." Next thing, she ripped the carriage roof open with her claws and yanked Jyn out, leaping into the stormy snow. They sprinted hard through the blizzard, but after a bit, Jyn hit pause and said he needed to double back to the ambush spot to check things out. He had a hunch the so-called enemies might actually be his peeps. If they really wanted him dead, they'd have already jumped them the second they left the carriage. But nah, it was oddly quiet out there. July nodded, catching his drift, and together they headed back to the original spot. There, a one-eyed dude was bossing people around like a general. "Yo, track down Jyn Runandell as soon as possible. Team 3, seal off the left side." Rolling closer, Jyn and July peeped the symbols on the armor and cloaks, one a demon, the other a black spade. That was the Mite clan and the Black King mercenary corps, no doubt. "Heads up," we found July, McLaurin holding Jyn Runandell down. The one-eyed boss jumped down from his perch and landed right in front of them. This dude's Mukera, captain of the Black King Mercs, all on deck thanks to Runandell clan orders to rescue the young master. Meanwhile, those fake Jeromes and Hoses, yeah, their masks dropped hard. Real talk, if they were legit 7-star cannon guards, ain't no way they'd be sweating bullets against these pros. "Who the hell are y'all? What were you really after?" July snapped, but Jerome just laughed, savage, and said, "Who's got time to waste on cannon puppies like you?" Though Mukera and crew had the upper hand with Jyn around, Jyn's word was law here. Cold as ice, Jyn told July to take one of the fake guards out to clear some space. For the other dude, cut off his hands and drag him to me. Suddenly, July flipped her fight switch like a demon unleashed. She dove at Jerome like a nightmare, knocking him down with just 2 solid moves. The last guy, Hose, turned ghost white when he saw Kanan's nanny was tougher than some warriors. No time to breathe before July sliced off both his hands, no mercy. Hands chopped, Hose tumbled backward into the snow. July yanked him up by the hair and dragged him over to Jyn like a trophy. "Looks like your boss really underestimated the Kanan fam's muscle." Jyn sneered. "To roll with Team Kanan, you gotta be at least 7-star level. So if you want to take out some Kanan blood next time, better level up to 8 stars. Enough talk, game's just starting, and your end's near." Hose screamed mad hatred. "So, ha, I'd love that. Not a fan of the Kanan Empire name anyway, only the Jyn Kanan Empire," he snarled, eyes blazing with some serious bad vibes that even spooked Mukera for a sec. Hose was definitely a fear, never heard of it kinda dude, still acting tough. "You jerk, bow your head to Jipo. He spat out that name with savage loyalty. Jipo. Yeah, Jyn knew it well. That's the mega-famous mage family ruling half the world. If Canon's known for killer sword skills, Jipo's the magic squad bosses. 1,000 years ago, when Tamaji and Canon passed, Jipo forced Canon to swear to banish magic from their bloodline. Poof, magic sealed off for Canon. So these two clans have been ancient mortal enemies forever. No wonder Jyn was scratching his head over why some fools dared mess with him so wildly. Turns out, those were Jipo followers. Meaning no use grilling host Jyn just ordered July to ditch the dude somewhere far and let him deal with it solo. Since they're sworn enemies, Jipo folks are always scheming against the Canon crew. But this mess? Probably not. Jipo HU's direct doing, just the rowdy fans acting up. Still, Jyn found it weird no matter how slick the disguise is, fooling a 7-star knight like July? Nah, that's next-level trickery. Something's pulling strings behind the scenes. Mission done. July zipped back lightning fast. Shook. Only then did Jyn lock eyes with Mukera. Thanks to him and his squad keeping those imposters busy, Jyn made a clean getaway. So, the plan was clear. Once back at Canon Castle, report their heroics and score some sweet rewards. All right, help me fire up a warp gate now. You got it, boss. Mukera stammered, straight up blown by the fact a 10-year-old kid pulled off all this madness. Jyn was too calm and confident for his age. After all that chaos, Jyn just chilled like it was another Tuesday. Mukera couldn't help but replay what Jyn said he was building the Jyn Runandell Empire. And trust, things were just heating up. Man, he couldn't help but get chills thinking those words weren't just empty talk, that kid was dead serious about making it happen. Either way, this drama belonged to another fam. Mukera just let out a heavy sigh, then told his crew to be super cautious with every single step until that transfer gate was up, and whatever you do, don't pull any dumb moves. Wait, Captain, that's kinda out there, right? Since when did we start worrying about stuff like this? The Black King squad was totally baffled. Just zip it and follow orders, Mukera snapped. Mukera fired back, low-key roasting his guys for being short-sighted. They seriously had no clue how freaking scary that 10-year-old was. Meanwhile, Julie wrapped up folding Jyn's clothes. Since their carriage was busted, the crew had no choice but to hoof it to the closest village. Some folks were low-key worried about Jerome and Hose, but Jyn was like, chill, don't sweat those two. Whether they turn up alive or dead, it'd be a solid wake-up call for their homies. The snow kept coming down hard, and Mukera's squad said they were about 2 hours out from that village. Jyn, dude wasn't whining one bit. He just caught sight of Julie looking all down, so he had to pep her up again. Hey, forget about the mess on the escort mission, Julie. Wasn't on you. Even a 9-star knight like Khan at Thunderstorm Arena got tricked. Someone like you, a 7-star fighter, naturally, it'd fly under your radar. Julie probably got that deep down, but still couldn't stop beating herself up and saying sorry to Jyn. She was exactly the same as in his past life. Back then, she was the Runandell house nanny. Julie's fate was tied to the kid she watched over. In his previous life, Julie was times Jyn's times nanny, and since he was talentless, everyone looked down on her and humiliated her too. But Julie never once threw shade or blamed Jyn. When he got kicked out of the Runandell clan, she got kicked from the castle too. She just cried and kept saying, "Young master, sorry for not taking good care of you." Jyn still can't forget her bowing low and sobbing in the snow. Back then, he didn't want to shout at someone who always had his back. But things are way different now, and Julie's got to toughen up. So, even after trying to softly reassure her and failing, Jyn had to shout to snap her out of it. "Quit blaming yourself, Julie. That's an order. As long as you're my nanny, you're the only guardian knight I need. If you let petty stuff like this drag you down, how are you going to escort me in the future? So don't make me say it twice." Got it. Jyn's serious tones snapped Julie back to reality. She quickly pulled herself together and kept walking with him. More than anyone else, Julie knew how much Jyn cared and understood those words were for her own good, and also because he wanted her to protect him well. That's why she couldn't quit beating herself up. But after drying off, Julie's vibe lifted and Jyn felt way less stressed. They trekked a long time and finally rolled into a village. McRae scored an inn, hooked up a room for all Jyn to crash while he mulled over the sitch. If Jyn's hunch is right, this mess most likely involves that dude, shape-shifting wizard Bubba Gaston. Shape-shifting's a dragon clan flex. But even dragons can't pull off perfect shapeshifts except Bubba. He's the only one who can transform flawlessly. He uses that skill to sneak around and cause chaos everywhere. Jyn was low-key hoping he was wrong, cause if Bubba's involved, things are about to get way more intense. Back in his past life, when Jyn just hit 20, B's special squad nabbed Bubba. If he could turn that old dude into an ally, it'd be a major power move. But Jyn had zero reason to team up with someone who once had a sword pointed at him. So before Bubba stirs up more trouble, Jin's gotta dig deep and get all the details. As he mulled that over, suddenly, he just lost it, passed out cold. Julie peeled off her outer coat, said she'd keep watch outside, and then noticed Jyn already knocked out. Bro's body was that of a 10-year-old, and today had been one wild ride. Next morning, Jyn got woken up by a loud cat meow right outside his window. Groggy, he cracked open his eyes to see a black cat scrunching up at the glass. That playful vibe reminded him of someone. Murakan had once said he'd always hide and tail him. So, you said you'd hide and follow me? You mean by turning into a cat like this? Jyn tried not to bust out laughing. Meanwhile, outside, Murakan was steaming mad. After chuckling, he opened the door and let him in. Don't be ticked, I was just shook you'd show up like this. Figured you disguise as one of my servants or something, like a stable hand. Bruh, if I pulled that, every knight in your clan would spot me instantly. Murakan grumbled, then flipped back to his regular form. But guess what? He tripped hard on a raised floor plank, and the clumsy black dragon totally smashed into the windowsill. Hearing all that ruckus, Julie outside the door freaked out and barged in like a wildfire. That dumb black dragon? Man, he didn't even get a sec to bounce or switch back to his cat form. Bam! He got caught right in front of July. Who the heck are you, stalking my young master like that? Her savage mode kicked in hard, no cap. July stormed up, slammed Murakan down, and started grilling him. Spill it, now, or you're gonna meet your maker real quick. Hold up, July, chill. That's when someone steps in. This dude's Jyn, rushing over. But as soon as he hears July, dude jumps like, July? For real? Yo, my little strawberry pie, finally meeting you fam. Yeah. Remember that ancient black dragon's got this soft spot, totally obsessed with strawberry pie. So over the 2 years they've kicked it, Jin's been hooking him up constantly. Jin's been flexing about pies his nanny July whips up, and Murakan's been hyped to meet her, in real life. So yeah, Jin's just hella facepalming right now, like, well, this is a hot mess. Jyn waves his hand at a grinning, messy-haired Murakan, who's chillin' with arms crossed and ready to spill. Okay, first off, meet the guardian deity of the Runandell clan, the black dragon Murakan. Then Jyn points to a visibly shook July like, and this is but Murakan cuts him off quick. I know who she is. That's my precious strawberry pie, right? July's bowing like crazy, totally panicked. I'm just a lowly servant of the Runandell family. Sorry for disrespecting the guardian deity. Please forgive me. But Murakan just throws his arms wide and laughs big, saying, chill, my little strawberry pie. You're totally forgiven. July's all confused, raising a hand. Yo, Sir Murakan, why you calling me strawberry pie anyway? With full pride, he says, because you're awesome, beautiful, and honestly make the perfect strawberry pie. Boom. July's eyes snap to him. So that's why you've been craving strawberry pie every day. Jyn looks away all sheepish with a tiny smirk. Sunlight's streaming in, and he's like, hey, why don't you sit down for a sec? I gotta break this all down. They all park it, except Jyn, who's lounging, elbow propped up like a boss. July covers her mouth, shocked as heck. So many secrets about you, young master, Jyn says, apologizing. Sorry, I lied to you. But July ain't even mad, says, nah, I always knew you were something special. She just stares at the two dudes, feeling mind blown. One big, one small right in front of her. First magic, then red contractor vibes, now a freaking dragon. Murakan even flicks, conjuring a tiny dragon on his finger, flex alert. Suddenly, colorful flower petals pop up. July's hands clasp, beaming. As your servant, I'm shook and super proud of you. Then she tunes in, ready for Jyn's speech. Anyway, you're officially part of this crew now. We can't let the clan find out that Murakan's awake and about me and him at least for now. July's on it, quick. Got it, young master, loud and clear. Jyn jumps up full goofy grin. Don't stress, strawberry pie. I'm always here for the kid. She grateful. Thanks for looking out, Sir Murakan. Then she snaps back to that loud thud she heard earlier. Wait, what was that crazy noise when you transformed? Jyn shoves his hand in Murakan's face all annoyed. Dude, watch it next time. Cut the lecture. Murakan fires back and starts spilling the tea. Yeah, that was me smashing the wooden platform that now has a huge crack. He sighs. I totally fell. But instead of shame, dude throws his head back and laughs out loud. July's face goes pale, whispering low, young master, you really trust this guy? Even Jin's not 100% sure. Probably. Cut to the Mel transfer gate where Murakan's back as a cat chilling on Jin's shoulder. Meanwhile, July's chatting up Murakan. Nice job, Black King Squad. Jyn spots the cat on his shoulder, squinting. Was that kitty here before? She keeps briefing. The Runandell clan's gonna hook you up fat for your hustle. Jyn stands tall, nodding. This mission was gold experience for us. Murakan peeps Jyn and the black hat on his shoulder, staring wide-eyed. Can't wait to see how the Runandell young master's future unfolds. Then, changing topic like a pro, but July, gotta ask you something. She's caught off guard but says, yeah? Murakan raises a hand and asks straight up, for real though, someone as freaking talented as you, why'd you bounce from the Marlier and fam to nanny for the canon young master? July coolly turns her back like, whatever, nothing left to say. Realizing he messed up, Murakan scratches his head. Sorry, that was rude. She's chill. It's cool. Then July turns back toward the soldiers, waiting behind them, and they all head inside together. The gatekeeper greets them all robot-like. Welcome to the transfer gate. Let me see your ID. July unwraps a cloth, flexing the Cannon clan sword crest. Ready for the Hillfeder Alliance. The gatekeeper nods. You're repping the Cannon clan, got it. July quickly wraps the crest back up, keeping it on the low. The gatekeeper threw up his hand to guide them in. Yo, it's a total honor to meet y'all. Follow me, and we'll hook you up with some primo seats. Murakan chilled right on his shoulder like a little boss. They strutted forward as someone dropped the deets. We'll be there in no time, but gotta hang tight here for about 2 hours. Travel safe out there. The duo plopped down together, and Murakan bounced off to snag a cozy spot on the cushion. Out of nowhere, she hollered, hey, young master. Jyn looked up all confused. Murakan was crashed out on Julie's lap, totally zonked. She frowned, looking kinda worried. For a legit dragon to roll with us, I'm super stressed that if Murakan gets exposed or whatever, we're totally screwed. Jyn got it instantly. She was talking about his magic vibes. Julie's voice was all urgent. No way anyone from the Cannon clan can pull off some magic tricks like that. Jyn grinned like, chill, I got this. He'll stay undercover no problem. Then, bam, they and the cat got shook and turned around real quick. Jyn squinted, spotting a shiny gold dragon crest on a green jacket. It was Veridin, that dude with the wild white hair, stepping into the scene. Rolling deep with some serious beefy guards, he swaggered in. Yep, they knew him. Veridin Zippel plopped himself down right in front of them. Jyn and Julie just sat there, no words. He used a book to hide half his face, eyeballing the scene. Who's that? Looks mad familiar. Veridin rested his chin on his hand, sounding hella annoyed. Got a bad feeling about hitting Hillfeder today. Next thing, Julie's scowl hit the roof while Jyn stayed ice cold. Didn't expect to see these pests here. Veridin grumbled, but Murakan already bounced down and parked under Veridin's chair like he owned the place. Veridin blurted out, yo, your cat's hella cute. Flashing a big smile, he waved, come here, good kitty. Murakan strolled over all cool, then bam, suddenly went wild, scratching Veridin's hand fierce AF. Guards freaked, yelling, yo young master, you savage beast. But Veridin stayed chill, calming down his guards who were ready to draw steel. Relax, y'all. It's just a furball. I probably freaked it out, and drawing swords in front of the Cannon crew. Bad move. Veridin then peeped them like, surprised they weren't flipping out harder. I was just messing around, trying to rile them up. Didn't expect zero reaction. Guess the youngest Cannon ain't one to lose his cool. Murakan flopped back on Jin's lap, all laid back. Veridin stood up and threw out, hey, I'm Veridin Zippel. Sorry for being rude earlier. Jyn just watched him low-key. In Jyn's head, Veridin used to be this tall, legendary dude everyone idolized, a magical prodigy, the front-runner for the Zippel throne, shining star of young mages with killer skills and mad charm. But now, just some kid grinning and reaching out his hand like a newbie. Jyn thought Veridin would have left him in the dust magic-wise, but Veridin's grin never faded, even though Jyn didn't shake. He thought, yeah, looks about right. Just didn't expect to meet him on even footing age-wise. This vibe? Kinda nice, not gonna lie. Jyn snapped his book shut, petting Murakan instead of taking the hand. Was wondering what you were about. Good to see you're not a total bonehead. Veridin tried to play it cool. So, how'd I do? But Jin's grin was loaded with shade. Even if you were joking, if those guards had drawn swords, you'd be on a tour of Hillfeder Mansion, minus your crew, and maybe minus some fingers too. Veridin chuckled nervously, flailing his bare hand in midair like, ha, yeah, my bad. Jin's jokes, pretty savage. His icy blue eyes flashed mean vibes as he snarled. Think I'm kidding? Veridin got spooked but forced a laugh anyway. Alright, here's a tip. Jyn said all peacemaking. If you bump into another Zippel or get in the same sitch, don't scissor their fingers off so quick. Saves both our clans a headache. Jyn threw shade. Good joke, Veridin. His chill words caught the guy off guard. You think Siren Run Candle, my pops and your dad, Kelly Zippel, would step in over some kid's fight? Veridin's eyes flared wide, then he crossed his arms and laughed big. Yeah, they probably just throw some cash at us. Hey, I learned something today. I'll pay you back when I can. Jyn shot him a deadly serious look. Nah, don't wait till later. Pay up right now. He leaned in, eyes locked. Sure, what's the deal? Veridin asked, all eager, but Jin's icy demand froze him solid. Do me a solid, zip it till the transfer gate pops, and don't mess with my nap. Silence got noisy as Veridin fidgeted, switching expressions like a freaking mood ring. Jyn, this dude, gonna be way stronger in a few years, huh? Veridin plopped on the floor, chin on the table, eyes sparkling at Jyn like he found a secret treasure. If not for his clan, I'd straight up want to be buds. The bodyguard got all embarrassed and had to whisper, young master, keep it together, man. But Veridin just got more hyped by his own brainwave. Hold up, if he's a Runandell, does that mean he's gonna be my fated rival? I'm just that awesome, the bodyguard sighed, rubbing his face like, young master, please. He was totally powerless against Veridin's starry-eyed hype train. Ugh, seriously, his fingers gotta be tore up, but he's still acting all wild like this. What's up with the Zippo fam? They all straight up crazy or what? Then, bam, an announcement blasted through the weird vibe like, yo, listen up. Big thanks for holding tight, folks. Suddenly, these glowing runes pop up on the gate above, magic swirling in a slick rhombus shape, and the voice dropped cold and official. Heads up, squad. The transfer gate's about to open for a hot minute. You might get a headache or feel woozy, side effects, you know, so just chill in your seats till it's your turn to step through. Blue magic vibes wrapped around him, and out of nowhere he jumps up like, Jyn Runandell. Just as he's about to vanish, Veridin's all eager, yo, good meeting you. Catch you later. But nah, he's ice cold, turning his back. No thanks. Let's not cross paths again. Then out pops this towering castle flaunting the Runandell family flag, looking all regal. The carriage kept rolling steady. July stood there all serious on the side. As Jyn was about to step down, this voice dropped like, we've been waiting on you, young master. Pedro bowed all proper like, first time I get to greet you. I'm Pedro, the second butler. Behind him was some squad of knights decked out in heavy iron armor, standing like total pros. In the castle's center, swords of every shape and size were planted straight into the ground, sharp and gleaming. Pedro kept it polite. Must have been a rough trip getting here. The whole mansion glowed like a palace under the sunshine. Pedro respectfully said, welcome to Runandell clan's main estate. Their eyes locked on the shiny golden swords gleaming all over. He schooled them on the spot, the Garden of Swords. Yup, that's where all the legends who boosted Runandell's glory planted their swords to get mad respect. Every sword's hilt was carved like a work of art. Basically, this garden is the heart and soul of Runandell's dreams and honor. Yeah, feel me. Together, they strolled through the sword garden and dove deeper into the mansion. Jyn was lost in thought. I used to dream I'd plant my sword here before I dropped. Flashback to his younger self. All weak, kneeling low, looking like no potential at all. Dude was a total flop without brains or leadership. What was I thinking, believing hard work alone could flip the game? Then Jyn looked up, eyes sparkling with mad hope. This time, right here, right now, I'm gonna make this life count big time. The windows with the Runandell crest shone clear in the golden sunlight. Jyn and Julie just pulled up, calm as ever, scanning the crowd waiting on the stairs. Rosa, aka the Black Panther, Runandell clan's queen bee, broke the ice first. Long time no see, rookie. He hit back, yep, mom. She blinked, bronze gold cat eyes wide open like she didn't expect that. Ken narrowed his eyes, throwing Murakami a sideways glance. Ken goes, yo, you picking up stray, then scratched the black cat's chin, which it totally loved, and Jyn answered all smooth, I took her in, dad. Ken caught onto the switch up right away, not picked up, but took in. Rosa peeked over, a little shocked. Ken threw some praise down. Good to hear you talk straight. For real. When a Runandell brings something home, that's how you say it. Out of nowhere, Murakami jumps off Jin's shoulder, spooking him a bit. She leaned down to pet her. Son, what's this little cubie's name? Jyn dropped the fake name he made up for Murakami's cat form, Butterfly Runandell. Mom Rosa blinked, kinda caught off guard. But the other sibs, straight up savage. Def yelled at the top of his lungs, seriously. Yo, mom and dad, even if he's just a kid, this ain't right. How dare he slap the Runandell name on some random cat? Then he started throwing shade. Julie, what kind of bad parenting is this? A cat? Julie could only squeak out an apology. My bad. Ken, looking stressed, had to drop the hammer. Stop it right there. He looked down at Jyn. Okay, kiddo, why you gotta give a cat the Runandell name? Jyn stood tall, hand on his chest, answered solid. 'Cause that means I'm owning up to her. He laid it out smooth. She might just be a pet, but she's the first life I've really taken in. So I gotta make her name matter. Ken was shook by how real that was, major respect. But hey, little dude, the Runandell name. You get how heavy that is. He scooped up Butterfly, holding her tight, voice loaded with iron will. Crystal clear, Pops. Anyone messes with Butterfly, it's me they answer to. He gently patted his cane as he added, youngest son, looks like you got a real knack for making enemies. Ken peeped his sib's annoyed glares, chuckled, see how your brothers and sisters are straight up staring you down. But Jyn just hugged Murak and chill as heck. Yeah, I guess. But trust me, I'm also crazy good at taking enemies out. Dad beamed, flashing pearly whites, dropping some cryptic heat. This kid, all of you better watch out if you plan to mess with this sassy youngest son. With that mic drop, Ken bounced. Fast forward 4 years, early summer of 1794, and the mansion's courtyard echoed. Young master, entrance. Jyn's now a legit tall teen. Jyn of Canaan, 14 years old, rocking 2-star knight status, a fresh cadet on the low end. Yo, Garen rolled up and was like, all right fam, we're wrapping up the young master's training sesh for today. We done here? He looked kinda deep in thought. We only kicked off this morning anyway. Dude hands on hips, chuckling, hey what's up with Lady Luna? Isn't she got training lined up today? Bet you forgot. I'm Garen and Termia's go-to. A low-key Canon Guardian cadet tutor, you feel me? Jyn had no choice but to play along, putting the wooden sword back on its rack. Yeah, you're right. Time to grab a bite. Garen groaned. You really about to lunch with the other cadets again today? The lady boss seemed kinda bummed. He sighed, tired AF. It's chilled. I ain't trying to get into no stare-down battle with my sibs at the table. He rolled with it and got the memo. I'll let her know. Meanwhile, the other cadets were already lined up, clutching their trays, scooping up all kinds of grub from the counter. Then someone spoke up, making Jyn jump a bit. Young master, I got your food. Politely, Jyn said, thanks, Bellup. Bellup Smith beamed like he just hit the jackpot handing over the food. No prob, young master. Bellup was a Canon Guardian cadet, low tier. Jyn kept his eyes glued on this dude next to him, who was literally shoving food in his face like it was the Last Supper. 13-year-old Bellup Smith, straight-up commoner vibes. Watching him chomp, Jyn squinted, memories kicking in. He remembered Bellup flirting with getting booted from cadet life, almost got the pink slip. Is it really that good? Jyn popped the question. The boy jumped, cheeks puffed. Huh. Still mid-chew, fork in mouth, Bellup smiled like a champ. Yo, I'm mad thankful to the Canon and fam. Because of them, I'm munchin' on this bomb-ass meat. And shout out to the young master always hooking me up with the goods. Jyn cut him off quick. All right, cut the speech. Curiously, Jyn went, Bellup, you said the exact same thing yesterday. You rehearse your lines or what? The kid just scratched his head, laughing all shy. Jyn got serious real quick. Yo, Bellup, time to step up and act like you got some maturity. Truth is, all that jabber makes folks side-eye you hard. He stammered back. For real? Jyn raised his spoon for emphasis, dead serious. Straighten up. Walk tall. Know you're a Canaan Guardian Knight, no cap. Bellup lowered his head, muttering, but my grades suck. Ain't even hit a single star. He sighed, eyes shut, giving some tough love. Becoming a Canon cadet ain't no cakewalk. His tray was looking empty, but Jyn kept schooling him with kindness. No matter your scores, low or whatever, you're still outpacing most other 13-year-olds out there. You feel me? Bellup whispered, yes, real shy. Jyn eyed him devouring food, silently sizing up the kid. His vibe's so sweet and naive, no wonder my fam clapped eyes on him. Jyn remembered his past life, thinking, how do you turn such an innocent dude into a swordmaster? After getting loyal to the Empire, it was a savage path of no mercy. Jyn felt mad, sorry for Bellup's harsh fate. When he heard Bellup made royal guard, he was shook. Then hearing he took his own life, broke his heart. If only Bellup was left alone. Jyn grabbed a piece of meat, tossed it on Bellup's tray. Young master, Bellup gasped. Jyn was quick to say, I'm good, you take it. Bellup's eyes lit up like NYC Times Square. Young master, he grinned, watching his bro munch happy. I gotta keep you from getting the boot this time. Jyn made up his mind. One misfortune and a death. That's more than enough, dude. These two kids cracked up, enjoying their grub like no tomorrow. Jyn bounced back to change, fingers counting off his skills as he walked downtown. Shadow energy, 2 stars, mana, 4 stars, sword game, 2 stars. Dude was pumped. It's all flowing smooth. Keep this up, and I'll hit 3-star swordsmanship in like 2 years max. But then Luna slammed her sword into the cold tile, acting all fierce. Lil bro, today's grind is just like yesterday's. They stood there, swords pointing down, ready to rumble. She declared, but you gotta switch up your defense style. Jyn nodded, real polite. Got it, sis. Luna stared him down, dropping the reminder, Lil bro, use your mind's eye. A spooky dark blue magic haze floated. Jyn shut his eyes, trying to get with the program. Feeling a mix of nerves and hype. Seeing with my mind's eye sounds like some next-level training I never heard about. Luna was all serious. See with the eye of your soul. Jyn squeezed his eyes shut tight to listen up. She dropped knowledge. If you want to sharpen your blade life, the soul's eye is the real MVP. Luna stood tall, shut her eyes too, repeating, no peeking, okay. Jyn froze, obeying but wondering. Mind's eye? That's something only 7-star knights or above got. Yet here she was, schooling a 2-star like him. Jyn kept thinking, usually you've got to split your aura to pull off a normal mind's eye. So, check this, since I can't tap into aura during my training, your girl's kinda lost on how this whole thing works. Dude saw himself as this tall sword swinger, decked out in heavy iron armor, gripping his blade tight and channeling that mad energy straight into it. But Jyn, he just decided to trust his sis, his hand clenching the sword like, nah, I got faith in my sister, no cap. I'm pretty sure she's got some plan brewing. Gotta stay locked in on this training though. Bet one day I'll crack this exercise for sure. Time flew, and boom, they wrapped up their session. Luna wasn't shy with the props, saying, yo, you crushed it again today, Jyn. You can head out. He awkwardly scratched his neck and hit her with a bright grin. Thanks, Luna. She thought back on how he looked during practice and just shook her head in awe. Classic. Knew he'd be good, but man, this dude always smashes my expectations. His focus and memory, rare finds in a 2-star knight with his kind of potential. Bet you'll get it down in just a few years. Luna's face softened into this warm smile, pure big sis vibes, silently rooting for her bro. Keep leveling up, lil bro. Jyn rolled back to the training yard where everyone was lined up tight. They all shouted out like clockwork, welcome, young master. Bellup was standing there all shy and bummed among the crew. Everyone was on edge, eyes darting, real tense vibes. Garen chuckled, hands on hips, told ya it'd be like this. This sparring thing, big deal for the final grade. Nail it, and boom, you're on the fast track to Guardian Knight status. So no wonder we're all sweating. Then he looked at Jyn and grinned. Today's a major day for you too, young master Jyn. Jyn, arms folded, was peeping everyone, surprised. Garen spilled the tea. Lady Rosa said if you beat 10 higher-ups today, you can jump into the intermediate class early next year. Jyn stayed cool. Mom said that's straight-up good news. Then he peeked over and saw Bellup hugging himself, trembling like a leaf had Jyn stressing. There goes Bellup again, he muttered, hand on his forehead like, seriously. I'll have his back so he doesn't get kicked out. But dude's gotta believe in himself more. Right then, Bellup looked ghost white, mouth wide open. Garen yelled, listen up, today everyone's fighting 3 rounds, switching partners each time. Top 10 champs get to go one-on-one with young Master Jyn. Everyone shot back aloud, yes, sir. And just like that, chaos unleashed. 2 trainees slammed swords with no chill. Some got wrecked, hitting the floor hard. Jyn was just chillin', eyeballing them all silently. Not bad at all. They didn't get here by accident. The losers lined up sharp. He barked, all right, those not picked, bounce back to your spots. They all echoed, yes, sir. Garen then nudged Jyn, get your game face on, young master. Jyn gripped his sword tight, raising it up. All right, let's do this. No joke, he instantly swung up, knocking this last winner's sword high into the air like time's whoosh asterisk. Then he thought, 1 down, huh. Jyn did a quick hustle count. I got 8 max, so just gotta take out 2 more. Playing it safe, he thought, gotta watch out for. Before he could finish, someone shouted, next up, get ready. A pink-haired queen stepped forward, Mesa Milcano, Black Denkin's guardian knight trainee from the regular class, oozing confidence, zero fear. Young Master Jyn instantly knew who was fronting. Mesa, noble-born, destined for guardian knight status after crushing all trainee classes. She was hyped, sword raised high like, today, I'm taking you down, no questions asked. Jyn had been waiting for this fight was the real test. Jyn flashed a polite grin and nodded, all right, bring it on. Mesa launched at him faster than a New York subway train, blades aiming to wreck him. But Jyn, he blocked her crazy hard strike like it was nothing, eyes cold as ice while their swords clashed. Mesa got stronger, but not unbeatable. He swung left, eyes sharp, thinking, issue is, gotta beat 8 more after this one. So, easy to cancel her moves without breaking a sweat. His sword danced in the air, moving like a spider spinning a web. Mesa, struggling to keep up, panic creeping in big time. Why's he only throwing simple moves when I know he's got firepower? Her hands shook gripping the sword, mad but scared. He's playing me for real. But why though? Her eyes got wide. No way. Jyn was like some madman now, smirking while dropping non-stop blows. Mesa thought, is he looking down on me? Thinking, I ain't taking this L today. She fired up her spirit again, throwing everything into one powerful swing toward the middle of Jyn's blade, yelling, Check this out. Young Master Bellop and the crew watching were straight shook, jaws dropped open. The longer Jyn fought, the hotter he got, blocking every hit with mad skill. That cocky grin never left his face, while her signature pink hair whipped wild in the breeze as she moved. No way I'm getting pushed around this time. This round, I'm totally gonna outshine the young master. Mesa summoned every bit of fire inside her. Her face tightened with focus as she launched herself up, swinging her sword straight at Jyn. Bam! The wooden blades met with a clash. All he had to do was swipe sideways and snap. Her sword split in two, flying up as the dust settled down. Mesa just stood there, staring at her broken blade, mouth hanging open. Still shell-shocked, she barely realized the point of Jin's sword was already at her throat. He leveled his sword with a smirk, throwing a polite nod her way. Solid fight, Mesa. Jyn lifted his cracked sword to check it out, but honestly, it was toast now. Mesa flinched and followed his eyes. Seeing his sword all busted up left her shook. No way. Did he just hit the same spot on my sword every single time? We've matched in strength and stamina, but he crushed me with precision and grit. How's that even real? But slowly, she started accepting it. I mean, the kid's one of the Black Can's own. Mesa called out, young master, and fired up with all the heat in her heart. I'm gonna train my butt off and beat you next time, no doubt. Mesa made a secret pact with herself. I can't keep getting wrecked like this. Up above, the sky was shifting colors as time rolled on. Everything was falling right into place. Another student just got completely schooled by Jyn, totally lost. All part of his game plan though, 'cause fighting 10 trainees head-on? Yeah, no thanks. He finished it off like a cold boss. Thanks to his and Mesa's surprise wins, the others were already convinced they'd lose if they tried to take him on direct. The broken wooden sword hit the ground, the loser dropping down, motionless. Jyn stood tall, looking down like a champ. That's 10. Man, glad this is all going smooth. He wiped his sweat wearily just as Garen stepped up to shout some props. Killing it, young master. Garen rolled in with this huge grin, hyping him up nonstop. With moves like that, you're on track to train with a real Black Can at the intermediate level next year. Early congrats, man. Jyn shot back a calm smile. Thanks, Garen. I'll be counting on you till then, Garen added. Hey, lunch is coming up, so that's a wrap on morning training. Jyn paused, then asked, how much longer we got? Garen kept it real. About 10 minutes. Why? All the other students around looked wiped, arms and legs wrapped in bandages. Only Bellop was spotless. Jyn checked him out and said, still, one more to go. Everyone's heads whipped around like, wait, who? Jyn suddenly yelled, Bellop Smith. The room went wide-eyed, jaws dropped. Even Bellop couldn't believe it, pointing at himself, stammering, wait, young master, me? Jyn gave him that cold, no-nonsense look. Step up, let's go. Scared stiff, Bellop stuttered and froze. But Jyn growled again, standing tall against the sun, sword pointed right at him. You're not ducking out this time. He pushed hard with both command and dare. Come on up here and fight. I'll take you down. Bellop's feet finally moved, slow but sure stepping on stage. He raised that wooden sword, shaking. Why me, young master? Am I just some weak link you want to humble to keep order? Jyn gave him this stern stare and called his name. Bellop flinched, answering, yes, young master. Jyn smirked with subtle shade. I'm wiped from fighting 10. But you look fresh. Hands on hips, he said. But I'm still stronger than you. That's exactly why I want to spar with you. Bellop was caught off guard. What are you talking about? He asked again, confused. Before he could finish, Jyn swung hard, eyes blazing fire as he charged. Soldier reflexes kicked in. Bellop raised his sword to block, but man, that hit was so heavy, he slid back. Shocked, he gasped. Young master, why are you? But no chance to finish. Jyn unleashed a flurry of blows like a storm. Crazy enough, Bellop managed to block every single strike. Jyn laughed a little. Nice blockin', dude. Bellop stayed sharp, thanks, then pushed back, scraping the floor hard with the wooden sword, kicking up dust and debris. Bellop barely took the hit, gritting his teeth, muscles tensed tight. Jyn stepped back, made contact with the ground briefly, then dropped low and slid across like lightning, charging Bellop full throttle. This time, no reaction. Bellop fell right down, grit teeth, frustration flooding his eyes like tears. He looked up desperate. Young master, what's the deal? Why are you doing this? Jyn answered, slow and steady, voice strong. You seriously thought I just called you out for the sake of it? I want to fight times you asterisk. Standing proud, sword tipped down, voice cold as ice. If I wanted, I could kill you right now. Jyn tightened his grip, ordering, get up. I'm only going easy once. The crowd started whispering, and suddenly Bellop's sword lit up with this crazy glow. Yo, Mesa suddenly freaked out and yelled, that's Aura, fam. The glow got crazy bright. and his face went as cold as an icebox. He spun around and hit up the sword coach, Garen, all urgent-like. "Coach, we gotta shut this down right now. If this keeps up, the young boss is gonna be in some serious trouble." Jyn threw a deadly glare at the soldiers posted outside. "That's a direct order, no cap. What you're witnessing today? You're taking that energy straight to your graves, fam." He gritted his teeth hard, kinda torn up inside. "You really want this, young boss?" Bello's eyes flashed with a flicker of pain. Jyn didn't sugarcoat it. "Yeah, I do." His tone was ice cold, like winter in New York. "If you can roll with aura, don't back out now." He ground his teeth, frustrated. "You messed up, young boss. If you wanted to throw down with me," Bella bellowed, raging, and charged straight at Jyn. "You should have come face me first, no cap." Jyn frowned, caught off guard, and raised his sword to block, but the blade was about to snap. The pressure was no joke snap. The blade broke clean in two. Jyn clenched his teeth and backed off, dodging the hit. His eyes popped wide as he thought, "Dang, I didn't know he was that strong." Jyn flashed back to past drills, knowing Belop was a beast. Every time cadets clashed, he'd always study his opponent's moves and learn how to dodge injury, even if he lost. But aura? Nah, that was a new level. While Jyn stayed frozen in shock, Belop lunged forward, pouring all his fury into a wild storm of slashes. Even with his sword busted, he kept coming. In one slick move, Jyn slammed a punch into Belop's sword-wielding arm. He grit his teeth, hands trembling as Belop felt the squeeze tighten. The sword slipped right out, and bam. Jyn locked Belop in a tight headlock, slamming him down hard. Belop squirmed to break free, but Jyn knew when to call it. Slowly, he eased up. Belop struggled out of the hold, boiling mad. "Why'd you even stop?" he demanded. "You said you'd fight till the last breath, so why bail now?" Belop's voice dripped with bitter resentment. "Is messing with people your favorite hobby or what?" Jyn shot back seriously. "You think I'm that kind of jerk?" He stared down Belop, all conflicted. "Then why pull back?" Jyn admitted. "Messing with you like this? It hurts me way more than you realize." Belop clenched his fists tight. "What do you know about me? You got zero right to mess with me like this." He slowly bent down, grabbed the broken sword. "You're right. I don't know the real you." Jyn dropped to one knee, voice getting deep and serious. "But here's what I do know." His eyes locked in, voice dropping like a heavy beat. "Only the strong can afford to show compassion. You're weaker than me, but way kinder too." Then Jyn gave Belle a solid shoulder tap. "I dig that about you, no lie, but if you stay soft, this cruel world's gonna eat you alive." He fired him up. "Get stronger so you can guard that sweet heart of yours, your kindness to me and everyone else." Everyone around felt the feels. Belle broke down sobbing, and Jyn comforted him gently. "Sorry for putting you through this mess." Just then, kitchen staff rolled in with ingredients. A dude with pink hair jumped back, shocked. "Whoa, training's not even over yet." Then he chuckled awkwardly. "We'll swing back later, promise." Jyn checked them out and said, "Nah, it's cool. Bring it on in." Belle quietly chimed, "Young boss, your meals are ready for today." Jyn straightened up, calm as ever. "All right, I'll grab my plate and yours." Meanwhile, deep inside a shady forest, Ken was all ears while Khan spilled the tea. "So that's why my baby boy said all that jazz." Khan bowed low. "Yeah, clan boss." Then laughed big. "Gotcha. So the kid's made his choice." Thinking of Jyn backing up Belop, Ken scoffed. "He plans to protect the weak by being strong and calling the shots." After a beat, he said, "If that's the game plan, let him roll. I want to see what he's really made of." "Khan, go back and spill the whole deal to the kid." Khan nodded fast. "Got it, Lord Tun Hai." Ken's eyes flickered with menace. "I'm about to drop this kid's first mission." In January, year 1795, 15-year-old Jyn officially leveled up to a 3-star knight. During the first break, some cadets dipped home while others stuck around to grind and check their skills. Once they hit the intermediate stage, wooden swords got tossed. Real, customized blades took over the scene. Lots of students already got blacksmiths working on their custom swords. Jyn was on the hunt too, searching the clan's armory for the perfect sword. Then out of nowhere, someone called Jyn over. Luna sighed, smirking. "Yo, finding the right sword ain't easy, huh?" She had fought hard to pick the sword for him, so the choice ended up on her. A month ago, she begged Jyn, "Let me pick your sword, please." He finally gave in. "Whatever, she knows weapons better than me. Whatever sword she picks, I'm betting it'll be solid." Soon Luna showed up holding a massive sword. Jin's eyes went wide, totally shocked. She kept chatting. "This bad boy's the Veiled Slayer. I rocked it a ton when I was your age. Big, sharp, and deadly. When I was around your age, I thought I'd wield something just like this." Luna gave it a sweet, nostalgic look, all warm and fuzzy. "Yo, this gotta be the OG style of that Grandel I used to rock." Her eyes sparkled like she was hyped. So, what's the vibe? You feeling this sword or nah? Jyn froze up, stammering like crazy. Hey sis Luna, he said all awkward. Super thankful you helped me pick a sword, but honestly, this one, not really my style. She bit her lip, kinda bummed, then nodded. Gotcha, no sweat, just messing with ya. But Jyn, dude looked gloomy, AF. She swung that sword in front of him, still not ready to back off. But for real, the Veiled Slayer's a killer sword. Heavy-ish, but chill enough, you know. When she saw her sails pitch flop, she zipped it for a moment, then gave up. Okay, your call. I'll find you another one. Jyn felt like a giant weight just left his back. Luna took him to another spot. She swung the door open and said, I went all in, picking a sword for you. Inside was like a sword treasure trove, tons of blades. Luna was on a mission. Had to find the perfect fit for you, a blade only you could handle. She strolled over, grabbed his sword, and held it up. Here's the one I picked. Jyn stood there, starstruck as Luna started explaining. Since you went straight for Barisada from the jump, I figured this sword fits you best. She unsheathed it and the metal gleamed bright. Suddenly, Jyn got it. This was the sword linked to the OG clan leader Bradamanti. He ran his hand over the blade while Luna looked all proud. You vibing with this sword, right? She smiled, hyping it up. Yeah, this baby's by far the sickest sword of the bunch. Jyn gripped Bradamanti tight, thinking, this was the beast he promised himself to bag no matter what. No way she picked this just for me. He thought about it, both Bradamanti and Barisada were made for rocking shadow energy. If he picked this himself, everyone else would have flipped and pushed him to drop it. Jyn looked worried. Yo, Bradamanti is the sword everyone in my fam's dying to have. I don't even know how to thank you for scoring it for me. Luna nodded. Yeah, that's definitely a headache. She put her hand on her chest and locked eyes with Jyn. Bet you still got your guard up with me, huh? She pouted like, kind of bummed, you know. Jyn waved his hands fast. Nah, not at all. Straight up honest. Then she poked her finger near his face, playing hardball with a mock condition. For real, 'cause I'm like totally disappointed. So you better make it up to this little sad heart of mine, Jyn stuttered. Ha! Luna pressured. Close your eyes, Jyn. Let's kick off training. He nodded. All right, bet. The sky was blue as hell, her voice soft like drifting clouds. You get what I'm saying? Jyn was solid. Totally. Luna, she smiled, pleased. Good, but I still gotta drop some knowledge on you today. Luna patted his shoulder, making him jump. Wait, what? She broke it down smooth. Your fam might always drag each other down, but deep down, they got mad love for you. Luna's eyes blazed with truth as she dropped. Hold that close in your heart. Then she grabbed Jin's shoulders, shook him like, and no more sad vibes, capiche? He jumped, stammering. Okay, got it. Sorry. She spoke calm but heavy. But I gotta tell you, I've been lonelier than lonely in my family since before you were even born. I've had enough. So please, don't let yourself live like that, too. Jyn rubbed his sore arm, gentle, voice soft now. I feel you. Luna walked off smooth, head held high like she wasn't bothered one bit. She dropped the command firm but kind. All right, training starts now, Jyn. Feel it all in your soul. In some swanky room, a voice echoed. Moroccan. Showing off his new sword like a boss. So, what's the verdict? Jyn didn't even bother looking up, still chillin', reading a story. Give it back. What, dude, you still can't handle shadow energy right. So nope, you can't use it. Jyn froze solid. What? Moroccan whispered low. If you want to rock Bradamanti, you gotta hit 3-star shadow power. But you're stuck at 2 stars, right? His tone got serious. You can't fake the sword's awakened form yet. Jyn ain't happy. Sheaths the sword, says, I'll hit 3 stars soon. For real, I'm locked in. I'ma use it soon. Suddenly, Moroccan slammed the book shut. Dude was mad now. So arrogant. Listen up real close. What? Moroccan's face dark, crushing Jin's head as he spat out each word. Barisada and Bradamanti ain't swords you just mess around with. You need at least 3-star shadow power, no exceptions. Pressure keeps on, voice heavy like a ton of bricks. Just swing some regular swords and wait till you hit 5-star shadow power. Got it. He was stubborn, then pushed Moroccan's hands off, eyes blazing with fire. Look, I ain't impatient. Long story short, if I get to 5-star shadow power this year, I'm good, right? Murakam, so pissed a vein popped out on his forehead, grabbed Jian's head again, trying to snap him back to reality off his dreamland. Even if you snag first in the shadow power contest, controlling that power, still totally cray. Man, Murakam was so mad, a vein popped out on his forehead. He grabbed Jin's head again, trying to snap him out of his crazy dream. Even if you win the whole shadow power contest, mastering that stuff is straight up wild nonsense. Yo, I'm saying this for your own good, no cap. He was breathing heavy. Mirik dropped his tone low, but the sarcasm was dripping, cause it was straight up ridiculous, like, even a dog would crack up at this mess. If you get me, then stop tripping with that nonsense. Jyn slowly reached for the storybook, then wham, snatched it right out of his grip. His hand and voice were all defiant vibes. Say what again? What'd you just say? Murikin yelled, face pale as a ghost. Damn, drop it now. I'm serious, put it down this instant. Just then, bam, a lady shows up, freezing both them dead. Young Master Jyn spun around. July, what's good? Something wrong? She walked in with a legit worried look. Guy Garen's looking for you, boss. He was gonna roll up himself, but now he says he needs to go over the map and run through the strategy briefing with you, so he wants you to come by. Merkin saw his shot, snatched the comic back close like it was pure gold. My precious comic. Jyn raised an eyebrow. Strategy, huh? July chipped in. Guy Garen just dropped your first mission. You gotta bounce right after the break. She scratched her head, gave a little nod. For real? Jyn slid his hands in his pockets, chill as ever. Guess the time's up, huh? I'm officially a 3-star swordsman now, but leaving right after break. Kinda sus, but whatever. She followed, voice full of worry. Must be a tough mission. Normally, intermediate or higher missions go to people like you, but Jyn was just playing it cool. Prob, cause they finally noticed my grind and trusted me with this. Jyn threw a casual wave behind him. I'm gonna scope it out. July, hold down the fort with Murakan. Aight. She gave a polite nod. Yes, young master. Go ahead. The black door creaked as he stepped inside the briefing room. Eyes scanned the spot while he said, Garen, word is I got assigned a mission. Garen shot back. What's up, young master? Besides you, 10 rookie cadets are tagging along for this one. No messing around, Garen spread a map across the table. You'll split into 2 squads. This is a search mission right near the southern border of the Ren Empire. Someone asked. Wait, that's close to the Beastman's turf, right? And it looks like it's near where the White Wolf tribe is said to roam. Jyn glanced at the map, heart sinking a little. Low-level cadets don't get sent that way, he thought. For a first mission, it's pretty intense, and the time window's tighter than usual. An assistant walked over with a stack of papers. Young master, here's the map and all the details on your team. The others whispered as they flipped through. Our crew's got cadets with kinda low intermediate scores, and Bell Lopes on the list too. Dude's performance is all over the place. Jyn's suspicion spiked. Could it be? Someone setting him up? Then his dad popped in his mind like, boom, a setup. If my fight with Bell Lope got back to dad, this mission's gotta be a test. His eyes chilled hardcore. All right, dad, watch me flex my faith like never before. 3 days later, down by the southern border. The mission? Find the heir of the Jing Kingdom family. Listen up, we're pitching a watch camp smack in the middle of the southern border when we land. Once we're set, teams go out searching, and send messengers back with intel at set times through the day. Don't call me young master, no more call me commander. Anyone hurt? Stay back at camp and chill if you have to. The team had the deets locked down. That's the scoop. Let's just pray our scout leader's still breathing. Garen briefed the commander. Eddington spotted some beastmen from the Watertail tribe. Jyn was a bit confused. The Watertail tribe? Nah, that crew's known to be chill, dodging predators and all. We probably ain't stepping into White Wolf tribe's zone anytime soon. Jyn gave orders. Aight, Bell. The snow's gonna slow you down, so hit the camp 2 hours early, then come back to Area 13. Bell nodded. Got it, Commander. Jyn kept it moving. Everyone else, dig into Area 13. They all chimed back, yes, Commander. Though he was fronting strong, Jyn had this nagging gut feeling. Something's off. Dad must have sent me personally, but this is just too smooth. He tried to shake the vibe. Or maybe I'm wrong and this is how he's testing me. Suddenly, one Watertail tribe member piped up. The others tossed shade with their tone. Looking rough, huh? Hands trembling, they held out a fish skewer. If you want it, take it, it's a gift. Jyn, polite as ever, declined. Thanks, I'll return the favor later. He grabbed the map, thinking hard. Beyond Area 13 is demi-human land, and his low-tier team would get wrecked there. Then he told himself, no need to overdo it chasing results. I'll spend these 3 days double-checking the spots we already hit. Just then, fast footsteps thudded by and someone yelled, Young Master. Bellop came in, panting like crazy. Young Master Jyn. He turned his head. What's up? His shout had the whole squad frozen solid. Team 2 got ambushed. Jyn shot back right away. All hands gear up. Move out. Bellop was quick. What's the sitch? He spilled. Team 2 split up to dodge the enemy. Yo, one lucky soul made it out and hit up the guard post to spill the tea. Jyn was like, so, were they jumped by demi-humans? But Beloved shot that down quick. Nah, it was straight up humans ambushing them. Turns out, just 3 attackers took on the Runandells. Jyn's eyes went full suspicious mode. No way they're rolling solo. They gotta have backup. He didn't waste a second, barked out orders right away. Eddington David rolled back to camp, locking down the perimeter. No fighting back, got it. Priority 1, get that report out as soon as possible. His crew was on it. Roger that, sir. His voice cut through the cold like a boss in the snowy woods. Jyn was sprinting, thinking, dude, way too many enemies here. But why aim for Team 2 and not my crew in Team 1? He was shook. No clue who these peeps are, but their move's already done. I swear they're gonna regret messing with a Runandell's turf, Jyn snapped. Sierra spotted something crazy. Boss, there's blood. Bellup looked like he'd seen a ghost. No freaking way, Mesa said, dead serious. Team 2? Totally wiped out. Jyn cut him off, trying to stay chill. Hold up, the blood's fresh. He crouched, dabbed some blood on his finger, and gave it a gentle rub. No signs of a straight-up brawl or messed-up bodies, Jyn deduced. They fought, but then bounced. Judging by the footprints, just a solo ambush hit him. Sierra suddenly clicked. Boss, look, tossed out bandages over here. They look like hill fighter stuff. Jyn was hype. Nice find. Where'd you spot that? She shot it straight, west side. Boss. Jin's brain kicked into detective mode. So, they were patching up the wounded after a chase, then got hit on the west by some sneak attacker. Without missing a beat, Jyn stood up and barked, Sierra, hook up with Eddington's squad. Bellup, you're with me. The duo was off in a flash. They trailed the footprints till Bell whispered, that's Team 2, boss. Jyn kept his cool. Yeah, I see them. But he noticed, Maze's MIA. And look, now there's an extra ambusher in the mix. Lowering his voice, Jyn told Bellup, close your eyes for 2 seconds, then slam the dude on the left. He drew his sword, ready. Bellup got into the zone. Got it. Grip on Bradamonte tight. Jyn remembered Mira Khan's lesson on shadow energy. Boom. He unleashed a power beam from his sword, straight fire. The sword's shadow energy made that strike sharp and dead serious lethal. Jyn charged like a pro, movements clean and deadly. The sword's corrosion vibes echoed in his brain. Scott watched, wide-eyed, as an enemy dropped like a sack. Bellup lunged at Hades, who froze like a deer caught in headlights. Hades muttered, what the? That bad vibe made him look up just as Jyn swooped down like a shadow ninja, Bradamonte unharmed. Bellup forced Hades to raise his sword for a block. But right behind, Jyn landed a brutal cut. Hades went down screaming. Jyn turned to his crew. Everyone okay? Kiko groaned. Boss, he said, clutching his arm, trying to stand. We're good, but Misa's been nabbed. Jin's face dropped a bit, voice low, don't stress. Focus first on the wounded. Down below, Hades was thrashing mad. Jyn walked over, eyeing him darkly. Oh, so you want mercy? You sound like one of those clueless Jipo apostles. Bradamonte blinked in his grip. Jin's face was stone cold. 2 options for you. 1, spill your faction, mission, and base, then die quick and easy. 2, zip it and suffer like your buddies did. Firm as hell, I'm Jyn Runandell, and I swear on my family's honor and code. Hades clenched his jaw, but fear cracked his tough vibe. Okay, just don't touch my family. He spilled, I'm with a rebel group called Canelo. Jyn got curious. Canelo vibed some memories of that gang from the chaos days when Jyn was out cold. He remembered their chaos, killing royals and civilians alike. They called themselves revolutionaries, but really, they just wanted their leader to be king of everything. Jyn leaned in, pressing Hades for more. So your plan was to stir up a rebellion in the Jyn kingdom by offing Runandell soldiers? Hades panicked. I'm just a grunt, don't know much. And no clue where the base is, but my crew's at the Beastman's border, about 24-star warriors and mages. Jyn growled. One last thing, why'd you snatch Mesa? Hades' voice shook. It was propaganda for our cause. Orders were to capture a female soldier alive. Scott spat curses. You filthy jerks, he hissed, scared stiff. That's all I know. Jyn raised Bradamonte, promises kept, and slashed down, ending it. He then asked Bellup, how long ago did they grab Mesa? Bellup said, about an hour ago. Jyn ordered. Then they're close to the Beastman's border. Get the medics on it, then call for backup from the base. Kiko freaked out. Wait a sec, boss, you're rolling solo? Another dude freaked too. There's like 24-star warriors in that ambush. Scott jumped in, voice tense. Yo, he's not wrong. This mission's way too risky to hit solo, young boss, he pleaded. We're soldiers, yeah, but dying in battle isn't a joke, so come on, think about it. Jyn cut him off fast. Scott, like you said, we're soldiers, but one of our own got snatched. A run-candle kid doesn't just stand around. I'm way stronger than y'all think. So listen up. I'm gonna squash any resistance or nonsense. And Bell, heads up Team 2's all hurt. so guess what? You're the MVP now. That means stay sharp, got it? Bell nodded, gotcha, young boss. Then Jyn bolted like a lightning bolt, picturing Mesa tied up, whispering prayers. Please, don't let me show up too late. Wrapped in the cold, dark night, Jyn sized up the sitch, thinking, they got 24-star soldiers out here. He let out a heavy sigh, though his sword skills were like 3 stars, magic at 4, and dark energy magic about 3 stars too. Jyn pushed through the wind and fog, feeling the weight on his chest. I'm leveling up fast, but there's no way I can take him all in my current state. First priority, snatch Mesa out of here. He dialed in on his magic even harder. Gonna dodge any fights and just hunt for Mesa. Jyn threw down a detection spell. Thin lines of light buzzed out from his hand like spiderwebs, scanning the land as he readied to hunt. If I throw in some wind tracking magic too. His hands spun flashy magic circles. The green lights zipped towards the grassy fields. Jyn sprinted where the magic pointed. No way they moved far, but bam! He got ambushed out of nowhere. Lightning-fast streaks sliced through the air, with a voice hollering, "Look, it's that Runandell punk." Then a crew of rough dudes exploded from the bushes. His hand shined again, blasting blue energy their way. The attackers froze, shocked. Magic? That Runandell's pulling magic. Freak-out screams flew. Dang it, kill the guy. Jyn whipped out Bradamante, slicing Mus clean off, sending him flying. The guy waving a fiery staff yelled, "Go, Mus," then unleashed a scorching flame storm on Jyn. In a flash, fire swallowed Jyn's arm. Mus chuckled, thinking he had him cornered, his arm totally on fire. But Jyn, not a scratch. With his free hand, he smashed back deadly. Fire blazing around his arm didn't just stay, it flipped into a brutal weapon for a fierce counterstrike. There he was, sword in one hand, blazing fire in the other. The fire boss stood dumbfounded. But he wasn't quitting, he changed it up, flipping flames to ice, yelling, "Then I'm tearing you down with ice." An ice shard jabbed Jyn's chest, but he pushed through cool as a cucumber, shattering the ice like nothing. The leader freaked, "No way." Shocked, he stammered, "How?" In the dead night, angry shouts popped, "My magic." Jyn moved forward, cursing those Kinzello jerks under his breath while scoping the scene. He thought, wow, they're not even trying to cover tracks, huh? Might be underestimating me big time. His hand grabbed down. They probably joined with others here and are rolling with a carriage. Kinzel's got a proper hierarchy, spoil splits by rank. He pulled out a map. They wouldn't dare touch the big boss's reward, so now's my shot to get Mesa out safe. Opening the map, he saw they were near monster turf, so the hideout must be close. Fire magic warmed his palm time to cause chaos and find that rescue window. Fireballs shot like cannonballs, sparking wildfires everywhere. Jyn spun blue vortexes, thinking, if I mess with fire here, they'll run out to hose it down. Flames raged and shouts popped up, "Fire! What the heck? Where's this coming from? Yo, grab the water." Jyn watched with sneer. "Can't y'all put out fire the right way?" A giant yelled, "Mages, water and ice spells now." He eyed the guy, "Is that the chief?" Fire spread fast, panic grew. "Boss, this fire's still blazing," one shouted. "Think this fire just popped off by itself?" "No way, someone lit it up. Find him." Suddenly, he felt eyes on him from behind as chaos kept roaring. "Hurry up, get those mages moving." Through thick smoke, Jyn held a key, smiling inside. "Nice, found the entrance." The door groaned open, and he stepped inside, murmuring, "Chilly. Mesa, where you at?" Out of nowhere, a trapdoor popped up. Jyn got suspicious. Basement. Peeking inside, he spotted a woman's long hair lurking in the shadows. Jyn called out right away, "Mesa." She whipped her head around, voice shaking, "Young master." Mesa freaked out, "Why you here? This place is straight up dangerous." He calmed her down with a firm voice, "Chill, I got this. Can you walk?" She was tied up tight, trying to say, "Yeah, but I probs can't run." Jyn quickly sliced through the ropes. "Okay, let me help you up." Suddenly, the ground rumbled hard, and he froze for a sec. What was that noise? Mesa freaked out softly, "Young master." She stared deep into his eyes, serious AF. "Promise me one thing, okay?" Jyn frowned. "Cut the chatter, Mesa." But she kept going, voice full of grit. "If shit hits the fan, just leave me behind. You're super important, young master. Nothing bad can happen to you." Pretending he didn't hear, he helped her up again. "We gotta bounce now. This place is sketchy." The second they stepped out of the basement, rubble and bodies everywhere. Jyn silently knew this nightmare was some warrior tribe monster's doing. They both watched silently. Off in the distance, a massive figure came into view, a beast with pure white fur creeping closer. "That's the White Wolf tribe right there." Mesa passed out before she could finish talking. "Young master, buy us some time, hurry up." Kyo shouted mad, swearing, "You idiots can't even put out a fire. No wonder you're useless." The creature locked eyes with Jyn, straight up asking, "You're the kid who caused all this mess, huh?" Jyn stood firm. "Yeah, that's me. Jyn Runandell's son." His eyes cut sharp like a blade as he barked, "Name yourself, monster." Quito grinned wicked, "Runandell, huh? One of the Runandell kids, huh?" Just a few days back, at the Cannon family mansion where he started his mission, Jyn was grinding sword training with Bradamante. The blade gave off some dark shadow energy vibes. Out of nowhere, Murakami kicked him side hard. "You dumbass," he yelled. "Are you trying to die or what? I told you, you ain't skilled enough yet. If you unleash that sword now, shadow energy's gonna overwhelm you." Murakami grabbed Jyn's collar, looking deadly serious. "Unless you want to overdose on shadow energy, quit trying to wake up your sword." "Got it," Jyn groaned. Yeah, got it." Fast forward to now, he was hyped. Black run. "Today's the day I score the top prize," he shouted, flashing some drool-worthy fangs. Name's Kojito Chuka, warrior from the Chua clan of the White Wolf tribe. These guys are savage and bloodthirsty. A grown-up White Wolf, minimum 6-star warrior. Everyone knows about the White Wolf tribe. They hate the Black Canaan clan because the first patriarch of Canaan invited their god, the legendary White Wolf Havi, over and straight up killed him. Jyn frowned, figuring he couldn't run on mana here. Kojito stormed forward, killing intent on blast. "I'm gonna offer you to Jav so his spirit finds peace." He gripped his sword tighter while his buddy yelled, "Pick your poison. Fight me honorably, or get shredded running like a punk." Jin's eyes blazed fearless. "I'll fight you." Kojito charged, buzzing with excitement. "Cool, so you're a Black Runan with some honor." He swung his massive axe with a thunderous roar. "Let's get down to business." The axe hit earth and stone, cracking them wide open. They clashed with zero chill. Jyn held his sword ready, but it hit him. Kojito was insanely strong. He shot forward like lightning. Jyn braced to block, heart pounding with one thought. This guy's pure White Wolf. Blocking his hits takes all I got. Barely catching a breath, Kojito charged again. Jyn gritted his teeth, thinking, I still got a shot. A few secret moves he doesn't know. The pendant, magic, shadow energy. The blue gem on his pendant started glowing soft. Now's not the time for the pendant. If I can't nail this alone, then I'm not cut out to be strong. He raised a shield and thought, magic's a no-go. 4-star magic can't touch White Wolf tribe members. Plus, if anyone from the clan snoops in Canelo, the guards would sense any magic traces. That'd blow my cover for breaking clan rules. His blade flickered, only one shot left. Jyn pulled strength, blocked that terrifying axe strike, whispering, shadow energy. Kojito kept swinging his axe madly, tearing the air. He countered, power exploding, yelling, unleash my sword. One hand hit the ground, steadying himself. Jyn panted, sweat dripping. He smirked, nice sword, Runan kid. Still ain't as dope as your clan's famous black sword. They clashed again, sparks flying fierce. As the axe chopped toward his head, Kojito snarled, but you're tougher than you look, I'll give you that. Then bam, Jyn got hit hard, teeth clenched. Man, he kept telling himself to lock in that rush he got when he unleashed his sword that crazy night. Right then, he yelled, game over. You little punk and brat, and your lame white blade. I'm gonna sacrifice you just to claim it. He glanced up, eyes icy cold. Gotta lock this in now. Bam. Jyn sprinted straight ahead, totally catching Quito off guard. Dude only managed to choke out, wait, what? In the dead silence of night, that dark energy sword came crashing down, and slim blue threads like moonlight danced in his vision, totally messing with Quito's head. I can't see squat. Then a flash of white light tore the dark apart, slicing through him mercilessly. Still gripping his sword tight, Jyn was drenched in dark energy. No clue why his clan's black swords were so famous until now. It hit him just recently. Feeling a slash split him in two, Quito stuttered. What? Are you? His face emotionless. He muttered, that was one hell of a fight. Lost in thick shadows, Jyn limped along, dragging his heavy feet with a few groans from exhaustion. Suddenly, his eyes clouded over. Jyn roared and charged again. From the shadows, nasty whispers slid into his mind, slicing him up mentally. Worthless trash. What can you even do being this weak? Such a dumbass. You don't even get your own situation. You're the clan's biggest embarrassment, born from the same mother, and yet you're the biggest disgrace. Boom. Murakami appeared, growling. What did I tell you, you damn brat? Didn't I say if you tried swinging that sword without enough shadow energy, you'd get wrecked? You're gonna just eat dirt from that shadow energy shutdown? Get up, damn it. If you lose your head, you're done for. Jyn shook as he tried to stand, Murakami's words still ringing in his ears. Aren't you clear on what to do by now? He squeezed his eyes tight, forcing himself to zone in and meditate. Jyn muttered, "Release the shadow energy." Then he hacked up some blood, thinking, "The reason that shadow energy keeps washing away mine is why I can't release it right, not letting it get swept again. Let's go round two." He forced a deep breath, slowing his heart, calming himself over and over. Then out of nowhere, his breath evened out. He let out a sigh, feeling lighter in his chest. Did I beat it? The pain's gone, but now I'm kinda nervous. Nothing feels weird in my body, but I swear I'm stuffed with shadow energy. It's not messing with my moves, though. Gotta find Mesa as soon as possible. Then he heard a noise and called out fast. "Who's there?" A nervous young dude stammered, "Please don't. Please don't kill me." Jyn raised an eyebrow. "You roll with Canelo. So, some survived, huh?" Scott flinched hard, shaking his head. "Nah, not me." "Hands up in surrender," he added. "I'm Scott Vin, from the Vin clan in Ling Kingdom." Jin's ears perked up, recognizing the name right away. "Oh, so it's you. I'm Jyn Runandell. Got orders to find you." Scott looked totally relieved, shouting with joy, "Runell. Whoa, no way. Someone from the Runell clan." Jyn was kinda caught off guard, completely forgot about this, cause of Canelo drama. He felt a bit bad cause Scott was so pumped. Scott was super thankful, almost yelling, "I'll never forget this favor." Jyn, carrying Sleepy Mesa on his back, was straight up like, "It's no big deal. We're just getting paid for this gig. Let's bounce." On the way, he got curious. "Yo, how exactly did the Kinzilla crew snatch you?" "We thought we were just on a missing person hunt," Scott whispered, kinda embarrassed. "I came here cause of my lover." Jyn blinked. "Wait, your lover? Did you guys run away together?" He scratched his cheek awkwardly. "Nah, my lover actually died 2 years ago, but her face, voice, even the 2 moles on her wrist, spot on like she's alive. I know it sounds nuts, but I swear it's true. No way I'm mixing her up with anyone else." Hearing that, Jyn went deep in thought. Everything matching exactly. Sounds like Booba, the shapeshifter's handiwork. They probably grabbed Sumber for cash. Is there some hookup between Booba and the Kinzilla Guild? Meeting him twice now ain't a coincidence. Got a bad vibe about this. Gotta see Booba face to face to figure out who he really is, he kept thinking, plotting his next moves. His repair shop's probably chilling in the duchy capital. I gotta find a way while still in the middle of training class. Behind him, Sumber bowed low, voice choked up. "Thanks for hearing me out without thinking I'm crazy." Hands clasped, overflowing with gratitude, tears rolling down. "My clan's sending backup soon, so time to head back. You even called in Guardian Knights just for a nobody like me." Jyn glanced over, thinking quietly. "Nah, that was all for Mesa." Sumber kept pouring out thanks, "Sir Jyn. I'll never forget this day." Jyn barely batted an eye, just said, "All right." As dawn broke, he added, "If you ever need backup, just shout." Jyn answered coolly, "Will do." July beamed, pride lighting up her voice. "Congrats on nailing your first mission, young master. Your nanny's super proud." He replied softly, "Thanks, July." She nudged him sweetly, "You must be wiped. I've got a bath ready for you." Jyn nodded thoughtfully. Feeling that earlier stare again, he walked over to pet the cat. "Hey, look at you, my little Nobby. You've been a good kitty while I was gone, huh?" Then bam, it bit his hand. Jyn yanked it away quick. Then, boom, the announcement bell rang. "Yo, tossing animals? Big no-no, right? But Murakan, man, he's a dragon, so he's chill." He snaps back, "Dude, why you biting me like that?" Murakan, rocking a fat bump on his head, is totally done with the drama. "You lost it or what?" It jumps forward, all wild, claws flying, throwing shade. "I told you to keep that spiritual energy locked down. How many times do I gotta say you could literally die? All this is for your own good, fam," Jyn argues, trying to block the attitude. "Hold up, just hear me out." Then poof, the cat vibe fades and out pops a furious Murakan who grabs Jyn and shakes him like a soda can. "Listen, seriously. What's more important than keeping the one and only Solderet's right-hand man alive?" July jumps in quick. "Boss Murakan, the young master just showed up." He lowers his voice, all intense. "Step back, strawberry pie. This is serious business." She just nodded, "Got it." Murakan spins back to Jyn, roaring, "Some rookies kidnapped right under my nose, and I'm supposed to chill and watch. I was worried she might get hurt. And that pendant, you think it's just jewelry? Nah, it packs way more meaning than just looking good on your neck." Fixing his shirt, he fires back, "That'd be a total waste. You never know when some next-level enemy's gonna pop up." Then July's all shocked. "A waste? Seriously?" "Sir Murakan," Jyn says cool like, "Is it really such a big deal?" Murakan looks ready to explode. "You little punk." He narrows his eyes, curious now. "Hold up, how'd you clock that I powered up my sword?" Jyn asks. Mirakin snorts, your spiritual energy jumped from 3 stars to 3.5 stars. Not blind, dude. Jyn starts feeling the energy flow. Realizing the new power wave, Jyn's kinda shook. Whoa, I do feel stronger. Looks like I leveled up. Mirakin snaps. You owe Solderet for letting you walk away from that. Pointing to the glowing blue flame in his palm, he says slow, out of 10 folks who've loaded up on soul energy. Hold up, make that 11. Whatever. Anyway, 9 out of those 10 died. Jyn's curious now. I'm guessing one survivor's me. Who's the other? The OG patriarch, Mirakin says, pointing to himself all chill. Not me, Jyn says, surprised it must be Tamar. Then Mirakin waves it off. Guess you and I ain't that different. Don't sweat it, I'm not about that pain again. I'm gonna hit the shower. Mirakin growls mad. That punk strawberry pie, starve him till he gets some sense. July just sidesteps cool. I'll prep some grub for the young master. So, Mirakin's left solo, mumbling strawberry pie, that lucky little dude. Meanwhile, in a posh spot, a cold voice echoes. Jyn took down some White Wolf tribe warrior. How's that even possible? Someone else pipes up. Pfft, just lame bandits, dressed like wolves. Moo's shocked, voice dripping doubt, how's a newbie 3-star knight kill a White Wolf member? Runandell, the 9th clan flag bearer, smirks mysterious style. Well, yeah, there's a way. Runandell explains. Jyn's opponent was probably weak. Mia Runandell, the 8th flag bearer, jumps in. Still nonsense. And the worst? Mom bought the basic story. She eyes Tona meaningfully. Right, Tona. Daytona, the Tona twins fake smiles and nod. Totally. But once they turn away, they whisper, do you think Jyn really offed him? Daytona whispers back, the dude's a beast, but even that feels like too much. Then he blurts, the real problem? Jyn's about to hit the intermediate training class. His twin nods slowly. Yeah. Both imagine Jyn's scary eyes. If Jyn makes the intermediate cut, we're doomed. They replay his words in their heads. Should I smack you too with a sword or just my fists? Both go pale, owning total freak-out mode. Mew scoffs. What are you whispering about? Is the thought of Jyn moving up that scary? The Tona bros say, nah, no way. Mew flips her head with a grin. Oh, come on, be honest with your big sis. Then her eyes go ice cold, straight up scary. I hate liars. Makes me want to snatch their tongues right out. The twins tremble, mumbling, legit scared of Jyn. Then out of nowhere, she offers, want your big sis to help? They're puzzled. Like how? Gradually getting hyped as she lays it out. We'll hook you up with our slaves to use. Runandell's intermediate class, straight survival game for the qualified mostly 3-star to 5-star cadets. That's fresh recruits and also those stuck over 10 years. Me and Anne grab some of the stuck cadets, treat them like slaves. She says cold as ice, use them to wreck Jyn since we hate him too. The sisters share a sly smirk, plotting hard. But watch your back, little bro. Screw this up and you're in for a world of pain. Meanwhile, fresh out of the shower, Jyn's feeling way better, stepping out chill. But if you mess this up, dude, better get ready for the fallout, little bro. Meanwhile, Jyn stepped out of the shower feeling mad chill. He was thinking he just crushed his first mission, so joining the intermediate class was a done deal. Plus, he'd already hit 4-star soul energy status. To really make that energy work, I gotta hit 6-star sword skills in, like, 5 years max. 6-star swordsman, that's legit, impressive. Hit 7-star and you're officially a swordmaster. But yo, that's just average flex for normal folks. Once you get 8 stars, you become legendary, and everything changes big time. Also, out of over 2 billion people on the whole continent, less than 100 make it to 9 or 10-star levels, and only one dude's ever beaten that the Genesis Knight demigod. Jyn clutched his fists, all fired up. This life? I'm gonna hit Genesis rank. Scratch that, I'll go way beyond. He plopped down, chillin' as he mulled over his next big moves. First step, leveling up myself. The twin tones are in the intermediate class now. Didn't even need to experience it to expect this. Once I'm in, all my siblings, not just the twins, will be watching me like hawks. Jyn grabbed a pastry, feeling like Julie's voice was echoing in his head. Chow down, young master. You've been stuck acting weak for way too long. Beginner class was chill with kids at the same level, pretty friendly vibes. But intermediate class? Nah, no mercy there. Only strength and skill rule, so there's one thing I've gotta do. A cold fire flashed in his eyes, hiding an unbreakable determination. I'm taking over this intermediate class with pure power. Someone knocked on the door, and Rosa, busy scribbling, said, come on in. Jyn walked in, gave a nod, and asked, Mom, you called? She sat serious behind her desk, calm as ever, and said, yeah, I did. Rosa spoke slow and steady. Heard you nailed your mission with flying colors. Jyn smiled and kept it simple. Thanks, Mom. Then it hit him. Oh yeah, When Poe's report came up, Rosa got dead serious. You turned down my offer to switch rooms. She folded her hands, leaning in, owning the room with her presence. You know that room's been for future family heads since way back. It's empty now, you should take it. Jyn kept his cool and said, thanks, Mom, but I'm passin'. Rosa's brow furrowed a bit. Why's that? He answered chill. It's a nice room, sure, but it's still just a room. For me, that room's a little too much. She pressed. So you seriously don't want it? Jyn nodded firmly. Yeah, I made up my mind. Rosa stayed quiet, drumming her fingers on the desk like a heartbeat as she thought it over. Finally, she gave a slight nod. All right then, you're free to go. Jyn bowed and bounced. Got it, Mom. Left alone, Rosa propped her head up on her hand, letting out a deep sigh. Can't tell if my baby boy is not greedy or just insanely ambitious. That room, the elders' quarters, it's for whoever's gonna someday run the Runo clan. He should know stepping into that room means gaining all the power and backing that come with the title. But that also means he becomes a target for every other kid who missed out. He must have caught that I was testing him. Now, we'll see how he rocks the intermediate class. Jyn gathered his crew and dropped this bomb, loud and clear. Starting tomorrow, I'm rolling with the intermediate class, and let me tell you, there are mad factions popping up. Y'all, you're my squad now, and you gotta tough out every bit of pain and shame together. He scanned the crew, lowering his voice but staying fierce. Don't freak, I won't let anyone mess with us. Once I own the intermediate class, it stops. Then he laid down a rule. Until then, roll in teams of at least 3, even off training. No solo wandering. Got it? They all shot back, crystal clear. Next morning at Zan Cannon Academy, and try to avoid walking around alone. Is that clear? They all replied in unison. Crystal. The next morning at the Zan Cannon Academy, the head honcho of Zan Cannon, an 8-star knight and Siren Cannon's younger bro, stepped up and bellowed for attention. His voice thundered. This year, 10 fresh recruits joined, 27 dropped out. Newbies, learn the ropes from your seniors for the intermediate cadet life. I'm here to teach and test your sword skills. Except for murder, any mess you get in, you handle yourselves. Out of nowhere, Z bellowed. All right, vets, spill. What am I always schooling y'all on? They burst out, chanting like a tidal wave crashing on the rookies. Cannon don't need no weaklings. 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 Jyn just let out this soft, seriously. So loud, ugh. Yeah, those words were pure shade, trying to break our spirits. Scanning the crowd, Z locked eyes on some familiar faces, the Tana Bros. But Jin's gaze snapped to the dude standing right next to Kajun. That guy looked like a top-tier cadet for a sec. Bet they didn't snag him solo. I'm betting big money on Mew and Anne helping out with that recruitment hustle. Bet they want to flex on the newbies. But then Kajun made this sneaky move so subtle, you'd miss it if you blinked. Jyn stepped up, front and center. His stance all, I got this. The Tana Bros were shook for a sec. Yo, what the heck? Why's that crazy dude heading our way? One tried to chill him out. Chill, don't be such a scaredy cat. Yo, from today forward, we've got Mew riding shotgun with us. Out of nowhere, Jyn whipped out his sword, that cold steel, shining bright. Without even a heads up, he swung that blade straight at Kajun. Bro and his brother? Yeah, totally frozen stiff. Even Jack was shook by that move. Jyn straight up chopped off the dude's right arm. Kajun just kind of froze, then crashed down, clutching his busted arm and screaming like mad. Jyn sheathed his sword like it was no big deal, chill AF like he was just brushing his teeth or something. Then he deadpanned, call a medic. But behind that calm, cold as ice, folks. Diona barged up, fiery as hell, yelling, Yo, not me bro, you crazy or what? Why'd you just swing your sword like that? Jyn didn't even blink or look her way, just coolly asked the shaking dude on the ground, Cadet, what's your name? The dude stammered, I'm Kajin Romello. Jyn kept it steady. You know why I hit you. Then Diona hissed, drawing his blade, pointing right at Jyn like, hey, what's your problem? Yo, why you ignoring us? Draw your sword again, come at me. Jyn just turned his head, eyes sharp like knives slicing through the drama. Senior, can't you see I'm talking to Kajin? We'll settle this duel soon, Jyn threw down. But for now, zip it. The two Toner Bros couldn't take it, snarling and stepping forward. You punk. Who gave you the right to act like this? After trash-talking our Cadet, dude instantly realized he just spoke out loud by mistake. Jin's lips curled up into a sly, teasing grin. Our Cadet, huh, so this dude's repping your squad. Senior, I only hit him because I saw him all bloody hanging around with them. Cadets whispered, is this like a fight for respect? Red been low-key watching since day one, and a tiny grin crept onto his face. Instead of teaching their little bro a lesson, the tables flipped, and these Toner Bros got taught. Based on what they spilled, Kajin's officially part of their gang. So Jin's move wasn't some random stab, nah, it's a legit ceremony of the Dan Cannon clan, a classic throwdown for dominance. Dude just went super bold. His mood flipped hard, voice echoing like he owned the whole field. Cadets, listen up. I'm Jyn Dan Cannon. You want to point your swords at me? Try to sneak attack like you just did? Let me warn you. If you show even the tiniest bit of weakness, I won't hesitate to take you down like I just did. Then, Rhett's voice boomed deep like rolling thunder. Jyn Dan Cannon, the clan's youngest and 10th son, shot back, yes, elder. Stepping out from the shadows, a bloodshot-eyed dude said, think you can roll like that in front of me? Jyn casually fired back, yeah, I do. Rhett asked, why's that? Then Rhett's eyebrows shot up, his vibe went nuclear. Power started swirling, hand cracking open like lightning. You challenged me. Interesting. His sword flashed bright and pointed dead at Jyn. Explain yourself. Depending on what you say, I might just off you right now. Jyn snapped back, voice cold as ice. You chose a special way to scare the cadets, especially with me here. Thought about that when you hit me. Power surged, he swung down fast as lightning. The sword's aura skimmed past Jin's face, hair flying wild, leaving a thin bloodline on his cheek. Still, Jin's eyes stayed icy and unblinking. Rhett murmured low, like he was both curious and throwing down a challenge. So you're mad I scared the cadets? That's why you stirred up this chaos? Jyn fired back strong. Besides being mad, yeah, that's exactly it. Elder stared down. If that's true, why'd you swing at a cadet, not me? Jyn was sharp, 'cause I can't beat you. Yet, if I thought I could, I'd go after you, not Kajin or my bros. Rhett's hand summoned his sword again. Sword's aura blazed, but his voice stayed calm like the calm before an epic storm. You don't really care about your own life, huh? Or are you banking on being the patriarch's kid? Jyn snapped, nah. His words silenced the whole crowd. I don't buy that freezing up when facing a stronger enemy is how a Dan Cannon acts. Losing your life is just a moment, but honor, that lasts forever, right? Rhett paused, then burst out laughing. Man, you're such a dumb, arrogant kid, it cracks me up. The laugh faded, face turned stone cold. All right, I'll give you that you actually got what it means to be Dan Cannon. Then he shouted at all the cadets, thunder in his voice. Cadets, mark this day. What you saw today is the real deal, the heart of the Dan Cannon clan. What this punk showed us, that right there's the true spirit of our sword warriors. He bellowed like a drill sergeant. Cadets, fight hard and never forget what makes you who you are. Then lowered his voice. Class is done for today. Dismissed. Training kicks off tomorrow, so be ready. Everyone shouted back, yes, sir. Meanwhile, the Toner bros bowed low, bitter feelings swirling. Damn. But Jyn rolled up with a friendly tip. Let me give you some big bro advice. You might be scared of the older siblings now, but you think that's gonna last forever? Yo, don't just fix your eyes on what's right in front of you. Zoom out and peep the whole scene, that's the real power move. When Jyn rolled back home, Julie bounced out all hyped. Yo, young master, you back so soon? What's the tea? No sooner did Jyn step inside, he hollered for Julie. She popped off with, yeah, young master, what's up? Then Jyn dropped a bomb, making her stop mid-sentence. I kicked off this ranked battle with the Tona twins, but I'm suspecting my two big sisses, Anne and Mew, got their backs. Julie's face was like, wait, what? She didn't fully catch the vibe. Jyn spilled the whole drama from today. I threw down and legit hurt one of their squad members. After some digging, turns out dude's repping my sister's crew. Guess he slipped up talking too much. Now he's riding with them. If my sisters catch wind of this, oh boy, they'll be heated. Jyn twisted his lips into a sly grin, dripping with mockery. First off, there's no way he's rolling with a 5-star knight in his corner. People only scoop up the weaklings into their squad, duh. Julie scrunched her brow, but both big sisters are already flag bearers, and there's this unspoken street rule: flag bearers only throw down against other flag bearers. Jyn just smiled, cool as ice. It's all good. Honestly, I'm kinda loving that my sisters are finally laying the law down. This stays on the DL, but since they're flag bearers, they ain't gonna throw punches my way directly. All they can pull is messing up my squad lineup and dialing up mission difficulty, flexing their flag bearer perks to snag me with injuries or even knock me out for good. But check it, among those gnarly missions, there's a bunch of solo ops too. Solo means no one's breathing down my neck. Basically, I can go all out and flex my full power there. Julie's eyes sparkled with the aha vibe. Yo, that actually flips this into a sick chance. Jyn laughed, buzzing. Exactly. Gotta send big thanks to my sisters for the setup time to level up my game. Jyn crouched down, scooping up Murakhan, grinning. Bringing a cat along? Piece of cake. Murakhan's eyes shot wide. Wait, what now? Dude's still chill, unfazed. Listen, Murakan, mission-wise, you're benched, cause I got a different gig for you. Murakan cocked its head, annoyed AF. What kind of gig? Jyn just shot a mysterious smile. I'll spill the beans later. Until then, we gotta keep things on the low. Julie smirked, nodding like, gotcha, young master. At training, Z's deep, growly voice rolled in, heavy with that boss energy. Alright squad, once you wrap your afternoon reps, you'll hit the secret training grounds. For real, only the Blackrun clan blood runs here. This is VIP access for the pure bloods. But don't get comfy, the grind is no joke. Got it. The cadets barked back in sync. Yes, sir. Z kept going. Our clan's swordplay is all about raw power wrecking stuff without second thought. Win fast, keep it all. The Cannon family's sword style is savage and freeform. No fixed rules, but some dope secret moves only flag bearers get to learn. Jyn sneakily glanced sideways. Looks like his sisters are straight up mad now. Z kept on, stressing how their sword style breaks all the typical clan rules, no set footwork or strict moves. And then, Z dropped a question out of nowhere. You know why our swordplay got no fixed form? Quick with his hand raised, he shot back. Cause Cannon folks got unique skills and physical gifts. Rhett chimed in, bingo. Cannon blood means you're born elite, with a body and sword skills that blow normal folks' minds, even if some stuff's a bit off. You still top the charts. He flashed a sly smirk, clearly loving dropping that truth bomb. Up till now, the drills you've been doing were just warm-ups. Now I'm handing each of you a steel ball. Jyn caught it, eyes narrowing, puzzled. What's this? Some secret inside? Just a chunk of steel? Rhett broke it down. This is a clear stone. When you hit it, it chimes out a crystal-clear tone. He cozied his sword close to the ball. Let me play you the 3 sounds this baby can drop. Lock in. He tapped it lightly. And bam, a sharp as a razor sound pierced the air, making half the squad cringe like they got ear daggers. With a chill but stern voice, he asked, annoying, right? Then Rhett gripped tighter, slammed the sword down hard. Now check this second sound. This time, it wasn't sharp at all but smooth and ringing, like metal singing in the breeze, leaving everyone shook. He kept the pace slow. That's how it sounds, clear and rich. Remember, the clear stone's tones switch up based on how hard you hit it. Soft hits, you get a lame, dull noise. Hit it just right though, the sound's pure magic. Jyn caught on quick. Makes total sense. This is a power, control, mental toughness, and focus drill. Given the Cannon crew's insane physical edge, this is a straight-up solid drill. Simple but effective. Still, it was just happy hitting on a clear stone. Kinda tame for what they said was super secret training just for Cannon bloods alone. Rhett raised his sword again, ready for the next move. But real talk, it was just non-stop smashing this rock, like super chill for being called special training, just for the Cannon fam. Rhett raised his sword again like, let's do this. Alright, so here comes the final sound. Jyn was curious, what's that third noise? He swore he heard this rattly vibe inside that clear stone, kinda like metal shaking around. And bam, next thing, dude slams a savage hit on that ball. A cold spark lit up in Jin's eyes. No freaking way. He booked it forward, yelling for the Subros to duck. The blade chopped down and split that metal sphere like it was butter. Boom! A wild explosion went off instantly. Jyn hauled ass, pushing them both away. Flames shot up, smoke and dust clouded the air like a tornado. Everyone got knocked flat, just some weak moans made it out. The Sue brothers sat there, holding their heads all dazed. Bro, what just went down? Rhett gave props to Jyn, saying the youngest dude's got some serious gut instinct. Cool as a cucumber, Rhett explained, hit that clear stone too hard and it's gonna blow up, straight up. His sly grin surfaced. Alright folks, now you've got the lowdown. Time to get this show on the road. Noticed Jyn was A-okay. Rhett threw him some praise. After Luna, you're the first one standing without a scratch after that blast. Rhett rubbed his chin, thinking hard. Honestly, I schooled most of your bros myself. Little drills like this, just fancy warm-ups. Didn't really expect anyone to dodge the explosion. Out of nowhere, Jyn cut in, wait up. He popped his hand like a star pupil and asked straight, so how did my sis Luna dodge that blast? Rhett looked kinda hesitant, like spilling real talk wasn't easy. Hart said, you're prob gonna be bummed by this. All your sibs made it through, but you're the one who's really chill about it. That cool with you? With Jyn chillin', Z broke it down. Honestly, Luna didn't dodge it any better than you. She got hit just like the rest. The explosion's light blinded her so hard she couldn't bounce out quick enough. Z remembered how shocked he was, but yo, Luna wasn't hurt a single bit, cause she's just that tough. Hearing that, their jaws nearly hit the floor. Z went on, starting today, you 3 gotta train every afternoon with a pure stone. Keep at it till you can hear that stone talking in any crazy situation. Only when you ace that can you finally chill. All 3 fired back, got it, sir. Scene flips to a cozy room bathed in warm sunlight. Diamond rolled in with afternoon tea, calling out for Lady Luna. She glanced up and whispered, "Thanks, Nanny." Setting down the cup, she brought up that topic Lee told her about. Luna politely asked, "So, about my siblings trying to off Jyn." Timon plopped in a chair and spilled all the tea. "Now Lady Mu and Lady Anne are suspecting me big time. They've caught wind of young Master Jyn too, so yeah, things are heating up." After tuning in, Luna analyzed the mess. They'd been reckless, but motivation? No clue. Could they seriously try to assassinate someone right in the Thunderstorm Arena, especially when they're banned from the whole Succession drama with Danon? Luna's face flickered with this sad vibe mentioning them. Plus, if Pops finds out, this whole spot's gonna flip upside down, and their lives gonna be on the line too. Tyen leaned in with a soft ask. "Think Jyn might have been front-in. Could have just been a total mix-up." Luna gave her bro a serious thought. "He's 10 now, so yeah, maybe both are possible. But we've been chasing that story for like 5 years with nada to show for it. I don't buy that Jyn was fibbing." She flashed back to that icy, serious little bro face from back in the day. "Not gonna lie, I almost died then. That kid was super cautious around me." The more Luna mulled it over, the more she felt some weird vibes. She gripped that cup so tight, thinking, it ain't like he just felt that way for nothing. My guess? His spiritual spidey senses were on fleek. Hearing that, Nanny asked straight, "So, what's the move?" Luna set down her teacup. "Start by digging deeper into Lady Mu and Lady Anne. It's on you now, I'm counting on ya. Being stuck like this got me kinda stressed." "This whole thing's giving me bad vibes," Timon fretted. "Nah girl, I'm the one stressed. I'm worried your sibs might hurt you again." Luna smiled softly, trying to ease the mood. "Nanny, I'm way past 13 now. No need to stress." Then out of nowhere, she wondered, "Yo, how's Jyn holding up these days?" Timon caught the curiosity. "You mean with Lord Z's crazy training?" She propped her chin on her hand and said, "It's high time that dude shows me what he's learned." Luna pictured the training vibe, flashing a gentle smile. "He might get roughed up by the pure stone a bit, but he's gonna crush it." Watching him grow, straight up heart-melting. Next day, the 4-hour training grind kicked off. Jyn was totally soaked in sweat and gasping hard. He thought, out of all the training I've faced, this one's hands down the worst. Z chilled nearby, watching him deep in thought. Z finally said, "Take 5, man." Jyn gripped his sword and started meditating, but his brain wouldn't shut off. "At first, I thought this was about handling my powers and will, but nah, this is on another level." From the jump, I had to stay laser-focused, trying not to lose control of my light energy. He flashed back to that epic moment when Z sliced through the pure stone. So, Jyn made up his mind to smash that pure stone without leaning on his aura like his uncle did. "Man, I'm still missing that core strength," he muttered, hands shaking from pushing himself way too hard, barely hanging on. "Gotta amp up my light energy, no cap." His brain was racing as he tried to chill out, letting out this big sigh. "I gotta get so tuned in I can hear that pure sound clear as day and bust that stone like it's nothing." After his scattered thoughts spun down a bit, Jyn told himself, "Don't rush it, dude. Keep cool. This is just the same grind my older sibs went through to come into their power in my last life. Bet I can crush this too." Z snapped his eyes open, giving the trio a deep look. Those crimson peepers seemed to see right through their goals. He was low-key impressed. All three were holding their own, grinding and leveling up bit by bit. One of the Tona twins gritted his teeth, throwing shade. "Yo, didn't you just say it cracked?" The other twin wasn't backing down, even though he was shaky as hell and struggling just to keep standing. "Where's the crack at?" Then Z sized up Jyn, who was locked in deep meditation. "But that kid? He's something else, real rare." Z was feeling himself, stroking his chin with a sly grin. Maybe this dude's got what it takes to shatter Luna's record. Night crept in, and suddenly, a voice cut through the quiet. Hilarious, watching those Tona bros wiped out on the floor. Z threw down the law. "Yo, pass this to your bros. If they're planning on conking out again tomorrow, no need to show up." Jyn nodded. "Got it." Z stood with arms crossed, peeping the brothers as they helped each other limp away. Jin's back was all confidence as he bounced, silently judging him. Those Tona twins lasted way longer than I expected. Gotta admit, a Runandell's a Runandell. Watching Jyn strut off, Z's mind drifted to the youngest one. And man, out of nowhere, he blurted out his frustration. Why does he gotta be the baby of the fam? He was mad salty, low-key bitter. If that kid was born 10 years earlier, he'd be some crazy talent ready to swallow the whole Runandell name. That dumb older bro of his, what do I do with him? Total waste. Z slumped down, dejected as hell, repeating to himself, such a waste. Just a total waste. Fast forward 1 month later, May 1795, at that mid-level cadet training ground, someone kidded out on a tall podium. Hollered, "Listen up. A voice clearly announced, "First mission of the year for the intermediate class is officially on." Cadets called to step forward. Mission 1, you're assigned to protect the newbies working at Minsmithy Company. The chosen one was a lad named Bing. Everyone stood tight like soldiers, soaking up the details. Mission 3 is all about monster hunting those ugly orcs. The announcer's eyes locked on the long list, then paused mid-read. The mission spot, Corno Territories no-go zone. Selected fighters are. He eyeballed the sheet, hesitating like it didn't compute. When the names dropped, Bellup and Mesa just froze. Mesa, Bellup, Scott, Tong, Kiko, Eddington, Sierra, Fence, David. After the drops, the announcer rolled up the paper and added, "We're talking a pack of 25 orcs." He looked down, lost in his own head. Then he gave him a solid heads up. Orcs stick in packs, so no messing around. Be ready to wreck this mission hard. Wrapped it up with a mic drop. That's all. Bet's got the deets. Peace out. Then Tona nudged the guy next to him. Wait, the rookie's got to tackle a mind flare? The dude scoffed. What can they even do? Half of him will probably be dead meat. Mio laughed dryly. Better get the coffins and incense ready now. Even with hands tied, Kinjun threw shade like a boss. We still got time before launch. Plenty to write last wills, if you ask me. That shameless ginger dude pretended to beg with clasped hands. Or maybe y'all should go cry to Master Jyn to save us. We're legit scared. Tona flamed up mad quick. What the heck did you just say? Mesa grabbed his hand fast. Chill out, dude. We can't take him yet, and the mission hasn't even started. Getting hurt now? Disaster. But Tona stayed loud. But Mesa, those punks, and that young master. In that moment, Misa just couldn't hold it in. She yelled, "Shut up and stand still." LOL, did you forget? We're Runandell, baby. That tiny but fierce chick stood right in the middle, owning her words. We just gotta smash our mission and come back safe. That's how we beat him. Mesa was raging, but those eyes, glowing with serious firepower. No other way, fam. Ha! He ground his teeth, swinging his sword up high with both hands. A flash later, he brought it crashing down, sharp and deadly. Tiny cracks started showing up on that sphere's surface. Hedo stood there, mouth open wide, eyes bugging out as he screamed, "No way." Before he could even get a grip, boom! A massive explosion filled the spot with thick smoke. But through the haze, a loud curse cracked the air. Damn it. He yelled out for his close bro. When Tona didn't answer back, Hedo kept screaming, "Jyn," now more desperate than ever. Jyn snapped into action, eyes catching a blast of light zooming his way. Jyn dodged quick and grabbed his weapon tight. Hedo shook off the shock, finally back in the zone. He asked, on edge, "Jyn, you good? Didn't mean to mess that up." Even though he was feeling some pain himself, Jyn politely replied, "I'm good. Can you move this thing somewhere else?" Hedo didn't waste any time and moved it quick. "Okay, my bad." Jyn kept his eyes on the two brothers, Tona and Hedo, thinking, damn, it's only been a month since I started training with this pure stone, and look, those bros already broke it. Faster than I expected, no lie. He casually glanced at his palm and thought, wait, what was that weird vibe I just felt? For a sec, his senses snapped tight, like a rubber band ready to pop, and his pupils blew wide just like that iron stone's path when it totally went off track. Jyn got shook, realizing it got pulled along like some arrow in flight, so he ran his hand over the stone chilling in front of him, thinking, if that iron stone tries flying at me again right now, bet I could dodge it like a pro. His lips pressed in a determined line, brows squeezed tight, eyes burning with focus. This feeling, could it be from training with my sis, Luna? Jyn gripped his sword tighter, eyes locked on the pure stone, deciding, before I lose this vibe, I gotta test it out again. Just then a loud voice cut through. Listen up. Z was staring them down with zero patience. His tone was icy. You all got assigned a mission. Whatever he said next made those two bros clench their jaws, scared stiff. Yup, that event. Afterward, one dude just collapsed. The other was staring at the sky, crying out loud. They both grabbed their heads, screaming in pure despair. Why does it have to be the Ping Empire? Man, I'm already feeling sick and bummed out. And I seriously hate the formal clothes for this gig. So tight, dang. Seeing his nephew's miserable state, Z smirked like, feel my sympathy, fam. But that wasn't the worst. He basically rubbed salt in their wounds. Thanks to you clowns, your other siblings don't gotta boogie down at the Imperial banquet. Then Z's vibe flipped hard, like he was grilling them, eyes sharp and mad. This might be an event, but it's still a mission. How dare you complain? One more wine, and I'll show you what wishing for death really means. Hearing this, the two bros snapped upright and shouted together, sorry, uncle. Meanwhile, Jyn kept his cool face but was already cooking up some thoughts. Sismu and Anne seriously punished our bros' bad sword skills. Can't believe those clowns got sent to that Empire B event. Z kept it stern. This event, even House Kanan can't say no. Crazy powerful people gonna be there just for fun. Go scope 'em out, maybe learn a trick or two. Daytona and Hannah tried to speak up loud to hide their bummed-out feelings. Yes, sir. Then Z turned to the quiet one, calling his name. Jyn answered quick. Yes, uncle. Z pulled out some notes. Your mission is. He paused for dramatic effect but pushed through to take out a key target. The target's some plaything of the Ice Castle's boss lady, Talaris, one of that woman's many lovebirds. Z locked eyes with Jyn and asked, You've heard of the Ice Castle and its queen, right? Jyn shot back, Yes, uncle. The Ice Castle's a massive tower rising from the western sea. The boss lady is its queen. The 51st ruler of that icy fortress, Talaris, goes by the nickname Abyss Spider. She's infamous for brutally snapping anyone who messes with her lovers. Z handed Jyn a file, adding, The Ice Castle rules solo, outside House Runandell or Zipful's rules. You know how fierce the Ice Castle and its ruler are, don't you? Your hit is Ankoro Chandra right now, guarded by an Ice Castle soldier, chilling in the wild lands of Mammoth. Before Jyn could blink, Hayana and Daytona's eyes popped wide. Wait, Mammoth? Scared they'd get chewed out, they whispered low. If Jin's gotta hit Mammoth, this sounds like some serious Guardian Knight business. Jyn's gifted, no doubt, but this feels next-level cray. He looked Z straight in the eyes and threw out, Uncle, got a question. Stroking his chin, Jyn probed. So, this mission's coming from House Chandra, right? Does that mean Chandra fam want to off their own blood? Z crossed his arms, giving a nod of truth. Yup. Seems like Chandra fam tried everything to bring him back, failed big time, so they figured killing him's better than him spilling family tea. So, you down to handle this mission? Jyn didn't hesitate. I'm all in. Z was a bit surprised by how fast he said it. Why so quick? Z thought silently, holding it in. Does this kid even get how wild the Ice Castle and Mammoth are? Why he's so ready to jump in? Thought I'd have to convince Cayenne if he pushed back. He sighed. Well, being decisive isn't bad. Then Z dropped some more deets. All three roll out in 2 days. Daytona and Hayana still can't believe it. For real, Jin's heading to Mammoth? Z shot back, all fired up. Why stop him if that's his call? Afternoon drills? Yeah, they're off till the mission's wrapped up. Personal workouts are on lockdown too. No messing with the plan. All three homies shot back. Got it, boss. Out of nowhere, Hayona's vibe switched to soft mode, calling out chill like, Yo Jyn, lil bro. Jyn flipped around like, yeah, what's good? Hayona stammered, if you gotta. Just tell him you're a rung candle, trust me. Nobody's gonna mess with that. Seeing his bros hype him up like crazy, Jyn got suspicious real quick. Wait, what's this? Acting all scared for me now? When called out, they both bailed fast. Nah, when did we ever worry about you? True that, we're the ones gonna take you down, so don't go checking out early, alright? Jyn turned his back but still tossed out. Bro, better switch up your tune by the time I'm back. Saying that, he stabbed his sword, tipped deep into some pure stone, and hoisted it up like a boss. Day and Higa clung to each other like scared cats, eyes wide, no words coming out. Then out of nowhere, he cracked a bright grin and threw a curveball. Quick question, who do you reckon's cooler, the sisters or me? Right then, Z barked out sharp, Hey, Tona, Daytona. The brothers snapped back, Yes, sir. Watching Jyn walk away, Z dropped a warning for his nephews. Like the baby bro said, be ready, and don't stir the pot till you're strong enough if you want to stay alive long. 2 days later, the crew saw him off. Young master, you heading to that wild Mammoth zone? He just shot back, yeah. Someone was shook seeing Jane's new look. Yo, young master, what's up with your hair color? Jyn spelled it out, I'm going incognito, can't have him clocking me as a runkindo. Someone responded, gotcha. Then Jyn kept it real with the gang, especially Mesa. My gig ain't the same as yours. So I'm rolling through a different transfer gate. Gotta do all those immigration checks. Y'all are about subjugation, right? She nodded, yeah. Seeing everyone's faces all sad, he blinked in surprise. Why the long faces? What's up? Mesa spoke up for the crew. It's nothing. Just wanted to say bye. With the mood heavy, Jyn chuckled. Hey, what's with the big sad? You act like this is the last time we're ever gonna link up. True, some might bite it on this run, but stressing won't fix a thing. You feel me? Let's just grind on our job. To chill everyone, he said smooth. I'll be back for real, so no stress. When Jyn clapped Bop on the shoulder, Bop smiled all awkward. Young master, watch yourself out there, he said soft. Catch you later. Next, Jyn stood by Julie and said, aren't they the cutest? You gotta keep him safe. Moroka jumped in quick. Don't sweat it. I got this. But Jyn cut him off sharp. Just don't get caught and keep it low-key. Feeling roasted like that, Moroka snapped, bared his teeth, and shot back. Man, seriously. You're the one who needs to stay hidden. Don't get cocky just 'cause you're flying incognito. Jyn ignored and bounced with a quick peace out. After Julie watched him leave, she sighed. It's gonna be dead quiet here without Lord Murakan. He tried to lighten it. Think of it as a break. I'll snag you a cool souvenir. She shot back with worry. But the job to take out the Ice Castle Master's lover still freaks me out. I know you ain't some rookie young master, but Mammoth's still a hardcore spot. Please be safe, take care out there. Jyn hopped on his horse, answered Julie. Got it, I'll be back. With that, he rode off. Days later, Jyn touched down in Mammoth, the lawless hotspot crawling with the worst criminals. Inside some crusty, busted-up joint, Thawne burst in yelling, Yo, what's up, losers? I just rolled up, where's my welcome? A snarky voice shot back. Whoa, who's this? Thawne back on the run. He snapped back, pissed. Yeah, I'm back. This joint was the criminal's hideout, supposedly run by some seriously scary dudes. Just then, the door creaked suspiciously. Everyone turned to see Jyn standing there, cool as ever. He threw them a cold look, thinking, this place is so twisted, not even grass dares to grow here. Some rough dudes eyeballed Jyn hard and asked, Yo, for real new blood? He stepped in, flicked a coin coldly, ordering plain water and some basic grub. His cocky vibe made the guys hiss. Check this clown out. Thawne got curious, tapped Jyn's shoulder. New guy's got a mouth on him. Huh. Who's asking? Ex-level 9 knight turned hustler. First he was polite, then his gangster side popped. Hey newbie, you gotta learn our rules. Now shut up, kneel, and lick my toes. Just as Thawne dropped that, Jyn grabbed his collar and seconds later, some red drops splattered on the table. Jyn slammed his palm on the table, jumping up like a lion ready to pounce, growling, Yo, how much longer am I supposed to wait around here? The whole crew froze for a sec, nobody knew how to respond. Then out of nowhere, the guys burst out laughing like it was the funniest joke ever. He's toast, for real. Called it, this day was bound to come. Jyn let out a heavy sigh, slumping his shoulders, thinking about what his master said. This joint's crawling with legit lunatics. To roll with these hardcore criminals, he gotta prove he's got guts and skills. Fingers tightened around a tiny knife, and he strode confidently right up to the ragtag group. He's bailed me out so many times in this life and the last. Hope I get to return the favor someday, master. He slid onto a bar stool, and the bartender hooked him up with some pastries and a glass of water. This dude seemed a little more grown-up than the usual savages, talking all polite and stuff. I ain't poisoned it. Jyn shot back flatly. Poison? Nah, that's off-limits around here. I ain't a complete rookie. The owner got curious, leaning in. You're pretty sharp for a kid. Got family around here? Jyn shot back, cold as ice. That ain't your business, man. You could tell the guy wasn't thrilled with Jyn's vibe, so he switched gears quick. So what you after? Drugs. Got some primo stuff that's selling like crazy lately. Or you hunting for someone? Without even looking, Jyn replied curtly to the second question, but then dropped a softer tone. Anyone here named Jipo? The owner rubbed his chin, eyes squeezed shut in thought. Nope, none that I know of. Jyn just nodded and kept going. Got it. So, where's a decent place to crash for the night? Preferably somewhere that ain't full of nasty bugs or rats. The owner thought for a second and pointed him to a spot that fit the bill, the Moonwell Inn, on the west side of the city. That's where the big shot king of Mammy digs, he warned. So don't start no drama there like you just did here. The place? The Moonwell Inn, right out west in Mammy Town. Walking under the moonlight, Jyn mulled over his target Ankoro, the spoiled brat son of a count. Dude grew up pampered, never had to struggle for nothing. He's all about the party and pleasure. Nothing going for him but his fancy name and pretty face. A punk who bows to the strong and stomps on the weak. The reason he's stuck in this rat-filled city? To catch the eye of the mysterious castle master, a dude whose head's wrapped up in his lover right now. That's where Ankoro is crashing. The bartender said there's some new drug craze in May. He's got to be holed up in his room since he's one of the castle master's secret lovers. Definitely got guards posted. I better scope out the room before I make my move. After a bit of walking, Jyn made it to the inn. Step inside, and bam, he hears someone yelling. Why? No need to turn, that's his guy, Ankoro. Dude's throwing a fit right in his guard's face. Why won't you hook me up? I got it from you yesterday just fine. Seeing him, Jyn's low-key pumped, thinking, dang, today's my lucky break. The guard snapped at Ankoro, can't keep this up. So Ankoro flipped switches and got all sweet. Come on, I'm begging ya. I can't even survive an hour without that crap. But the guard tried to keep it real. No means no, young master. We protect you, not supply your addictions. Ankoro lost it again, screaming, shut it. I don't want to hear your excuses. Hand it over, or I'll find my own way. You slimy bastards, I'm gonna remember you all. Once my love's back, you're all dead meat. How dare you sigh at me like that? Suddenly, the guards exchanged a look, like they had a secret signal. Ankoro kept ranting, "You filthy barefoot punks from the Chender Guild, I am." But then, bam. He got smacked hard in the gut with a club, eyes rolling back, mouth hanging open. Next thing, he's slumping against a guard who sighed in pure annoyance. "How much longer we gotta babysit this junky doormat? Wish he'd just OD already. Why's his lord letting this trash live?" The other guard nudged him. "Shh. Our job is to follow orders no matter how dumb. Feelings don't come into play." Jyn, watching from the corner, sized up everything quietly, cooking a plan. His bodyguards looked like serious 6th-level Swordmasters. Taking down Ankoro, breath easy. The real problem? What's next? Gotta find a way to lure him out and dip from his guards. Poison's a no-go, that's like crime 101 here. Use it and every soul in May'll hunt me down. But those guards, huge roadblocks to killing Ankoro. How the heck do I secretly off Ankoro right in the moonwell? A few minutes later, he slammed the table again, eyes shining. All right, got it. Jin's hair and clothes shifted colors, that sly grin creeping up. Plans locked in. Outside, someone was like, "Yo, how many bodyguards does he roll with?" Siri and her top lieutenant hurried up with the scoop. "6, my lady." She gave a weak smile, awkwardly folding a note. "Sorry, all this drama, 'cause of some punk who doesn't know his place." She giggled and shot back. "But hey, today's the day we squash all that drama, right? You came all the way here yourself, girl, just to make our lives easier." Siri suddenly threw her arms out with a chill vibe and said, "Yeah, no cap, that dude could get taken out any time. You said he's hanging by the moonlight. Facts, let's bounce, pronto. Good vibes should hit sooner, not later, right?" he said with mad respect. "Yeah, for sure, girl." Suddenly, a flash of electric blue shot by, screaming something's off. Everyone flung up their hands to block out the wild light, trying not to get blinded. Cirrus frowned hard and shouted, "Boss lady, that's coming straight from the moonlight side." Cirrus peeped where the guard pointed and was like, "What the heck? Looks like we picked the worst day ever." Cut back to Jyn, flexing as he confidently walked up the inn stairs. "I'm gonna straight terrorize the Moonlight crew with my forbidden magic. I'm only a 4-star, but pump enough soul juice and I'll hit 6-star destruction vibes. That spell's gonna fake them out, making them think I'm a 6-star mage. Who'd guess a skinny 15-year-old could be packing 6-star heat? No one. Seriously. Even Veritin, who just leveled up to 6 stars, thanks to soul power stuff, won't leave a single clue I did this. No one's gonna sniff me out." While plotting, he switched up his look, changed his hair and gear to look like some random outsider's mess. Summoning lightning, perfect flex for this. Jyn kicked off the summon ritual. Black smoke curled slow and low around his feet. As the mist spread, Jyn voiced his chant all clear, pushing out his mana. Bam! 1 second, he's here. Next, he's sucked into a pitch-black dimension. Jyn muttered, "Yo, I really cooked up a savage plan." Bright electric sparks zipped all up around his body. The light danced through space, making Jyn's eyes light up with that big smirk, knowing he nailed the summon. That wild power made everyone throw their hands up in a glare fest. Cirrus, Queen of the Secret 7 Swords, daughter of the palace, boss of the hideout, didn't even blink. She didn't shield her eyes and just laughed it off. "Dang, looks like I picked the absolute worst day." Jyn's lightning smashed the old into bits. Smart girl Jyn started figuring stuff out. "Sounds like some dude from the moonlight well pissed off a top-tier mage." She nodded. "Yeah, seems that way, but maybe this was a hit on the hideout too. 6 of our crew are stuck in that inn. Plus Mom's boo, Ankoro, is in there too." Cirrus took off like a lightning bolt. "Let's roll. Forget Ankoro, our crew comes first." The 2 guards booked it after her. "Right behind you, boss." But no luck getting close. Lightning streams blocked their view. Then bam! A massive blast caught them off guard. Folks poured out of the inn like crazy. "Yo, who trash-talked this place? Hey, you punk. Didn't you say you took down a Zipple mage before? Maybe this is payback? I'm telling ya." Jyn was losing patience fast, sprinting forward and cursing. "Hold up," Cirrus screamed, trying to stop him. "Wait up." She caught something, realized it quick, and yelled again, "Hold on." Then boom, a tornado mixed with lightning exploded out, blasting everyone back. When the chaos died down, the spot looked like a war zone. Shocked, Haitan asked what just happened. Cirrus, just as puzzled, said, "That blast? Yeah, that had to be the final strike." He nodded quick. "For sure, boss lady." She stared at the wreckage, no one in sight, silently hoping all were safe. Nearby, someone was barely clinging to a rock. Yep, it was Jyn, panting hardcore. "Guess that last lightning blast used up all my mana, almost hit 7-star levels. Got lucky dodging the kill shot thanks to this pendant. Looks like all the Secret Sanctum guards made it too, but where's Ankoro at? If he's still breathing, score for me." Deep in thought, he spotted a faint yellow glow on him. Cirrus had zeroed in on Jyn, walking right up and staring hard. There's a kid my age and mammy too. Jyn was shook, but Cirrus kept asking, "You good? Looks like you got caught in that mess too." She kindly added, "Let's bail fast." "Hi," Tan dashed over with the scoop. "Boss, our guys are there. They're hurt but still kicking." Cirrus smirked. "Good. Get everyone outside. As soon as possible. If any are still backing Ankoro, have them deal with him." The guard nodded. "Got it, boss lady." She dug in, ordering more. "These attacks smell like one dude's work. Find any mages and snatch 'em quick." "Hi," Tan didn't hesitate. "You got it, boss lady." Peeping Cirrus's calm vibes, Jyn knew she had to be the secret sanctum boss's daughter. Ah. After eavesdropping, looks like she came to handle Ankoro. His days are numbered, so no need for me to check on him. The real headache? What happens if she spots me again? No thanks. Gonna throw on a disguise and dip out when the chaos hits. Before they could bounce, another guard sprinted up. "Sorry, my lady. Anoro didn't make it in the raid. We messed up escorting him." Sires, totally unbothered. "For real? Sweet, 'cause I'm here to take you off that lame mission." Keeping tabs on that dweeb must have been a nightmare. Guard got emotional, Lady Cirrus. Then she stepped up all graceful like. One hand hoisted her sword, voice booming with swagger. "This ends under secret sanctum lockdown. I'm Cirrus Endoma, daughter of Talaris, top dog of the secret sanctum and captain of the Seven Swords. Cross us, you're officially enemy number 1. Some dudes shot back hard with not on our watch." "Ha, don't make me laugh. Yeah, you're Talaris's girl, but this is Mammy, baby. Think the sanctum can boss around the city rulers here? You're pushing your luck. By the way, this whole attack, probably the sanctum's drama to begin with." Sires rolled eyes, swinging her blade wide as she stepped toward them. Ciri snapped louder. "I said anyone opposing us is an enemy to the secret sanctum. Mammy's king thinking you're all that just 'cause you run a scam city. If this attack was really times for us, we'll make it right. But if that mage was aiming for y'all and the sanctum just got caught in the mess, what now?" The haters went quiet. Ciri's logic hit hard. Ciri's eyes glinted, soft but deadly. "So yeah, the secret sanctum's got every right to clear this place out. They didn't have much choice but to roll with it. All right, you win. We're stuck together anyway. Time to hunt that mage who started this fire." Hearing that, Ciri chilled out. "Yeah, let's find the mage hiding in the wreckage first. None of mine. No secret sanctum mages here." Not shocked. "One of you hustlers probably poked the big boss too much, cut the nonsense already." With that, she walked back to where she'd been chatting with Jane. "And you? Why you lagging? Didn't hear me say scram?" The shy kid stammered. "I was kinda scared. Plus, got a busted leg. Sorry." Ciri whipped out some healing cream from her sleeve, teasing, "Man, you're such a scaredy pants. But hey, you're a cute little sword handler. Roll up those pants. You're lucky, okay?" Survived the attack and got the awesome Ciri doing the first aid, royally blessed dude. Feeling pretty flattered, Jyn shyly asked, "How can I even say thanks for this?" Ciri flashed a bright, carefree grin. "Nah, you don't owe the great Ciri a thing. Just keep this as a fun memory and throw a bow at the secret sanctum when you pass by." After dabbing on the medicine, she spun on her heels, waving, "Catch you later." He smiled back, all chill. Once she faded from sight, Jin's face turned ice cold, muttering, "Game on, mission done." A sword's flash carved an arc in the air, pure action. An orc bellowed in agony, taking a killer slash from a human. It groaned its last, body hitting the dirt, followed by cheers from the crew. Tamon was the one who landed the hit, happily stomping on the orc's remains. "Yo, we're all surviving this one," Scott grinned. "Let's bounce back together and smash those fools who laughed at us." But Misa? Total opposite vibes, super worried, telling them not to drop their guard. 7 monsters still out there. Somebody shot back. "Yeah, Misa, we got it." She scoped things carefully. Orcs usually roll in little squads, but this one was solo, easy pickings. Maybe the gods are on our side after all. "So there's Mesa," flashing this tiny grin like, "Maybe young Master Jin's got some kinda divine shield, ya know." And that good vibes spreading to the squad. Then, she snapped back to boss mode, telling the crew, "All right, peeps, let's pick up the pace. Keep your eyes peeled till the end and watch your backs." Suddenly, something rustles in the bushes nearby. "Yo, it's Murakan, been low-key spying on their chat the whole time." He strolls up all chill-like. "So they think there's 7 left, huh? Catch all of them and I'm finally clocking out." Flashback time. Just a few days before Jay's crew got their mission, someone gathered the orcs and barked out, "Everyone here, or what?" Murakan standing like a boss, hands behind his back, voice dripping with authority. "Listen up, you damn orcs. From now on, solo missions only. No teams, no pairs, or else. I'm sending you all straight to the afterlife. Capist? Then he tells them to get moving if they get it. The orcs scatter like it's Black Friday in every direction. Back to the forest now, Murakan's stomping around mad, annoyed, grumbling. That little punk's always dragging me into these annoying gigs, he yells, fuming. So what if I'm a freaking ancient contractor, like 1,000 years old? Big deal. His angry roar sent a bunch of birds scattering like crazy. Murakan stood firm on a branch, eyes locked on Jyn's crew chillin' below, thinking, when I see that brat again, he better buy me some fresh manga, no joke. Then he flopped down, all bummed. In this body, I'm limited, gotta finish the mission without anyone getting hurt. Suddenly, the ground shook like a mini earthquake, footsteps booming. Murakan shot up straight from his slouch, gold eyes flashing as he flinched, turned around and thought, hold up, what kind of energy is this? The strange eerie sound got louder and clearer, and he instantly knew it was headed straight for him. Murakan, still perched on that branch, muttered under his breath with mad irritation, damn, where the heck did these fools come from? Didn't expect him to bounce back so quick. Lucky they're just around level 3. If Jyn was here, that kid would have totally sensed my barrier in a heartbeat. While talking, Murakan controlled this pitch-black smoke that snaked down toward the squad below. That smoky fog grew bit by bit, blotting out the faint moonlight chilling there. Slowly but surely, it climbed up and smothered the sky. Belub caught it first, squinting up. He muttered, yo, it's darker than before. Think we're getting rained on? Meanwhile, a giant gravekeeper beast was creeping in, clutching some nasty demonic spike like a boss. The gravekeeper's eyes glowed this wicked red, totally soulless and pure evil vibes. Murakan snapped into his dragon form instantly, letting out a furious roar. Who the hell do you think you are? His wings flapped wild, whipping up a savage windstorm. As a true heavyweight, Murakan laid down the law. Deploying your forces without my say-so, you're not some living thing, you're ancient relic trash. Checking out the huge, threatening giant before him, he gave it the name Giant Gravekeeper. But then Murakan started doubting. Wait, we dragons wiped these guys out 2,000 years ago, right? And why are these gravekeepers for the dead gods back in the mix? He fired a magic orb and decided, whatever's up, this reunion ain't gonna be chill. I'll shut it down real quick. The magic orb blasted straight at the giant tomb guard. It stood firm, trying to block with its shield, but the orb smashed the shield hard enough to crack it wide open. Boom! The blast caused a wild explosion, dust and wind flying everywhere. In that mess, Murakan landed softly on the ground. His dragon claws pulled back as he switched back to human form. He cracked his stiff shoulders and sighed, man, haven't flexed my powers in ages. My whole body's screaming. Eyeing the knocked-out tomb giant in front of him, Murakan casually said, no way a tomb-guarding giant shows up like some random roadside clown. No matter how I spin it, this gotta be connected to the Zippel clan. What the actual heck is going down with this world? Then he thought harder. Better keep this secret from the kid. If any curveballs come, I gotta be ready to protect him. If he keeps growing like this for the next 10 years, he'll be tough enough to stand up to the Zippel clan. Meanwhile, somewhere else, shape-shifting wizard Bua Gaston was pacing nervously, then pushed open a door and stepped inside. The old guy blurted out, Sir, Bisco's in deep trouble, my masterpiece is at risk. The tomb-guarding giant himself, Bisco Ibriano, leader of the Kinzilla revolutionary group, said, I already know about the kids getting hit by a tomb-guarding giant last night, and you decide to steal the spotlight. Yeah, what kind of monster wrecks my masterpiece like that? Bisco moved closer, serious as ever. Bua, forget that right now. The one who knocked out the giant was a dragon, a freaking shadow dragon too. I went and checked it myself. The old dude was shocked. A dragon? So the dragons are onto us now? Bisco shot back, not totally sure, but feels like a warning. For now, stay sharp and watch the streets. I'll send some heavy hitters your way. His eyes were icy sharp, like a blade. I better set up a meet with the Zippel clan soon. The Watchtower threw a welcome-back party for the clan members who came back safe and sound, and Z was hyped. He grinned ear to ear. Nice job, team. Everyone's back safe and maimed. Those flag bearers who sent you on this mission, they're probably eating crow and losing face big time. Bet they're mad as heck. Jyn shouted back for the crew, soaking in the praise. Thanks a bunch, sir. He crossed his arms, then gave the crew the nod. All right, squad, you're all dismissed. They all fired back in sync. Yes, sir. After breakup, Mesa, Belop, and Scott came over all cheerful. Hey, young boss, stoked you're all right. He smiled gently at their genuine care. Yeah, y'all killed it today. Over there, in a quiet corner of the big courtyard, Kajin, Rima, and Mel were gathered, all looking super annoyed. Kajin asked, Yo, did you guys hear? Somehow, right that day, News dropped that a magician went full on terrorist mode on the guest house where the assassination target was crashing. Rema shot back with envy. Dang, young Master Jyn's mad lucky. Mel shot a petty side eye at his crew, voice dripping with bitterness. Man, this world is just so unfair. Not only is he rocking that Runandell family name, but the dude's got luck that's basically straight up cheating from the heavens. Some folks, no matter how hard they grind, just don't level up past being an average cadet. He turned to Kajin, running his mouth all selfish-like. No clue how that even happens. I don't know how beefy the others are, but young Master Jyn, barely scraping a 4-star, right? And that new squad, full of 3-star nobodies, am I right? Hey Kajin, we just gonna sit back and take this? He shot a quick look at Mayo, muttering low. What else we gonna do? Even if he's the hated baby of the Runandell bloodline, blood is blood. He wasn't the type to just bow down, but he got the drill and reminded Mayo. Until Lady Anne says jump, we don't move. Meanwhile, Jyn was creeping closer, body angled right towards them. Whispering started, yo, did he catch that? No way. We're like way over here. Jyn dipped his head, shading his eyes from their gaze. Too bad for you. I caught every damn word, fam. Mio and Rima's jaws dropped, eyes wide as saucers. Jyn then casually checked in with their boss, Kajin, your right hand good? Kajin kept it humble, even if his eyes screamed, kill me now. It's chill, sir. Doc said, putting it back wouldn't be a big deal, thanks to your clean-cut style. Jyn played it cool. For real? Sounds like you all were having quite the juicy chat, huh? Kajin went full submissive, bowing out. Yeah, the worst us lowlifes can do when it comes to young Master Jyn is to talk smack behind your back. Hope you can forgive our little mess up. Jin's face was stone cold, words dripping with disdain. Whether I let it slide doesn't even matter now, right? Since I'm still not officially a knight. Kajin jumped in to break it down for everyone. Technically, you could just say the word and have us dragged out for a beating, right? Jyn threw back. Why would I do that? Kajin smirked like a total clown. Because right now, I'm acting real bold. Jyn clicked his tongue, nodding slowly. Yeah, you kinda are a pain in the ass. When Jyn suddenly stood up, radiating straight-up murder vibes, Mayo cut in fast. Yo, Kajin, what's your move? Kajin was locked in, eyes on Jyn only. Oh, totally. From where I'm standing, watching young Master get mad props for what's basically dumb luck ain't a good look. Jyn still tried to calm the drama. Look, there's some cross wires here. When I said pain in the ass, it wasn't cause you disrespected me or acted up. As he chatted, Jin's hand lightly gripped his sword's hilt. Kajin, you're a knight, right? Your skill beats a bunch of those mid-tier cadets. You might even outclass me. The instant the blade flashed from its sheath, Jyn pressed the question hard. So why waste time trash-talking instead of stepping up? Kajin shot back, all cocky and bold. Didn't you say any time is cool for me to challenge you? Jyn shot it straight. For real. Pull your sword. No need to play it safe. Let's settle this the right way. Kajin's eyes sparked with menace, a real threat in his stare. Sounds like you're saying we don't hold back on aura, huh? Jyn answered sharp, that's the vibe. Kajin's blade slid out slow and cold, voice colder still. You're gonna regret this. And bam, the duel kicked off. Kajin swung a fierce slash, straight and deadly. Jyn raised his sword quick to block the hit. Inside, Jyn thought, damn, this dude's hits pack a serious punch. Dude looked like an angry gorilla, dark skin, gnarly teeth, pure rage. Jyn dodged smooth while still thinking. Compared to what I gotta face later, this is nothing. But oops, he slipped back a bit. Kajin sneered. See the truth yet? Young Master, you're way too weak for me. He slashed his sword down hard, Jyn bracing for the block. Suddenly, a silver flash zipped up from below, aiming for Jin's chest. Kajin took his chance, smashing a punch with his armored fist. Then, an orange streak whipped through the air, arcing like fire. Jin's eyes went wide, scrambling to dodge mad slashes, thinking, whoa, I can totally read this. Like that one time Hannah smacked me with her iron ball. I'm locking onto Kajin's strike patterns. Dude's got a billion sword moves to cut space. But a 5-star knight can only throw down a few, especially blind with hate for me. I'll wrap this up in just 3 moves. To show some mercy, Jyn dropped a hint. I see all your plays. You ain't winning. But Kajin, blinded by hatred, snarled loud. Keep yapping your nonsense, young master. Then he watched Jyn effortlessly dodge every single hit. Okay. Peep this first. Jyn swings a left slash, then, bam. A sneaky peek-a-boo swipe right at the dome. Kajin pulls up quick, trying to get his sword game tight, but yo, Jyn just ducks like a pro ninja. He caught that last move sharp as attack, straight up aura vibes that even a 4-star knight wouldn't dare block. But nah, Jyn shut that down hard, flipping the whole move back on Kajin like, try me. He waited for Kajun to throw a wild swing and totally miss, then he fired back with his sword, knocking Kajun's weapon clean back. Kajun's legs went jelly, eyes bulging like he saw a ghost or something. Seriously, that final attack should have been a kill shot, but nah, the outcome was crystal clear. Jyn points his blade right at Kajun's mug and says, "Now I know how long it takes to hit 5-star status." Mic drop. Kajun's head dips in shame, but he ain't done yet, he yells. "You played me. I had no clue you were already repping 5 stars. Oof, gotta love the humble brag battle." Jyn just sheaths his sword all cool and goes, "Nah, man, I don't play dirty. You just don't know me. I'd never step into the ring thinking I'm gonna lose." Boom. Right then, the Toner bros come running like it's a 5-alarm fire. "Yo, what just went down?" Both dudes freeze, shock written all over their faces. They stare wide-eyed at dude chilling there, biting his lip like a total mess. Wait, seriously? The baby of the crew just schooled Kajun? Jyn strolls past like it's no big deal, dropping a sarcastic one-liner that's more May than fire. Daytona, who's kinda hard of hearing, just blinks confused, while Haytona nods like, "Yeah, facts." Meanwhile, inside a room someone grills Kajun. "You're telling me the youngest just wrecked you? You think we're buying that?" Kajun stands straight up, no shame, saying, "I'm legit embarrassed," then throws another question out there. "Did you take a bribe or go easy just 'cause he's Runandell fam?" Kajun's all honesty. "No way, miss." Moo snaps back, "Okay, then what? You're saying this 15-year-old shot up to 5 stars in no time." He sums it up. "I ain't the only one who saw it. Everyone at the training ground felt that crazy aura, no joke. It was beyond 5 stars. One of the ladies sighs, mad annoyed. "Forget it. My bad for counting on you. Just scram." After Jyn exits, the room falls dead silent. Then she quietly asks, "Is the youngest here going to be a threat to us?" Moo's like, "Not just us, girl. He's a whole clan-level problem. Next mission. We gotta embed our people with him." She's hyped but realistic. Gotta be a mission so tough he only comes back in a coffin. Meanwhile, Jin's back in his room. July rolls in with a food tray and spills the tea. "Boss," words flying, round the sword garden. "Everyone's shook over your win." Jyn looks out the window, his brain half elsewhere, like, for real. July hesitates. "Only your dad, the first patriarch, and sis Luna have hit 5 stars at 15 in all of Runandell history." Then Jin's brain does some gears turning, like, so it's 5-star sword skill, 4-star magic, and 5-star shadow energy. Didn't even think I'd hit 5 stars in swordplay. I just messed with the pure stone like usual. Boom, 5 stars. Jyn gets all deep in thought. Looks like when one of my trio powers, shadow energy, magic, or aura levels up, the others get boosted too. Like last time when I pushed my shadow energy too hard, my aura and mana opened up too. I'm the only one rocking all 3, so there's no info out there. But for sure, these powers are linked. Suddenly, something pulls his attention. He turns and spots some blue roses sitting pretty. "Yo, you put these here?" July's straight up honest. "Yeah, man, the vase was empty when you were out, so I tossed some flowers in." Jyn shoots a quick, "No magic or weird curses, right?" July's all relieved. "Nah, it's all good. No spooky stuff." Jyn keeps on. "Anyway, when news breaks that I'm a 5-star knight at 15, my brothers are gonna lose their minds." His eyes turn ice cold, including bro Joshua, the dude next in line for the patriarch spot. Since Luna stepped down as the first flag bearer, Joshua's holding the crown for next in command. Backed by Mom, Rosa's support, he's locked in tight. While Joshua's all serious, Morocco's just chillin' lying on a table, munching snacks and soaking it all in. Jyn stares off, zoning out, then drops this. "Hiding my skills right now? Nah, that ain't it. Showing off is way more useful. Since everyone knows I'm 5-star, my rep's gonna blow up way beyond Runandell. The papers worldwide, bet they'll be all over it." Morocco licks his paw, looks up with sass and goes, "Aw, look at Mr. Big Shot over here. Bet when you become the hot topic, your bro's gonna start acting right." Jyn doesn't even deny it, he's with it, 100%. Exactly. And the best part? Dad's gonna show up at the sword garden himself. Juliet and Morocco can't hide their shock. Straight up wild. Dad's looking for another heir besides Joshua. He's never been happy with any of my older siblings except Luna, who wasn't even interested in taking the spot. So, Dad decided she just wasn't cut out to lead the fam. After that, Jose was locked in as the next head honcho. He's top dog now, with my sisters, Jantia and Mary, stepping up as the backup crew. This lineup was rock solid, but everything flipped the moment I showed up. Pops doesn't play favorites with age, he gives everyone a shot. So yeah, he'll throw me some orders like I'm just another rookie. Dad's game plan has 2 parts. First up, a test. Can I handle the age gap and compete with my sis and bros in the succession race? Then, there's the guard duty. Dad doesn't want me getting iced by my siblings before I even get a chance to prove myself. I'm kind of the family's special snowflake, you feel me? Out of nowhere, Julie hit him with a serious look. Yo, if your story drops in the tabloids, you're about to get slammed with visits from families and crews everywhere across the globe. Hearing that, Jyn was like, straight up, you're right. Ain't no better way to handle that madness than a huge banquet. Sunlight was pouring through the window as he squinted and whispered an order. We're throwing a banquet as soon as Dad lands. Julie, you're on prep duty. Then Jyn pointed to Mackim next to him. Mackim, you gotta watch Mura like a hawk. If he sneaks in all sneaky, turning human and crashing the party, he's toast. Got it. Merkan's eyes blew wide in disbelief. Wait, what? His fur bristled madly, and he barked, Yo, you think I'm some baby? Before he could finish whining, Julie was quick on the uptake. No worries, I'll handle it, young master. As for him, he wasn't feeling it but could only grumble. Strawberry pie. Fast forward a few days, she's all smiles, setting flowers and drops. Looks like butlers have been swamped handling official mail lately. Young master, Pedro said, even Bondon's royal fam sent an official invite. Jyn glanced up from his book and said, The Empire's royal fam? Dang, that's wild. They must seriously want to know more. Julie kept looking at his back while dropping more tea. Plus, the patriarch sent his visit schedule via Khan. He's aiming to roll in a month, and other clans' visits will line up accordingly. But the other young masters and ladies, dead quiet. Jyn flipped his book's pages smoothly, then snapped it shut, closed his eyes, and said, If they come at me while I'm stealing the spotlight, it just screams that they're scared or salty. It's all about saving face. Before he could even finish, Pedro barreled in sweating buckets, yelling, Young master. Freaking out, gasping. You got a mission, but it's all the way out at the Colon ruins. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a fierce scream rang out. How the heck can you call yourselves protectors? This person yelled, whipping up a crazy wind blast. Rosa was fuming, pounding the table, yelling, Are you kidding me? Sending the baby bro into Zippel's turf. She kept ranting, cursing those fools. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Spotting the walker, Rosa softened up. Oh, you're here. Jyn heard that and calmly replied, Yeah, Mom. Ranch Kanan, House Kanan's third flag bearer, was super grumpy, not even glancing at his younger bro. His two other bros looked over too. From left to right, they're House Kanan's fifth flag bearer, VGO, and the sixth flag bearer. She asked, For real, you heard the next mission is the Colon ruins. Jyn shoved his hands in his pockets, cool as ice. Yep. Out of nowhere, Rosa stepped up and dropped. Mission's cancelled. You're not going to Colon. Anne and Miyu practically lost it, crying out, Mom. Rosa whipped around, glare sharper than a knife, yelling, Shut it, you damn jerks. All you do is plan how to off the baby bro. Hearing that, Miyu fired back, heated. Mom, am I really that crazy for trying to take him out? Next to her, Anne was fuming too, eyes blazing. Seriously, I'm over trying to get why you're so bent on protecting him. Their savage shade had Rosa blurting, What? But the mama bear wasn't backing down, threatening. Keep spouting that nonsense, and she was cut off quick. Both you and Dad secretly hyped this sibling rivalry. Our family thrives on the competition, didn't you know? We all been battling since day one. Miyu jumped in, True, Mom. I've been thrown into hellish missions time and again, even just hitting intermediate level. That made their mom pause, thinking hard. Then Rosa sat down, chill, and said, Okay, you got a point. Competition matters, no matter how or why. But, hey, has anyone here ever hit 5-star knight status at just 15 years old? Both girls froze, jaws dropped wide, staring at their mom. Rosa laid it out, the baby bro. He's on a whole different level. Meanwhile, Jyn just stood there, head bowed slightly, soaking it all in. She turned back to the protesting duo and started schooling them hard. Yo, if you pull off what the baby of the crew has at his age, I'd have your back too. Ranchia, looking dead, bored, lazily covered his mouth and yawned. Rosa shot a fiery glare at her two spoiled, jealous daughters. Bottom line, y'all ain't worthy of my protection. Seeing you act like this, no regrets, even if you reps the flag. Then she raised her voice like, Whoa. And Ranchia, Jan, and Vigo, since y'all are flag carriers too, you're all gonna answer for the mess these two made. Rosa laid down the law. Ranchia, time for some self-discipline. As soon as possible. Jan and Vigo, hand over one of those fancy high-tier family swords you got. One of them blinked, shook her head in disbelief. Mom, what do you mean, hand over a sword? She snapped, clearly not having it. If it was up to me, I'd snatch all your high-class swords. So count yourself lucky that's all you get. The other two, caught up in the drama, looked straight up pissed. Meanwhile, Rosa eyed Jan like, Okay, kid, what's your move now that your siblings got dragged into this? Gonna play along and accept the punishment, or get all cocky from the favoritism. She grabbed a sheet of paper, looking all hyped to see how he'd handle the heat. Suddenly, Jan called out, "Mom." Rosa narrowed her eyes, kind of excited. "Spill it, my guy." He grinned. "Honestly, I'm kind of pumped for this mission my sis tossed me." She raised an eyebrow. "You know what the Conan ruins even are?" Jan shrugged, cool as ice. "Yeah, part of the Zipful land the Runo clan tried to snatch but Epic failed." Rosa couldn't help but crack a grin as Mus's eyes went wide. Jan smirked. "It's hella dangerous, but no way I'm backing down." Jan squared up in front of everyone, voice steady. "Danger? Yeah, but unfair? Nah. Actually, I see it as proof. My sisters think I'm legit." Rosa blinked. "Wait, what?" Jan shot back louder. "Isn't that why they gave me this mission in the first place?" Rosa gave mad props. "So bold, y'all doubting your mama?" He stood firm. "Nah. If they flip-flopped the mission, that'd make our crew think the clan's losing clout." Her face turned serious, eyes burning with fierce pride. "We ain't got no weaklings who doubt the clan over nothing. Your sisters just want to mess with you indirectly since they can't duke it out." Jan nodded like, "Exactly my plan, Mom." Before she could jump in, he kept going. "If I fought them now, I'd lose for sure, but nailing this mission, that's my comeback." Jan flashed a confident smile. "This is the battle I actually got a shot at winning." Rosa's patience snapped. She stood up fast. "One slip and you're toast in the Conan ruins. You really think you got that much game?" He shot back quick. "Yeah, and I got one tiny favor. If I make it out, hook me up with the sword my bros gave back." The room went silent, jaws dropping. Jan just chilled, ignoring shocked faces from Rosa and the gang. "That's the least you can give me for saying how deadly this gig is," Jan said, running a hand through his hair, annoyed as he turned to his younger bro. "Yo, Jan, why you so into that sword? If you need one bad, I got you with one of mine. Just ditch this mission." Bro was heated. "You gotta stick around, at least till Dad's back." Jan shot back icy. "That's sus." His eyes were sharp as knives. "If there was a problem, why didn't you stop Jan and Mew from giving me this mission?" Rosa cut in sharp as a knife. "Enough. You finish this mission, come back in one piece, you get your brother's sword. All done here. Get out of here." Jan yelled, frustrated. "Mom." But she stayed ice cold, thinking, "I feared Jan would turn out like Luna, so I crushed my other kid's pride. But looks like I worried for nothing. When Sarum returns, he's going to be stoked on how much Jan leveled up." He slowly reached for the door. Anne, nearby, crossed her arms fast. "What's running through your head? Frontin' like luck's still on your side, huh?" His hand froze midair. "Y'all might not know, but I'm cursed with bad luck." That was the last straw for her. She slammed it down. "This ain't a solo gig. Remember, you won't be riding solo in the underworld." Jan threw back a cold thanks for the heads up, and didn't forget to daggers glare the crew behind him. "Catch y'all on the flip." In the next scene, he stepped forward with that confident grin. "Time to introduce ourselves. Yo, young master Kajin, Mel here. I got your back on this mission, bro." The dude next to him jumped in quick. "Name's Rima. Nice to roll with you, young master." Rima shot. "My bad for before. Gotta make it right. We won't let you down, promise." Kajin slapped his chest like a boss. "Right back at ya." After everyone did their little intro, Jyn was about to bounce. "Let's just forget the drama and crush this mission together." The trio fired back in sync. "Thanks, young master." But Jyn hit him with that cold stare, giving off serious killer vibes while plotting in his head. "Honor? Poof. More like fake flex. All three are deaf Anne and Muse's puppets, ready to stab me when the chips are down." One dude stepped up. "Time for the mission deets." Mel kicked off the briefing. "Our gig? Swipe the totems. Spots the Colon ruins. We're gunning for 4 specific totems. Colon was once this place filled with hella native tribes. Now, the Jipo clan runs the whole joint, part of the Pylon Kingdom. Colon got discovered a few centuries back by these Jipo homies. Once they found the ruins, they massacred and enslaved the natives." Jin's eyes glued to the mission files. "Sure, Jipo claims to respect the Colon natives, now total front for the gram." The briefing showed battle pics, proving they look good, but in reality, those folks are straight up slaves. Nobody's making moves to fix their lives because human rights? Nah, not on Jipo's watch or most people's radars. Reading all that, Jin's mind was on fire. Jipo kept the Colon people alive to protect the land and maybe cover up their ugly past. Usually, Jipo plays it chill with laws, wanting folks to willingly follow. But then a noise broke the vibe, snapping Jin's attention. Back in the day, they went ham on Colon. Why so obsessed it wrecked their rep? 'Cause of some secret relic, a mirror that the natives hid. Jyn suddenly remembered the image. That mirror was supposed to be hush-hush info only Jipo knew. But a brave journalist spilled the tea before I rewound time. All those pics pointed to one truth. The headline screamed Jipo's real goal: find that relic, named by natives as the source of mana. Looked like anyone could boost their stats and mana up to the insane 7-star level just by using it. Thanks to that relic, Jipo churned out a ton of mass-produced mages. Jyn drifted off in thought while Mel and Rima threw secret signals at each other. The Jipo clan only started that mage mass production a decade from now, so they don't got that mana source yet. Jyn gripped his sword tight. No way I'm letting that thing slip to Jipo again. Then Mayo's alert hit hard. Young master, the mages are rolling back. He signaled to their crew. Right now, they're chilling at Jipo's mage meetup spot. The totems, locked up in warehouse number 3. Easy raid, but expect some magic traps. Kajin gave a confident nod. Chill, young master. No matter what, we got you covered. Even if we gotta lay down our lives. Jyn gave him a look, appreciate the hype, then snagged a food pack and tucked it in his cloak. We gotta save energy if we want to make it back safe. He told the squad to rest up. We're striking in 1 hour. Kajin grabbed the grub. Got it, boss, and shared it around. Everyone munched down and thanked him. Mel, Rima, and Kajin took bites too. After a minute, Jyn broke the silence. All right, y'all hide your faces tight. I'm flying solo on this. Y'all just catch some Z's. The dude was feeling woozy, like about to pass out. Wait, young master, what's up? One groaned, feeling the pain too. Yo, is this some kind of drug? When they all hit the floor, Jyn finally dropped the truth. Relax, just a knockout potion. No cap, won't kill ya. He shot a side glance. All came here to off me or what? Vibes, then started to dip. Would have been way less sus if y'all played your usual shady selves. Jyn grabbed his cloak hood. Guess a dog's gotta follow its master, huh? With that, his shadow ghosted through the empty woods. Meanwhile, 2 knights at a gate were vibing. That's why, dude, one shouted all hyped, I snagged that bottle of wine. Out of nowhere, a black-cloaked shadow zoomed at him, shocking the knight stiff. One knight immediately grabbed his sword, yelling, Who you? Jyn locked eyes, dodging the sudden strike like a boss. With one swift move, Jyn blocked the hit, making the knight yelp. Both knights crashed down fast. Jyn crouched, scanning the scene. Just these 2 guards here, no backup outside. His eyes darted over to the door. Jyn slid up, popped the lock. It was a basic, no-frills kind with 0 fancy alarm magic. His mind was racing a mile a minute. Yo, get this. Sometimes they even let random merchants watch over warehouse number 3. Like, the Jipo crew doesn't even care about this spot. No biggie. So, Jyn casually flexed his ability, cracked that door open. Step inside, and bam. First thing that hits him is this intense blood magic circle, all probing and stuff. He plopped down quietly to guess what it was about. Everyone knows it as that security magic to check if you're from the fam, legit bloodline kinda test, you know. But the real deal, it sorts out normal peeps from magical beasties, and yeah, can even sniff out if someone's sick. Then his gaze flicked to the knocked out knights. So, if it's just regular human blood, who cares whose it is, right? Jyn pulled out his sword, nicked some of his blood, then grabbed blood from the soldier he knocked out. Every move was smooth, calculated, no need to leave his own blood everywhere. He stepped inside, flicked those blood drops onto that magic circle. Boom. The circle lit up bright crimson like a neon sign. Looks like step 1 was a total win. Jyn thought, man, this first layer of security is cake. Now, where's that artifact hiding? Just as he was about to start hunting, weird stuff popped out of the circle. His eyes went wide as a saucer. He'd used blood from a knocked out dude, so it should have been normal human blood. But the magic lit up anyway. Creepy monsters popping up meant the guy's got some kind of disease or something. And these things came zooming at him like lightning. Or maybe they weren't human at all? Jyn gritted his teeth, gripped his weapon tight, ready to throw down. What the heck is this? He cursed. Took the offensive, unleashed his silent wind attack. But the monsters, they grew claws like razors instantly. Anyone with magic senses nearby would have felt the mana surge. He wanted to keep mana use chill, but nah, that plan exploded. Frowning like he was solving the world's worst puzzle, Jyn dropped into his fighting stance, waiting for the first move. Looks like no dodging this beef. The fight kicked off fast. Jyn moved so quick, dodging everything like some kind of ninja on steroids. Suddenly, a sharp blade appeared in his hand. The monster spread its arms wide, ready to pounce, roared super loud, nearly shaking the room. And whoa, its power got even crazier. Jyn muttered, dang it, as he struggled to find a landing spot. Swinging hard, his sword made the monsters freeze up, scared stiff. He smirked. Looks like y'all know this aura's no joke. Seizing his shot, Jyn slashed the monster's stomach and chilled, waiting for what would happen next. Man, was he not ready for this. The wound healed crazy fast. Like, blink and it's gone level fast, stuff usually only high-level magical beasts pull off. But these two, They were straight up people, a moment ago. Flashbacks hit him like bam, this is Jipo family turf. Tons of outsider mages roll through here. Natives getting the short end of the stick big time. Then, these spooky creatures show up. Primal golems maybe. While he's deep in thought, the monsters charge full force like they mean business. Could this clan be using this dump as some kind of shady magic lab? Primal golems pack close to the power of a 4-star golem, but that's it. Their moves? Not nearly as slick as 4-star knights. Since I've trained hard, fighting these ain't too scary, Jyn thought, eyeballing every inch of their bodies. Usually, primal golems don't back down, not even hurt badly. But wreck their core? Game over. That core is usually in the head, heart, or chest. Same deal, even if forbidden magic made him. No exceptions. Sword up, Jyn thought, heads the target. He lunged, stabbing through the golem's brain. The claws just faded away. Weird though, their strength and speed actually got better. Fight got tenser. If not the head, then where? Jyn kept slicing at different spots, trying to crack this mystery. Finally, only one spot left. He swung his sword into the air, and right on cue, a tiny orb dropped out. Nailed it. No way. Jyn eyed the golem charging and sneered. Seriously? Doing this stuff to your own crew? Eyes gleaming with fire. The golem tried to keep up with Jyn's slick moves, frowning mad, but pain from the blade hit hard. Its core lit up again, and it screamed all kinds of agony. After wiping out both golems, Jyn exhaled hard. That spell was almost on point, so close it scared him. Then, out of nowhere, a voice hit his ears and his eyes went wide. Please, just end me now. Jyn went quiet for a sec. Dude was about to grant that wish. Honestly, I have no clue what's up with these peeps, but Jyn locked eyes on that glowing sword like it held all the tea. No way anyone in their right mind would step up to be a primal golem willingly. His hand was literally shrinking, and once you turn into one, the grim truth hits, you're basically a throwaway pawn with zero future. Jyn tried to chill his vibes, telling himself, not the moment for rage, bro. A wild curveball just hit, and he just uncovered the dark secret of the Jipo clan. No joke. Plus, he low-key thought his own sis was in on it before dropping that mission on him. His eyes got sharp, and he thought, but hey, that doesn't mean my job just got harder. He grabbed the stone like a boss. Even if I spill this story, the Jipo clan's gonna act like it's all fake news. Jyn racked his brain for a plan. Cooking primal golems? That's a major crime. Just a whiff of it would have the Empire poking around. First damn thing, I need solid proof. Then I keep grinding on the mission. No doubt, the Jipo clan's got enough juice to mess with any probes. But that headache's not mine right now. Jyn scanned the scene. The mages? Still chilling, not making a move. Probably thinking this warehouse is just another boring spot on the map. If they knew primal golems were hanging around, they wouldn't be slacking on security like this. So not everyone at these ruins is knee-deep in forbidden magic. He eyeballed the old-school artifacts. The magic guarding that stone slab was basic AF, but the spell on the bowl, way trickier. Usually, busting that protection would take a ton of work. Jyn threw down a spell, thinking back on those 2 dead primal golems. No matter what I pull here, the Jipo clan's gotta hush it up tight. He whipped up 2 magical vibes, one water, one fire, like some kind of elemental showdown. Then bam, they split and started growing big time, making it feel like the whole spot was about to blow. Jyn laid down a fire spell on the target area. Boom. Massive explosion. Fire blast, city, baby. Cutscene to Luna's mansion, and she's screaming her head off. What the actual heck, you bunch of wildcards? Sending Jyn on a mission right smack in Jipo clan turf. Are y'all nuts? Looks like Anne and Mew went hunting for drama and got wrecked big time. He's just a kid, like 10 years younger than you. What were you thinking? She snapped. Do you seriously not know why, Sister Luna? She threw it right back at them. What if I really don't? Or are you saying that you, the clan's flag bearers, are beefing with Jyn, the newbie intermediate class kid? The two sat there, totally shook by that. Flag bearer versus flag bearer drama? But weren't they already stepping way over the line? Ain't there some unspoken clan rule about internal fights? You two should be straight up embarrassed. I'm ashamed you even carry the clan's flag. Luna shot back. With a sassy side eye, they snapped. Big sis, you don't care about power. What gives you the right to judge? She just kept it real. Wouldn't have said a peep if y'all had actually handled Jyn. Meanwhile, Jyn finished his mission over at the Conan ruins like a boss. Mom's getting the report as soon as possible. Bet you see now why I'm so done with y'all. In the end, you were only boosting the kid. Luna barked. Has there ever been a Runandell clan flag bearer so embarrassed while trying to keep the youngest in line? Nah. Didn't think so. Now scram. After that roast, they both were quick to say, got it. Just as they turned to bounce, she threw in. And from what I've seen, Jyn's no saint. Y'all better watch yourselves. I'm seriously worried. After the tension chilled, Luna softened and looked at them like, "But you're still my fam." After they dipped, Tyan slid in with some tea and joked, "Can you believe the young lady just threw shade at her own sisters right after walking in? As your nanny, I thought she was just going through a rough puberty phase," Luna said, puzzled. "Puberty at my age?" She answered like it's nothing. "Well, it's true, young lady had a mega intense puberty." Taemon chatted while brewing some tea. "I'm low-key worried about you, young ladies. Young Master Jyn doesn't let stuff slide." She shot back, "Nanny, you think those two don't stand a chance against Jyn, right?" Nanny kept it real. "In the next 5 years? No way they can beat young Master Jyn in a legit duel. Looks like they jumped the gun." Luna threw down some defense for her sibs. "Don't talk smack about my family, they're just young and kinda clueless." Then she got to the point. "So, Nanny, any update on what I asked you to dig into?" A bit unsure, Taemon asked, "You mean about who tried to take out young Master Jyn? Definitely not the two young ladies. Back when that happened, they were only intermediate, so not much to dig into there." Luna started picking apart the clues. "You're right. Probably not Mary, Iona, or the Tona twins either. So who's left on the suspect list?" She rattled them off one at a time. Young Master Joshua, Young Master Dippus, Young Master Jian, Young Master Vigo, and Young Lady Lantia. Except for Jian and Vigo, checking the others is a total pain. Sipping her tea, she said, "Of course, the other three got solid defenses. Digging into them would be a massive headache. Best bet now is to chill and watch. If we keep poking around for this one reason, we're just asking for trouble." Taemon nodded enthusiastically, backing Luna all the way. "Yo, smart move, Queen." Even with all those shady attempts on young Master Jyn, dude's still bossing it, healthy and strong. "No stress, you're clear now." Meanwhile, he swung back home and shouted for Julian Morrison. "I'm back, fam." She dashed out, all smiles. "Young Master, so pumped you're safe and sound." Jyn chilled her out. "I'm good, feeling like a beast. Bet soon you won't even stand a chance against me." Julie fretted. "This place is mad sketchy. If something goes down with you, I'm ready to throw down for revenge." Murakin shot back, "Strawberry pie, quit with the scary talk." Then, strolling towards Jyn, it asked, "Hey kid, you dropped the deets properly?" Jyn was quick. "Yeah? And everyone's thinking I got backup. But honestly, I couldn't care less." He dug in his coat. "Check this out instead." Both their jaws hit the floor. "Wait, what's that?" He whipped out the stone he just snagged. "Whoa, that's a progenitor golem's core." Murakan was all curious. "Lucky you made it back safe. Means that golem totally flopped." "You found this at Colon Ruins?" Jyn kept it 100. "Yeah, the two guardians there turned into beasts and went wild on me. Sliced them up everywhere, but they just bounced back. This dropped when I pierced their hearts. They were shook." "A progenitor golem?" Murakan got serious. "First, it was a giant undead, now a freakin' progenitor golem. What kind of plot does the Jipo clan have up their sleeve?" Pointing at the box, Murakan said, "If you're right, this thing gotta be their masterpiece." "You said those ruins chill in their turf?" He nodded. "Yeah." After staring a bit, Murakan made a call. "Block some time out, you and me gotta head back to Colon. I want to sniff out what's really poppin' there. I was kinda iffy about going cause of those progenitor golems, but having you tag along, way safer. Plus, might score that full mana fountain again. No matter what, the Jipo clan will always try to bury this stuff." So Jyn was down. "Bet I'll clear some time." The trio bounced. Right after wrapping up their mission, Kajin and the H brothers rolled back to the Kanan clan. But here's the kicker. Mu and Anne stripped them of their cadet titles and kicked them out. Exiles savage for cadets, but nobody shed a tear for these guys. Then in June, year 1795, the game changed hard. Z declared, "Jyn, from today on, stone purification training's done. Starting tomorrow, you'll only train with the Tona twins." From a distance, the Tona brothers were straight up drooling with envy. "Yep, uncle. Also, Jyn, you can skip morning trainings with the other cadets." The Tona bros flipped out, jaws legit hitting the floor. "Next week, Patriarch wants to talk with you." They exchanged looks and whispered, "Maybe Dad wants Jyn to be a provisional flag bearer, like, as soon as possible." That means he gotta leave the Vanson clan to earn his stripes and be an official flag bearer. For real, flying solo now. He clenched his fists, pumped up, thinking he could finally stop stressing about other folks and level up on his own grind. Out in the cold, Karen's army was still pushing nonstop. Riding behind, Khan dropped. "My lord, Patriarch, we're just 2 hours from the Sword Garden." He sighed deep. "My late-in-life son keeps interrupting my runs, almost made me vanish at the Black Sea for a whole decade. Now, how many years has it been?" Khan kept it calm and real. "Since Thunderstorm days, I knew young Master Jyn was no average dude, but dang, he's on another level. What he pulled at the sword garden blew me away. Hearing that, Kieran froze up, quiet as a statue. After a good minute, he said, "That kid's fight spirit, pure fire. Ever since I first peeped him at Thunderstorm days, his eyes were lit with pure hatred." Then he chuckled low-key. Even if he tried to hide it, no one can forget how he aggressively challenged the older bros when he got to the sword garden. Nobody taught him that. He was the youngest but already knew the jungle's law, kill or get killed. Kieran still had Jyn's words fresh, like it was yesterday. "But, Dad, I'm pretty deadly at taking out enemies," he added. The other kids tried to hold him back, but Jyn was always bringing solid wins home. Mission done. Check the results, 0 bad gossip. The youngest master aced the Minor Ruins quest, so Kieran's pride and confidence just skyrocketed. Every time his bros tried to wipe him out, he came back alive and kicking. He's even hit 5-star now. Khan got straight up real. Honestly, it wasn't even the demonic beast or Minor Ruins that. Check this out, not a single bad word about him anywhere. Youngest master nailed the Minor Ruins gig like a champ. So, Kieran's chest was puffed out with pride and confidence. Every time his bros shoved him towards the brink, he bounced back alive. He's even hit 5-star status now. Khan just keeps it real. Honestly, it wasn't just the demon beast or those Minor Ruins. Yo, the first mission you threw at the young boss really caught my eye. My Lord Patriarch, this dude had to go toe-to-toe with the whole White Wolf tribe solo, and guess what? He freaking nailed it. Kieran just nodded, like, yeah, same here. I thought he'd use his crew as shields to take out the White Wolf tribe, but nah, he handled it all by himself. That move, straight up proof he's got my trust. As the morning light started creeping in, they kept chatting. Khan jumped in, "Patriarch, you seriously think he wiped out the entire White Wolf tribe all alone?" Without missing a beat, the Patriarch said, "Of course. Well, not 100% alone, but he's one wild kid. I gotta sit him down and get the full story on this one." Back at the family estate, Kieran walked in with even more swagger. As the head honcho here, he strutted through the main hall like he owned the place. Guards lined up on both sides, nodding as he passed. "What's up, Patriarch?" Rosa glided over, Luna trailing behind her. She said all sweet, "We've been waiting on you, my Lord Patriarch." Kieran gave a respectful bow back. "Rosa, you're killing it." She brushed off the praise quick and redirected the spotlight to her son like a proud mama bear. "Nah, it was all him, my lord. Dude handled everything himself, so Rosa didn't lift a finger." Kieran shot back, "If these grown-up kids got it all locked down, then maybe I didn't gotta bounce from the Black Sea after all." Jyn stood with the rest of the 9 siblings, all hyped to welcome Ken back. He watched Joe Sua's face real close but didn't lose focus on his dad's words. "The guests we're bringing in today, they ain't gonna be too chill with me around. Ain't that gonna mess things up for my kids?" Kieran passed by Joe without even a glance. Rosa followed steadily, whispering, "Yeah, but it's all good. Step inside. We got all your favorite eats ready." Ken was all smiles. "Well done, team. Can't wait to dive in." But then, bam. He suddenly frowned, looking super annoyed out of nowhere. The 2 swords strapped to Jin's back made Ken stop dead in his tracks. He barked orders at Jyn and Vigo, and dude, they started sweating bullets just from Dad's glare. "Yeah, father." Ken eyed both of them. "Did you hand off the sword I gave you to the youngest?" Vigo stuttered, but Jyn manned up and said, "The youngest just straight up took it. We told him if he crushed the Colon Ruins mission, he earned it." Ken burst out laughing, all hyped, totally caught off guard. Rosa jumped, surprised by Ken's reaction. Ken clapped Jyn's shoulder, hyping him up. "Nice work. Just don't forget to plan how to snag it back. That youngest kid? Sneaky smart, huh? Sometimes I swear he ain't even my kid." That night in his private den, Ken called Jyn over for a heart-to-heart. "First banquet you've ever hit up, yeah." "Yeah, Dad," Jyn said straight up. Jyn peeped down at the fancy banquet hall like, "Man, in my last life, my master got me to a few ball events with other clans, but never the big family's own shindig. Even when I did sneak into banquets, had to hide like some kind of outlaw. Now, I roll up as the main guest right beside Dad. Big glow-up. All that glow-up cost me one epic death, though." After a beat, Ken started up again. "Our family don't throw parties often, only for the real winners. That means your win today? Big deal." Jyn dipped his head as thanks. "Thanks, Dad." Ken slapped a hand on his back. Solid vibes. "How many folks you think gonna roll through tonight?" Jyn answered straight. "About 1,000, I guess." Ken got a little edgy, kinda tightened up. "Right on. Heard we got about 1,000 guests coming, up 200 from 7 years ago. You get what that means?" Quick reply from Jyn. "It means our family's clout has seriously leveled up in 7 years." Ken went deeper. "Other clans have big banquets with 1,000 guests too, but everyone here is seriously big time. I've been grinding, hunting monsters in the Black Sea all this time, And still, our clan's rep grew crazy big. That's cause I'm the only Genesis Knight alive in this era. If I disappear, most folks here will bail on the Runandell clan, no doubt. Jyn got serious, thinking hard. That's right. Without me, how could House Runandell stay on top like this? Our fam and House Jipo, the two beasts of this era. But if I'm gone, the power gap just blows wide open, and House Jipo takes the crown. Jin's fists clenched tight, whispering, Dad, if you really dipped and everyone bounced on us, and House Jipo kicked us while we were down, pushing us to the edge, then I'm out. I just walk away from this whole family. Siren was shook hearing that real talk. What if House Runandell fell just cause I'm not around anymore? Then that just means the next boss is trash, Jyn said flat. I ain't about dying pointless under that kind of leader. By the way, how many secrets we got on them? He blurted it out without even realizing, totally shocked that his baby bro would drop that question. Weaknesses. He shot back right away. Yep, so I can snag back the sword I swiped from Brother Vigo. I asked him to flash me those partnership deals only the knights are allowed to peek at. Now, the head honcho of House Wong, dude straight up conned the emperor and swiped from the national treasury, but thanks to us, they still have the nerve to strut around this ball like nothing happened. Oh, and another fam just asked us to off some mages from House Jipo for them. Lady Hero from House Hero, girl went behind everyone's backs and sold a family heirloom just to feed her gambling habit, and they want us to snag it back. Oh, and they're still stiffing us on their collab fees. Classic. Just skimming through this mess, I already got a bunch of dirt to crush people without even breaking a sweat. Imagine what secrets are hiding in those contracts you and Mom keep locked up tight. Siren finally caught onto his son's brainwaves. So, what you're saying is, even if I dip out, you kids got enough ammo to keep this house safe on your own? Jyn kept it cool. If House Runandell's boss ain't a Genesis Knight, then it's all about how slick they are at making deals. Dad was stoked, nodding hard. True that. But hey, we ain't the only ones holding receipts on others. House Jipo's got just as many skeletons in their closet as we do. The kid shot back. Yeah, but House Jipo? They ain't got the street smarts to play those cards right. Siren squinted, curious. Why's that? Jyn dropped his gaze, eyes closed, rocking a sly grin because playing villain, that's House Runandell's turf. So if the next big shot in the fam grabs all these power moves but flops at using them, I'm out. No hesitation. Then, I'm gearing up to go after House Jipo, no matter the weight. Siren chuckled, loving the fire. He tapped his chin and added, Revenge. Huh. Gotta stay alive to get that done. Not bad, kid. Then he zoomed in on his youngest son's face. The other siblings, too scared to even whisper Runandell's downfall in my presence, they either lie or bawl about it. But this little dude, he just lays it out smart and straight up. Too bad I had him late in life. Dude's like a mix of Luna's brains, Mary's savage instincts, and DF's fight spirit all rolled into one. Give it 10 years, max 15. I'll still be holding down Runandell's throne. Maybe I'll even watch if this kid flips the script on who's boss in the fam. Wrapping up chill, Ken said, Looks like most of the squad's here. Time to roll in. Jyn nodded real smooth. Got it, Dad. But after a few steps, his dad paused, like he had more on his mind. Oh, and after all this party madness, I gotta chat with you. Hang tight till I holler for you. He stayed put, fists clenched, thinking. The big test to carry the flag. Seems like once the party's done, I gotta dip out for a bit. This 4-day shindig's gonna be a wild ride. Before they could bounce, Henzer barged in, panting, Patriarch, we got a sitch. Ken's tone got sharp, spill it. Henzer hurried. Uninvited guests just rolled up. Ken squinted, suspicious, trying to figure this out. What the? But Jyn kinda guessed who it was. Could those hoodie-wearing ghosts be House Jipo making an awkward cameo? Henzer spilled more. Yeah, 5 of them. The second in command, Andre, Jipo, plus 4 others from the fam. Ken's anger started bubbling up. What a disrespectful crew, he snapped. Henzer, tell Andre to bounce. Just let the other 4 in. Don't go yourself. Send somebody else. Henzer bowed deep. Right away, my lord. Jyn covered his mouth, fake coughing, thinking. Sure. Andre crashing like this is mad rude, but turning away House Jipo's second in command at the door entirely. Damn savage move. Ken caught the vibe, shooting Jyn a fierce glare. Too harsh, you think? How'd I do? Jyn answered quick. No chill. Nah, that was pure satisfaction. The second Andre lost his cool and barged in with his crew. He straight up ignored the patriarch of House Canaan's orders, only fam allowed. That's a major no-no in this battlefield. Ken grinned, proud. Exactly, kid. Andre obeys or he's leaving with more than just bruised pride. Hot-headed as always, Ken walked on. Now, let's kick off this banquet. The party heir stood on the balcony, peeping down at all the guests. Yo, thanks for coming through. I'm Kieran, patriarch of House Canaan, and shout out to my son, the reason I get to host this honor so late in life. Jyn bowed respectfully following the intro. Dad kept the speech rolling. All right, everyone, there are just 2 rules at this cannon bash. If anyone gets smashed and starts throwing down, Papa was all in on his son's take. Like you said, Andre either shoots straight with me or he's losing legs before he heads home. Ken, the hothead, just storms off. Time for the party to pop off. Standing on the balcony, the host's heir looks down at the crowd. Big ups for making it out here. I'm Kieran, head honcho of House Canaan. And trust me, I wouldn't be here without this legend. My youngest, Jyn Canaan. Jyn bows low, smooth like. Dad keeps the vibes rolling. At this bash, 2 simple rules. No sloppy drunk drama, and if anyone throws down, yo, check it out, the knights are gonna roll up and escort these 2 straight to the arena as soon as possible. The loser gotta throw in the towel, but the winner, they better show mercy cause, hey, it's all part of the party vibes. Jyn watched all this go down from way up high and felt it deep in his soul. So here we are, fam, the ultimate showdown banquet. Over 1,000 big shots from all across the continent packed in one place, tangled up in the most complicated drama ever. If this was just some basic party, they'd probably just throw some shady vibes around and bounce. But nah, this is the Garden of Swords party where things get lit for real. And as long as you play by Dad's 2 rules, you can't straight up kill your foe, but slugging him up good and proper, totally allowed. That's your ticket to being crowned the real MVP. After dropping that short but spicy speech, Ken went all hyped, yelling, all right, y'all, let's get this party started. Man, who knew this clan was straight up crazy in the best way? Then Pops whispered low, hey Jyn, you two. Ken got dead serious with his youngest and said, if you spot someone worthy, pull him aside. But don't even think about messing with someone who ain't on your level. Jyn nodded, firing back, got it. Unless they come for me or the clan, right? And you know I ain't losing, no matter what. The Toner boys chimed in, pleasure man. Then bounced with awkward smiles, we're out, Jyn. From above, Jyn gave a deep bow. Trust me, I won't forget. Watching Ken's solid back, some weird feels hit him hard. Looking back, this was the first time he ever talked to his dad like this. Before this, such peaceful father-son convos were just straight-up fantasy. They legit had a chill moment just now. But forget those cliché warm daddy-son vibes or trying to be the perfect son. Nah, in this life, Jin's only mission, beat his dad hands down. That was the real deal. Party was poppin' with good vibes and clinks of drinks. While everyone was chilling, Jyn stood solo until the Toner brothers rolled up. Both gave him pats on the back, kinda nervous. Yo, congrats on hitting 5-star. Mind if we chat a bit? Jyn kept it icy, but didn't shut him down. Sure thing. Jyn flipped the convo. So, how's training been? One brother laughed. Way better after switching to that weapon you suggested. Progress is real. Jyn played nice for etiquette's sake. Good for you. Keep up the act till you're done. He leaned in, whispering like a secret ninja. Got it. Those brothers looked shook but agreed. Cool. Then, while the trio was standing there, a new guest came up to greet. Hey, honored to meet you, young Master Jyn of the Runandell clan. I'm. Before the guy could finish, Jyn smoothly cut in. You're the Ken clan's first knight, right? The Toner bros jump in with a stiff. Good to meet ya. Then toss a forced smile and dip. We're out, Jyn. Jyn flashed a soft smile. Good luck with training. They nodded. Thanks. Then Jyn turned back to chat with the Ken dude named Crow. Heard tons about your badass moves when I was a kid. Crow laughed big. You're flattering me, kid. Just as the vibe was nice, someone suddenly yanked Jin's hair from behind, calling out his fam name loud. Yo, Runandell. This flashy kid's voice dropped. Was wondering who the freak could hit 5-star at 15. Turns out, just a little kid. You gotta be at least 10 years younger than me, huh? Name's Hiller. Jyn was caught off guard, no quick comeback. Then a sec later, he locked eyes with a low-key menacing stare and said, Pleasure to meet you too, Hiller. Hiller let go fast. Damn, you intense, kid. Sorry if I was rude, but don't act like I'm trash here. You're a Runandell, but in martial arts, I'm the senior. Just showing some pride, that's it. Jyn cut through the BS, chill with that. Hiller's from the Tuco crew. You just dissed people who showed me respect. The dude froze, stuttered. What? Jyn kept going, ignoring his fragile ego. The top 2 prodigies of the Ken clan, Dragon King Knights, Black King Mercenaries, they're all your seniors. You've seen how they treat me, right? Own up and apologize to them. Since I called you out, I'm letting it slide this time. Just as things were about to explode, someone patted Hiller's back. Whoa there. Hey Hiller, listen to the young Master Jyn and save your skin. Told ya, your loud mouth's gonna get you in trouble. Crow chimed in all smooth. Forget the drama, no need to turn this into a battle. Heller caught on quick and cleared his throat. If the seniors say so, I sincerely apologize to everyone. Hey, please cut this newbie some slack, all right? And I really hope you'll accept my apology, young Master Jyn. He didn't drag it out, just kept it short and sweet. Sir Hugh nodded, but you could tell he was grinding his teeth like, ugh. After Jyn turned away, someone nearby whispered, Dude, you're seriously a pro at making enemies, aren't you? Luna strolled over all chill and said, Hey, why don't you act like a normal kid for once? The moment she spoke, Jyn called out, Sis Luna. They clinked their glasses softly, and Jyn laughed. But today, I'm repping the Runandell clan, you know. She smirked back, True, but what if Huio had thrown down a dual challenge? This dude looked like at least a 6-star level fighter. Jyn was totally comfy with his game. If you had tried that, you bet the patriarch and all the elders from the Tuco clan would have jumped in. They've been eyeballing us for a minute now. Right on cue, some HUD's fam member was giving him the business. Watch your mouth, man. It's only cause of young Master Jyn that you made it out alive. Luna caught that and gasped. Whoa, so when you were plotting your move, you had these clowns in mind too. Did some fancy noble secretly school you on handling jerks like this, or what? Jyn grinned. If there really was a class on that, sign me up. Only thing I'm after is some sword skills, though. That stuff? Nah, not important. Might be hard for you to get, but being the outcast young master of the Runandell clan means it takes some serious grit to survive. She shot him a side eye and asked, For real? Then she thought to herself, Dang, this kid's sharp. No wonder he almost got iced at Storm Castle. Bet the Sib who spotted Jin's talent early on had something to do with it. Luna kept chatting. Anyway, I came because this party's all about you, but honestly, this whole scene, not really my vibe. And I'm ready to bounce to somewhere way more fun. Jyn blinked. Wait, already? She smiled softly. You're too short to dance with me now, but when you grow up, we'll hit the floor together. I'll take you somewhere super lit. He grinned real sincere. Can't wait. Oh snap. Luna suddenly got serious. Before I split, maybe I should drop a message for your crew like you did. He looked lost. Say what now? She slid right next to him, pressed her head gently to his, winked, and whispered, If I do this, everyone will know I hold you in mad respect. Now with me in their corner, folks won't dare mess with you. Catch you later. He felt kinda touched. Later, sis. Everyone who just saw that adorable head bump stayed frozen, then murmured, Oh my god, is that really the big boss Luna I know? She legit treasures her baby bro. The crowd was buzzing with whispers. One dude was straight up burning with jealousy, gnawing on a paper so hard it looked about to rip. Man, I'm so jelly. Even Lord Bisco wants that head touch from Lady Luna. Bubba clenched his fists tight and hissed, Tonight, I'm gonna write a whole poem about Lady Luna and spit it all night long. He looked mad, but also kinda sweet. Can you just shut it? Bubba snapped back, gritting his teeth. Magella Ibriano, Bisco's charming sis, calmed him down. Chill, bro. This is def a big deal for Lord Bubba. Thanks to Lord Bubba showing us around, I'm actually enjoying this wild meetup party. We owe him some respect. Bisco just covered his face like, Magella, seeing someone who totally gets him, got hyped. Wow, Miss Magella really gets me. It's a privilege to escort you. Magella replied, Oh my god, thank you, Lord Ba. Standing solo by the door, Jyn was lost in his thoughts. He looked wiped out, trying not to show it. Playing host is tough. Where the heck are those zipfuls? Such a pain, but maybe I gotta go find them myself. Just as he stepped forward, someone slammed a glass on the table right in front of him. A voice and symbol he knew well came through. Wonder if a girl like me could get a drink with a rising star of the Runandell house. Seeing the platinum blonde lady, Jyn instantly recognized Cirrus. She leaned in close and answered for him, Cirrus and Dorma from the Hidden Palace. It's an honor to meet you, young Master Jyn Runandell. Pouring him a drink, Jyn said, You're the Hidden Palace Master's daughter, right? Cirrus smoothly replied, The honor's all mine. Same age as you too. How'd you get so strong at our age? I'm seriously jealous of the Runandell clan's natural physique, she bragged. Jyn played along. Yeah, gotta admit it's cool, but the Hidden Palace's got that gifted bloodline too. Can't picture how much the Hidden Palace Master must dote on you, she said all eager. Cirrus added, Well, I'm her only daughter, unlike you. Then she covered her mouth and blushed like, Hope that wasn't too harsh. Jyn just smiled and said, Not at all. Everyone knows I'm the youngest son with tons of older bros. Honestly, I admire you. Having many siblings is a pain. He got a bit puzzled. Weird though. She totally knows me, but why isn't she bringing up that mammoth thing? Yo, there's no way she didn't clock it since my face was cleaner than a whistle back then. A sec later, Cirrus flashed a sly grin and goes, Alrighty, young Master Jyn, I gotta ask you something real quick. He shot back a chill smile and said, Hit me with it, Lady Cirrus. Jyn's confusion did a 180 when she asked, How's that busted leg of yours holding up? He smirked like he just won a bet, put his hands on the table all relaxed, and said, "It's all good now, thanks to some legend who hooked me up with the meds." Sir threw some serious shade right back. "Man, you're shameless, Jyn. Way worse than I thought." She got straight to the point, no filter. "So spill, why were you chillin' at the Moonwell with Mommy?" "I deserve the tea. How come my squad couldn't sniff out the terrorists there with their magic? You made me look bad and got me wondering if that dude I let slide was the real bad guy." Jyn straightened up like a boss and said, "You talk magic like you're an expert. I'm a Dan Kanan, do I look like the bad guy? You gotta know my fam's rep." Cirrus crossed her arms, looking all serious like a detective. "I'm not saying you're the perp, but you being on a Dan Kanan mission makes me think. Maybe you hired a mage because you couldn't handle the job solo. At that inn, the only folks who could be targets for Dan Kanan were those secret palace peeps. That's probably why you were there, and trust me, I'm not letting this slide." She looked down, thinking hard. Her guess that I was gunning for a secret palace member, kinda on point. 'Cause I did mess him up trying to take down Ankoro. Then Jyn countered like a pro. "Still, why does that make me a suspect? That's just talk, no proof." Sir snorted. "So you're gonna play denial all the way? All right then. I've got a plan too. I'm taking you to the arena, beating you down, and spitting on that nasty mug of yours." Her voice was dripping with confidence. "I'm calling you out, Jyn Dan Kanan." He tried to dodge, but his words hit Cirrus like a bomb. "Dad told me not to fight weaker folks. But if you're so desperate to scrap, I'm game." Off they went to the arena where the guard was quick to ask, "Young master, you here to throw down?" Jyn said, "Yeah." Everyone else bounce. "Only healers gotta stick around and bring me 2 regular swords." The guard nodded fast. "Got it, sir. Arena's sealed till you 2 wrap it up." Even though he agreed to fight, he was still looking out for his opponent, thinking, "These fight junkies and onlookers gonna swarm here. Cirrus is secret palace royalty. Would be savage to wreck her in front of the crowd." Then Cirrus dropped a sudden request. "Jyn, promise me something before we start," he asked. "What you want?" She laid down the rules. "If I win, you gotta spill every single detail about what went down that day with Mommy, no lies." Jyn agreed quick. "Deal. And if I win, we act like this day never happened." Her eyes lit up. "So yep, you're definitely hiding something." Then the fight went live. She yelled, "Here I come." And he immediately dashed at her. Jyn suddenly saw snowflakes swirling around, his eyes wide with shock. Sword slashes glowed like light beams slicing through the air. His mind freaked out. "No way, that's gotta be Indoma, bloodline ice sword magic." Facing Cirrus's savage strikes, Jyn just sighed and sliced through the ice block in front of him like it was butter. "Dude, you're throwing your ultimate move out the gate. Unlucky me." He moved in close and whispered, "I haven't even mastered my family's secret moves yet. What am I gonna do now?" Cirrus swung hard, pushing Jyn back, shouting, "Not my problem, dude." Each silver slash forged crazy light whirls that swallowed the whole arena. Her white hair was all wild, eyes blazing, laser-focused to land that killer hit. Light streaked along her blade. The sword glowed blue with an electric snap, steel shining like lightning ripping through the storm. Even in battle, Cirrus was thinking hard. Jyn Kanan's a legit 5-star warrior. He's mostly on defense now, but the longer we go, the stronger his real skills show. Doesn't matter though. That 1-star gap, I'm covering it with my endless third ice sword moves. I'm weaker with less stamina, can't drag this on. Once he counters after watching me, I'll switch it up and finish. While Cirrus wrestled with her fight, Jyn already cracked the code. Cirrus is a solid 4-star knight. Even with her endless ice swords, she can't match my offense and defense. Since I caught that gap, she's gonna unleash some big burst power to flip this fight. Probably a secret move. Though I'm still not sure how strong her endless ice swords technique is. If that's the case, I gotta hit her with my own secret trick. From all the secret arts I peeped in the Thunder Arena, my top move's a speed boost where fighters' whirlwinds swirl constantly around them. Jyn flipped his hair back, showing off his shiny, confident face like a straight-up hero. "Yo," Ceres suddenly flashed this sly grin. The sword in Jin's grip buzzed a little. Its steel gleamed with this icy, deadly shine. She goes, "Game over, Jyn." Then bam, instant chaos exploded all around them. Jyn had to shield his eyes quick because the sword's vibe made the air crackle, shooting out star-shaped ice shards like some frosty fireworks. Right in the middle of her ice storm, Ceres stood ice-cold calm, eyes sharp even through all that snowy haze. But man, Jyn wasn't no joke. A single drop of red blood slid down his face while he smirked like he was having the time of his life. Sires was low-key shook by that cocky grin. "Wait," he's smiling. "I just dropped an avalanche combo on him. Even a 15-year-old 5-star sword whiz shouldn't be able to handle some secret inner sanctum move like that. So why am I feeling all kinds of weird?" Then came the freak out when Jin's sword tip hovered mere millimeters from her eye. How? Sires got ultra alert and locked in. After dodging one strike, now his blade was chilling on her neck. The tables flipped, and Jyn was cursing inside. Damn. Crap. As the snowstorm hit its wildest point, Jyn yelled out with mad fear, calling Sires by name. Sires, crap, shouldn't have busted out my family's sword storm like that. How did a 4-star like Sires survive this wrecking ball power? If she can't dodge, she's toast or worse. Jyn stretched out his hand, shouting her name again and again. Ciri. When the ice fog cleared, Jyn spotted her struggling, barely propping herself up with her sword, her face shocked AF. Did I just care too much about living? Was I scared to die and totally dodged that attack? Her eyes went wide. Me? Ciri Doma Jyn? He hustled over to help her up, all apologetic. You good? Almost ended you back there. My bad. Guilt was written all over his face. Meanwhile, Sires had heard his warning but didn't dodge the sword's storm. But hey, pride and honor or not, Sires was just a teenage girl at 15, way too young to shut down her survival instinct. Seeing her reaction, Jyn grabbed her shoulder, trying to hype her up. If I was in your shoes, honestly, I'd have moved out too. Gotta survive, right? So no more bringing it up. Not sure if that helped, Ciri instead pulled out a little vial of ointment and said softly, your face got pretty scratched up. She carefully smeared the ointment on Jyn, saying, consider this my thank you gift for saving me. He didn't resist, curious. Aren't you being a bit reckless for the Hidden Palace's lone heir? After finishing, Sires stood, replying with fire, because this life? Yeah, I beg to keep it. I'm gonna cherish it real hard now, so don't sweat it. Then she spun on her heel and bounced, dropping a parting line. And hey, let's call today the day we officially met. Catch you tomorrow. Jyn just stood there watching her walk away. No words. Next day, the party kept rolling. He held a wine glass, low-key observing the crowd like a hawk. Fewer folks than yesterday, huh? Looks like from now on, everyone gets to peep the matches. Maybe the real party's just starting. Not as packed, so maybe I'll run into some peeps from the Jipo clan. I heard Jipo clan guests are all teens, like 15 to 20. Perfect, same age, so I can flex and compare my magic skills with theirs. Want to ask some stuff about Colin, but that's a no-go for now. Once I snag the provisional flag bearer spot, I'll have all the free time I want. Then I can dig into Colin's biz with Merkin. With Merkin's help, tracking down the full mana station is going to be cake, so no way those Jipo clan jokers can roll out an army of mages this time. I'm dead set on stopping anything nasty like that from going down. Suddenly, Jyn's deep in thought got snapped by a surprise visitor, a cat. He blinked, shocked, and then Sires was surprised too. Wait, why is there a cat at a Runandell clan shindig? She asked, kneeling down happily to scoop it up. Where's your owner? She flipped the name tag on the collar. Okay, your name's Butterfly. Butterfly Runandell. Did the young master come up with that? Sires was all sunshine, but Jyn's face darkened. Yeah, that's right. Then out of nowhere, a voice pops from behind. Oh, that's the cat. I knew following that little furball would lead me to you. Both spun around as Veritin came dashing over like he'd just found a long-lost homie. Finally found, yeah, Jyn Runandell. You got no clue how long I've been hunting for you. Jyn blinked, puzzled. Who are you again? But dude didn't even care and doubled down on his hype. Say that after we just met? How could you forget me? I think about you every single day, bro. Sires looked just as puzzled. Veritin pointed at Jyn. Here's a hint, pal. First letter of my name, V. Meanwhile, Sires just grabbed the cat again, ready to bounce, sighing like, total weirdo. Come on, Butterfly, Veritin gushed. You remember now, right? But before he could finish, Jyn cut him off cold. Nah. Veritin wasn't ready to quit. Dang, guess again. We met at the Mal Kingdom's transfer gate first, remember that? Jyn's reply, same as before. Nope, no clue. He chuckled in defeat. Veritin's face went all serious and he laid a hand on Jyn's shoulder, like it was some major moment. What a total weirdo. Come on, Butterfly, he said all hyped. You remember, right? But Jyn shuts it down quick. Nope, still, Veritin's not backing off. Dang it. Well, guess again. First time we met was at the Mal Kingdom's transfer gate. Same answer from Jyn? Don't remember. He just chuckled, helpless. Veritin's face goes serious, hand lands on Jyn's shoulder. Yo, hold up, your memory ain't half as sharp as I thought. Listen real close cause you better not forget this. My name is... Out of nowhere, he jumped in, cutting Veritin off like a boss. Veritin. Jipo. Jyn just brushed his hand off like it was no big deal. I tried my damn hardest to act like you were a stranger. Basically, cause I didn't want to show you, I still remembered every little thing. Why can't you just get that and stop bugging me all the time? Veritin's eyes suddenly lit up like fireworks. Wait, you times remember? Meanwhile, Jyn was side-eyeing this dude like, really bro? Is this dumbass really gonna be a 9-star mage by the time he hits 30, crowned as the next head honcho of the Jipo clan. Finally, he got to the point. Anyway, I was straight up hunting for you all yesterday. And I've been out here for like 2 whole hours, frantically searching but didn't even catch a single clue about you. Jyn was even more baffled now. Okay, the ballroom's big, but come on. 2 hours grinning like a lost puppy. Veritin threw up his hands, weary as heck. If magic wasn't off limits here, I would have found you way faster. But this is run candle turf, so magic's a no-go, ya dig. Jyn was debating if this guy was straight up lying or just totally lost. Guessing the latter, he smirked and gave a playful fist bump on Jin's head like a proud bro. No cap, just seeing you again's got me stoked. It's been like 5 years, right? Can't believe you're already a 5-star. Knew you had mad skills. And hey, I haven't been sitting on my butt either. I'm already rocking a 6-star mage rank. Jin's jaw nearly touched the floor hearing that. Oh, snap. Veritin flexed his confidence. Top that off, that's 1 level ahead of your sword skills. Jyn drifted into deep thoughts. No joke. No way. The Jipo clan's prime prodigy, Veritin, hitting 18 and chilling at 6-star. If it were me, I'd have broken to 7-star status by now. Is this dude messing with his rank for some shady reason? Catching Jin's side eye, Veritin got even cheekier. That face? Yeah, it's from all the mad hustle I put in to find you. Can't wait till I'm ready to go head-to-head with you. So don't slack off, alright? That's when Jyn realized this guy wasn't trying to hide his ranking after all. Real talk, if Veritin's really maxed at 6-star at 18, then after the current big boss, patriarch Celiac Jipo, I'm next in line with skills that tight. Man, this is the perfect shot to grind hard and prep for whatever insane stuff's coming my way. Tried throwing some advice Veritin's way. Seriously, dude, shut it and keep quiet for once. He didn't even look mad about it. You sound just like my pops, Jyn chuckled. Yeah, anyone say that. Then he switched gears. By the way, why's the Jipo crew crashing this ball when nobody even sent you an invite? Veritin smirked. Oh, 'cause I wouldn't stop bugging Uncle Andre till I got to see you. Jyn was low-key questioning, like, even as vice patriarch, would he really roll up on enemy turf just 'cause some kid threw a fit? Meanwhile, Veritin kept spilling the tea. We were just passing through the Hill Federer area, caught wind of the ball, figured it was fate or something. Jyn gave him side-eye, clearly thinking that was way too simple, and asked, is that seriously it? Spoiler. Yeah, that really was it. Jyn waved a hand, clearly over it. All right, I get it. It's a fancy ball, so shush. Now scram. Veritin looked all hurt and let down. Yo, don't kill me with the cold shoulder, man. I know your pops is chill with my uncle too. Speaking of, how about this promise me you'll crash a Jipo clan ball uninvited someday? Jyn gave him a side glance. For real, what if I bring the drama? Veritin grinned wide. I always keep my word. Even if you do, I won't whack you, and if it turns into a fight, I'm out of there. In the end, Jyn just dropped 1 line and bounced. What a total dumbass. Veritin looked lost. Wait, what? What'd you say? Without looking back, Jyn threw it down. Someone sketchy's been eyeballing me the whole damn time. Excuse me. That got the nearby dude's attention. You got a problem with me? Bubba finally stepped up. Yo, young Master Jyn, when's Lady Luna showing up? Jyn was confused on what this guy's angle was. Bubba whipped out a pink-covered notebook. I'm talking about Lady Luna. She bailin'? Want to give this to her. It's a bunch of poems I spent all night pouring my heart into. Seriously, it's all love in there. Once she peeps it, I'm pretty sure she'll get that there's more to me than meets the eye. Veritin was chillin' behind them, sipping wine, totally hooked on their little showdown. Man, maybe you'll be my brother-in-law someday, he joked. That line hit Veritin so hard he almost choked. Jyn just smirked darkly. Bubba handed over the notebook, calling out cold as ice. Young Master Jyn. Yo, guest of honor, looks like you're asking for a beatdown. Dude watched in horror as Jyn shredded the notebook to bits. What are you doing? Jyn stomped on the pages like pure savage. You use my sister's name like it's no big deal, then talk about being my brother-in-law? Yeah, right. The Run Candle clan must look straight up joke trash to you. Then he ordered, take this punk to the arena. A grunt replied, got it, young master. But Bubba kept whining, brother-in-law? Wait, young master, why the sudden meltdown? Please chill, man. Yo, I was just putting my heart out there, that's it. Any dude's got the right to show love to whoever he wants, even if 2 guys jump him. Dude kept yelling his lungs out. Yo, young Master Jyn, how you gonna do me like that? Am I not a guest, or what? Why you gotta treat a guest like trash? And haven't I been hyping up your sis's looks? Bubba wasn't backing down, still throwing down the challenge. Cut the chit-chat, ditch your jacket, and bring that heat. Let's settle this with a duel, no cap. Bisco, chillin' on the sidelines, was shook. He frowned, mumbling, man, Bubba, Meanwhile, Maggiella was clapping like it was the best show in New York. Yo, big bro, what's poppin' over there? Looks like Bubba and young Master Jyn are about to throw down. Bisco grabbed his wheelchair handles and zoomed in. Dumbass, let's get a front row seat. Maggiella was hyped immediately. Alright, big bro. Siri was low-key annoyed by this wild curveball. What the heck? I was trying to step up and challenge him while the party was still lit. But why's he got a scrap with some random dude? Veritan jumped in all hyped. So glad I begged my uncle to let me come. Didn't expect to meet the Ice Palace heir here. Nice to meet you. I'm Veritan. Sires, totally over it, snapped. Go away. So Veritan had no choice but to bounce. Major L. Jyn and Bubba squared off on the duel stage. The ref's voice boomed. Next up, the big moment of the banquet. Canon Fam's rising star, young Master Jyn, one-on-one duel. Who's Jyn fighting? Never seen this guy before. Some secret ninja living off the grid. Vedin, standing by Sires, was all smiles. I heard he rolled in with the Ibriano fam. Dude's probably tough despite the look. On stage, Bubba kept his cocky swagger. Young Master Jyn, before we get this party started, how about letting me properly introduce myself? Or are you too cool for that? Bubba babbled, trying to hide the truth, but Jin's fist flew out, shutting him up for good. Zip it. Don't care who you are. Bubba, embarrassed, snapped back into fight mode. Jyn dodged like a ninja, quietly sizing him up. His vibe, total 6-star energy. Even Sires caught that in the exchange. So Jyn picked a tougher opponent, bold move. He kept his eyes locked. That fat dude's on high alert. One slip up and he's toast. Then wham. Jyn got clocked right in the face. Bubba thought he had this in the bag and started cocky laughing. You really think you can fight me with moves like that? I'll have you crying on the floor begging. Before he could finish, Jyn zoomed in and slammed him, sending him flying. Jyn unloaded a savage combo, beating Bubba senseless. Dude was overwhelmed, couldn't even throw a punch back. Veritan, hyped, called it out for the ref. It's done. Jyn baited him into a mistake and dropped a light-speed knockout. Bro, you killed it. Suddenly, Maggiella's sweet voice cut through, grabbing Siri's attention. Brother Bisco, what's Jyn even doing? Didn't this match end? Why is he still ragging on his guy after surrender? She stared hard at Bisco. Ignoring his stiff glare, she threw shade. Jyn picking a weaker dude was already sus, and now you're just sitting there watching? He's the one who's helping me anyway. Bisco tried to explain under his breath, that guy ain't weaker than Jyn. But Maggiella wasn't having it. Bro, your sis is super disappointed. You gotta school this dude any way you want. Bisco was stunned, like, wait, you want me to fight young Master Jyn? That impulsive idea had the crowd buzzing hard, full of hype. What a fiery girl. Hey bro, listen to your little sis. Known for always spoiling her, he sighed, all right, fine. Then he stepped up on the duel stage and said, Young Master Jyn, why not let him go first and fight me instead? Jyn didn't hesitate and jumped on the challenge right away. Bisco Ibriano, going against this 7-star knight. Win or lose, dude's gonna learn big time. Plus, getting a taste of Ibriano family's swordplay, priceless. The Ibriano head was known as a beast, even in Jyn's dad's eyes. Jyn shifted his gaze to check out the one who stirred up all this drama. Maggiella really was something else. She straight up put her own brother on the spot just for front-row drama. The posh young master laughed. You really love your sis, huh? Bisco rolled his eyes. Duh, who doesn't? Young Master Jyn nodded. I get it. I got an older sister too, and I vibe with you. I love my sis mad much. All right, from here on out, make sure you keep your crew's mouths on a tight leash. Jyn's serious warning sent a little shiver down Bisco's spine. Looks like you got it twisted. The dude you just wiped out. Not a servant of ours, he was a companion. Maybe he stepped on your toes or something. Bubba was just helping my sis move smoother. Guess his moves didn't exactly scream Runandell family vibe at the banquet. Anyway, I swear he meant no harm, so cut him some slack, all right. Jyn didn't give a final answer but sank into some deep thinking. Bubba Gaston, huh? Bisco's whole vibe changed way tenser after hearing that name drop. Bubba Gaston, the shape-shifting sorcerer, Bisco, and Bubba. What's the deal? What's the link between these two? Pretty sure the Ibriano family had zero ties to Gaston back when he got caught in my past life. Or does Bisco already know Bubba's got that shape-shifting sorcery on lock? Man, this is so frustrating. I found Bubba, but so many messy threads keep popping up, and I can't get sidetracked. Facing off with a 7-star knight, he calmly raises his sword, ready to throw down. Bring your best, young Master Jyn. Even with that big clue in hand, he stays cool, waiting for his moment. Let's keep our eyes on this duel for now. Can't wait to learn a thing or two from you. Bisco kicks off with a sword strike so insane it's overwhelming. Jyn blocks it like a ninja, but man, he's clearly feeling the heat. That strike alone screams power beyond just his 7-star knight. His sword game, even sharper than Uncle Zed's. A couple of bloody scrapes start showing on his shoulder. Bisco's sword moves are like a non-stop storm, raining attacks like there's no tomorrow. Jyn's gotta fall back for a sec, cause the power gap's real. I can't read his moves. The crowd's totally hooked, buzzing with excitement. Young Master Jyn's getting pushed back fast. Yo, he's really doing his best to keep up with this non-stop attack. Ibriano family sword fights, those moves are straight up sneaky and offbeat. No joke, the Ibriano style never gives you a second to breathe. One tiny slip-up and it's game over. That's what the casual fans think. But to a prodigy like Veritan, Jyn's just chilling, waiting to strike back at the perfect moment. They seriously have no clue. Runandell clan folks always come up with wild ways to turn the table when stuck. If the Ibriano sword style is one sneaky snake, Runandell's is like a raging rhino. Even if his horn breaks, he just bull rushes like crazy. Jyn's dodging Bisco's quick strikes left and right without missing a beat. He can throw some punches back, but deep down knows Bisco's holding back for real. After all, he's standing toe-to-toe with his 7-star swordsman even though he's only rocking 5 stars himself. His eyes start to blur from pushing too hard. He's about to hit his ceiling, but suddenly, bam! That flicker of his opponent's sword technique flashes in Jyn's mind like deja vu. It hits him, just like that one time, a hazy vibe deep in his subconscious. His sword starts glowing like mad. Bisco's eyes go sharp as he nods in respect. That's some damn fine sword work, young Master Jyn. Then he speeds up, aiming to finish the match once and for all. Jyn tightens his grip, focusing all his juice into his blade. Bisco's strike twists like a power-packed tornado, and Jyn's sword shatters into 100 shards. Bisco closes in, blade pressed right against Jyn's neck. The fight's done. Jyn's shoulder bleeds from Bisco's finishing move. He stumbles and finally drops. The ref's hyped-up voice booms through the room. Winner is. Right as he soaks in the win, Jyn slowly raises a hand, touching the slice on his neck. It's a legit surprise even to Bisco. Only Jyn truly feels the sting of that moment's loss. Sir Bisco Ibriano stares at him on the floor in amazement, thinking, what in the world was that finale? Everyone rushes to patch him up real quick. Move it, get young Master Jyn inside now. The staff hustles to obey. Yes, sir. Bisco frowns, still stuck on that final hit. The broken sword moment left a sharp sting on his own neck. No way. Did he pull off some mind sword trick at the last second? If Jyn had blinked even a fraction slower, or even just a smidge faster, Bisco is crystal clear. He'd be the one biting the dust. Now he locks eyes on the kid with newfound respect. Jyn Runandell, you're seriously one tough cookie. After a bit of rest, Jyn groggily wakes to the heavy weight of a cat crushing his face. Get off me, he grumbles. It's that stubborn furball, Murakan. Jyn has to wrestle him off. I said, get off. The scene feels all too familiar, and he mumbles, wait, this is my room. Did I pass out after going toe-to-toe with Bisco? Then Julie calls sweetly, you're awake, young master. Still holding Murakan, he sits upright and asks Julie, how long was I out for? She blurts, 2 days. Maybe, shocked, Jyn says, 2 days. So the banquet's done and dusted, and I didn't even get to say my goodbyes to all those folks who came out for me. Seeing him bummed out, Julie jumps in all cheerful, trying to lift his spirits. Yo, don't even think like that, boss man. These past 2 days, everyone's been straight up obsessed with the showdown between you and Sir Bisco. You nailed it, especially by pulling that mind sword right at the last second. Legendary move. And seriously, she was spot on. All the big shots couldn't stop talking about that epic sword battle. Bisco could have easily taken a serious hit, no joke. A 5-star who's already flexing that mind sword skill. Man, I'm hyped for the new gen. Pulling that off at the end of a duel with an 8-star swordsman. Straight up unreal. Jyn's heart was totally full of thanks for Luna's old-school hustle. That mind sword isn't fully complete yet, but hey, I got exactly what I aimed for. Beating the kin, surviving the grind with my sis, Luna, all that hard training finally showed up. At first, I was like, what even is this? But now, it's mad useful. Her lessons burrow deep into my brain. Don't open your eyes? Wild, right? Even if it only flips on in crisis mode now, patience is key, no slacking. Facing that 8-star swordsman totally blew my mind, even if I stumbled a bit. Plus, this party wasn't just for show. I uncovered Veridan's secrets, got kinda tight with the Ice Palace heir. Oh, and found out Booba and Bisco know each other. Jyn was deep in thought on that one. This whole transformation mystery's got layers. Can't stress over it just yet, though. I gotta scope out some side info first. Then bam, Julie's pure white flower bouquet caught his eye. Flowers, she chirped all bright-eyed. The Ice Palace heir dropped these when she popped by. Hey, maybe she's crushing on me or something. Jyn wasn't having any misunderstandings, so he cut her off quick. Nah, it's a thing in the Ice Palace legend. These flowers stand for a never-ending battle. Looks like she's down to keep this fight going. Murakhan, chilling in his cat mode like a boss, tossed a sly grin. Yo, isn't this the first time some girl's given you flowers? Big win, dude. Am I right or am I right? But Strawberry Pie Julie wasn't biting on his jokes. Anyways, boss man, the patriarch wants to see you the moment you're up and about. Jin's eyes shot wide. Dad, for real? Murakhan threw on a pitiful puppy face like, bro, good luck with that. Strawberry Pie kept it dead serious. No expression. It's go time. Time to show you're the real deal. Jyn couldn't hide that hype look, excitement buzzing all over his face. Alrighty then, looks like I'm gonna be away from home for a bit. Where's Pops at? No time to waste, Jyn bounced, striding up to this big, tough dude real quick. Ken spun around all icy cold and said, well, look who's here. Long time no see one of my kids roll up dressed this comfy. Dude already clocked Jin's game from a mile away. You already know you're heading out, huh? Ken didn't hold back, blunt as ever. Though his face was chill, Jyn had this sneaky feeling Ken was low-key curious. Ever since I stepped back, Pop's kinda easier to read now, Jyn thought. Ken's voice dropped low. You know where this is? Jyn shot back all serious. Yeah, man, it's the tomb, where legends who boosted the fam get the Garden of Swords blessing, resting spot for our clan's heroes. Ken nodded, impressed. Right on. Our clan's heroes chill there. This tomb's been standing for thousands of years. You know anything about the first patriarch handle? Jyn kept it respectful. Nah, I know he ain't buried in the Garden of Swords. Ken laid it out slow and steady. You got that shadow power like him, which is why we can't honor the original patriarch. After he died, we signed some soft-ass treaty with the Zipo clan, promising no magic use. And with that, we agreed to snub ancestors who use magic. Result, the Zipo gods teamed up to drop a curse on the Runandell bloodline. So every Runandell born after him can't use magic. When you took down the Ta brothers with your aura, I didn't ask where that power came from. Remember? Jyn owned up. Yeah, I even fibbed about using it for the clan's good. Kieran shot back firm, you were young, so it's cool. If that happened now, no way I'd let it slide. You ever hear Solderet's voice? Ken asked. Jyn nodded. He calls me his contractor, even though this life I've never heard a peep before. Ken's cape whipped in the wind, making a big call on this major deal. Maybe it's not fair to your sibs. Fine, you can rock that power to outdo them and claim the clan. Holding that heavy responsibility, Jyn played it smart. I'll bounce and roam the world. If nothing out there tops Run Candle, then yeah, I'll take the clan. Ken smirked like he approved, but stayed frosty. Your sibs left the Garden of Swords to grow and train, but you're off chasing something bigger than the clan. Not sure if I should be proud or call you out for being cocky. Kieran's voice snapped into serious mode, sealing Jin's fate like a boss. I'm giving you 5 years. Use that time to find your own path. Then come back with your answer. No cap. Right then, he gave a nod with Branty's sword in hand. Jyn unsheathed his blade, flames flickering in his eyes, swearing straight up to Kieran. Thanks for everything, Pops. I'll be back in 5 years. No joke. Outside, Julie and Murakhan waited for Jyn to pop out. Done chatting with the big boss, my lord. But wait, something odd caught his eye about Julie. I just gotta bounce. Julie rocked travel gear, clutching her bag, totally surprising Jyn. Something peeking from her wrist made him blurt out, is that? Julie played it cool. Oh, this? They say it blocks powers. Picked up the deets from old servants' gossip. Kinda sucks, cause suddenly my powers went ghost. As servants, our street cred rides on our masters, not our own flex. So quit that face. This is for your own good. Young Master Jyn promised her with all the epic honor he had. Not just for the next 5 years, but I'm always having your back. Being by your side already means the world to me, and I'll get my mojo back once you ace your test. Jyn bounced up next to Julie, flashing a grin. All right, squad, let's roll. Before they dipped, Jyn took one last glance back at the spot. Bathed in sunshine, the Runandell clan's castle stood fierce and tall. His eyes lit up with mad determination. Boom, boom. 5 years down the line, this is just the warm-up. Jyn took the lead, Julie and Murakhan trailing. Let's get this show on the road. The fierce wind flared his cape, and with fire in his soul, Jyn kicked off his epic adventure. Time to hit the world. Kieran, standing tall and brooding in a shadowy hallway, gripped his sword tight at his side, deep in thought about how he'd become a half-god but still couldn't break the curse hanging over the Zipo clan. In that moment, his mind drifted to Solderet and a shadow orb, the deal with Solderet and that shady shadow energy. Then, Jin's face popped into his head. Maybe his youngest kid was the clan's only shot. His gaze sharpened, a sly grin creeping in. That kid could be the one to set Runandell free. Man, I'm dying to see what the future's got in store for that punk. Deep in the dark woods, Jyn and Julie were struggling through the heavy forest. Jyn lit the way with fire magic while she lagged behind, hauling their gear. Out of nowhere, Julie asked, "Boss, you really cool with ghosting without saying bye?" No answer at first. Jyn just turned to her, all puzzled, and she kept going, voice full of worry. "Your squad cadets and Luna are going to be super bummed." Calm as ever, Jyn said, "Chill, for real. Luna's pretty chill on the whole deal. And the cadets? Yeah, they'll be down, but it's not like we're never seeing them again, right?" Then he pictured the soldiers lining up, swords raised to send him off, and couldn't help but joke. "If I told him, they'd probably make a sword tunnel and everything." Julie jumped in, dead ass. "They might even go extra." Then she pressed, "So where you headed now?" "From what I heard, most flag bearers hit up Mammoth first." Julie went on about Mammoth's perks. "Cause beating up bad guys is the fastest way to blow up." Jyn wasn't vibing, dropped a casual, "Famous, huh?" Jin's mind flashed back to his sister Mary before she became a Runandell flag bearer. They had to hit the streets and build rep from Zip, no handouts from the clan. A fierce scene of Mary swung her steel sword, carving chaos. Lady Mary wrecked the North Continent's top baddies and snagged the title Berserker of the North, Winry Mary, before her flag-bearer days. At that moment, Jyn looked down at the shadow energy flickering in his palm and started scheming. His other sibs came back between 6 months and 2 years, but Pops gave him a full 5 years. Only one reason for that. The shadow power thrummed as Jyn mulled it over. Find everything you can about shadow energy and come back. After thinking it through, he nailed his destination. First stop, the Akin Kingdom. Julie blinked, a bit shocked. Akin Kingdom? That's the one tight with the Laro Magic Association, right? Next thing, she's yelling in disbelief. "Isn't that Zippel clan turf? Why you want to roll there?" Jyn turned with a grin, dropping some truth. "When I hit the Conan ruins on a mission, I caught word of a bunch of rogue mages running wild there." He pictured those mages and declared, "Looks like they're teaming up with some martial arts crew." "I heard a bunch of rogue mages took over that place, running the show like bosses." He imagines those mages, all serious. "Looks like they're teaming up with martial artists or something. Artists stirring up a heap of drama for everyday folks." That's when July finally caught Jin's vibe, blurting out all impressed, "Yo, that's genius, boss man." Standing right behind him, she wore this hyped-up grin, saying like a total pro, "Back in my soldier days, messing with those sketchy creeps was my jam. I'm already hyped." But Jyn, looking kinda shook and awkward. "Honestly, I never actually heard about stuff like this before, just stuff I picked up from my past life memories." He couldn't help picturing old dudes bidding on some poor slave like it was auction day in downtown Dallas. All those unregistered mages and warriors, basically puppets for the shady Tessing clans. What's really got me buzzed are the underground auctions those guys throw down. And he started thinking about their secret ledgers like, dude, there's tons of stuff nobody even knows the real worth of. I gotta snag a couple of sword fighters and a ring or two. Meanwhile, July's tiny fingers were busy counting the cash pouch, dropping the tea to Jyn. "Boss man, I don't think we can slide through the transfer gate into the Akin Kingdom." Her face went all sour, staring at the few coins in that pouch, adding, "Family rules say I can only carry around 10 gold coins. Plus, you can't let anyone know you're running the rune game, so I don't see us getting any backup." He spun around and said, "If we can just hit the Ren Kingdom, that problem's sorted." July looked super confused. "Ren Kingdom? But how do we even get there?" Jyn looked right at Murican chilling on her shoulder and declared, "We fly." Then gave a little push. "What are you waiting for? Murican, transform already." Murican looked shook and fired back, "Yo kid, seriously?" July stepped up all cautious, like, "Boss dude, we can't just do that. What if someone spots you?" Jyn shrugged. "It's chill. We gotta test this at least once." She rushed out a warning. But if the clan finds out before she could even finish, Murican dropped down smooth. Then, like magic, a black fog swallowed the sky. The howling winds ripped through the night, knocking trees down left and right. Suddenly, this massive, fierce black dragon flexed in front of them. Murican's voice rumbled, all deep and gritty. "Hold tight." She heaved a sigh, Murican saying, "To make it to the Ren Kingdom by tomorrow, we gotta book it." Meanwhile, in a shadowy castle hallway, Luna was strolling under moonlight pouring in through the windows. Suddenly, she stopped, getting this weird vibe like something off was going down. She peeped outside, and through the glass, a dragon silhouette flapping its wings in the chill night sky. Luna muttered, wide-eyed, "No way, that's gotta be Jyn." Watching the dragon dip, she got that gut feeling even more. Riding a freaking dragon right after being named provisional flag bearer? That's wild. Luna's hand gently pressed on the window where his shadow still lingered. "Man, he's really on another level," she said, half joking, half loving. tossing in a little sisterly shade for ditching the fam without even a peace out. Meanwhile, Jyn and July were hanging on for dear life on Muraken's back. Totally clueless, Luna spotted them. Good luck out there, you icy little bro. Cut to a forest under a pitch-dark sky in the Ren Kingdom. Muraken switched back to human mode fast, catching July, who was throwing up hard against a tree. Worried, he asked, "Strawberry pie, you good?" She just groaned, my stomach sucks." Muraken immediately flipped, yelling at Jyn, blaming him. "Hey kid." Strawberry Pie's freaked out thanks to you. Jyn, cool as ever, shot back. "How is that on me? You flew like you were crashing the plane." Muraken fired right back. "You told me to fly." Then he chilled a moment, looking at July tenderly. "Hey, Strawberry Pie." Muraken genuinely cared. "It's okay, slow it down. Deep breaths, lean on me. We got this." Jyn just stood there, totally speechless. Seeing Muraken being all soft with July had Jyn thinking, what a weird dragon dude. Alright, I gotta get into the city, as soon as possible. But no luck, he got a hard no. "Nope, kid. I got Strawberry Pie's back. You go hustle up some cash." So Jyn threw on his cloak, heading out solo, but not without throwing Muraken a parting shot. "Stay put and don't cause more trouble." Outside, the moon glowed big and bright over the Vin family estate in the capital of the Din Kingdom. A guy named Sember sat solo by a pond, muttering all gloomy, "Young Master Jyn." He glanced up at the moon. A big party had happened for him. "But I only caught the vibe after it was over," Sember remembered. That time, Jyn had saved his butt. "Even just a mission, dude saved my life." He pictured Jyn bowing low, all sincere like. "I want to see him again and say thanks for saving me. If he ever needs backup, I'm there." Jyn just said, "All cool, all right." Right then, in the bushes nearby, Jyn showed up in full black cloak, super low-key. The guy he wanted to see was right behind him, but Sember had no clue, still wondering, when do I get to see him again and pay him back? Out of nowhere, Jyn broke the silence. "Hey, Sember." Sember spun around, "Yeah." But before he could even ask who it was, Jyn grabbed him from behind. "Yo," dude totally freaked out yelled, "Ah," real loud. Jyn was quick on the uptake, slapped a hand over Sember's mouth like, "Chill, bro." Only then did Sember peep Jin's face clear as day. Jyn gave the hush signal and slid in. "It's me, Jyn, your knight in shining armor who saved you from those sketchy Kinsel dudes." Seeing Sember relax, Jyn let go, letting him spill. Sember's like, "Master Jyn? For real? Why you here?" Jyn keeps it 100. "You told me to find you if trouble hit. Remember that?" Sember lit up and nodded hard. "Obvi, can't forget your kindness, Jyn. If it weren't for you, man, I'd probably be toast." But Jyn interrupted. "Alright, cool, I'll hang back here." Then he flipped to serious mode, face stone cold. "Bring me some gold and cash." Sember's eyes went wide like saucers, mouth flapping, but no words came out. He just dropped to the floor, disbelief written all over him, staring at Jyn. See, the deal was, as rookie flag bearers, they had to keep their ID on the DL because they had to build street cred just from sword skills, no family hookups. The Run Candle kids were broke the first month or two because no one showed them how to hustle. So until they started cashing in by catching baddies or grinding as mercs, they had to swallow that poverty pill. But nah, our squad's different. They're feasting on grilled meats, seafood, and sipping wine like kings. Scene switches to Julie chillin', chin in hand, grinning. "Gotta say, food in the Jyn Kingdom ain't half bad, huh?" Later, the trio strolls the city streets. Julie's getting all emotional like, "I thought I was gonna tighten my belt like the other players, but no, things kicked off smooth." Young Master Muraken cracks up. "Yo, beard cake. Remember yesterday? You asked Jyn, that's blackmail, man." Julie's trying to wiggle out. "Nah, he just gave this tiny smile." Jyn jumps in, eyes gleaming with mischief. "No blackmail here. Now you gotta pay up, in cash, girl." He's laughing, remembering it. "I only wanted a little," but he was freaking out, begging, "Take it all. It's an honor to help you." Jyn turns to Muraken. "Yo, you sure you didn't chow down too much?" Muraken's like, "Whoa, you remember? We're about to open a teleport gate, don't want to see you puke again, man." Muraken clenches his fist, voice low and bad. "Shut up. Even if I barf, eating till I'm stuffed is straight up dragon instinct." Jyn rolls his eyes, done with the drama. "Instinct, my foot. Without me, you'd be starving for days." Muraken shoots back. "Don't want to see my yakking? Then just ride me, bro." Julie jumps in with a teasing smile. "Why you so obsessed with teleport gates? Sounds like someone's trying to hide their dragon motion sickness." Muraken fires back, protective AF. "Hey, beard cake, not talking about you." The trio keeps wandering through town. Jyn gets deep. "I was stressing over Julie, but real problems somewhere else." Talks destination. "We're heading to Awakens Kingdom, part of the Ludero Magic Federation, ruled by the Jeep clan." Jyn gets serious. Like 80% of active dragons back the G clan crew. So no flying in on a whim, we gotta be chill. No beef till we're ready. Flying into Jeep land without their nod is basically calling war. Mirakin throws some shade, losing the chill vibe, what you scared of. Most of those dragons would quake when they hear my name. He pops into a cat, shakes his head all slow and sad. But times are different now. No flexing wings around the skies anymore. Hope someday the world's a better chill spot. Jyn frowns, laying down the law. Dude, quit transforming wild in the street. Jeep Clan's power is all about dragons. The gods who made dragons, plus some Jeep members, signed contracts with those gods. Bottom line, the Runandell crew ain't got a chance now. If Dad weren't in the mix, Jeep would have shredded Runandell ages ago. Then he pauses, light bulb moment. Wait up, how'd they snag all those contractors? Is it even humanly possible in one gen? This ain't just luck. Eventually, they roll up at the teleport gate station. A guard steps up, serious as hell. State your IDs. Jyn stops, knowing they're here. He flashes 2 passports. I'm Jyn. This is Julie. We're just tourists visiting Awakens Kingdom. The guard scopes them hard, silent but peering into every inch. They breeze past the checkpoint easy. Right as Jin's about to plop down, an announcement blares over speakers. Attention all passengers. Jyn and Julie sit tight, waiting. Hold up. How did they even pull together so many contractors? Can that many show up in one generation? Nah, that's gotta be more than coincidence. Finally, they hit the teleport station. The guard steps up all serious. ID, please. Jyn halts, realizing it's go time. He drops 2 passports. I'm Jyn, this here's Julie. Just tourists heading to the Awakens Kingdom. The guard eyeballs the docks hard, silent but suspicious. They breeze past the checkpoint. As Jin's about to chill, the speaker buzzes with an announcement. Attention all passengers. Jyn and Julie just sit tight, waiting. Alright y'all, buckle up cause in just a sec, we're teleporting straight to the Awakens Kingdom. Heads up though, some of you fancy passengers might feel a little woozy, think headaches or maybe even some trippy delirium vibes, so chill in your comfiest seats, you dig. She turned to him like, no surprises here. Those clan ID cards worked like a charm, slide right through with zero hassle. Jyn just nodded, all cool like it was no biggie. No joke, the homie who hooked us up was like, these bad boys are so legit, they'd even fool Vermont's top special forces. Just then, the announcer came back on. Thanks for hanging tight, teleportation's now go. Bam. In a flash, they were off. And yo, the poor dude struggling the hardest, that's Mirakan, no cap. Jyn lifted his head, eyes sharp but chill. The Awakens Kingdom memories from his last life hit him hard, but nah, it's been a solid 15 years. When Jyn blinked open his eyes, boom, announcement dropping like, we're here. Welcome to the Awakens Kingdom, part of the Ludo Magic Federation. Jyn just stood there, quiet but with mad deep vibes in his gaze. He remembered before he reset his life, he'd spent the last years in the imperial capital of the Awakens Kingdom. Time's flown, but the scene hadn't messed with much, it was like deja vu. The mood was heavy AF, camera pan over dark alleys, littered with beggars and homeless folks everywhere you looked. The streets, jam-packed and everyone rocking that serious, kinda grim face. July leaned in, whispering, yo, this city's got some serious bad juju, even though the sun's out, right boss? He stayed quiet for a sec, then glanced around like, all thanks to these blood-sucking tyrants running the show. I heard the scoop, this dark age ain't plain, it's brutal right now. Then Jyn tossed out the plan. Step 1, let's find an inn. We'll hunt down our real goal after we drop our bags. Her voice, soft but sharp, you got it, boss. After a bit, the trio rolled up to a sketchy inn on the edge of the main district. Mirakin stopped dead, face all pissed off. Yo, kid, you really want to crash at this dump? July, standing close by, shot back all smooth. Bosses got reasons, Sir Murakan. Murakan wasn't having it, grumbling. If we got the cash, why the heck settle for this rat trap? Standing there by the old wooden door, Jyn calmly said, that'd be sweet and all, wouldn't it? Flashing cash in a city crawling with crooks and illegal mage immigrants like this place. Murakan clenched his teeth, snarling, and that's why we're stuck in a dump even the toads say not to. Jyn just brushed off his whining. Say what you want, I'm stepping in. Left grumpy Murakan behind, his confident footsteps clicked loud on the wooden floor. Inside, some dude was barely catching Z's in a chair. Jin's icy voice cut through, you the innkeeper? Dude jerked awake, eyes half-lidded behind shiny specs, drooling a bit. Huh. The innkeeper blinked, shook off the nap. Guests, huh? He eyeballed the trio, one like a tracker, one rookie swordsman, plus a smoking hot girl tagging along. Maid vibes, the innkeeper threw a nasty, cheeky grin. He hauled out a tray with drinks for the crew, sneaky smile on his mug. Welcome to our humble spot. Got plenty of rooms open. A glowing golden drink was set down in front of them. This here is our signature orange juice. Have a sip, then pick any room you want. Murican grabbed a glass, eyes all suspicious, but kept that chill exterior. Meanwhile, Z was low-key smirking to himself. Yeah, drink up, fools. Once you come round from that, your lies are going to turn a whole new page. Underneath this dump, in the secret auction house, Murican's eyes flashed wide. He peeped something fishy. Z was lost in daydream land until Murican suddenly chucked the drink right in his face, wrecking his vibe hard. Yo, is this little bug out of his mind? Z, the dude with the round glasses, stared stunned with liquid dripping down. What the hell is this? He barely had time to blink before Murican's deadly glare shut him down. Like a ghost, Murican lunged forward, cloak billowing wild, murder vibes radiating, and in a blink, his fist was coming down hard. July's jaw dropped. Jyn even spilled his drink. Yeah, zero trust in this shady welcome. Z stuttered, all scared. It's poison. Yeah? What of it? Murican snapped back ice cold. Right here, right now. Standing tall like a boss, he declared like a death sentence. You're biting the dust today. Z looked up, trembling, totally freaked out by Murican's raw power. He clutched his cheek, begging, wait, let's talk it out. But Murican lifted his boot with fire in his eyes, smashing down hard as he growled. Talk? Screw that. Jyn stood on the sidelines, watching all this unfold, muttering quietly, that Z guy, the Empire's info broker, claimed I owed him back in my old life. Suddenly, memories flooded back. The reason some weak, ruthless exile like me managed to set up shop in Aken was all thanks to Z's hookup. We got close, but don't get it twisted. It wasn't out of kindness. He straight up tricked me, saying he'd show me the underground auction house, then stole everything but the clothes on my back. Man, just thinking about it made me rub my forehead in pure annoyance. Just thinking about it got on Jyn's nerves. He watched Murican beat down Z and thought, but this time around, it's different. Now it's my turn to mess with you, you jerk. Z was screaming in pain, clutching his head as Murican kept pounding away. Keep hitting me like this, and I'm not gonna let it slide, Z yelled, pissed off. But yo, I'm a 5-star. Murican didn't care one bit, and slammed his fist into Z's face again, snapping, who cares? The punches kept coming, and Z quickly begged for mercy, crying, I messed up, but it wasn't poison. It was a sleeping potion. Murican was too furious to even hear him out. Honestly, it didn't really matter. But Jyn on the sidelines suddenly thought, all right, that's enough. He called out, Murican, chill. Let's hear what this dude has to say. Murican shot back with attitude. Huh, why the heck should I listen to some shady dude who tried to drug us? Meanwhile, Z stretched his hand toward Jyn, begging for mercy. Please, man, save me. I swear I'll make it right. But before he could finish, Murican cut him off hard, yelling, shut up, don't open your mouth unless you want to get busted again. Jyn calmly sat down on a nearby chair and started talking. I'm about to ask you some simple questions, you scumbag. Lie, and you're dead meat. Tell the truth, and maybe you live, Jyn said, his voice ice cold. I'm judging based on my gut and feelings. Got it, got it. Z blurted out loud, shaking like a leaf. Finally, Murican grumbled, all right, whatever you say. Jyn went, cool, so what's your story? Shaking, Z said, name's Z. I'm an innkeeper and an info broker. With his head down, he added, I'm also a con artist. And yeah, I deal in human trafficking too. Murican's anger exploded. Oh hell no. Z hit his knees begging, spare me. I can be useful. I know everything about this city. Trust me, dude. Jyn said coldly, so you drugged us to sell us off somewhere, huh? The dude finally admitted, yeah, I'm sorry. Without a word, Jyn stepped forward, slammed his foot on Z's hand, and asked, where? Z looked up shocked. What? Bam. Jyn stomped harder, making him yell in pain. Wincing, Z finally spilled it. The testing underground auction house. Jyn pressed down even more and growled, more details. Z's voice shook as he gave all the dirt. Testing is some dark-ass group running auctions for slaves, banned potions, stolen stuff, even artifacts, everything under the sun, Jyn thought, totally over it. So, the time had come to hit the testing underground auction house. Jyn whispered, you're safe tonight. But you know what comes next, right? Z nodded fast. Of course, my lord. Thanks, thanks. Behind them, Murican groaned, dude, you really gonna waste medicine on this slimeball? Julie jumped in. Yeah, young boss. Letting him go is just asking for trouble. Suddenly, Jyn grinned. A dark underground auction house? Come on, what's more lit than investigating a place like that? He added, let's see how he behaves and handle it before it's too late. Murican just gave a doubtful, Jyn started heading out. Also, we need a guide, so might as well use him. Then he dropped, first stop his sister. Murican said nothing, just watched him go. Jyn sighed hard after stepping out. Faking ignorance when you know everything is so damn tiring. But no way I can spill, I'm a regressor, so gotta grin and bear it. Later that night, as darkness draped over the city, the doc slowly came out, saying, best if he rests till his bones heal. Before leaving, he told Julie, hit me up if you need anything. Meanwhile, Z stared at his beat-up mug in the mirror and muttered, turns out a healer from the Lutro Magic Department patched me up. Who knew some random picked off the street could be so talented? He mentally cursed, dang, these crazies beat me up just to fix me right after. Suddenly, suspicion crept in. Who are these folks? Doesn't matter if they're big shots or law enforcement, if I stab him in the back, I'm dead. Nearby, Jyn jumped up saying, well then, let's roll. Z was totally shocked. Jyn said cold like ice, we're headed to the underground auction house. Moments later, at the auction's heavy doors, two guards spotted a familiar face. One asked, yo Z, bringing the whole crew today. Are they merchandise or what? Z snapped back, scowling. Enough chit-chat, open the door. They're my guests. Finally, Jyn's squad slipped inside smoothly as the massive door creaked open. Everyone stepped in, cautious as hell. The glow from inside put Jyn on high alert. The place looked fancy but dangerous as hell. All the auction folks wore mysterious masks hiding their faces completely. Merkin chuckled while eyeing the orchestra playing up front. This is wild. He nodded towards the crowd and joked, an orchestra at a thug-run underground auction? Bit extra, don't you think? Right then, everyone rocking creepy masks at the auction, totally hiding their faces. Murakami laughs, watching the orchestra jam up front. This is hilarious. He nods towards the crowd, all sarcastic, orchestra at a thug-run joint? Man, that's extra. Just then, out of nowhere, Z whipped out these masks and was like, yo, everyone thinks Tessing's boss is down and out, but nah, the real head honcho is someone else. Mirren frowned, totally annoyed. Wait, what now? Z grinned and said, if you want to get into the auction house, y'all better slap these masks on. Seriously, cover those mugs. Jyn popped his mask on and asked, all right, spill who's the real boss. Z leaned in quiet like, that dude's Alu the spider legs. His eyes bounced around the room as he said, this whole spot's decked out with his style, but honestly, he's just trying to hide he ain't got no book smarts. Then Z clammed up. Jyn snapped, keep going. Z dropped his head and spoke low. To a nobody like me, Alu's in a whole different league. Not just squashing street beefs, but the dude's rocking a 7-star martial artist vibe. He got real close and whispered, word is, he's tight with the Murakami clan from across the ocean. The name Murakami had Jyn instantly curious. Murakami sighed deep and told the kid, forget that noise. You think they're hanging with street rats like this crew? July peeked in and whispered, totally feel you, young master. I racked my brain but can't remember no one like that. Jyn stayed quiet, but he knew the truth was different. He thought, the jerk who cursed me so I can't even swing a blade. If magic's involved, this has got to be his handiwork. That curse. A legit 9-star nightmare that's wrecked my head nonstop. No mage in Tessing's squad could drop a curse that nasty. But after 10 years battling in Thunder Arena and 5 more grinding at Sword Garden, still no clue in all those 15 years. He glanced at the duo with fire in his eyes, thinking, I gotta at least catch a lead on this. Then Jyn dropped it. We're here to dig up everything we can on this Alu guy's real deal. His steady voice popped off, a hot lead for sure. Deep in a shadowy tunnel, Murakami yanked off his mask with a grumble. So, what's the play? Just steamroll the thug crew day one. July whispered low. Those shadow guards we scoped on the way. Straight up elites, some unregistered mages too. A surprise smackdown right in enemy turf? Nah, that's dumb. Jyn stayed calm. Chill, I got a plan. They looked puzzled. For real? Suddenly, he spun around, voice quiet but tough. Listen up, everyone. After hearing it, Murakami snorted. Childish nonsense. He scratched his head annoyed. Sometimes I seriously question what's cooking in your brain, dude. Where do you even get this wild stuff? July covered her mouth, eyebrows raised. She was shook but asked, can you seriously pull this off as Runandell royalty? Jyn shot back, no sweat, relax. If things go sideways, we bounce. Murakami and July just hummed in agreement. Nearing the path's end, Zep stopped. Pardon me, boss. We're here. I picked a chill spot for you. He drew back a curtain slow and said, step in, welcome. Zep led them into this super hidden room. The vibe was dark, but lit up by the flashy lights of some underground auction magic. Then the announcer's hyped voice broke through. Up next, we're dropping the goods now. Dude buzz, all wild energy. Doesn't matter where they came from or why they're here. He flashed a grin, passion pumping through his words. First up, something you can do whatever with, no doubts. It's a slave. He waved at some chained folks dragged to center stage. Looking prime today, healthy as heck. Check the last guy, dude looks like a beast. Jyn shot a glare. Wait, were y'all gonna sell us like them? Zep, caught off guard, blurted. My bad, please forgive me, boss. He stared hard at the chain group. Slaves. At least no kids in sight, count that as a win. Murakhan leaned in, called, Yo kid. What's the move now? Jyn kept cool. We wait. After a beat, he added slow. Heard sometimes real gems pop up to bid on. If something good shows, I'll jump in. Then we'll cook up how to move. Jin's mind raced. Just cooked up this play. If my intel's tight, that good stuff's rotting in some warehouse. Can I swipe it once the plan's live? Right then, the announcer's voice fired up. All right, next. And boom, he shouted. The auction is officially live. Jyn sat silent in the shadows, mumbling. Now we just gotta chill and wait it out. 1 week later, auction house buzzing hard. Announcers yelling, 130, 130. Who's got 140? Right then, Zep whispered, Boss, super low. You been just chillin', watching all week. Down below, crowd paddles flying for 50, 70. Worried, he hissed. If you don't cop something today, this auction test could flip on you. Jyn, unfazed, threw back. Aren't you bugging me too? Zeb turned ghost white and stammered, yeah, totally, my lord. Do whatever you want, my lord. But inside, he was straight up yelling curse words at that damn kid. Do something, you little punk. At this rate, you're about to get kicked out of here, even if I've got some hookups with the auction house. Just buy anything, before I totally lose my cool. Right then, the announcer dropped the next item. Here comes the next auction piece. Kicking off with today's first magic book, he shouted with hype. Check out the grimoire of Matthew Moniac, the mage who once ran this whole continent like a boss. We still can't crack this bad boy, but I swear, there's some crazy powerful spell hidden inside. The sharp voice called out. 80. The host fired off without missing a beat. Anyone want to top that? Hearing that, Jyn just frowned and whispered under his breath, Nah, it's not Matthew Goniac, idiot, it's Matthew Moniac. He was low-key annoyed and muttered to himself. Plus, all Moniac's grimoires are locked down tight by the JP family, so no way this book's legit. He'd been hanging around this lame trial auction for a whole week, and honestly, it was straight up dead, nothing worth a dime here. Jyn gave the host a side eye as the auctioneer kept spitting nonsense. Suddenly, the guy lit up like he'd chugged 5 energy drinks, yelling, Next item up. He squinted, sounding beat, and muttered, Those dumb mages totally got played with that fake grimoire. The host teased with a smirk. The author? Jenny. Starting bid? 50 gold coins. Jyn chilled back, thinking to himself, there's always a couple of these books. They're not famous, but playing the lottery kinda deal. If you're lucky, you hit jackpot. If not, yeah. As the crowd caught on, paddles shot up. 60, 70, 80. Out of nowhere, Murakhan slapped Jyn on the shoulder, saying, Hey, kid, scoop that. If it's the Jenny I know, you're getting a steal. Right then, a bid shocked the host, who shouted in disbelief. 150. Anyone want to top that? The crowd below buzzed nonstop. Wait, is he seriously going to drop that cash? Gotta be some loaded young bigwig, right? Jyn was curious too, a black dragon's pick. Murakhan's stamp carried weight. Then bam, the gavel slammed down hard. Sold for 150. The guy next to him grumbled, Why's this junk here? Checking it out with some suspicion. Okay, what's the hype on this spellbook? Next up dragged out was a grimoire by Sujil Heir. The murmurs exploded. Wait, Esther? Who's that? First, Jimmy, now this. All randoms. Still yakking, he raised his paddle again. The host called out, pumped. 200. Opening bid 200. The floor went silent. Jaws dropped 200. Who's this guy throwing stacks on mystery items? Murakhan leaned over, curious. Yo kid, what's the deal dropping 200 right off the bat? Jyn kept cool. Just figured I'd snag one more grimoire. Inside, he was pumped thinking, jackpot, finding this here. Flashback hit him from a past life. My old master's family was top tier once. Heard they fell hard hundreds of years ago. Never thought I'd catch a trace of him here. The item ended up with Jyn again. Sold for 200 gold coins for Esther's grimoire. He mulled, gonna gift it if I ever see her again. Finally, Jyn slid back his mask a bit and said, All right, time to roll out, let's bounce. After the auction, the 2 books were placed right in front of him. Murakhan flipped one open, hype in his voice. We just hit the jackpot. This is definitely my Jenny. But wait, what's this weird cryptic script tagging along? It was some wild ancient writing, mad complex. Murakhan glanced and thought, only me and my master can even read this stuff. Z walked over with a glow of relief, like a massive weight was lifted. Man, so glad you finally bought something. If you left empty-handed today, that'd be straight embarrassing. He smiled. Suddenly, Jyn called out to Z, Z froze. Yep, sir. Jyn just coolly said, I'm off to meet Spider Han Alu. That hit Z like a ton of bricks, full-on panic mode. Wait, sir, you seriously can't, even for me. Jyn just patted him on the shoulder casual-like and said, then you're the messenger. Tell Alu Veritan Zipple's here. He leaned in, voice icy, commanding Z to drop the message. Z looked like he was struck by lightning, all drained. Z bolted to obey, cursing inside. Damn. But then his face lit up, realizing, this kid's no rookie. He's straight up Zipple bloodline, not Vermont Special Forces. Z grinned ear to ear, thinking, perfect. Riding the Zipple name out of this dump might actually happen now. He dashed and burst through the door, screaming, get Alu out here. Veritan Zipple wants a word. But dude stopped dead in his tracks. The crowd was wild. What the heck is going on here? Yo, why is there a whole crowd here? Right in front of Z, there's this squad of intimidating dudes, each one giving off that I'm about to end you vibe while eyeballing him hard. Then, this dude creeps up slow to Jyn, squints, and goes, you Veritan, huh? Z, holding his sore cheek, trails behind the guy dressed all in black. The biggest dude in the group locks eyes with Jyn and says, the boss wants a word with you. But Jyn ain't having it. He steps up and lands a solid punch right on that dude's face. Then Jyn snaps, lunging forward like, yo, who the heck's messing with me? With a cold glare, he fires up a blazing fireball in his palm and asks, hey, you Alu. The scared guy in black quickly replies, nah, sir. Boss Alu sent us to bring you three over to him. Right after that, Jyn throws the fireball straight at him, flames blazing everywhere. Jin's all heated up. I already said who I am, and this guy just sends his henchmen. Nah, let me spell it out again. His eyes drip with deadly vibes as he speaks all spooky. Tell him to crawl his way here on all fours and meet me in person. Then boom, a heavy hand slams down on the cold stone like thunder. Alu freaks out, scrambles forward, shouting, I bow down. I'm Alu, boss of this testing auction house. He's quick to say sorry. Man, I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me. Zackley, chillin' on the sidelines, thinks to himself, if anyone else tried claiming to be Veritan, I'd be cracking up. But this kid, nah, he's got that real deal vibe. He shoots a slick glance at Jyn. Jin's aura is totally next level. That fireball alone, that's 5-star mana magic, no joke. Zackley's face lights up, hyped. Pulling off 5-star spells at this age, only legit Zippo clan peeps could even dream of that. Just a week ago, while heading to the auction tunnel, Jyn dropped, I'm gonna fake being Veritan. Morrican nearly lost it, yelling, say what? Julie looked ready to faint, nervously going, young master, even if Alu's tight with the Jipo clan, nobody can spot the fake for real. Jyn, chill as ever, cuts in. Nah, we strike first. Scare him senseless, his brain'll be all fuzzy. Julie's still on edge, still worrying. No, young master, the big problem ain't getting caught. If the clan or patriarch finds out about this, we're toast. Julie's scared stiff just thinking about the fallout. Back to now, Jyn coldly tells Alu to stand. Dude jumps up instantly. Yes, sir. He pulls out 2 books he just snagged, telling Jyn to peep them and guess what they are. The guy bows low, voice shaking. Magic books, sir. Sorry for snatching those old magic tomes without permission from the Jipo clan. Jin's voice goes icy. These 2 books? Top-tier treasures for the Jipo clan. He keeps going, voice laced with threat. How much cash you made off these? Alu quickly apologizes. Lord Veritan, my bad. I'm just a fighter, didn't know these were priceless. Sorry, sir. He nervously promises, I'll do everything to get those books back. Please just give me a shot. Jyn taps the books on Alu like a boss. You really think a dude like you can handle this better than me diving in myself? His eyes freeze cold as he orders, zip it, and hand over the list of buyers and prices. Alu goes pale. My clan starts digging tomorrow. The dude's brain screaming, game over. Over in the Akin kingdom, testing tries hard, but next to the Jipo clan, they're just small-time punks. If the clan smells something fishy from the investigation, testing's done for. Minutes later, Jin's casually flipping through the ledger Alu gave him. Alu reports all stiff. Here's the full list of folks at the auction. Lord Veritan. Jyn asks cold, anyone else? Alu bows deeper, careful with his words. Yeah, but they're locked up tight in the warehouse. The man lowers his voice. That's the staff's living spot too. If you want, I can fetch them here, but it'll take roughly 2 hours, so. Jyn cuts him dead cold. What's this nonsense? You gonna burn important papers, huh? Don't think I'm dumb. Watch your step. Then Jyn lazily commands, fine, go if you want, but make sure you check out everyone else, too. Alu shivers, warning in a quiet voice, remember, you're still under my control. Alu grits his teeth, hiding rage, then bolts. Yeah, got it. Back soon. he tells his crew. While I'm gone, show him around the warehouse for inspection. The crew nods. Got it. Passing a guard, Alu whispers, don't let him leave the mansion before I'm back. The guard nervously replies, understood. Alu storms the hallway, fists clenched tight, cursing like a maniac inside. That punk, just wait. You think you run the show? His eyes blaze red, holding back pure rage. Man, I already dropped mad cash on the Jipo crew. Now you're telling me I gotta buy back those magic books? No freaking way, dude. Meanwhile, Mirren's wrecking the joint, yelling at Jyn to grab whatever he wants. Julie's all worried, like, are we seriously doing this? He just shrugs it off like it's no big deal. Chill, just snag whatever you need. That's it. Merkin growled, chucking books everywhere, not even noticing when one smacked that other dude's lackey right in the dome. Man, all this junk is straight trash. He turned to Jyn and whispered, yo, kid, about that Aloe dude when he's back. He's gonna snap, you're a phony. What's the play then? Jyn just shrugged, all cool. What do you mean? Then he goes, we just grab what we can and bounce before Aloe rolls back. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Gently, Jyn popped open the box and spotted a shiny ring inside. Quietly stoked, he smiled, score. Julie's in the corner, clutching a diamond necklace, whispering, boss, you sure about keeping this reckless streak? Feels kinda off. He just laughs, guess that's a compliment. Right then, Z bursts in, all pumped, the goods are here, boss. Hands over a fat stack of papers, respect. Here's the slave intel you wanted. I jotted their nationalities and ages too. Jyn gives a lazy nod, cool, good hustle. Just as he's scooting, some dude blocks the door, all serious. Hold up for now. Boss will drop all the auction ledgers when he's back. The guy says cold. Till then, hang tight in the mansion. But before he finishes, Jyn just takes him out, no warning. Dude didn't stand a chance, hits the floor hard. Z's freaking out, shaking like a leaf, young master. Scared out of his mind but still manages. You're sick, no wasted moves. Inside though, dude's panicking big time. Like, what just happened? Why'd Jyn knock out Alu's henchman like that? Out of nowhere, Jyn asks straight up, yo Z, you got fam? He answers wide-eyed, yeah, a little brother. Jyn nods, take him and bounce, head to Kingdom B if you can. Z's jaw drops. Ignoring that stare, Jyn rolls on. Give my intro letter to the big shots there, spill all the tea on this auction house. That's your ticket to survive. Z's shaking but firm, nah, I'm sticking with you till the end. But inside, he's screaming, dude, this is my shot. He begs, please, let me ride this out with you forever. Thinking, if I want to win, gotta grab this chance. Then Jyn casually throws, oh, by the way, not Veridin Zipple. Boom. Z's hype deflates hard. Wait, what? 2 hours later, a henchman low-key spills to Alu. Standing over the wrecked room, they confirm the imposter isn't Veridin, who's got that long white hair. Alu fumes like a volcano. The scared dude reports they snatched docs with slave info and client lists from the auction. Before jetting, the thieves left a note. The test is over. Alu orders his crew to hunt him down. The guy stammers, boss, and then bam. Alu swings his huge hand, smashing the dude's face in pure rage. The guy flies back, writhing, collapsing right there. Alu's screaming, find every last one and drag those damn cheats back here. His eyes bloodshot red, furious as hell, he roars, I'll personally finish all of you off with my own hands. Scene flips. Around a campfire, a hand reaches out while a voice cuts in. Yo kid, this why you were creeping around here? I don't think picking a fight with Alu got us jack. We gotta watch if he's in on the Bandane Kanan fam's moves. Morrigan, just chilling across them, nods, all right, guess we'll roll with that, then throws a peace sign before bouncing. Jyn just stays quiet, eyes on the rundown. Seriously, he gave you the grimoire plus a masterpiece? I was shook when you hauled that relic from the auction. How'd you even know ancient stuff like that and decide to snag it? Up in the sky, a fiery blood moon beams down. Suddenly, a loud shout pierces their chat. There. They're hiding there. Boss gets the intel. Jyn glances over, annoyed. Man, what a noisy crew. Then stands up slow. All right, time to get some fresh air. Alu's face is dark, veins pumped, breathing heavy. Gotcha. Now face to face, Alu unloads all his bottled-up fury at once. You sneaky punks. Think you can fool me and just walk away. His eyes pop, voice booming. Open this up. I'll hang you out like trophies, make you a warning. I'm Alu the Spider-Hand, master of the underground auction. Mess with me and pay. His eyes pop, voice booming, fearless. Open it up. I'll hang you high for all to see as a warning. Mess with Alu the Spider-Hand, king of this underground testing auction, you're toast. Yo, out of nowhere, this voice sliced through that pointless rant like a hot knife through butter. Got the list right here of all the slaves snatched from B. No cap. Jyn, chill as ever, dipped his hand into his cloak, pulling out something. These are the receipt records for the grimoires that the JP family's been hunting. This is the roll call of all your shady customers. No lie. With a snap, he threw a stack of papers flying. Already sent these bad boys everywhere. By tomorrow, the whole freaking continent'll have eyes on you. Magic letters got style, huh? Jyn threw out a cheeky smirk, totally poking the bear. Real talk, you're toast, Alu. Mad with fury, Alu screamed like a maniac, drool flying everywhere. You little punk, he spat. I ain't gonna let you go easy. Nah, I'll keep you barely breathing. Torture on repeat till you pass out, then I'll light you up like a freaking bonfire. Jyn stayed cool, voice low and smooth. Morikon just stood there, hands shoved deep in his pockets, staring like he'd seen a ghost. Dang, the kid made his move like a boss. I want to duel that Alu dude. Morikon just watched, amused. Sighed, cracked his neck, and laughed off the drama. Then he strutted forward like he owned the damn block, wind swirling out of nowhere, carrying mad vibes. Ugh, such a headache. Meanwhile, Alu on the flip side was still losing his mind, screaming his head off. You punk, think you can handle all of us solo? Don't just stand there. Hit him. Mages nearby caught the cue and blasted their spell chants as soon as possible. With Alu's roar ringing out, the front line charged with serious swagger. Bring me that brat alive, and kill the rest, no mercy. The whole squad rolled in with swords and weapons, gunning straight for Morikon. One brave attacker got close enough to swing. He roared, slamming his sword down like a beast. But Morikon just raised his hand, palm down, all chill. In a blink, he flicked it and bam, head off. Dude was done. With insane power, just a flick sent the dude flying like dust in the wind. No time wasted, they kept charging like maniacs. Next crew suddenly froze, eyes wide with serious shock. Morikon just stood there, poker face on point, arms open wide, blocking two attackers like it was nothing. Body after body thudded hard on the ground as he took on the entire crew solo. His eyes blazed, face twisted with pure rage, veins popping on his temples like a superhero on his worst day. He unleashed some serious power, and the ground beneath him started breaking apart like it was made of paper. Morikon shot forward straight through the crowd, clearing the path with such raw magic power he sent everyone flying. Dude was lightning fast, punching everyone he touched. If you got in his way, you got hit straight in the grill. Morikon moved like a blur. Nobody could block that beast mode. His power smashing the crowd back with just one hit. Fists clenched, teeth gritted, eyes burning with pure fight fire. Then bam. He charged right into the mob, sending a massive shockwave. Boom, 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 explosions echoed as the chaos escalated. The mages at the back were turning ghost pale, frozen, ready to dip hard. Alu, still at the rear, saw this and lost his mind yelling, "You idiots! Why y'all just standing there?" A nearby nervous mage, dripping sweat like a waterfall, stuttered out, "If we shoot magic now, we'll hit our own squad." The dude was yelling so loud even Jin's crew could hear him. Then, dumbasses, aim for the group behind him. Jin's eyes narrowed, cold as ice. "Julie, back it up for a sec." Right then, a massive fireball popped up, backed by wind and ice magic. The whole mage crew targeted Jyn dead on. Staves raised high, wind howling fierce. All three elements zoomed straight at Jyn at once, but none of these guys were even 5-star level mages. Suddenly, from that aquamarine stone necklace, a soft magical glow spread around them. That brutal attack got blocked by a neat little barrier hugging Jyn and Julie. The mages around went totally shook, frozen for a hot second. Jyn smirked like he knew the secret sauce. "Props to my sis, Luna. Makes life a whole lot easier." She just sighed behind him, all chill. "Still, my guy, you bounced without saying a word to the lady, huh?" Right beside them, the terrified screams of the crew filled the air. I ripped through that mess. Morikon's glare went ice cold, lips curled in a fierce snarl. "You weak pups, got nothing but numbers? Such a sloppy squad." Fueled by rage, he conjured a blazing blue flame. "You've seriously pissed me off now." A monstrous blast, like a bomb, tore straight through their line. One by one, they got wrecked, all done for, simple as that. That scary blue flame beam blasted through the stone barrier, nearly reaching the other side. Alu's face drained completely, eyes wide with shock. Mouth agape, frozen solid. But then, out of nowhere, he snorted with disgust. Gripping the weapon strapped to his back tight, his crazed laughter echoed louder and louder. Meanwhile, his crew's terrified screams rang out. Alu went savage, tearing through his own men without mercy. Jyn watched cool and calm on the sidelines, soaking in every scream from the enemy camp. "Yo, boss, you good?" Dude's totally losing it. Jyn was straight up staring at Alu's wild-eyed madness as he swung that sword like a maniac, sizing him up. Dude's gone off the rails. Well, Hey, that just means less work for me. Morricon's voice cut through like, hey kid, I took out all those small fries like you said. Now that psycho's all yours. The guy was straight fuming. Reason flew right out the window as he pointed his bloody blade at the guy. You jerk, who sent you here? Alu yelled, all impatient. Spill it, but Jyn just kept cool, talking like nothing even fazed him. Doesn't matter if I tell you or not, you're gonna bite it anyway. No sooner said than a flash of light zipped by. Jyn ducked fast, but a nasty cut showed up right next to him. Ouch. Jyn stood tall, a light bulb going off in his head. Man's quick. Alu's face was dark as storm clouds, eyes wild with rage, sword pointed forward, teeth clenching tight as he spat out each word. I don't know if you're telling the truth, but when I bring you down, you're talking, no questions asked. You fiends ain't getting away that easy. From the smoky sidelines, a hype voice chimed in. Yo kid, you finally got yourself a legit fighter. Heard he's a 7-star martial artist for real. Morin was chillin' at the back, loving the show, yelling all excited. Forget that Bisco guy you battled before. This dude's out to kill you. Straight up. Go all in, no holding back. Alu and Jyn stood frozen, staring each other down like the calm before a storm. Then Alu's voice boomed, so arrogant. He shot a glare that could burn, gathering a monstrous amount of power into his huge sword. Who the hell does some mage like you think you are? Stepping up? You looking down on me? Jyn wasn't about to waste time on talk and immediately lunged, hand sliding to his sword. Like lightning, his blade flashed out in a clean, deadly slice. The dude gritted his teeth, barely blocking the first hit. Alu's eyes popped in surprise as he stumbled back. Jin's icy stare was locked on him. Alu blinked at the gleaming white blade going, wait, a sword. Both were neck and neck, neither budging an inch. He caught his balance quick and slashed down hard. Damn it. Jyn just slid back, dodging smooth. Sensing Alu's killer vibes, he was ready. Alu dashed forward, no chill. So you're no mage after all. He whirled his sword again, making a long slash, but Jyn parried fast, pushed back a bit. Man, you're raging on some serious revenge vibes. Dude looked inhuman, powering up for a punch, then unleashed a wild combo, punches flying with crazy force, and a bright flash lit up the scene. Jyn spun to duck, eyes narrowing, finally getting serious. He whipped off his cloak with power and swung his sword, but suddenly, the dude teleported, gone like smoke. Dark expression, the guy popped up behind him. Jyn turned slow, shocked to see that grin full of pure evil, swinging a massive arc right at him. A second later, his smile dropped, face twisting in annoyed confusion. Luckily, Jyn ducked just in time, taking barely a scratch. Man, that graze was way too light. Jyn backed off, not rushing to hit back yet, quietly sizing up the sitch. This guy's fast, and he's barely even trying. Alu screamed taunts, so that fireball at the auction? Just some junk artifact, but inside, he was sweating. Damn, gotta be honest, I totally walked right into that trap. This isn't even the real problem. O felt a chill up his spine, looking back, thinking, the real threat is the dude who wiped out all my guys solo. He's gotta be stronger than me, so why's he just standing there? Morrican stood back, arms crossed, watching it all with a smirk like a kid at a circus. Looks like this kid's running into some trouble. Meanwhile, July was freaked out. Sir Morin, you seriously not gonna step in? Even if this young master wants this, it's way too soon for him to go toe-to-toe with a 7-star martial artist. Morrican calmed her down smooth. Relax, Cupcake. This kid's gotta learn to value his own skin. She clenched fists, frustration written all over her, but she caught his meaning. Then he tossed in quickly. And Cupcake, you really think he's gonna lose? Her jaw almost hit the floor, eyes wide. What? Suddenly, a huge flash ripped through the air. The non-stop clang of swords clashing filled the air. Alu swung his sword hard, sending Jyn flying back. Jin's face was shocked as he tumbled and fell free like a leaf. Morrican and July snapped their heads, serious as a heart attack. Time felt frozen. Right then, Alu broke into a wicked grin, pure hype all over his face. Gripping his sword tight, he let out a beastly roar and charged full speed. This is your final show. Then out of nowhere, Jyn flashed a big, mysterious smile. Way back when the Black Dankin clan's magic swordsmen were still battling, Alu got blindsided by a blinding light to his face. There's a 2-rank difference. No joke. Right then, as Jyn was falling back, he summoned a blazing fireball in his hand. Morrican's voice echoed, that means nothing to them. Jyn grinned wide, landed firm and launched his strike. Dude was straight up caught sleeping, no chance to dodge. Jyn unleashed a fireball, engulfed a head to toe, no way out. The fight zone filled with thick smoke and dust. Jyn zoomed out quick to escape. Al took a nasty hit, covering his face, trying to peek through the dust. Wait, that was supposed to be an artifact. Man, That's rough, he growled late to the party. You magic swordsman? Jyn got into battle mode, tossed his cloak aside, revealing real power as electricity sparked all over him. His once plain sword started to glow. Lightning curled round the blade. Without a word, Jyn raised the sword high, icy stare locked on. Then bam, he slammed it down with savage force. Thunderstorms kicked off bad vibes, clouds thick and dark, lightning popping off nonstop, shaking the whole scene. Yo, it didn't stop there like bam. Crazy bolts of lightning popped off right after. The whole sky went dead silent, and out of nowhere, it slammed him with this insane hit. But Alu wasn't letting that slide, nah. He swung down hard, making a shield to block that attack. Dude was fuming, yelling, you dumbass. Standing there like that? You're dead meat. No cap. Jyn. Cool as ice, his ring started glowing up, calling forth a helmet and armor like some next-level magic. Space got all wonky. Then boom, a vortex popped up, sucking Alu's arm right in. The dude just froze, sweat dripping, totally shook, like what the heck is going on? Then this massive blue spark beast started showing itself. When Alu caught the full view, he was straight up speechless, stammering like a mess. No joke, that giant was holding Jyn's sword tight in its massive hand. Alu's eyes were bugging, mouth hanging open like he couldn't believe it. Next thing, a lightning-fast horizontal slash flew at him. Dude barely got a chance to duck and bam, blood shooting from his shoulder. Alu just got rocked and barely stayed upright. That beast can deliver crazy long-range slashes just standing still, no sweat. Alu's face fell, straight up disbelief while staring at this armored giant. The armor was rock solid and moving, eyes locked on that cut grazing his skin. Then out of nowhere, the armor cracked open, and bam, Jyn's face appeared inside. He frowned hard and made his move. Jyn dashed past that dude, slashing so quick it was invisible. Clean mission, no expression, slowly sheathing his sword like a total boss. Murakhan, watching from the back, was low-key impressed, thinking, yo, this artifact really lives up to the hype, Ma's legendary gear. Then July tilted her head, all confused like, wait, artifact of Mila? So Murakhan dropped some history. Thousands of years ago, Ma was made for the first king, the demon's fave. Around then, a massive war broke out too. It's a total masterpiece sword that blocks every hit under 7 stars. No clue how it ended up chillin' in some sketchy back alley though. Jyn held out his hand to check it closely, thinking, the artifact of Ma. In like 5 or 6 years, this bad boy's headed to the king of B. All this time, the academy's been chaos, 'cause of this helmet drama. That's how I remember every little detail, the exact spot, the moment it was found. Then whoa, blood splattered everywhere, 'cause Alu, right behind him, just crumbled to the floor. Jyn looked at the dude, gasping like crazy. Before you kick the bucket, gotta ask, heard you teamed up with the Blackhand family. That true? Murakhan threw shade from the side. Yo kid, should have asked that way earlier. That dude's about to bounce. How's he gonna answer now? He peeped Alu's breath for a sec, then the dude croaked out in a hoarse voice. All right, I get it now. Even on his last legs, he managed a sly smirk. You're Jyn from the Blackhand, huh? So yeah, you failed, but you're the baby of the fam. You ain't stopping him. Jyn just stayed quiet, no reaction. Murakhan got closer, like, what in the world's he saying? When Jyn spoke, Murakhan got even more puzzled. Spider Alu? Bet that's not your real name, right? Gotta dig deeper. A 7-star master like you running a gang is def linked to Blackhand. Man, Murakhan feels like I could have sniffed out some dirt even on accident. You're not some weird kid. Didn't one of your ancestors, a 9-star legend, open a tavern or something? Jyn had his eyes set, dead serious about his mission. Yeah, but I gotta find out who that guy mentioned is. Gotta track that person down, 'cause one day I'm gonna be the patriarch. Jyn rubbed his chin, deep in thought, breaking down every word from that dying dude. You failed. You can't stop him. He knew who I was while saying that, so you failed gotta mean something about some shadow moves. And when he said, I'm just the youngest son, can't stop him, he was obviously talking about the family power clash in the Runo clan. My sis Yona already dipped, so she's off the board. So, let's be real. MW and Anne. Nah, too young and way too innocent to be stirring up this kind of drama. The rest? Not slick or shady enough to get pulled into this mess. That leaves just one dude, our main player, who's obsessed with rankings and always turns the heat up whenever my skills pop off. Dude's got that sly, scheming look on lock in his brain. Yep, it's Joshua, the next in line big shot of the Runandell clan. Ain't nobody else with his kind of mojo. Whether I'm right or not about this, you bet your sneakers I'ma find out real soon. Cut to a sunny sky, birds flying high, all chill vibes. Then bam! Loudspeaker blares. Extra. Extra. Listen up, folks. Testing's been straight wiped out. Why? because Zippel and Vermont clans teamed up for a savage takedown. Tessing's gone. Baby, those devils who always preyed on the innocent got smoked in one day flat. Jyn and Murakan are over here sharing a newspaper, soaking in the latest. Looks like Z nailed it. Everything's playing out just like he said. Zippel and Vermont clans, they ain't cutting him any slack. Compared to his life, this price is like chump change. That loser's gotta suffer to level up his brain. Murakan cracking up says straight up, yo, Zippel and Vermont got the glory, but you scored even bigger. Jin's got this soft little smile, but his grip on the paper's tight as hell. Yeah. Man the mage's ring, a 7-star night flex, plus that epic win. Out of nowhere, July calls from behind. Both turn instantly. Bossman, she drops, worried. Just cause he's a 7-star knight doesn't mean he's got the creds for that crown yet. Don't get cocky just cause you beat Andre. You gotta watch your back next time. Jyn gets where she's coming from and gives a nod, reassuring her. No doubt that's small potatoes compared to the final boss. July, I got you. Next round, I'm playing smarter. Cool. Props to Z. No one's sniffing around us now, so let's chill before heading out. Murakan, eyes full of curiosity, fires off. So, where we rolling to next? He spits out a name that sounds both familiar yet kinda mysterious. Tychon, that independent city spot. Dude looks lost, but July, who's in the know, chimes, Tychon. You mean cause of that 7-colored peacock thing? Jyn smirks and says, bingo. Moroccan's still MIA. That 7-colored peacock. She breaks down their next stop. Tychon's got a top-tier info hub. Aside from Runandell's, Zippel's, and Vermont's, it's the real deal. Jyn catches the vibe and gets the key point. Using those bad guys like how he played Jack, genius move. Sounds pretty lit, right? Jyn lowers his head, eyes shut, smirk wide. That's just one trick out of the bag. They're setting sail. Boom. Command drops, raise the sails, crew. Ship's cruising across the sea now. From here on, anytime I tap into memories from before my reset with July and Murakan, I gotta cook up some solid cover story. And that ain't all stuff with Bisco, Booba, Canelo, even that dude Alo's past. All tangled with the Canon family and the downfall of the taboo magic colon. Way too much to dig into, so the 7-colored rainbow info center in Tychon is our spot. Murakan crosses his arms. Serious AF, drops this. Listen up, kid. Right now, what matters more is the magic inside the Chimmy clan member I found earlier. Pretty sure it's light magic. Jin's mind's blown, asking, light magic? Thought that vanished ages ago. Murakan shrugs, all uncertain. No clue, honestly. Back in the day, Chimmy were Jeep clan's mortal enemies. They were savage, wiping out anyone who pissed them off. Classic Jeep move, that's why you won't find any records left. If you don't break your power limit, the Canon and fam might slide into the same fate soon. Murakan steps closer, lifts Jin's shirt. That's why getting the 411 on this stuff is crucial. Jyn looks up, curiosity lit. You gonna show me something? Hurry up, I'm hyped. Murakan conjures a black energy ball in his palm, with a tiny spark of light glowing at the core. Watch this tight, it's the magic you'll need. Eyes wide, don't blink. Jin's watching but still tripped on how this light magic looks. Light magic looking straight up black? Nah, then flash. A blinding light smacks him right in the face, eyes snapping open wide in shock. The whole spot lights up like daylight so bright nothing else even registers. Murakan flexes, hands on hips, letting out a loud laugh. So, what you think? Just a few seconds and your eyes already bugging out, huh? Jyn bows his head, eyes squeezed shut, silent. Tears? Yep. Then he looks up, trying to see through the brightness. I can use this for offense and defense, yeah? Still riding that feeling, he nods hardcore. For sure. It's called a flashbang, one of the cham's top spells. This thing packs a punch. Murakan moves on, pulls something mysterious from his gear. Jyn's eyes pop bigger, curious. Yo, what you pulling out now? He shook the book with mad energy, all hyped up. Yo, this thing's got some wild encryption that seriously made me lose my mind. Murakan blurted like he was losing it. No clue what's inside, but trust me, this baby's gotta be gold. He paused for a sec, then just dropped. Leave it there, okay? One day, I'll hand it off to someone who actually knows how to crack this code. 1 week later at the port, Julie took one look and was like, whoa, no way. Right there ahead was Tan, a city that's totally doing its own thing. She peeped the huge castle chillin' under the clear blue sky and straight up sighed in awe. This spot is seriously gorgeous. It's a city chillin' on a tiny island up north of the central continent, not under Canon or Jipo crew control. The crowd wasn't massive, but hey, it's a hotspot for tourists, full of foreigners everywhere. Julie was out here scouting, vibing with the daily hustle. The city's popping off, true to its name as an independent zone. Young master, how about we snag a chill spot and kick back? Jyn thought it over, picking the perfect hangout. All right, let's hit the city center. Murakan, rocking his cat vibes, jumped down and flipped back to human mode, all smooth. You ain't about to drag us into some sketchy hole again, right? She wasn't sweating that, just zeroed in on one thing. Murakan, how many times I gotta say, no transformations inside city limits. Dude just kept going, nagging nonstop. Kid, I told you a million times already. Nobody listens. Suddenly, from somewhere, a loud voice cracked. Yo, check it. A cat just switched into a human. Julia, clutching her teddy, pointed all hyped. That black cat? It turned into that guy with the black hair. How'd you even do that? Both Murakan and Julie spun around, eyes wide. None of them expected that to pop off. The little kid's eyes gleamed like diamonds, buzzing with excitement, screaming loud. Teach Julia too. Jyn, totally headache incoming, tried to explain patiently as the kid chowed down on ice cream. You gotta be seeing things, kiddo. For real, cats don't just change into humans, you know. Julia snapped back, clearly not buying it. Nah, it's Julia, okay? And I ain't seeing things. That black cat turned into that dude. Dude, why you lying? He just sighed, I ain't lying and I ain't a dude. But the little girl stood her ground. Yep, you lying and you definitely a dude. Jyn finally caved. All right. Ice cream's on me if you want to pretend that. Before he finished, Julia cut him off real quick. Don't make me a liar, okay? The two peeps behind exchanged looks. Julie wiped her face sadly. We thought she was lost, so we brought her to someone important. But what if she goes blabbing and the clan tracks us down? Murakan stayed chill. Nah, don't stress it. Strawberry pie here. Nobody's buying her stories. If you just listened to the young master from Jump, none of this drama would have happened. Murakan muttered, lost for words. Come on, seriously. Then the kid suddenly peeped something and looked up. Julia pointed ahead, curious. That's the info center. But I don't like the military. Julie leaned in closer. Why not? The kid glanced down and whispered, I just don't. They always bother my mom, the kid said. That hit hard. Not good, huh? Sounds like a place using force on regular folks. Jyn jumped in. Maybe her mom knows stuff. Let's head in and find out. He moved toward the gate, catching the guard's eye. Guard looked shocked to see the kid tagging along. Isn't that Julia? Hey, the commander called out. Young Miss Julia's back, Jyn asked, puzzled. Wait, you know her? The guy smiled wide. Oh yeah, she's actually our commander's daughter, he said again. The commander's daughter? Suddenly, Julia squealed like she spotted someone. A figure slowly stepped out inside. Her mom was tall and tough-looking. Jyn squinted, thinking, Central District Commander, huh, bet she's got more titles than that. Alicia flashed a sharp grin. They ran to each other, arms wide. Julia, Mom. They yelled, hugging tight. Mom did a soft scold. Julia, I told you not to wander off so far. The kid pouted back but said, that's because you never played with me. Alicia quickly soothed her. Sorry, baby girl. When work's done, I'm all yours. For real? Julia asked. All hopeful. Promise. Don't ditch me, because you're busy again like last time. The other three just stood there, totally stunned, no words. Finally, Alicia snapped back to the present. Everyone around here knows Julia, so I kinda let my guard down. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Alicia Beer, commander here at the Tan Outpost. Jyn shook her hand. I'm Jyn, just a traveler who rolled into Tan recently. Alicia looked grateful. Oh, a traveler? I gotta hook you up somehow as thanks. Need anything while you're here. Jyn smiled. If that's the case, you got any wrecks for places to crash. She paused to think. Then Julia softly called, Mommy, Mommy. The kid sneaked up and whispered in her ear. Alicia then pulled a pen from her chest pocket. She spun around and hit up the guard. Hey, you got any paper? Dude quickly pulled some out without a second thought. Alicia jotted something down real quick. While the little girl and the guard were exchanging hellos, she goes, Hey there, sir. What's up, little one? She passed him the note in her hand. This right here's a recommendation letter stamped by the outpost commander. As long as you flash this, you're getting top treatment anywhere in this city. No cap. Thanks a ton for helping me find my daughter. Jyn shot back all polite. Nah, we're the lucky ones. Big thanks to you. Alrighty then, we're out. Alicia quietly watched those three dip. Once she confirmed they were gone, she turned around and asked, Yo, Julia, is it real that a cat turned into a human? The little girl was quick to answer, Yeah, but it looked like those folks didn't want to talk about it. She flashed a bright smile and said, Let's just pretend we didn't hear anything. Cool? Then she playfully poked the girl's cheek. You're sharp. Everyone's hiding something, right? But Alicia was thinking, transforming, only dragons can pull that off. At some tiny inn, a waitress was clearing plates while upstairs, July was rubbing her belly, looking super satisfied and throwing compliments around. The service here is next level. I've only been treated this good back in Hillfetter. Even Moroccan's impressed. This bed's soft too, wish our tents were this comfy. Is this all thanks to that recommendation letter? Things are definitely going smooth in Tan, huh? We've been riding high since we showed up. Out of nowhere, July pops off excitedly. Oh snap, I remember. Can I get some ice cream like Julia had earlier? That's a Tan special, Jyn groaned a bit. Seriously, why you gotta ask me? Just go buy some already. Before he could finish, she was already jetting. Be back in a sec, Jyn just sighed. Man, it's been ages since we chilled like this. Feels like an actual vacay. He kept quiet and asked, hey kid, what's your game plan to find the 7-colored rainbow? That ain't an easy crew to track. Jyn turned around coolly. First step, find the info kingpin. The 7-colored rainbow's the top info hub in Tan. Right at the heart of that info network is this dude known as Master Swordsman Casmia. The guy's legendary, everyone's heard of him. He's even been tapped as the sword coach for the Cannon family. That's pretty much all anyone knows about him. But get this, in 10 years, he's gonna reveal he's actually the king of Baimon. Using the intel from the 7-colored rainbow, he's gonna flex his muscles, taking control of the Bond family, the Jipo family, and the Johan Cannon family. After that, he's packing full support and crowns himself the first king of Tan's independent kingdom. This dude doesn't just slice swords like a pro. He's patient as hell, waiting all these years for the perfect moment. He's the key to getting me all the juice I need in this city. But the real question is, how do I even slide into his circle? Suddenly, frantic footsteps thundered up the stairs. July stormed through the door, all winded and sweating. Young master, Sir Murakhan, something seriously weird. The whole inn's ghost town, nobody's left. Staff and guests, poof, vanished. Something's definitely up. As she spilled the tea, a hand crept onto her shoulder from behind. The guy, calm as ever, said, hey there, y'all good? Mind if I step inside? His grip tightened on July, and Murakhan's face exploded with rage, veins popping out. Jyn stayed chill, thinking, all right, so that's St. Casimir, why he here? Murakhan clenched the wall so hard it cracked. Jyn shouted to stop him, hold up, Murakhan, cut it out right now. He pulled her close, whispering harshly, don't take him out. Then he morphed into a dark shadow and gritted his teeth. You just asked if I was doing fine, huh? Murakhan leaned close to July, voice cold as death. You think I'm doing good, you punk? For a swordmaster like Casimir to roll up here, we ain't done nothing wrong. We just got to Tan, okay? And it's not just him, there's like 3, 4, maybe tons more. Jyn was thinking, man, we're so toast if this keeps up. He shouted, chill out, Mr. Moro. This spot's way too tight for a throwdown. If y'all fight, July's gonna get wiped out in the crossfire. Murakhan calmed down a bit, hearing that. He jabbed a finger, saying, you even know who I am. Casimir shot back, confused. Wait, what? Murakhan blew up. You punk, I asked if you know who I am. And you're all casual with your hello, you good. I'm stunned. Didn't anyone teach you manners? Just cause you ain't packing swords or troops don't mean you can disrespect folks. Jyn breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God he cooled off. Casimir stammered, no, that's not what I meant. Murakhan kept roasting. Not what you meant? You just crashed through here causing drama. Answer me, bro. Do you know who I am or not? Casimir, sounding scared, said, I don't. That made Murakhan even hotter. You losing it. How you still this disrespectful? Before it escalated further, Sir Jyn stepped in smooth. All right, Murakhan, that's enough. Seriously, if we ain't criminals, you gotta chill and put your sword away. Jyn flashed a sly grin and asked, you're Swordmaster Casimir, right? Your name definitely rings bells, so I'm no stranger to your rep. Casimir looked all confused like, wait, how do you even know my name? And who's this young master here? Then Jin's eyes lit up. Oh snap, I forgot to intro myself. I'm Jyn. He stuck out his hand, which totally baffled Murakhan, who was about to throw some shade. Bro, hold up. But before Murakhan could drop a line, Jyn smoothly cut in. Looks like you've got some tea to spill to me. Why don't we slide to somewhere more chill? I'll spill the answers to your questions. So, the trio dipped down to the inn's main hall. Jyn whispered low, for your information, the young lady's safe and sound. Thanks a bunch, Sir Casimir, for chilling your squad. Feeling like you're starting to vibe with me a bit more. Man was sweating bullets, thinking sending troops over cause of dragon rumors was a major oops. That move just fired him up even more. And I'm dead sure this dude right here is the dragon we heard about. This vibe, this pressure, no regular humans got that. If he hadn't stepped in, my crew and I would have been toast by now. And that lady? Definitely Julia. I met her before they booted me from Benton Palace. I still remember her badass military style back in the training hall, but there's zero aura from her now. What's her deal with this guy? Casimir drummed his fingers, curious as hell. You go by Jyn, yeah? Doesn't seem like you're lying, but I gotta ask. Jin's chill like, shoot, no beating around the bush here. Why you rolling with a dragon? Since forever, dragons only buddy up with magicians, those who made deals with gods, or some superpowered peeps. But you're from the Jipo clan. Jyn stayed icy calm. Casimir added, nah, they have no clue. If this leaks, your clan will flip. But you just dropped a life-threatening secret like it's nothing. This ain't about me being Runandell or not, so spill it. Jyn shot back with zero hesitation. Knowing there's a dragon here, why you still want to roll up? Casimir spoke soft. Since you're spilling such a big one, here's one of mine. You already met my daughter, Julia. Yeah, that's right. I came because she told me she saw a cat turn into a person. Jyn raised an eyebrow. You actually believe a kid's story? The dude got serious. My daughter ain't just any kid. She's got a contract with a meow. Jin's like, wait, a meow? You mean the attendant god? Casimir didn't hold back. Yep, that one. No way my daughter with a meow contract would mistake something like that, Jyn said coolly. You gotta know tons of powerful folks out there want to snatch that spot. You really sure it's cool to spill so casually? Right then, Morin threw in. Hold up, something smells off. If that kid's really the contractor, where's her dragon at? Why can't I sense any dragon vibes? Dragons of a meow are known for guarding their peeps hardcore. So, how does a dragon just ditch a kid? That's sus. Jyn jumped like he just connected the dots. Still, Casimir gave a shrug like it's nothing. I'm not sure what's really up, but something definitely went down. Murakan looked shook, hearing that. Say what? Casimir quickly backed it up. Yeah. About a year back, Julia's guardian dragon vanished out of nowhere. Could be tied to the Jipo clan or the B Empire, but it's all rumors right now. He stayed firm and fired questions with edge. No way a dragon's dumb enough to get kidnapped for a whole year. Murakan stopped mid-thought. Wait, a year? Yo, tiny human, you said your daughter's 5, yeah? The dude stared blank. What? Oh, yeah, that's right. He paused deep in thought. If that kid's really a Meow's contractor at that age but with no dragon, she's gonna lose it and end up a vegetable soon. Casimir, totally stunned and in disbelief, asked again, say what now? Murakan ignored the feels and rolled on. Listen up. Anyone with a contract with Azu Meow can see the future. Humans wouldn't get it, but seeing the future is a heavy mind trip for dragons. Maybe the kid's still too young to tell real from fake, so everything seems normal for now. But if she keeps peeping the future without a dragon protecting her, in like a year or two, her eyes will freak out and she'll end up disabled. It's just cause and effect, fam. If you see the future, you gotta follow it. Defy it, and Azu Meow's gonna punish you hard. Basically, if you see someone's death, you're powerless to change that. Any contractor messing with fate gets wiped out. From Jump Street, that kid's been living in a different world than us. Just look at you, I'm telling you, I'm right. So what you really gotta do is hunt down that guardian dragon for the kid, as soon as possible. No other way around it. Suddenly, Casimir sprang up, dropped his ego, hit his knees, and straight up begged. Yo, almighty guardian dragon. So the higher-ups didn't spill the tea, but I'm the head honcho at 7 Colors Info Center, and trust me, I got the skills. But fam, it's been like a whole year, and I still can't track down my daughter. Murakan crossed his arms, all cocky-like. I'm not surprised. Running into your daughter right when we rolled up. Totally planned, huh? Azu straight up asked you to watch out for her rookie contractor, didn't she? He hung his head low, all sad, and begged, please, almighty guardian dragon, I'm begging you. Before he could finish, Murakan cut in, hand extended. Look, begging won't help. If you want something, talk to my boss over there. Murakan was super curious what Jyn was gonna do next. Hey kid, what's the move now? Jyn stepped up, helped Casimir get back on his feet. Come on, Sir Casimir, stand up straight. We might not be tight, but this is about a kid's life. First things first. Chill out, and then we'll track down the guardian dragon for Juliet, no doubt. He bowed low, showing mad respect. Young master's kindness? Yeah, that sticks with me forever. At that moment, Jyn was thinking to himself, weird, I can't shake this uneasy vibe even though things look like they're clicking. If 7 Colors is blank, we're probably gonna need the scoop from Canon or Jipo clans. And that? Yeah, no chance. Murakan popped off again. Hey kid, aren't Taken and the Jipo clan basically the same thing? Jyn spun around and shut that down. Nah, Tan's just a city, doesn't roll with anyone. Suddenly hyped, nice. Yo, short guy, if you got that kind of hookups, you must have scooped some dragon info, right? Casimir was kind of surprised but played it cool. Yeah, for sure. We know which dragons chill on what continents. Murakan, grinning, went, sweet. Then dig up all the dragon intel on the B Empire. Bring it to me. Jyn shouted, Murakan, don't tell me. He smiled bright. Man, this old school move ain't changed. Like the legends say, dragons know everything. Nothing's hidden. Meanwhile, in this cozy wooden cabin, a voice popped up. Lady Queno, Lady Queno, check this out. She peeked up and said, Im Lang Anya, you're here already. She dashed over, all hyped. Got some fresh news on Lord Jyn. For real? Isn't that wild? Same age as me. But dude's already 5-star level. Lady Queno kept cool, said softly, You're killing it too, contract-wise. You'll get there, no stress. Enya was all shocked. No way. Queno replied, Yes, unlike that girl, her bodyguard's some black-haired dude. Honestly, you locked down a contract with the god of time. Enya almost gasped. Lady Queno, she gently said, Enya, head home and don't step out till I'm back. Enya looked shook. Everything cool? She bared her claws, kinda mad. Nah, just some shady vibes are coming our way. Murakan spread his massive wings, with Jyn riding shotgun, soaring up high. Suddenly, Murakan said, All right, kid, this mission's gonna be quick. When I show up, dragons in Zone B will pop out. Stay hidden, don't get caught slipping. Jyn pulled his hood over. Gotcha. Once sure he was low-key, he hovered steady in the air. Murakan's claws skimmed the water. Let's roll. The water rippled up and down all wild under his feet. Jyn moved to the side, just watching. He flashed back to yesterday when Casimir respectfully handed over papers. Sir, here's the list of dragons active in Zone B, just like you asked. He looked deep in thought. So, these dragons are hiding out here. Then, Murakan's eyes locked on a particular name. He opened his mouth to say something, then zipped it. Ah, forget it. Should be cool. Jyn noticed and asked, What's up, Sir Murakan? He just shrugged. Nothing. Yeah, it's kinda risky, but that's just how dragon stuff goes. Let's bounce, kid. We got a long trip ahead. Some dude from the back yelled, Great dragon, wait up. Murakan blushed. Cut that out. I'm not some cult leader or whatever, Sir Murakan. Casimir bowed real deep. Thank you, sir. Please let me roll with you so I can find my daughter. Murakan paused a sec, then said, 2 things before we bounce. 1, from today till dragons get back, you gotta wear your daughter out every single day. When she's drained, the power of a Mew drops too. Play with her the moment she wakes up. Have her run around the house, do whatever to tire her before bed. The guy was quick to say, Got it. She'll be moving nonstop all day. Second thing, bring over those ice candies. You're the reason we missed out last time. Juliet was kind of shocked. Sir Murakan? She gave him major props. That's so gentlemanly of you. But he snapped fingers. Strawberry cake? You wanted it earlier. Then Juliet called him out. Nah, you were just talking lots to calm Sir Casimir down. Murakan yelled, trying to deny it. I don't give a damn about that creature's feels. Then the memory faded. Jyn thought sadly. Now he's pretending not to care again. Such a softie. Our black dragon. He kept staring at the far-off sky. Then he said, Kid, they're here. Far away, 2 other dragons came into view. Murakan whispered, That's Rabis and Dante. Makes sense, I've kicked their butts loads of times. Put on your helmet, kid. Jyn buckled his mask. How bad did you own them, though? Yo, did you peep how they came running the second they caught your vibe? He's like, Anyone rolling into my hood gets smacked down. That's just the drill back then. Jyn shot back, Bro, you're actually flexing on that? Out of nowhere, one of those 2 dragons yells, Murakan, what you doing lurking here? Dude stood tall, all majestic and icy, his voice giving major chills. Earth dragons, Rabis and Dante. I'm up now for a major mission. Y'all gotta back me up. They exchanged looks like, should we spill the tea? He seems clueless. Dante and Rabis just dropped a rainbow fart vibe, laughing. Oh mighty one, mountain sister, Saudet's bestie. We don't know your story, but now's not the moment. Keep it 100 and bounce. Roll out quick. Our rookie contractor is still chillin' here. No drama at the border, okay? But Murakan was heated. Who the hell tells Murakan to back off? I don't back down, period. Dante was all, Bro, just dip for our sake. You showing up loud is why this mess is popping off. Murakan snapped. Say what now? They quickly spilled. Wantel's heading here with some deadly vibes. Murakan? Nah. He just shrugged, saying, Whatever, this ain't cutting it. They kept going. If you mean Quantel, the silver demon dragon, what's your deal with Ulta, the god of time's guardian dragon? Murakan finally hesitated. She's my ex. Jin's jaw dropped hearing that juicy reveal. The 2 tried to sweet-talk him. Big bro, pretty please, just bounce. Our contractor's a kiddo. He might straight up die caught in this mess. Those other dragons don't even know you woke up, right? If you stay, we're spilling the beans. Then, a loud boom snagged Rabi's ears. Even Murakan whipped his head around. Then he was like, Kid, hang on tight. Jyn was about to ask what's up, but boom, a flash of light from afar. A savage yellow blast zoomed right at Murakon. Everyone ducked and dodged. That power sliced through clouds, making a highway straight to the horizon. The two dragons cursed as they booked it. Damn. Gotta split now. Curse ya. Murakon looked puzzled. What the heck is going on? But before he finished, Murakon's voice cut through. Kid, focus up. Round two's comin'. A glittery light popped in a lady's hand, turning into a deadly beam aimed at Murakon. Dude's no rookie though, dodging every blast like a pro. This time, the beam smashed into the ocean with a thunderous boom, water spraying everywhere. Then the water froze mid-air, swirling up into crazy whirlpools. Jyn peeped that scene and thought, even lowballing it, that's gotta be at least an 8th level spell, some ultimate boss move. How's she pulling off spell after spell like that? Quantel stood tall, calling out soft but deadly. Her roar was savage. You punk. Still ain't enough to take you down. Jyn, chilling on Murakon's back, asked, seriously, we gotta throw down with that big bad? Murakon was kinda unsure. Guess so. He was curious. How long you know your ex? Murakon replied, deadpan, 500 years. That's like 5 in human years. Jyn was confused. So, just throw Bradante at her when you get the chance? But she's your ex. Isn't that kinda savage? Murakon sneered. Kid, you ain't got the full story yet. I never get attached. You want to level up, you gotta go all out. When it's messing up, throw everything you got to take her down. Smoke cleared, revealing Quantel's massive tail. She snarled, eyes sharp like knives. Try to run now. Too late. I'm burying you deep under the sea. Murakon tried to chill the vibe. Hold up, Quantel. I know you hate me, but let's deal with the real stuff first and talk later. She ignored him and unleashed another attack. A golden beam tore through the sky, heading right for him. Murakon dodged but cursed. Dang it. She spread her massive wings and dove straight at him. Murakon's eyes went wide as Quantel slammed right into him with a heavyweight crash. Jyn just grabbed on tight, no time for chit-chat. She snapped her massive, toothy jaws but bit air. Murakon stepped back, scolding, Yo, why you so trigger-happy? Quantel whipped her tail with insane force. He raised his arm to block, gritting his teeth, but didn't throw punches back. Didn't stop her though. She kept launching attacks, and Murakon mumbled, Oh, come on. Right up close, golden light blasted a third time, zooming with debris and flash. His wing got a nasty hole ripped through it. Murakon opened one icy blue eye. Quantel snapped her head up quick. Above him hovered a huge pitch-black sphere shrinking down to a tiny orb. Murakon calmly said, At least I bought us some time, right? Jyn yelled from his back. Good thing I tagged along. If that silver dragon hit you, I wouldn't have heard a word. Man, he was straight up cocky. Ain't no way I'm biting it. No matter how tough Kisantel is, she can't just waltz in here. But yo, making that opening wasn't a walk in the park. Now that we're chatting, we gotta figure out how to chill her out. While Murakon was zoning out, Quintel swiped his cloak like a ninja. She tore that massive thing to bits with mad power. Quickle shot him this savage smirk. Is that your shadow power? Bro, that's weak sauce. Murakon. He was shook, totally baffled. Wait, how'd you even? Before he could finish, she straight up spat right in his face. You dumbass. You've no clue how soft you've gotten. If you think you're still the same tough guy, you're dead wrong. Still, he tried to hold his ground. Quantel, chill, let's just finish this mess. Think back on us. I only showed up to ask you something. But Murakon accidentally touched Quantel's reverse scale. She shot him a fierce glare. Our past? Ha! If I really thought about our past, tearing you apart wouldn't even cut it. Out of nowhere, he launched forward. His sharp fangs sunk into Quantel's shoulder, freezing her for a sec before she screamed in pain. Seeing that, he cocked his head and teased. Calm down, Quantel. Why you going ham just 'cause we split? She gathered power in her palm, hissing through gritted teeth. Just a breakup. That's why you're getting your butt kicked. Her punch wasn't no joke. It hit like a freaking tornado, crashing down fast and hard, right to Murakon's face. He stood stunned for a bit before snapping his sharp, golden eyes wide open and letting out a roar. Suddenly, some feet zipped right across his back. Jyn hit the sweet spot, pumped up his momentum, soared up high, and launched himself straight into the sky. Mirren's voice boomed from below, Go get him, kid. Crickentel was shook, totally caught off guard. Wait, a human? As Jyn soared, he realized her outer scales were crazy tough. Even Murakon's fangs couldn't make a dent. That meant any single hit wouldn't even leave a scratch. Still, Jin's mask kept his face cool as ice, with a tiny opening and Mirren's leftover shadow magic still hanging around. Jyn summoned his dark power, surprising everyone. The energy swirled, wrapping tightly around his sword. No hesitation, Jyn got ready to swing that heavy sword and slash the exact spot Murakan bit, unleashing shadow energy. Crickentell screamed in agony. But Jin's eyes stayed sharp as he pushed harder. The sword broke through her tough armor bit by bit, unleashing a long blade of dark energy slicing deep through Quantel's shoulder. She collapsed, her arm and wing severed along with the cut. Murakan yelled, "Kid," and lunged forward, catching Jyn with ease. The move shook the water, making it churn wild again. Wiped out, Jyn sat gasping on his back. Murakan gave the tiny human props. "You drain every ounce of energy, kid. Still, you crushed it." Jyn chuckled. "Did I just accidentally become a dragon slayer or what?" Murakan replied, "All right, let's hope she's calm for a sec." Jyn, all confused, said, "Wait, what? This ain't over yet?" Murakan kept it cool. "Nah. Normal dragons would have died from that hit, but Quichentell ain't normal. Time-control dragons, they don't just tap out like that." Jin's face dropped. "At this rate, are we gonna go missing before we find the missing dragon?" The gears of time kept turning backwards, and Quantel's wing and arms started to come back to life. From where they were cut off, pieces slowly snapped back together. Golden light faded, and bam, she was back to her old self. Jyn was like, is she literally rewinding time? Murakan watched too, looking all unreadable. That's why power and magic ain't the same thing. But don't freak out. Even if it's a trick, it sucks up a ton of energy. Still, don't you dare move an inch. All of a sudden, flowing white hair appeared, and a gorgeous chick floated in midair. Murakan's voice was chill. "You feeling calmer now?" But she shot back with icy eyes. "Didn't think you'd still hold that much beef to go totally bananas. Didn't we break up peacefully?" Quintel acted like someone shoved a needle into him, yelling, "Peacefully? You dumped me cold turkey. No warning, no talk. That's your peaceful breakup?" Murakan shot back, standing his ground for once. "Every time I talk breakup, you flipped. Truth is, I never cheated. We just weren't meant to be." Jyn sat there, stuck listening to this drama between these immortal dragons. "Bro, these two have been bickering for thousands of years. Spoiler, he gave up first." "Forget it, I didn't come here for fights. Got some questions." Then she paused. "Wait, that human over there, is he, the contractor from Solderet?" Murakan sighed hard. "Not the time for that. One of our own is in real danger." Quantel snapped back. "Our own? Murakan, you're a straight-up hypocrite after all the dragons you've taken down." "How dare you say that? I laugh when I think of the kin you killed." He didn't even fight back, just nodded. "And among them were enemies of your brother, all for revenge. I took them out for you, even though we had zero beef with them. Forget it, my bad for even asking you about this. Should have just hit up another dragon instead." She sure didn't see the truth coming and snapped him back fast. Hold up, hold up." Finally, Quanto dropped something that ain't crazy. "Dang, every time I see you, I get all caught up in my feels. Just ask me straight up already. Also, sorry for what I said before. Lately, one of AM's guardian dragons went missing." Murakan blinked, a bit shook. "Missing? You talking about Lacey from Tan?" She shot back quick. "Yeah, that's the one, right?" Jyn sighed hard. "All right, now we're cusping on the real tea." Quino looked kind of baffled. "Wait, that's weird. Valletta just scooped up that kid not too long ago. Didn't expect to hear that name again, the Wind Dragon, one of those wind element dragonoids, plus the Zippel clan vice patriarch Andre's guardian dragon. So, the Zippel crew's back in the drama." She rested her chin like she was thinking deep. "Bet they promised Lacey some dragon tongue magic lessons. Sound like we gotta bounce spots. If we get back a lil, we'll probably dodge their trap and sneak into B from there. Let's roll. I'll take you over to my place." Out by the edge of the capital, Vento Jin's voice broke the silence. "Sorry for not introing myself sooner. I'm the contractor of Solderet." Quanto wasn't shook at all. "I know you're Tamar's kid, right? Youngest son, Jyn." Moroccan lit up. "Wait, what? How you know that?" She whispered, memories flashing back. "How could I not? Dude totally vibes the same as Tamar. We all hung tight 1,000 years ago, and I just guess he was the youngest son." The guardian dragon's face, priceless, pure rage, totally lost for words. She took a sip of her tea and said, "All right, let's cut to the chase. Boleta snatched Lacey a year ago." Merkin asked, "So you're saying they lured her in with promises to teach dragon talk, huh?" "That sounds kind of wild," but she was nodding like it might really be true. Calmly, he said, "Quantel, AM's contractor, too young to rock that kind of power." She gasped, "Wait, isn't it dangerous AF without their guardian dragon?" "Exactly, and I know they understand that too. Just like I figured. Got some other motives? Huh." Myron's curious. "You said just like I thought. You had tea on this already?" Como tapped the table and said, "When Valletta grabbed Lacey, she swung by Bordeaux. Said she wanted to make introductions but kept eyeing my contractor, bugging me to meet that young lady for no clear reason. You think someone like me would just chill and let that slide? No way. was stuck because my contractor's identity got out. Cause up top in Vaunt, loads of folks are tight with the zipples. If I'd lost my cool, I wouldn't have let that young lady stick around longer. Suddenly, Jyn jumped in. Miss Quant, you said your contractor's ID leaked, but the mill contractors didn't, right? Them knowing and creeping on Lacey is super sus. Murakan chimed in, that's straight up weird. Maybe some spell popped up to sniff out contractors while I was sealed. She blinked, like no way. No way. Nobody can know about a contract unless the contractor shows their power. Even if some magic like that was real, what would they get out of it? But he shot back, 2 things. First, risk control, they can weed out contractors not from their turf. Second, if they kill a contractor, they get a shot at forming a contract with the guardian god. Jyn got thinking. Actually, it's more than a shot at contract. They probably have some special method. Back in my past life, the time god, who made a contract with Alta, is set to show up officially in front of that stone statue a decade from now. The contractor was part of the Zippel fam. I'm sure of it. Killing a contractor nets you a pact with a god. That's why Julia's guardian dragon got snatched, because I don't recall any news about Ton's princess in my past life. Ant leaned in, narrowing eyes. Looks like you've got a whole theory about this young master I just can't wrap my head around. The Zul clan's already got mad contracts with dragons, so why throw shade at the Zippel clan just cause they're your rivals? But he kept cool and dropped the truth bomb. You talk like you don't even believe your own words. Dragons aside, humans, they're insatiable. Even at the top, they still crave more. Murakan tried cutting in but shrugged, helpless. Yo kid, these beings have been running the show for thousands of years. Whatever they do, not shocking. I'm sure that clan has plans brewing. What I don't get is why you're fronting like you don't know. Scared of the Zippel clan or what? He jumped up to explain. Chill, quicken. We all know Zippel's bang for more. And sure, they're hella talented. So a little caution ain't a crime, right? We ain't asking for your backup, so just bounce. But QuickCon cracked up like she didn't get the point. She covered her face, laughing too hard, then said, Moroccan, you've totally flipped. Now you even sniff out danger like a pro. Don't forget to smash that like button if you're vibing with this drama, drop your thoughts down below, and share this wild ride with your crew. Catch y'all next time from right here in sunny Los Angeles. And hey, don't sleep on hitting that subscribe for more crazy tea and juicy updates, cause you know we keep it 100, always. Peace out. Alright, I'ma get my contractor out of here first, then help you out, he said, all confused. What? HQ Quickle strolled past Murakan, looking serious. I gotta face Valletta and get the real scoop. If what you guys say is legit, this is our shot to school that clan. Just hit me up and the Dragon clan will roll here as soon as possible. Plus, it's my duty to Tema since one of his bloodlines here. Brings back the old times. She rested her hand on Jin's shoulder, straight up throwing shade. Murakan gave a reluctant nod. Okay, I'll call Valletta. Then suddenly, bam. The door flies open, Lady Quickle's in like, I'm back. Enya just stared at everyone, frozen. Who are all these folks? She asked, eyes wide. Enya, told you not to step out. Nah, this is better, I gotta introduce you. This is Enya, the contractor for the God of Time. And Enya, mean an old pal of mine and the contractor he's protecting Jyn Runandell. She heard his name, gave a slight nod, but was totally stunned, glasses even cracking a bit from shock. A deafening scream sent birds scattering. Enya asked again, oh my god, that's really Jyn Runandell. Oh my gosh, young Master Jyn is right in front of me. He looked over and asked, Lady Quantantel. She helplessly held her forehead. About that, I forgot to tell you. I've told her a fairy tale about you. Enya looked at him with sparkling eyes. Please give me an autograph, young Master Jyn. A voice rang out amidst the little girl's astonishment. Enya, what about maintaining your dignity as a contractor in front of Quantantel and Jyn, who had a grim expression? The girl who was called out hurriedly bowed. I'm sorry. It's just that I've only ever seen young Master Jyn in the newspapers before, so seeing him in person made me lose my composure for a second. My introduction may be a bit late, but my name is Enya. I'm a summoner and also a special admissions student at the academy. Hearing this, he gave a faint smile and stood up. A summoner. I've heard that Alta goes to great lengths to maintain the bloodline of their contractor. That must mean this girl's talent is truly exceptional. Jyn spoke slowly. What is there to apologize for? Enya, your greeting was so enthusiastic, I wasn't sure how to react. She quickly replied, then can I? But her words were cut off. He continued to speak, much to her surprise. Summoner, never mind that. Enya, I told you not to leave the house without my permission, didn't I? And then Enya's hesitant tone that followed startled the silver dragon because it was a bit boring in the house. I thought maybe coming to see Lady Quickle would be more fun, she expressed with great excitement. And when I came to see you, I saw young Master Jyn right in front of my eyes. It was such a brilliant decision to come see Lady Quickle. And at that moment, what caught Jin's eye was the silver dragon clenching her arm, a summoner, and a special admission student of the academy. Ah. Then he thought about Enya being ostracized and ridiculed by the others. Those damn Bennett nobles. I can imagine how horribly they must have bullied her regardless of the consequences. That's why I don't want to mention or get involved with those bastards. The person he was thinking about suddenly spoke up curiously. Oh, by the way, my lady, why did young Master Jyn come here? Someone took a gentle step forward. I came here for you, Lady Enya. Enya's tone was filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Jyn stood solemnly before her. It seems someone is targeting you, my lady, the current contractor of Ulta. And so, right after, he smiled gently and reached out his hand. Will you come with me? I guarantee I will protect you, Enya. She was so moved she covered her mouth, her eyes glancing down at Jin's hand. Take me with you, please. Just like that, Enya jumped for joy, much to his surprise. Take me with you. All my sincere prayers to the Great One weren't in vain. My wish has finally been granted. This sight annoyed Moroccan. All right, you're being too loud. Quickle also calmly tried to intervene. Enya, that's enough. But she remained excited, clenching her fists. I'm going. Please take me with you. Long live the Great One. Enya continued to shout at the top of her lungs. Long live perseverance. And then right before Jin's eyes, she was struck by a surprise attack from Quickle. She caught Enya and closed her eyes warily. And here I was worried the child wouldn't want to go. Quickle gently turned and laid her down, but it seems my worries were needless. Look how happy she was to accept the offer. I bet if you told her to go to the Runandell dungeons, she'd probably follow you. He stood behind them, slightly confused. Dungeons? My clan doesn't have anything like that. Her voice spoke up again as Jyn looked on with a puzzled expression. Don't pretend you don't know. There's an entire dragon down there. Hearing this, he slightly opened his mouth. What? Whatever Jyn was about to say was cut off by a growl. What do you mean by that? Both of them simultaneously turned their heads toward the source of the sound. Seeing Moroccan sleeping soundly on the chair, Quickhantel was at a loss for words. He couldn't even wait a little longer, could he? In an instant, she returned to her serious demeanor. Jyn Runandell, he replied. Yes. Quickhantel began to explain softly as for why I agreed to help you. My loyalty to Tema and Enya's safety are only part of it. The biggest reason is because of that fool who just fell asleep from exhaustion. Her voice carried over too. While he was drooling away in some deep sleep, Quickhantel shot out, cold as ice. Dude doesn't even realize how weak he's gotten. I want to keep my promise too, but man, I just can't face Vuletta right now. Her eyes, sharp as a freaking dagger, filled with this icy, dangerous vibe. So, if we gotta throw down with him, send me instead. Jyn leaned in, curious as heck. For real? Vuletta's that strong? The silver dragon nodded like, you bet, backing up his thoughts. Yeah, but also cause that dude's gotten lame as heck. Quickhantel suddenly remembered the old school shadow dragon flexing back in the day. My sea attack back then. Merkin from 1,000 years ago probably laughed his tail off. Then she caught herself. By the way, you're gonna need a crash pad before Vuletta shows up. True that. What about my spot? Jyn peeped down from the high ground. Are you sure that's chill? Quickhantel smiled while the black dragon snoozed on. If you're good with it, time doesn't even matter. But if you want to make it work, you gotta convince that dragon yourself. He'll throw a fit like no tomorrow about crashing at his ex's place. Hearing that, Jyn thought, okay, Silver Dragon Quickhantel's got some serious brain cells. Finally, he was like, all right, let's roll with your plan. Then she hauled herself up, all purpose-driven. So, this won't take long. He raised an eyebrow. Wait, what's cooking now? Quickhantel shot a glance. In like 10 seconds, Enya's waking up. Choose your words, slick when breaking the news to her. He blinked hard, even more confused. Hold up, didn't you hit her pretty hard? Even a black belt wouldn't bounce back that quick. At that moment, Enya lay out cold on the floor, then bam, eyes snapped open like lightning. Next, Mei Jin turned to look at young Master Jyn and kept going. Listen up, Quickhantel's voice slowed down like a mystery drop. There's stuff in this world you just can't explain. Right now, that's Enya in full-on crazy mode, eyes blazing red. Young Master Jyn, the silver dragon just made his call. Your move. I'm out. The person chillin' in the chair laid it down. So, sounds like there's a crew after Tan's contractor, and I'm next on their hit list, huh? She clasped her hands, eyes full of hopeful vibes. I got your back. Whatever Sir Jyn says, I'm buying it. All this behind-the-scenes drama swirling around a tiny girl, her dragon squad, and most importantly, the young master. Jyn, chillin' across from her, said with all the feels. Man, that sounds kinda romantic, not gonna lie. Enya grinned wide. Stay positive, life's gotta get better, right? I just gotta mentally prep myself to bounce to Teak and live with my fam no matter what. They kept chatting as the candles slowly burned down. She asked softly, "So, when we bouncing?" He answered quick, "The sooner, the better." Enya scratched her head all innocent like, "If that's the case, can we dip tomorrow?" You say family, but really, it's just me, my 7-year-old little bro, and our doggo Puffy, in case you're wondering. So Jyn shot back, "Perfect. Let's hit the road right now." Quick and tell, the healer sitting nearby, just threw a sly smile. "Enya, go pack your stuff." She jumped up right away. "Yeah, I'll be done before it gets super dark." Door shut with a snap. "Catch you tomorrow, young Master Jyn." Meanwhile, Silver Dragon kept staring after her. "For school, just say Enya's sick." Eyes following her. If we said she dropped out, they'd probably blow this whole place up. Quick and tell went, "All right, now it's time to zero in on that jerk Voletta." Suddenly, a noise made them both jump. Someone outside was all cautious. "Anybody home? I came for some firewood." She sighed, standing up. "Firewood? We're surrounded by forests. Who even asked for that?" But Jyn put a hand up. "Hold up, Lady Quick and Tell. You don't really think this visitor wants firewood, do you?" Quick and Tell spun her head with a raised brow. True, dragons aren't paranoid, but by now, he'd switched up his look to stay low-key. The dude outside was straight-up Bond in special ops. She blinked hard. Wait, why are they here? While Jyn tossed theories out, the firewood guy just stood there, all casual. "It's gotta be, 'cause of Lady Anna. They've been staked out here forever, trying to figure out who Lady Quickhantle snatched up from the wild." The Silver Dragon repeated, a little nervous. Quickantell's eyes snapped icy cold. "How dare they spy on me?" She flung the door open, surprising the firewood dude. "We're home." But bam, she grabbed his neck like a boss and hoisted him up. Her eyes lit up wild. "Okay. Spill it. Bond in special ops, right?" The dude was choking bad, foaming a bit at the mouth. "What the hell are you doing?" "Not me." Just then, fast footsteps came up. "Who sent you here?" The newcomer came from inside. Jin's head snapped toward the sound. "Is that your hand choking someone?" Quickantle shot a frost-cold glare. Ra stepped up stern. "Let him go. If you kill that guy, special ops roll in here like a storm." Bam. She didn't waste a second, threw that newbie down like a sack of potatoes. "So you're the big boss now? Sweet. That means I just gotta take you out." With that, Quickantle charged, ready to throw hands. Her eyes flashed lethal vibes, and her fist was packed with raw power. Game over. Suddenly, this massive burst of mana exploded from the house, shaking the air and kicking up a serious cloud of dust everywhere. He took a brutal hit straight from Quantel's punch. Mid-rage, a voice cut through. "That all you got?" Rose shot a cold glare down. "Was that enough to rile you up?" She was kinda shocked, didn't think he'd walk it off after such a smack. This dude's no regular from the Special Investigation Squad. That red mask? Only worn by the elite Special Command unit in the department. And his sword ain't no joke either. It's got the kind of detailed engraving that screams serious business. You tick all the boxes: Emperor's right hand, commander of the 3rd Squad in the Special Investigation Crew, codename Rose, rumored to have master-level sword skills and cannon. This guy's packing some serious heat. Judging by his aura, he's rocking at least 8-star level strength. "Good thing I slapped on Mont's magic charm to cover my face," Quantel said, facing down Rose. "For a human, you're not half bad." He flashed cold, sharp eyes. "Sorry if we stepped on your toes, but we had to make sure who your sneaky visits really are." Raz wrapped it up coolly. "Now that's settled, I'm out of here." But inside, man, she was fuming. "You really think just waltzing into my turf with some sorry is gonna cut it? That's how cocky humans roll, huh?" His face darkened real quick. "For your information, Lady Anna just dipped from this spot." Raz kept his chill even with Quick and Telltale staring him down and the door wide open. "You seriously think it's smart to let the young lady roam solo at night like this?" His threat painted a real creepy picture. "Imagine being stalked in a dark forest. If we throw down now, yeah, you might win. But then you can't protect her if things go south. Still want to throw hands?" Then Rose breezed past her. "This time, I'm letting it slide." Suddenly, a dark voice popped up, catching him off guard. "Don't forget." Rose threw a glance at Quackenthal, who was blazing mad right behind him. "There won't be a next time. Prioritize what matters most to you." Her eyes blew wide, sick with warning. "The thing you're willing to die for." His face turned thoughtful, heavy with meaning. "You gotta be ready to lose everything if you pick wrong. Till we cross paths again." Raz and his crew stalked through the empty woods. He said, "Suspects have been spotted. Head back and dig deeper into who they really are." Rose gave a serious command. "For now, stop all Dragon Guardian surveillance." His buddy blinked, surprised. "Wait, what?" His voice full of confusion. Aren't we supposed to keep tabs on Quakental and their commander, though? Right then, Ross slipped his hand beneath his mask. Poking the Dragon Guardian just makes things worse. I'm taking full ownership of this, so just follow my lead. Rose stared deep at the blood smeared on his palm. They're definitely cooking up something. His partner took in the order, stunned. Y'all are gonna be in deep if this blows up. Cut off the close-range surveillance and only report back if you spot any weird moves. Without missing a beat, the guy nodded. Got it. Then, someone smashed their hand down on the table. Damn it. Jyn's eyes shifted to the cracked tabletop and Quakental bowing her head down low. I was dumb to stay solo in this dump. If you and Moroccan hadn't shown up, I would have seriously underestimated their strength. He tried to calm her down softly. Lucky nothing went sideways this time. Now, top priority is keeping Lady Enya safe. The others nodded. Okay, deal. So she made up her mind, we're bouncing from here tomorrow. Next morning, the two stood facing the huge ocean. Jyn whispered to Quakental's presence, good thing, there's a merchant ship headed to Tan. What came next caught her off guard. Don't stress, Lady Quakental. I slipped the captain a fat stack, he won't ditch anyone. Meanwhile, the captain was watching two pups tussle. Plus, Sir Merkin's got her back, so chill. Quakental cracked a smirk. That's exactly why I'm shook. Without a word, she spun on her heel, leaving Jyn behind. Gonna hit up Valletta now, see what she's got to say. She's tight with the Zippel clan, knows the lay of the land. Fast forward a week, under bright sunshine, Murican stood before a wooden house. Scowl on deck, he eyeballed his surroundings. The black dragon grit its teeth in agitation, while Jyn popped out from behind. Nice work, Sir Morin. You're quicker and sharper than I expected, he said, voice tougher than anticipated. Jyn then asked, what's up with that sudden compliment? Moricon stood proud by the big old house. Me and her built this place together. I get why she wants us here. Jyn teased, heart melting a little. Huh? Murican whipped his head around with pure disgust. Quit that nonsense, kid. It's rare I get all nostalgic. Still, the black dragon got quiet. Murican's mind drifted to warm laughs from long ago. Now, just a faded memory. Like a snapshot from 1,000 years ago, in a house just like this one. I had the best times with Tema and Quakental. Whatever we were doing, those were straight-up good days, right? His memory started blurring and twisting, fading away. Yo, Merkin. Then the black dragon clutching his head like it's a major headache. Man, what the heck? Jyn asked, all worried like, Yo, Merkin, what's up? You good? Merkin narrowed his eyes, teeth clenched tight. Nah, it's nothing. Just my head playing games with me. Kant rolled up with that mockery vibe. Weak sauce, bro. You tired just from a quick flight? Merkin low-key growled inside. I might be weak, but I ain't that weak. No way I'm crashing from that. She snapped back quick, then squared up real serious. Got a message back from Valletta. She's landing tomorrow night, no joke. Her voice cast this creepy vibe over that dead island down south of B Beach. Meanwhile, Quentel was posted up there, staring out at the endless ocean waves. The breeze kissed her icy face as Morcon and Jyn chilled out on a cliff nearby. Then a thoughtful voice dropped, so, what's the move when you meet her tomorrow? Flashback alert. Quanto under fire from the squad like, brew. I straight up said in my message we called her cause we need the lowdown on email Latry's guardian dragon. Then she eyed him sharp, vibes serious. If she plays dumb, I'ma school her real quick. Out of nowhere, someone jumps in. Man, black dragon vibes so refreshing, and yet there she was, flashing that killer grin. Not bad, still same spicy attitude. But hey, watch your back, no fam squad to cover you now. Best just chill for now. Wantel shot back. If drama pops off, I got this solo. Don't drag me into your mess. Hearing that, he stormed forward all fired up. Yo, weak or not, I ain't about to get pity from my ex, she said smooth, eyes closed calm. Who said I was pitying you? Nah, quit that nonsense. Maraka peeped Quanto's paw touching hers, listening close. She's all about that dragon clan rep, so no doubt she's rolling solo. You think I'm about to lose? She grinned light as a feather, oozing confidence. Quit stressing, just chillax. Back in the moment, Jyn squinted, thinking, real talk, I don't buy she's coming alone. The wind whipped through Quentel's hair like a wild storm. If Jipo fam did snatch Lychee and is cooking up some shady deals, her eyes went wide with horror. They ain't coming half-assed, they're loading up big time before stepping in. Boom. Massive vibes took over the whole space around Quanto. Then Valletta showed up, Wind Dragon style, landing hard. Someone let out a smirky laugh. Mad respect to meet the Silver Guardian Dragon, Quanto. Dude held tight to his sacred artifact, head high. Honored to meet you, Wings of the Dragon, second in command of the Jipo fam, top rep of Melior. His grin was full-on provocateur mode. Name's Andre Jipo. And just like that, she yelled back, Valletta. Quant's face was pure fire. Thought you said you'd roll solo? The Wind Dragon was chill as a cucumber. Got your letter while chillin' with Andre. Since I was curious about his rep, and dude was hyped too. Andre's eyes sparkled with slyness. So yeah, hope you get it. Silver Guardian Quantul squared off against the fierce Wind Dragon. Vuletta, you've gone full savage lately. The other dragon didn't even blink. Alright, enough talk. Let's talk contracts. Then bam, a voice cut through. Lee. Vuletta's eyes flickered like lightning struck. Where's Lechi? Suddenly she stretched and shouted, Dang it, I've been played. That's all you've been scheming over. She demanded fire and fury. Answer up, Vuletta. You grabbed Lechi a year back, right? Since then, Asmon's contractor's been lost on the Guardian Dragon's trail. Vuletta glanced over and smirked like she owned the place. Let me think. How do you want me to answer that? Lechi, her voice dropped soft and smooth, is doing just fine. Quantul's head was spinning for real now. You got some nerve playing games with me. Vuletta faked sweet to throw her off. Quantul, I don't know your ties with Asmon's guy, but meddling in the Jipo fam's biz? Big mistake. Silver Dragon's curses echoed all the way to the cliff hideout. You lost it, Vuletta. Snatching a clueless hatchling. That's cold. Marika's teeth clenched tight in frustration. Damn, that's bold. Jyn next to him snarked. Talk about arrogant. Vuletta waved her claws real smooth. This is gonna drag all day, huh? Two insane tornadoes hitched a ride around the Silver Dragon. Vuletta threw shade. Here's a tip. Quantul, hand over that contract, and I might just let you live. Quantul's face hardened, voice icy AF. What a joke. Eyeing Vuletta, she spat. You're just a wannabe chameleon. Angry AF. Her power whipped up, smashing earth and rocks all around. Out of nowhere, a flash of light between those wild gales, Quantul morphed into her full Silver Dragon form, wings flaring, pushing back Vuletta's storm. Then, through all the chaos, she dropped, got a deal for you, too. Rocking that danger diva smirk. Bring Lechi back now, and I'll make your death quick and easy. Meanwhile, Andre was on cloud 9. Yo, you dodged Vuletta's hit like a pro. He lifted his staff, crackling with energy. Been a while since I could throw down full force. Meanwhile, Andre was extremely excited. You dodged the attack from Vuletta quite easily, didn't you? He raised his staff, which was radiating with energy. It's been a while since I could fight with all my strength. Yo, a beam of light blasted right out of that scepter, shooting straight up into the sky like some kinda invisible wall. Jin's eyes were glued, watching every single detail. Is this that sick mana from a 9-star mage or what? Man, never seen anything like this since I got reincarnated. Then bam! He suddenly remembered those shady hooded dudes and that Andre's a full guy. Jyn also caught that dude's super hate-filled glare. Even though Cannon's house gave him the cold shoulder, dude's still repping the rich Zippel clan's creds, no cap. A magic sphere popped up right in front of his eyes. Now it's time to peep his current power level. Feeling all cocky, he stretched out his palm and sucked in a crazy swirl of energy. Silver Dragon, you're basically toast. Quickhandle tried, flapping her wings, gotta dodge this mess. As soon as possible. Out of nowhere, Quickhandle's eyes flickered, and bam! A different energy blast aimed right at our Silver Dragon queen. She gritted those teeth and looked down at her belly wound like, oh, not good. Yo, it's still flying, a voice shouted loud. Looks like even the winds got beef with you. Vuletta flapped hard, trying to get higher. Sorry, kid, but all the wind around this island is mine. Quickle threw her head back, caught in this hazy, fierce gust from Vuletta. Then Vuletta opened his mouth and made the wind twist and swirl, but Quick just threw the most savage side eye. Is that the best y'all got, losers? Out of nowhere, another voice dropped in like a bomb. Ha, that ain't enough. Lightning crackled from his palm. Watch me school you on real power. Arms spread wide, his divine staff floated like some boss move. Thunderstorm vibes started dropping from the sky, crazy furious. You really thought I just flex wind power? Nah, fam. He and Andrew released their magic vibes at the same time, epic combo, no joke. Take that, Silver Dragon. Both powerful energy blasts merged, shooting forward like missiles. Panicked Jyn yelled, Murakan, but the dude called, stayed chill, saying, nah, it ain't the right time yet. His eyes locked on the energy stream about to smack Quickhandle. Yeah, she's got a big ego for sure. Suddenly, a golden glow popped above her head like some divine halo, shining bright. But, oh snap, those fools are just as full of themselves. Quick threw her head back, making the ring explode and rip the air like a boss. Everything froze, distorted by the halo's insane power. Meanwhile, dude looked straight up, stunned, couldn't even believe what he saw. Time, to Jyn, was just that frozen stream of magic power from the haters. Everything stopped cold. Then Quantul opened her mouth and let out a roar packed with pure power. She just watched calm as that blast of magic in front of her blew up. This flick scared everyone, time-bending power that even stops magic? Man, it's been ages since this old dude saw something that wild. Suddenly, a deep, grim voice echoing made Andrin freeze solid. Today, I'm gonna wreck that mouth of yours. He spun around frantic, checking out the wind dragon. You seriously got that mad over just one spell? Valletta, bro, get back in there and attack. He yelled, full-on panic mode. Move faster, Valletta. Don't let up. But dude was stuck, totally stiff. Am I frozen 'cause of some time control magic? He whispered, eyes half open, then bam. Snapped wide as a massive surge of magic power shone down on Valletta. The wind dragon slammed its claws into the cracked ground. Man, I should have gone full beast mode from the start. It unleashed this terrifying aura, rising slow but with mad power. Sorry, old buddy. Valletta's eyes flashed ice cold. Thought I was done for. The black dragon cursed, damn it. Then someone else spoke up. Been a minute, huh, Murican. The ground shattered to bits as those two divine dragons, packed with crazy power, crashed headfirst into each other. They were locked tight, pushing hard. Murican snapped, zip it, you damn mummy. It grinned, you're weaker now, but your mouth's still savage, huh. Then Valletta opened wide, showing a glowing orb building up mad power. Back to your eternal nap, Murican. Meanwhile, a thick, dark vibe surrounded the black dragon. He blasted his power, smashing the evil vibes, but ran into Valletta's force barrier. With a backup orb ready to strike from behind, suddenly a fist shot out an epic punch aimed straight at the wind dragon. Cold-eyed, it caught the punch like it was nothing. Yeah, too easy. Nah, boring. Valletta hyped up, facing the black dragon. This is lit, Murican. I'm about to make history slaying a legend like you. The other dragon wasn't backing down, fired back, pretty quick for a crazy dragon like you. Meanwhile, someone else slid up to quick handle. All right, let's keep this party moving, yeah? At first, I just wanted to talk and let you slide. Andrin and that creepy monster, straight up lying through their grins. But now that you've seen my face, you gotta go. Suddenly, his eyes popped wide like he saw a ghost as his shadow darted in fast. Oh, right, you're here too, Jyn Runandell, huh? Calm and collected, he powered up his palm. That dude was still cocky as hell, golden power glowing bright aimed at Jyn. One more punk ain't gonna change my game. But then, a scream cut through. It was Jin's sword slicing clean through his foe. Andrin Voulet suddenly moved, totally catching Murican off guard. Son of a, the voice echoed, making Jyn turn quick. No, kid, step aside. The wind dragon's massive tail slammed into Jyn hard. Dude just gritted his teeth, holding on. Then Jyn crashed onto the ground, sending chunks flying everywhere. From the rubble, he panted, raising his sword to block the next hit. Out of nowhere, Jin's eyes popped wide in total shock. A beast and this dude's intense aura were barreling at him at the same time. Talk about a power combo ready to smash. Slow-mo, Jyn lifted his hand, clutching that beaded bracelet tight. He bit down, feeling the burn as energy exploded from his palm, snapping that bracelet clean in two. Ouch! The ground cracked to bits, sparkling faintly beneath a flash from the shadows. Then, bam! A massive blinding light dropped from the sky, revealing a shiny sword slicing through the thick smoky haze. Straight up epic. Yo, you couldn't even drop your big sis a heads-up text. Standing there, Jyn was drowning in this intense white glow and a boss-level silhouette. But hey, I'm guessing something cray went down that you just couldn't handle solo, huh? Luna grabbed that sword glow like a pro. Our little bros got back up now. And oh man, the old dude froze, eyes wide like he just saw a ghost. White whale alert, Panic City. He blurted out about the Jipo clan's vice-patriarch and his fierce wind dragon guardian. Well, alright then. Guess pulling Big Sis in was a power move worth it. He stumbled up, muttering through worried vibes. Luna, little sis, you somehow held your ground pretty long against those heavy hitters. Wait, you hurt? Jyn cracked a smirk, blood creeping on his lips, his grip tightening on that sword aura. Savage. Honestly, I was pretty much on death's doorstep. She listened, stone-faced, to her bro's next line. Thanks for showing up, Big Sis. Then she eased her arm down like a boss. Jipo, the dude she called out to, flinched hard when hit with the icy, how long you gonna play dumb? Her chill tone was ice cold. I want answers, now. What the heck do you want with my bro? While Valletta and the wind dragon zoned out deep in thought, he shook his head, thinking, this drama is so tight that even with Sis coming through, a win wasn't guaranteed before. But now, Jyn totally chilled. Seeing Luna's cool I got this vibe, he knew this fight's curtains. He peeped the noise source. Kid, time to bounce. Jyn called out, kinda stunned. Murican, the black dragon, backed him up with an apologetic nod while Quay hung on in pain. Sorry, the wind control? Yeah, they're unstoppable. Murican glanced at Luna cold, solo, and straight fire. But hey, You got one badass sis, kid. If she was even a sec later, we'd be toast. Then quietly, seriously, we're alive. 'Cause of you. Jyn, speechless as his wounds knitted shut with some wild demonic vibe. No way. The white whale's here, crazy. But one thing's clear now. Andron shouted, dark energy spilling from the beast, hyped AF. Runandell just broke his vow with the Jipo fam. Jyn Runandell, your bro's gone magic on us. The old dude's voice boomed. The Jipo clan isn't gonna let this slide, no kidding. Luna just flashed a sly grin. Got it, but chill. This won't ever hit your clan's ears. She jabbed her weapon, lit with attitude. Andron fumed, you disrespectful little punk, how dare you. Furious as heck, the monster lunged at Luna, but whoosh. The sword's glow sliced right past its mouth, gone before the afterflash blew away. The beast, torn to bits like yesterday's snack. The old guy gawked, magic fading around him. All the Jipo clan I've met talk big but can't back it up. Luna sneered, moving like a ghost. Looks like your vice patriarch talks a big game too. Suddenly, dazzling illusion stormed in, making Andron scramble for cover. A soft footstep hit the ground. Behind her, Valletta was taking slash after slash, while Luna just tilted her head, chill as ever. Still rocking the true form. Dragon. You're just making more targets for my slashes. But yeah, Valletta was hurting bad, teeth clenched tight. Shifting into his human side amid thick power vibes, a weird magical patch stuck to him. The old man shouted, Valletta, but he cut him off, bitter. I got this. The spear in Valletta's grasp stretched longer and thinner, deadly as hell. Somewhere, a monster pack started flashing energy too. One hand dropped the spear, the other made of dark energy held the spear's head tight. This dude radiated raw power, blowing dust everywhere. His neck and cheek were smeared black with demonic energy. This wasn't just magic, it was some next-level authority, like demon race vibes. Luna's eyes narrowed, wondering why this wind dragon was struggling so much. Then she smirked wild. Looks like you need more time to master that relic, huh? She faced Andron, clutching that cursed stone like it was some junk. Seriously, the JP family vice head and a wind dragon putting all their chips on that. You guys really think that thing's gonna save you? Yo, out of nowhere, that freaky demonic energy went all berserk. Luna just slid right past the spear tip like it was nothing. Valletta was puffing mad, shouting, you nasty little troublemaker. While growling like a beast, she kept her grip tight on that blade. Who the heck do you think you were spouting that trash? Their powers slammed into each other hard. Valletta was set to jab his spear, Luna ready to swing her sword like a boss. The sword met that magical energy head-on, and the fight got wild, both going all out. Luna's blade sliced the air, coming down hard on Valletta like a hammer. Valletta froze up when he caught sight of it. All he saw was Luna's hair flying. Her surprise attack sent him crashing way back. His boots and spear tipped, slammed the dirt hard. A dusty cloud puffed up as the wind dragon grabbed his chest, groaning in pain. Valletta's eyes blew wide with rage, teeth clenched while Luna smirked. So, that's all you got, pathetic. Your weapon's already kissed the ground. Looks like you're fresh out of tricks. She slowly lifted her sword, eyes cold. Time to finish this, quick and clean. Right in front of Valletta, Luna hoisted her blade high, boom, a blinding beam of light. That light shot straight up, rocking the black Runkin sword style, third form vibes, sharp, icy glow bouncing off her fierce face. The energy was so lit, it looked ready to slice through the clouds. Out of nowhere, Luna's eyes snapped open, and that light bounced off Andron's confused face. Then, bam, she swung that sword down hard like a lightning strike. Proudly, she aimed forward and shouted, Meteor shower. Back in the day, some wise Canaan elder said their family's sword style is like a conqueror's vibe, straight up destruction mode to win, claim, and enjoy the chaos. Their family's whole ethos is baked into the sword, making them one fierce unit. From above, he looked down at Jyn, reminded him why black Runkin swords don't stick to one shape, only one goal, obliterating foes. Plus, they got the whole Matuk and Matuch legend riding with him. Remembering that, his eyes popped wide at the crazy turquoise glow spreading across the sky. Jyn's jaw dropped, staring hard at the meteor shower magic show. Those moves zipped past like shooting stars. He was low-key impressed with how sick they looked. That sword slash fell straight from the clouds, and he just stood there, mouth open, calling it beautiful. The power? Like meteors crashing with explosions everywhere. Andron was shook, thinking, man, this power's on a whole other level. Then someone yelled his name, Andron. Valletta blocked for him, trying to snap the kid out of his daze. You good? Come on, buddy. He bellowed the old man's name, trying to bring him back. But nope, Andron was still out of it, just sinking to his knees, stunned, speechless. This whole thing was nuts, straight up terrifying. His face went pale, drained of any life. She didn't tap into dragons or old artifacts, just unleashed pure nightmare vibes. When Luna dropped that death move, she looked like Grim Reaper himself coming for your soul, filling the air with straight-up dread. How does a human even pack that kind of heat? Valletta finally dragged Andrin's brain back from La La Land. Just stay alive, man. As long as you breathe, we got a shot at winning. Those meteor strikes rained on him nonstop, but Valletta pushed through and said, "We can flip this, thanks to the magic stone." He gritted his teeth, dropping this truth bomb. "Even if I kick it guarding you, you can use that magic stone to bring me back, right?" Eyeing the purple stone in his palm, Andrin finally snapped out at it. "Yup, it ain't over yet." As long as he clutched that magic stone, death wasn't calling him home. With that in hand, he was basically a living god. Just as those thoughts hit, a massive hit slammed the scene. All that was left was smoke and ashes. Luna looked on, lost in thought with a sad twist on her face. She was staring at Valletta's busted, burnt dragon wing. Seeing Andrin made it out alive hit her hard. She knew her skills still needed serious leveling up. Gotta train way harder to match Dad's sword game. She was kinda proud, though. Enough to teach the Jipo clan a solid lesson for now. Luna shot a look at Jyn, who was fired up like never before. The kid had a fresh spark now, she thought. If I can't reach Dad's level in the end, then you, little bro, better step up. Suddenly, a giant golem burst onto the scene, growling loud like it owned the joint. Luna barely cared, too wiped out. "My pride took a hit, and I'm gonna be annoyed if you keep putting on this show in front of my little brother." Hearing that, the golem clenched its jaw, then threw back its head and let out a massive roar to the sky. Jyn looked dumbfounded and asked the dude next to him, "Yo, what's that thing?" Murican, steady while helping Quinto, replied, "That's it, kid. The Jipo clan cooked up that golem using contractors." "Wait, a golem?" Seeing that ugly beast show its teeth, the black dragon broke it down. "It's like a weapon gods built to keep their folks in line. Judging by the looks, this one's a budget copy, though." After that, Murican grabbed Jyn fast. The kid blinked in surprise, but Murican said, "Don't get it twisted, just because it's a knockoff doesn't mean it ain't deadly." The black dragon shifted into his slick dragon form, scooped Jyn up in his claws, ready to fly off. "We're bouncing, kid." Jyn yelled, "Hold up, Murican." But he wasn't down with leaving, he wanted to stay and fight. "Yo, we're supposed to roll together, right? Can't just leave you solo against that scary beast." But Luna, cool as ice, cuts in. "Nah, no big deal at this stage. I got this handled." Seriously, what Murican just spit out. Wild. "We gotta bounce now, kid. Let's roll." Jyn gritted his teeth like a champ, flashbacks hitting him hard, remembering Murican's cocky vibe after they sealed that contract. "I leveled up big time and finally crossed paths with Murican again, grinding out skill and luck way beyond my sibs. But looking at my mess right now, man, I hung my head low, mind racing like crazy. Honestly, I'm lost." Jyn pictured that brutal scene smashed by rocks, bleeding everywhere, dashing away with no fight left in me. "At this rate, how am I not clan deadweight? Nah, this ain't it," he kept thinking, clenching his fists slow but steady, silently promising he'd never feel that helpless mess again. "I gotta get stronger, no cap." The black dragon, chilling and watching, peeped Jin's vibe and got seriously shook by the massive power blasting off him. I always knew that kid had guts, but seeing him fire up like this after all that, man, proud doesn't even cover it. Murakan pictured ice and fire mixing, wild and blazing. That's the spirit. Keep that fire lit inside, don't ever let it die. With that pride and grind, you're gonna be the champ of this whole continent, no doubt. It was like he saw Jyn, grown up, calm but fierce, ready for war. Till then, I, Murakan, got your back, my rider through 1,000 years. Meanwhile, Luna was straight up staring down the origin stone like, think you can sneak a makeover and kill me? Dream on. You're just a loser stuck in your own crazy stories. That shiny purple orb started glowing, but Luna, she wasn't buying it. Pathetic. Then it raised its hand, all spooky. Before Luna could blink, that stone unleashed this purple laser, spiraling out like a tornado. Power zoomed fast, kicking up a dust storm like mad. Through the haze, there stood Luna firm as ever. She blocked that blast, and the stone's voice boomed, I'm now sucking power from 12 gods. The origin stone gave this creepy sneer. Yo, Jyn Runandell, what weapons you got? Just a sword? Sad little girl. Surrender now, here and now. Not even your pops could touch me. Luna shot back cool as ice, leaking 0 damage. The Swordmaster raised her blood-red blade, glowing all thirsty for action. One sword's all I need. Then she got this look, voice steady like, if you had thrown down with that nasty magic you obsessed over your whole life, maybe you'd even see half the power I'm about to unleash. She stomped, sending shockwaves, with a fierce mix of disgust and pity in her eyes. The sky bloodied red as Luna charged, sword sparking wild flames. That dark magic was made for dirty deeds. But this sword, forged in battles, sharp as hell. I'm gonna wreck you. The stone was shook, thinking to itself, Crimson light? Fight tons of swordsmen, but never saw such bloody glow before. Yuan Shi threw up his hand, ready to throw down. Wait, who cares? He pumped himself up to build his power. Demon mode, god level now. Bring it on. Yuan Shi shouted, arms multiplying, forming a purple power ball. Watch this power, I'm gonna crush you. Face went savage. You cocky idiot. Meanwhile, Luna blurred forward at lightning speed, Yuan Shi's roar still echoing. Realized he was straight up powerless, gave up. His scream pierced the red sky. Luna landed, cold eyes killing it, her blade a true heart's final strike. True to the name, crimson light exploded everywhere, everything blurred. The blood moon sword sliced right down through giant Yuan Shi. Purple gem cracked in two with him. Stone didn't see that coming, standing frozen, shocked. A massive flash of purple light burst, forcing Luna to jump back. That gem soaked up power and spun a dark purple vortex. Floating up, it tightened into a huge black orb. Luna just stood there, mind blown, as dust and smoke went wild. Luna slammed her sword hard into the dirt, snapped out of it, ready to fight. Here it comes. But then a loud shout stopped her dead. Sis, she glanced up toward the voice in the sky. Murikan was swooping down, carrying Jyn clutched tight in his palm. Luna was stunned. Jyn. He reached out, grabbed my hand. Sis. She blinked, wind tossing hair over her eye, then cracked a sly smile, feeling a sudden burst of happiness today. She stretched her hand to him, thinking, looks like the baby bro's the one saving me this round. Scene switched somewhere else. Amy is staring out, asking, Island's totally gone, right? Russ fired back, yeah, and get this. A wild vortex nearby gobbled up something just like it. Megatons of mana were popping off in that spot. Sure, humans had a part in it, but honestly, it's pure firepower from the silver dragon and the wind dragon. He blinked, shocked. The wind dragon, huh? Then he quickly bowed his head and spilled the tea. The squad thinks it was Valletta from the Jipo crew. Russ kept going, sliding his hand into his pocket like he was about to flash something. Before this whole mess went down, rumors were flying that he crossed the border. Ah, he said, sounding kinda uncertain. Looks like the wind dragon's toast. Hearing that, Amy shot him a sidelong glance, quiet as a mouse. Russ pulled out Valletta's dragon claw for the scoop. Amy hit him with, so, what's up with that flow, dude? Have y'all ID'd the culprit yet? He straight up asked. Might be the contractors, came the shady reply. He was not buying that half-baked answer. Maybe the boat squad caught a peek of an energy ring that looked like a storm's eye. The contractors and their guardian dragons, plus some seriously sketchy power light. Amy was like, yo, we gotta handle whatever nightmare they're brewing. And what's the deal with Andrin? Russ kept his poker face behind that mask. Still searching, was the bitter reply. Then he lost it, fist smacking the table like, man, this ain't cool. Amy swiveled to shoot him, a warning look. Your reports have been weak sauce lately. Have you ID'd who Kwai Cannell's +1 was? No excuses, he muttered. He just gritted his teeth, staring at Russ like 1,000 thoughts running wild. After a beat, Amy finally dropped this cold line, saying nothing's done is pointless. Who else can freaking do it? Keep this off the media, she ordered. If you're still in the dark by tonight, file a missing persons report. As Russ bounced, the Emperor fired off commands right at his back. Send more boots from the special ops into Jipo's turf. No drama. Even though we're playing nice, I want this alliance to be tight, no cracks. Then Amy shot a glare with some serious side-eye, voice-dripping threat. Raz, you know I'm not one to wait around. Bet you know that well. Raz could only bow low, no pushback. I won't let you down, Your Majesty, he promised. He was Emir Bondin, Emperor of Bondin country, no joke. Cut to nighttime somewhere with loud shouting. What? They used the demon stone. Booba and Bisco were jawing. Booba was dead serious. Yup. Off the coast of Territory B, Wind Dragon and Silver Dragon had a major throwdown. Whole island got wrecked, a vortex popped up, so I'm sure the demon stone got smashed. The old dude, chowing on a pastry, tossed crumbs everywhere while ranting. Hold up, how dare they wreck my masterpiece? I told him to be gentle, it wasn't even finished yet. Booba's voice thundered, this is straight unforgivable. Sir Bisco, get your butt out there and confront those fools. Those mages have zero respect for the stone's value. Bisco dodged the pastry assault, steaming mad inside. Those dumb Jipo clowns turned everything to chaos. Now I gotta hold off on offing this jerk. Meanwhile, Booba just kept running his mouth like he was clueless. I can tell you're fired up too, Bisco. Your killing vibes are off the charts. Bisco didn't deny it, but cut him off quick. Anyway, the commander's pissed big time about this. Calm as ice, Bisco wiped his face and said smooth. He's thinking about dumping our alliance with the Jipo clan. so from now on, keep your distance. Scene flip. Cross-shaped flame blazing, cooking up some tasty meat skewers. A mysterious girl was peeping through an orb, and behind her, a dragon puffed fire. She gasped. Oh snap. The girl just dropped, and he's dead. Fire breathing stopped immediately. Caden looked down, not buying it. He probably bounced with Valletta and snagged the demon's stone too, Caden guessed. The girl said flat, sure as heck one of those two. Like it was just story time. That silver dragon's power and the peeps involved, way beyond what we picture. The dragon shot a glare. Who? Caden smirked. Shadow Dragon did that massive wreck at Kenzel's giant fam field, right? Kallik eyed him like she was curious. Caden laid it out. Mizia. If that power was hers, then it adds up. She ain't scared of the demon stone. Oh yeah, now I recall. Mia. Moroccan's big sis. Kadana chimed in. Right on. Plus, Quantel used to date Moroccan. He kept murmuring. So she's kinda tied to Mia. Not totally out the loop. He got it. Gotcha. Cool. I'm ordering the next move then. K. The dragon let out a small grin. You want me to hunt myself down? He joked. What I was thinking is straight impossible. If black dragons want a ghost, not even the sky can find them. Kuak laughed, all mockery. Quit acting so childish. Still, what a bummer to lose the demon stone. Caden squinted, digging deeper. Your brother's dead, but you're all chill. She said one thing, but her vibes said another. Obviously, I'm sad. But I saw this coming. I just got shook hearing he crashed Ken's party and didn't even hit me up, though he didn't feel it the same way. No way, that's bogus. Now I gotta tell the Demon Stone creator to whip up another one. Without that bad boy, we're totally screwed taking over the Cannon fam before Ken kicks the bucket. Same deal with the Dark Sea King. Key just leaned back in his chair, sighing hard. Yo, Caden, I bet I'm not the only one losing my cool here. Smoke was literally puffing out of her dragon mouth as she growled. Quit acting like a kid. Fire sparks seemed to crackle all around her, her voice booming. If you want to run the whole dang world, you better be able to swing that much, at least. Then Kyok shot a sideways look with this wicked grin. Caden kept it moving. If being the top god is the game, Key. Cut to another scene where someone's banging on a door. The voice inside shot back, hold up, one sec. Julie peeked her head around and asked, who's there? Jyn's crew had rolled back safe and sound. Someone called out, we're back, Julie. Julie was so shook, she couldn't say a word. The young master then chipped in, hey, could you hook us up with a feast? We haven't had a single bite since the flight back. Spotting Luna, Julie got so excited, she started tripping over her words. Then, bam. From all that shock, she straight up passed out after barely getting Lady Luna's here, 2 out. Panic voice echoed everywhere inside the place. Strawberry pie, y'all. A tricolor spiral fan was swishing side to side. Morikam was fanning, while shocked out Julie crashed on the couch mumbling, yo, the young master's about to get kicked out. The lady standing by Jyn chimed in, looks like your maid totally got the wrong idea. Luna's eyes were pure softness, like she was really worried about you. You lucked out with a top-notch maid, he said. Yeah, she's super good to me, somebody whispered, young master Jyn. Jyn turned toward the dude who just barged in through the door. Sir Casimir. Casimir said, you're back. But who's this crew? The young master replied, yeah, I know it's sudden. This is my oldest sis, Luna Candon. She threw a polite nod his way. Hello, sir. So you're the master swordsman Casimir everyone's always talking about. Casimir blinked, shocked at the name Luna Candon. Master swordsman? Nah, I don't deserve that title. It's an honor to serve you. Then he turned to the white-haired lady with those eyes that screamed charisma. And who's this? Some badass white-haired queen? Jyn introduced her. That's Lady Enya's guardian dragon, the silver guardian dragon, Huant. Casimir snapped to attention real quick. Inside, he was shook. Another dragon, he slammed a perfect 90-degree bow. I'm Casimir, leader of the 7-colored peacock squad, and a buddy of young Master Jyn. Big pleasure meeting y'all. Then he silently begged himself, don't mess this up like last time. Standing tall, Casimir heard the young master apologize. I set this all up without cluing you in first. My bad. Casimir nodded. No sweat, young master. We're all in this together now. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through. Quant's eyes were dark as night. Where's Enya at? I was just about to spill. Casimir stepped up. Lachi just came back a few hours ago. Jyn was like, wait, today? He added, yeah, Lachi is with Lady Enya and my daughter. Casimir turned serious, but yo, something smells fishy. Casimir explained that Lachi couldn't remember a single thing from when he went missing. The kid was baffled, saying, kidnapping? No freaking way. Alicia, overhearing, was totally stunned. Lachi himself was confused and anxious. I only remember Vleda straight up refusing to teach me Draconic, but then everything's blurry after that. Casimir reasoned since the kid's fine, you can't blame the Jipo clan. Maybe it's not a kidnapping. She flat out denied it. Nope, those jerks straight up confessed to me. Now Merkin was mad as heck. They erased all the clues. Jyn got curious. What clues? He explained. They wiped out every trace of the demon's stone and even Lachi's memories. Mirren chimed in, the guy plan always does this. When it ain't in their favor, they erase everything. He and Merkin exchanged looks. Casimir piped up curious. Wait, a demon stone? Jyn busted out a quick rundown. It's this ancient artifact they have. I'll break it down later. While everyone yacked, no one noticed Julie had woke up and was low-key eavesdropping on the convo between the Jipo Vice Clan leader and the Wind Dragon. Oh, and there's a stone that can suck up a god's contractor. The young master's been through way too much. The squad was still hashing out their game plan. There's got to be a reason to copy the original stone. The Black Dragon frowned, voice dropping low. They want to be gods. So, their play is to gather all the god powers and snuff out anyone who stands in their way to be the one and only god running this world. After a tense beat, he calmed the crew. All right, y'all should crash for now. I'll gather intel via the 7-colored rainbow. Lady Geek Canelo, if you want, I can lead you to Lady Enya. The silver dragon was down right away. Casimir said, for sure, this way, please. Then Julie piped up. The young master panicked, strawberry pie. Jyn asked, chill. You feeling better now? Julie answered, surprise, yeah, but why did I pass out? Then she freaked again, spotting Luna. Julie screamed, shocked and crashed out. Leaving the black dragon totally freaked, she fainted again. Yo, strawberry pie vibes. She was holding up a bottle of wine, all happy, saying, after wiping out that wild underground gang, the independent city of Tan is way safer now. The big shots, the Jipo Vice clan, boss and Valletta are both down for the count. I pulled this off in just 2 months as a knight. Luna beamed, patting herself on the back nonstop. You even pull off magic tricks without any formal lessons. If you'd gotten caught, you'd be toast for sure. You're seriously something else, Julie's little bro said, chilling across the table and petting a cat. I was thinking if Lady Luna found out, we'd be straight up history. Never thought you were actually in on all this action the whole time, she said softly, trying to calm everyone down. I probably scared you a bit. Don't trip, I flip-flop sometimes too. The maid smiled softly. Now, we just gotta keep it on the down low from the clan leader. Luna dropped that bombshell and the maid accidentally squeezed the cat way too hard. Dad already knows, she said with a calm smile, acting like nothing was wrong. Dad's got the whole lowdown from the sacrificial ritual to Andrin's death. He even knows I had a hand in it. Julie was shocked. Why you gotta say stuff like that, lady? Isn't this supposed to be bad news? Jyn stepped up to ease the tension. Chill, Julie. I got this. I don't get it, young master. His voice was calm. Tomorrow, me and my big sister are heading to see Dad. Julie blinked. Wait, so you've already cooked up a plan to visit Dad? Suddenly, the others caught on, eyes wide in sync. Hold up, young master. Who exactly did you say you're going to see? Luna shot Jyn a serious glare. You gotta be kidding me. Don't think Dad's silence means you're free to do whatever. What's your game plan after you see him? He played it cool. I'm warning him that the JP clan's cooking up an attack on the Vanson clan. As for the Demon Stone drama, you should be the one laying it all out to Dad. Sounds better, right? Luna gave him a hard look. You get what happens when a flag bearer bounces home uninvited? You thinking about quitting the flag bearer race? His voice dropped low. Dad already blames me for all this mess, so maybe it's better if I break the news myself. Maybe I can strike a deal. Julie's jaw dropped while Luna's voice went quiet. Strike a deal? I've been around forever and never thought about that. She got ready to stand up, dropping a warning. If you keep acting stubborn, Luna's stare went icy, her tone slow and serious. He'll shut you down for good. Jyn just smiled, calm as ever. If that's how it goes down, I'm betting you can stop him. She frowned, kinda shocked by his chill. Luna stepped right up, blocking his path, both locked eyes in dead silence. Her stare was icy with rage, but he held his ground steady looking back. Luna gritted her teeth, super annoyed. Then out came Julie's name, which made her jump. If you threaten your own fam, I can only imagine the pain Julie's going through. After a beat, Luna cooled off and said flatly, fine, I'll go with you. When's the plan? He smirked a bit too sure of himself. First teleport gate tomorrow, baby. She turned away, eyes closed, giving in to the scheme. All right, sooner the better. Julie then timidly asked, Lady Luna, why though? Luna sounded kinda helpless, but proud of Jyn. This family's full of backstabbers, so he needs someone in his corner he can actually trust. She gave a small, knowing smile without saying a word. Your sister's gonna be that shield. I believe in you. He felt relieved. For sure, big sis. Next day, they roll up to Jantia, where a bunch of soldiers came out to meet them. Instead of a warm welcome, a harsh voice popped off. You really brought him here? Her glare was deadly. Can you believe this, sis? Luna called, little bro. Jyn replied coolly, yeah, sis. Her face was stone cold. Man, I really should have treated you better. He just laughed it off. Vigo yelled out, steaming mad, you crazy punk? He pointed hard at the dude. Did leaving the fam make you insane, youngest bro? How dare a backup flag bearer show up at the sword garden? Miyu spoke cold as ice. It's 'cause you're too soft on him, she added with disgust dripping. He already threw in the towel on being a backup flag bearer. That means you messed up too, sis. Luna thought, just as I figured, they're all ready for this. Even Dad's in on it. Mary watched, shocked from a window. Whoa, the youngest bro gave up his flag bearer spot. Or maybe he's just suddenly curious about what's next after death? Her face darkened, nails scrapping into the wall. Nah. He's supposed to grow up and take me on. His sister. Seeing all this, Defuse couldn't help but let out a sigh. Vans asked straight up, sis, why'd you bring him here? Luna said, I didn't bring him. He showed up on his own. She shot her sis a question, then why didn't you stop him? He's out of his mind, and that means you're not all there either. The other girl was too annoyed to argue, quickly changing the topic. Whatever. So where's Dad at? Vanna asked, surprised. Dad. Jyn stood there watching the whole scene, thinking. For some reason, sis Luna always trips when she deals with you. Out of nowhere, someone was like, yo, lil bro, you here to check on Dad? And he just coolly goes, yeah, second sis. Then Vigio bolts up from behind, yelling, you must be here to kiss your life goodbye, huh? You got lucky, that's all. Just 'cause you're better than Tona's crew, you think you're all that, huh? She just shook her head, totally over it. After that, Vancia stepped back real smooth, voice way softer. Go ahead, Dad's in his study. Jyn was low-key relieved to hear that. Thanks, sis. Out of nowhere, someone whipped out a sword. It was Jantia. She slid that blade gently to her sis's neck and whispered. From now on, her eyes lit up all crimson, sharp. The first flag bearer drops their weapon and waits for the patriarch's call for the backup flag bearer to roll solo. Luna first stared at the sword point, totally caught off guard, then ground her teeth mad hard. Her eyes went straight up scary dark. What if I say nah? No sooner had she said that, the floor started cracking around her. Everyone else got into full battle mode licky split. Vancia, acting all sweet, warned her. Last chance, first flag bearer. Vigio's eyes were pure red, sword aimed dead center. Just then the other voice hit again. That's the patriarch's command. He gripped his sword like a boss. Drop your weapon. Mu frowned, ready to throw down. Resist, you die on the spot. Luna watched all this and couldn't keep her rage in. Then out of the blue he said, don't sweat me. Jyn turned to her calm as ice, trying to chill her out. I'm just a Runandell, no big deal. Nah, I'm here to chat with Dad, not as a flag bearer but as his son. Everyone froze hearing that while the sixth flag bearer clenched his teeth, cursing that wild card. Jyn just walked off deep in thought. Looks like my other siblings don't really get Dad. Even if a backup flag bearer coming back breaks the rules, Dad ain't the type to sweat rules. If I get to talk to him like last time, Jyn recalled when Ken patted his head and said, good question. Then walked off, words stuck with Jyn forever. I'll be watching you, he said, thinking no drama was coming. Jyn let out a quiet breath of relief, clenched his fist and lightly knocked on the door. Suddenly, something frozen him in place. A massive power wave exploded right then. The wind was whipping through his hair as he stood shock stiff. A deep voice boomed. Looks like I overestimated you. I gave you 5 years. Inside, Ken muttered. Why you here now? Jin's mind went deep. I heard he wields a sword, aura crazy powerful. Peeped that strong back and thoughts ran wild again. When a sword's just aura, he nearly merges with it. Man and blade are the same. Softer than I thought, he muttered. Ken's voice cut through Jin's head quiet like a knife. Don't make me repeat myself, Jyn Runandell. He shot back. Do I need a legit reason to visit my dad? But inside, he told himself, no apologies. Confidence, not cocky. Jyn threw out, came 'cause I want to see you, Dad. That caught him off guard. Wants to see me? None of my kids ever said that. Not bad. Inside, he was stoked but kept his poker face. What a joke. Did studying abroad fill your head with some lame family love 101? The kid denied it fast. Nah, not the studying abroad, sir. The man shut his eyes, soaking in Jin's words. Always love you, Dad. Then suddenly, red energy flared up, shocking the kid back to attention. He eyed that powerful back pulsing red aura non-stop, voice tense, that straight-up killing intent. Jyn clenched his teeth, heart racing, panic mode. Crap. Did I step in it? But Ken was really thinking, man, that almost made me laugh. His voice rang out, freezing Jyn. Never thought you'd say that. He spoke slow. Enough fluff. Spill the tea. What you bring me? Jyn didn't skip a beat. The Jipo clan's vice patriarch, that dude you roasted at the banquet, Andre Jipo, he's dead. Ken turned his head just a bit. You mean you killed him? The kid shook his head. Nah, disappointed. My sis, Luna, took him out, and I played a part. One cold eye opened wide. Jyn spoke slow. Got more stuff. Want me to fill you in on everything? Karen's hand, clutching his book, froze midair. For real, the kid looked surprised his dad was so chill. All right then. Wait, when did he ditch his glasses? He stepped closer, all calm. Sit down. I want to hear it. The kid chilled and started to lay it out. From the start till I was bonded, so much went down real quick. Kieran looked a little bummed hearing that. And you came all the way here just 'cause Jipo's right hand got iced. Bet that clan's gonna buzz now. But you here just to drop that news. Jyn took a beat, then clarified, Andre probably wasn't the real right hand, then added, though props to my sis's insane power. Yo, so even though this dude was the vice boss of the only squad that could throw shade at House Run, he still wasn't cut out for that title. Just saying, that's all me vibe checking here. Those words got the guy thinking hard. Karen furrowed his brow like, yeah, you're spot on. Just 'cause he was the vice boss doesn't mean he was the second baddest in their crew. He dropped some low-key tea. The real power player after Kiliak isn't who you think, fam. But hey, I can't spill all the deets just yet. Jyn whispered low. You were right on the money with your gut call, and I'm grateful for that. Plus, the juiciest part, still locked up. Then he leaned in and said those jerks were messing with some weird ancient tech. Karen raised an eyebrow. Say what? Some kind of artifact? Jyn was quick with a nod. Yup, man, for real. Andre went ahead and called it the Demon God's Stone. Jyn's brain flashed bright like energy beams from the thing. He added, from what I got, it's a clone of the original stone the gods cooked up ages ago. That's what I heard, anyway. The dude rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Origin stone? Wait, Murakan told you that. Jyn froze a sec, but then cracked a sly grin. You had the scoop all along. His pops was chill. Think I'm clueless? Nah, I know you got mana skills too. For real, you thought you could hide that from me? Jyn admitted with a shrug. Yeah, I figured you knew, but didn't expect you to be in the Murakan loop too. Kyron cracked a sneaky grin and busted out a loud, cocky laugh. Exactly what I guessed, just wild speculation, yet you spill everything like it's no big deal. Nabi Runel, who believed the legendary black dragon would tumble off his divine throne and turn into just a regular kitty. Jyn shut his eyes tight, faking a cough while his dad looked super pumped. Ken snapped back to his serious mode. Okay, so that Origin Stone copy, you just got yourself in some deep trouble. I got to chat with Luna on this one. I don't know all the limits on that piece from Jipo, but its power? Straight up dangerous. Mountains sharp as knives and raging waves popped in my head. Does the Dark Sea King even know? They're fragments of the original stone, so if word got out, they'd move fast. Guess I'll have to hit the Dark Sea again. He huffed, thinking hard. Ken shot Jyn a look. I ain't slapping your wrist this time for breaking house rules. But you ain't gonna be happy just chilling with that. Huh. He added, name one thing you want. Spill it. Jyn didn't hesitate a sec and threw out his ask. Just one little request, the free city of Tikkun. No other Runandell should ever set foot there. When Ken heard that, his tone went dead serious. So Tikkun's your secret hideout, huh? I figured as much. Right then, a chill image of a quiet city and a power-hungry figure popped up in Karen's head. All right, but you gotta pass my test first. Meet the Shadow Lord of Tikkun, Sword Demon Casmia. Ken ordered Jyn. You gotta win this dude over to prove yourself. Jyn got a bit rattled hearing this. Ken didn't forget to hype up the prize for nailing the mission. Succeed, and no Runandell family member steps foot in Tikkun without your say-so. Jyn smirked with mad confidence while his dad folded his arms, voice tight. Clock's ticking 1 year. That punk even turned down a teaching gig with the Runandell fam. Show me you can tame that arrogant trash. So Casmia got brought in front of the guy who threw down the ult challenge. The room got super tense. Soon enough, Casmia looked like he was sweating bullets. Ken's voice dropped low. So, that's your vibe, arrogant fool. Casmia nervously wondered who this was, then peeped the man and realized he was facing the continent's top swordsman, Jyn Runandell. Is this really the world's strongest dude's aura? Just standing here got my stomach tied in knots. He balled up his fists, telling himself, no way. Casmia's feelings were all over the place. I'm Jin's guest, why should I be scared of Sir Ken? The Runandell boss jumped in. So, you're the sword demon, Casmia. Casmia bowed deep. Please, sir, don't call me sword demon. That title's way too cringy around you, Sir Ken. Right after Jyn called out, Dad. Ken got the hint and nodded, telling him to go ahead. With permission, Jyn put a hand on his chest and said straight up, "About me and this guy. Feels like fate threw us together." Jyn was low-key telling Dad that since he sealed the deal with Sir Casimir, it's time for Dad to hold up his end of the bargain. Meanwhile, Casimir was practically losing it. Wait, if you start yapping about fate and destiny here, just picture Ken grinning, eyes sparkling, all hyped to share a destiny with a Runandell. Then Tan's just gonna become Runandell property. Casimir mused to himself, that's the kind of whack fate train of thought they're riding, huh? Then the Runandells and Tan could do the same dance. He guessed a bit wild, but basically, Tan's independence would be toast. But no surprise, the other dude kept his face stone serious. Yo, this slick little punk pulled a fast one on his own dad and is just chillin' like it's no big deal. He shot back, tricked him. Nah, man, just got a bit lucky is all. His pops threw up his hands like, all right, you passed the test. And from now on, no, Runandell stepping foot in Tickin without your say-so. Right then, somebody else was catching every word too. Jyn looked at Kieran and said, thanks, Dad. Meanwhile, Casimir's mind was racing. Young Master Jyn, from today on, our fates are tied tight. But the old man waved it off quick. If there's nothing else, you're free to bounce. The Lord of Tan was bowing low, then froze when Ken chimed in. Hold up, got some private biz to hash out with Casimir. Jyn flipped and said, cool. I'll hang outside the manor, leaving poor freaked out Casimir sweating bullets. Wait, young Master Jyn. That patriarch voice popped up, noticing the dude's scared vibes. Finally, we meet. Casimir Chiro stepped forward, purple aura glowing, eyes ice cold. Let's chop it up. He forced this smile. The honor's all mine. Meanwhile, Jyn was standing outside when someone hollered, yo, youngest. Tona and Daytona came running, bombarding him with questions. You good, little bro? Jyn blinked, low-key surprised. Brother Tona. They got right up in his face, one threw hands. Why'd you pull that stunt? What'd Dad say? Did he cut you some slack? Jyn scanned the crew, guessing they probably hid out in shadows to catch the whole dramatic scene. After a beat, he threw the question back. Yo, bros. Can you do me a solid? They looked all confused. What's up? He explained fast. It's no biggie. You know the cadets rolling with me? Keep an eye on them until I'm back. Tona was itching for straight answers. Wait, your faction? Forget it. Let's drop that for now. You good though? But already he was stepping off, waving peace. When did you two get all worried about me? Either way, I'm counting on y'all. One stood there side-eyeing Jin's vibe. He's the same old dude. Even after facing Dad, he's still mad chill. Tona, on the other hand, thought like always, this dude's low-key scary. Meanwhile, Vigo spotted something and got shook. Turned out Jyn was pulling up and he was straight stunned. Youngest bro. Jyn peeked at someone and whispered, Sis, you gotta go talk to Dad. Said, he's got questions for you about what went down that day. Luna caught that and started thinking hard. From behind, Mew barked mad. Youngest bro, you blind. You just ignoring us. Jyn kept it real. My bad. This sitch is hella intense, hard to explain. That left Mew freaked out. What, you cocky punk? How dare you? Then a voice laughed out loud. So you were here. Jyn looked over and saw Katmia vibing. Katmia breathed out. Chill. It all worked out fine, thankfully. Mew flipped. Hey, you outsider. What kind of balls do you have just walking in here? Vancia stepped up cold as ice, sword in hand. Hold it. The patriarch already handled this. We don't get to mess around anymore. Mew was too mad to speak. Then he mumbled close by, Sis, you've been busting your ass. Luna smiled soft. All good. Just say thanks. Jyn chimed in. Thanks for having my back. Luna asked, all gentle. You heading out now? He nodded. Yeah, time to head back and really hit my training. Luna's eyes stayed glued on him as she said, you take care now. Then Jyn whispered low, turned to his siblings and promised, catch you later, brother, sister. 1 month later, out at the secret Casimir training grounds, Jyn faced Elisa Beer in round 30 of their duels, and yep, he lost again. Jyn blurted, one more round. Just one more, please. Next up, fight 31. Early August, 1795, the Jipo clan dropped news that Andrin and Valetta were dead, but since they didn't spill how, rumors blew up. Some said they died in internal beefs, others claimed battles with some monster. There was talk they got iced for pissing off the King of Bond. But the most legit gossip was a bloody fight with the Kandin clan took them out. Folks started buzzing a huge war between Kandin and Jipo was about to ignite, debating if swords or magic would flex more power. The real answers would come when the neutral sides picked theirs. Kieran was standing all crossed arms while Henzer briefed him. Patriarch, today the prince from Sukin Kingdom and 5 second-tier merc squads sent gifts asking for our help. Kieran waved and ordered, Send the gifts back but accept their deal. Plus, make sure to gift the prince a dope sword. Gotta ensure he steps into that throne like a boss. Would soon break out and started debating whether swords or magic would have the upper hand. The answer would be found when the neutral powers turned their backs on one of the two factions. Kieran stood with his arms crossed, his back to Henzer, who was reporting the situation. Patriarch, today, the Prince of the Sukan Kingdom and 5 second-rate mercenary groups have sent gifts asking for our help. Hearing this, he gestured with his hand and ordered, return the gifts and accept their request. Also, give the kingdom a fine sword. Make sure that he inherits the throne. He bowed down with mad respect. Yeah, I'll send a legit 8-star knight over there. Ken furrowed his brow, trying to keep his cool. Man, all this drama's on that youngest kid, pulling some crazy stunt over at the Bonden Islands. Dude already has the whole fam eating out his hand. So rude, like seriously out of line. Out of nowhere, he calls out to Khan. Khan snaps back quick. Yeah, I'm here. Ken snags his cloak off the rack, says, I'm heading to the Black Sea. If Casimir drops a letter while I'm gone, he throws that cloak on Smooth. Bring it over as soon as possible. Ken didn't joke with that order. Don't forget, all right. Khan's all serious. Got it. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Jyn is grinding hard on sword practice. Dude's all in, swinging up with everything he's got, then slams the sword down fierce. Jin's eyes were wide open, no pupils, showing straight up intense. Brow furrowed like he's thinking real hard, sword tip pointing right at who knows what. He's panting, telling himself, no matter if I swing 1,000 times, gotta make every swing count like it's the very first. Sweat's dripping like a waterfall. Jin's teeth clench, trash-talking himself for being weak. Then boom, Luna's face flashes in his head. If Luna wasn't there, I'd be toast. I fell back 15 freaking years but already hit 5 stars in swordplay and magic. Shadow arts. Almost there. 5 stars incoming. Still, thinking about tomorrow's battles feels like I'm just scratching the surface. His grip on the sword hilt is so tight his hand's bleeding, but he's not even phased. Jin's brain says one thing. Gotta get stronger, no cap. Pops gave me 5 years, shoes all worn out from training, but that fire keeps burning in me. Gotta outshine my siblings before time runs out. Out of nowhere, Kashmir slides up behind Jyn. Yo, young Master Jyn, you seriously need to chill. Kashmir says low-key, serious. If you keep pushing like this daily, even with Runandell's crazy stamina, you'll crash and burn. Enya spots the mess on his hand and freaks out. Oh my god, young Master Jyn. Jyn turns around, calls out softly, Enya, Kashmir. He's sheathing his sword like a boss. Enya darts over, clutching his hand all panicked. Your hand's wrecked, bleeding like crazy. What do we do? Kashmir strolls up, calm as ever. Yeah, I get it. You're itching to go harder. I see you. Standing face to face, Kashmir locks eyes with Jyn. No one your age can even come close, but your challengers, not your average Joes. But listen, rushing, that's poison, man. Rushing will just throw you off your game, off your chosen path. Enya's busy patching him up while Jyn stays quiet. Then finally, he admits, ugh, embarrassing, but I know it. Just avoiding it, not so easy. Kashmir throws down some reassurance. Hey, no shame here. Nobody trains this hard every single day like you do. You're legit, impressive. Silence falls again. Blood stains still on the floor, yikes. Then Kashmir drops a suggestion. Why not switch things up? Maybe try something to help you chill. Jin's like, chill? What's that about? Kashmir grins. Hand to hand with someone stronger than you. Raw and real. Jin's still kinda confused, shoots back. You mean you, Kashmir? Kashmir's a bit surprised. What you think? Kashmir draws his sword with flair. Yeah, I've been kinda meh lately. No cap. Suddenly, his aura lights up, sword gleaming. He swings easy, but boom, ground's cracked wide open. Jyn freezes at that claim. Wait, you're calling yourself the sword demon. Kashmir sheathes, cool as ice. Wait till you calm down, then we spar. Meanwhile, go spar with TK's baddest guardian. Alicia strolls up, carrying Julia, clearly curious. Hand on hip, she drops. Been a minute since I saw my hubby's sword flex like that. She joins Jyn and her husband, smiling like, 6 months, kid. Beat my wife in that time frame. Sword skills, magic, hidden tricks. Bring all you got, young master. Meanwhile, the little girl tugs on Alicia's shirt, looking all pouty. Mommy, you really gonna throw down with Jyn? Alicia looks down, explains sweetly. No fight, baby. We're bonding. Julia's totally baffled. What's bonding? I don't vibe with fighting, Alicia says with a grin. Then, alright Julia, if mommy fights Jyn, who you rooting for? Julia shoots back, innocent as heck. Jyn, duh. Mom's face, totally done. Seriously, you gotta have my back. Watching them, thinking. Alicia Beer, besides being a powerhouse, doesn't seem like the real deal. Suddenly the kid yells, But Jyn's weak. And you always said cheer for the underdog beating the odds. Alicia cracks up hard. Ignore her, young Master Jyn. My kid can't fib to save her life. Jin's mouth twitches like he wants to cuss. Fine, whatever. Alicia gets serious again. Okay, deal. We train after work and dinner. Daily for the next 6 months. Jin's jaw drops. Every single day? Isn't that too much for you, Alicia? Casimir's grinning big, moods high. Alicia's face lit up, pumped and ready. Chill, young master. This'll be over before you know it. Fast forward 2 days. They kick off training. Jin's eyeballing Alicia's build hard, thinking, is she really that kind of fighter? Alicia calmly wraps up her hands. Before we jump in, gotta tell you a bit. She spills the tea. Used to be in the Bent Special Forces. No holding back there. Her eyes get icy cold. Even if you lose, don't get bummed. Finish rapping, Alicia signals. Ready to roll? Jyn locks in, focused as hell. Yo, dude's stance was tight, clearly thinking. There's gotta be a damn good reason we trained for 6 freaking months. No way he was about to let his guard down. Then out of nowhere, she zips straight at Jyn, ready to throw down a knockout punch. His eyes? Yeah, they legit popped wide open like dude couldn't even blink fast enough. Alicia was moving so damn fast, no mercy in sight. The power was so wild it shook the ground, kicking up dust everywhere like a storm. But Jyn, man, he blocked that savage hit with his sword like a pro. Alicia jumped back, shook up because she thought she'd smash through him. But when he pulled his sword back slow and steady, she knew something sketchy was cooking. Shielding her eyes from this blinding glare, Alicia waited for it to chill out. Then she dropped her hand, flashing a sharp, boss-level stare. Jyn got in that attack mode, one hand clutching the sword handle, the other sliding on the blade, pointing that tip right at Alicia. He lunged forward, slashing hard with zero hesitation. But Alicia, girl dodged that like a ninja. She ducked low, charging power into her right fist, ready to slam down again. Seeing that, Jyn got the jitters and whispered, "You're about to call an ambulance, right?" Alicia shrugged. Duh, of course. Casimir was scribbling away with his pen, taking notes. Fast forward 1 month later, on May 22nd, 1795, in some sketchy, unprotected spot in the east, near what they call the Black Sea, this giant blue beast, looking like a big ol' earthworm with scary toothy jaws, was crawling around somewhere. He glanced up at the newcomer. Didn't expect you to throw a second punch on day one. Alicia, casually sipping water, shot Jyn a curious look. You didn't go full beast mode on round 1, huh? Were you trying to mess with the ground before we started the fight? Jyn admitted. So you caught that. She gave him a nod. Mad props. That was hella smart. Took me till the end to peep it. Alicia was low-key curious. What was that glow during our fight? Never seen magic like that before. Jyn broke it down. That's some old-school magic called Flash Veil. I wrapped my sword in it before we even started. But guess what? It didn't even faze her. He stayed humble. Looks like cheap tricks. Ain't gonna cut it. She took a sip and teased. Cheap tricks? What's that supposed to mean? Most folks would call that straight-up strategy. But Alicia was thinking, the way he keeps beating stronger enemies, that's all brain moves, not dumb luck. She was replaying his battles in her head. It's cause dude's always plotting, predicting. That's why he's winning. She even admitted it was crazy to see those tactics in a straight-up one-on-one fight. But for real, in a legit brawl, man, his opponents must be shook. Meanwhile, Jyn was sitting there thinking, this is the first time ever I've been totally wrecked, even after pulling every trick. Could be cause she's from B's hardcore special forces. His eyes lit up all hyped. All right, 6 months it is. Gonna have to go through her again and again to come out on top. These two plotting their little dance, no doubt it's gonna be wild as hell. But little did they know, Casimir was lurking outside, eavesdropping on every word. He was holding a pen and writing something. 1 month later, on May 22nd, 1795, in an unprotected region on the eastern continent, also known as the Black Sea, a creature enormous and blue. Meanwhile, a sword was hammered straight down into the earth. Khan dropped to one knee, giving his report to Ken. Behind them, mountains of monster bodies stacked up like trophies. Patriarch was watching like a boss, and Kieran raised his hand. Khan got the message loud and clear. Khan pulled out a letter. Got this from Casimir, like 10 days ago. Ken tore it open, pulling the letter out. Casimir's letter to Lord Kenan read, Dear Lord, just a lowly knight from a humble town dropping you this note. Wish I could fully show my mad respect and thanks. It's nighttime here in Tan. Stars up in the totally dark sky sparkle bright like they're singing your glory, Lord Ken. Casimir Anfrey. Your humble sword guy. His fingers clenched and crumpled the letter. Kieran was fuming inside. I told him to report on my baby boy, but damn, this dude's getting all mushy. I'll tell him to cut the fluff. His eyes turned icy sharp. When's he gonna get to the part about my youngest son? Khan looked at Ken like, man, what else is going on? Still clutching that letter full of worry about Jyn. What's my baby boy even doing way out on this sketch island? I heard he keeps getting his butt kicked by Casimir's wife. Flashbacks hit him, Jyn versus Alicia. First duel, done in just 3 moves. Round 2, 5 moves. Round 7, they both threw down every trick in their bag. The 12th match went for 25 moves before Jyn paused, gasping for air. 13th lasted 10 moves. That letter even talks about the 14th match. Khan kept reading, bit by bit. He lost a bunch. But inside he's wondering, could it be, my lord? Isn't it wild, the young master keeps losing? Then the shocker hit when Ken spoke up. Casimir's wife? Yeah, she's straight up special forces, the second toughest of Bond's elite. Ken reads slowly, I don't think the young master's just gonna luck out against that squad. Congrats, Lord Patriarch. Still holding the letter, Ken went on. There's more. For the 14th match, it says he held strong for 120 moves. Yo. Kieran's mind was flashing an image of that boy, no shirt, soaked in sweat, clutching his sword tight, standing tall and proud under the blazing sun. Dude's voice was dripping with regrets. He smashed through all his limits. Man, if he were my eldest, like for real, I'd hand over the whole clan without blinking. But nah, too bad. This caught me off guard. Patriarch, don't say that. Ken shut his eyes tight, nodding just a bit. Khan thought, whoa, this is the first time he's been this real about who gets the crown. He's peeped them many times before, but never dropped any names. The only reason Jozu is where he's at, 'cause Luna stepped down, plain and simple. Patriarch never officially gave him the nod. Lost in his thoughts a sec, then he dropped, still kinda tough, you feel me? Khan turned, straight up puzzled. Dude's progress was mad impressive. But just 'cause he's fitting now, doesn't mean we gotta lock it down. Ken asked straight up, why though? What's up with that? He shot back, he ain't cold-hearted, he's soft and kinda too chill. Ken was like, true, he ain't like Ratsua. Khan whispered low, when push comes to shove, you gotta be ready to ditch your own blood. Ken went quiet a moment before saying, that's facts, that's just how it goes with a cannon. Got it. I'm out, Khan. He saluted with his sword sharp, gotcha, Patriarch. But dude was wondering, how the heck did that letter, sent 10 days ago, get here so late? Khan answered, tired as hell, sorry. I hustled as hard as I could. But man, the monster mess delayed me big time. Then suddenly, Kieran's right hand flashed a sword-shaped beam of light. Bam! A mega-powerful strike exploded, scattering the Rocky Mountains around like a broken vase, dust storm in the air, total chaos. Just one swipe with his right hand, and bits were raining down everywhere. He said, guess that's good enough, Ken ordered. Next time, try to show up at least a day earlier, all right? No words, just watch the thick smoke billowing. Ground looked like someone ran a bulldozer over it. After a beat, he nodded, yes, Patriarch. The young dude sank to the dirt, sighing soft. Up front, Alicia spun round, holding a water skin. Today's day 9, she hyped. You're killing it, young Master Jyn. Can't believe you shoved me back this far. Jyn wiped his chin, smirking. Gotta keep grinding if I want to nail this in 6 months. Alicia threw out, how about dessert upstairs? Herdley whipped up some ice cream. Jyn stood tall. Nah, I'm good. Got stuff to finish. She gave an awkward smile. Still on that grind today too, huh? Jyn went, faux show. Gotta stay on my hustle. Then Jyn swung his sword hard from above, flashing bright light. His eyes were serious. AF. Alicia watched, thinking, every time we spar, I can feel this weird energy. But dude's progress? Straight up nuts. She was sure one thing, his aura and mana were leveling up nonstop. And the secret sauce? Some dark power linking his magic and soul. A freaking power from a god's pact. How sick is that? No matter how wild that power is, none of it counts without his grind and hustle. Alicia said to herself, for a genius, this hustle-driven. 6 months? Poof, forget that. Slinging her bag, she bounced from the training ground, mumbling, bet he'll beat me tomorrow. Next day, fist meets sword. The big girl swung her blade hard, whip-crack winds roaring. Her opponent was all about dodging, ducking the sharp strikes. Her face was pure warrior mode. Jyn wasn't backing down either, throwing non-stop attacks. Alicia called out impressed, such a basic fake move. Neither one of them's folding. She peeked behind real quick. Right then, Jyn grabbed his shot, smacking Alicia's shoulder hard. She clenched her teeth, pain hitting like a truck. Blood splattered everywhere. Alicia's shoulder took the full hit, and she groaned low. Jyn flipped out. Miss Alicia, you good? Alicia snapped back cool. I'm fine. Just been a while since I felt this legit hurt. Jyn sheathed his sword, urgent now. I'll call Miss Enya, quick. Enya worked her magic, casting a healing glow circle right on Alicia's wound. But Jyn was suspicious that stab, Alicia could have just dodged it easy peasy. Something about this fight was fishy. At the same time, Alicia cursed herself silently for getting too cocky. Thinking back, when the dark aura blurred her vision, she just assumed Jin's moves would be the same as before, no prep to counter. Her punch hit nothing but air while he popped up right behind her, smooth. She couldn't help but sigh, good grief. Staring at her clenched fist, Alicia blamed herself, leaving her spot made her way too soft, like a straight-up weak link. She told him sadly, "Time ain't even up yet, and I'm already losing like this." Jyn got awkward, stumbling for words, lowering his voice like he wanted to deny that win. "Let's just call this a practice round." "I ain't accepting this W," Jyn said. Alicia rolled her eyes, knew he'd say that. Even while healing, she looked up at him, eyes sincere and real. "Yo, I gotta own up my bad for being so cocky and careless. I was straight up disrespectful this time." That surprise apology caught him totally off guard for a sec. But hey, what's done is done. The cut on her shoulder started healing up. Alicia quietly asked herself, if this was the old me from 3 months ago, would I still have lost just because I wasn't paying attention? Her eyes were steady and calm. "You getting stronger, huh?" Alicia looked like she just figured something out deep in her soul, burning to level up her game. Plus, she's got killer instincts and talent ready to smash through any obstacle to hit her mark. She silently guessed his vibe and magic power were about to hit that 6-star level real soon. And when that day comes, she's definitely going to get handed the L. On December 1st, 1795, snow blanketed the rooftops of a busy street where folks were hustling to clear snow. 2 dudes walked in dead silence. Jyn eyeballed the guy next to him and cut straight to the point. "Murakon, it's freezing out here, so why the heck you grabbing all this cold stuff?" Murakon shrugged like it's no big deal. "Cold food just hits different when it's cold outside. Plus, Murakon's got 3 boxes, all showing pictures of ice cream." He kept going with zero shame. "Strawberry shortcake mentioned she wanted some too," he said with a smirk. "You trying to make Julia's tummy pop or what?" Right as Jyn was done talking, a familiar voice popped off. It was Casimir calling, and Julia chiming in loud and clear. The dude who got called, Jyn, mumbled under his breath, "Casimir." His eyes locked in, serious mode activated, as Casimir spoke. "Can you spare a minute to chat business?" Before Jyn could say a word, Casimir jumped right in. "Bisco Ivaliano, from the Ivaliano fam, which has been slipping cause talent's drying up. Only one person looks like they could be the next big boss, yeah, the very one you asked about." Meanwhile, the cheeky little girl was perched on Murakon's shoulders, whining, "I want to roll with big bro Jyn too." Murakon grumbled, "Chill out, kiddo." Up ahead, the guy walking with Jyn dropped his voice and got serious. "You heard of the Canelo crew?" Jyn remembered back when he was a rookie. There was this one time he tangled with them on a mission. Casimir nodded. "Cool, that speeds things up, though I ain't 100% sure yet. That dude Bisco is probably in Canelo." Suddenly, Julia yanked Murakon's hair so hard he yelped, eyes wide. Ignoring the drama, Casimir stayed low-key and calm. He hits Corino territory 8 times a week. Every time, he stops at a workshop named Explosion is Art. The owner's Booba Gaston, who's supposedly part of Canelo. "Wow, you're asking straight up? So you think those two are more tight than just buyer and seller?" Casimir wondered out loud. "For now, just a hunch, but since Bisco keeps buying bread there every single visit, and considering Buba's shady smile over those bread boxes, Casimir figured Bubba outranks Bisco a bit." Jyn thought quietly. "Makes sense. That's why he showed up at the banquet himself. Canelo ain't just some small-time gang." Jyn always thought they were just a basic armed group, but if an 8-star fighter trusts them enough to join, that says a lot. Meanwhile, the little girl kept yanking Awakens' hair, fussing for Jyn. "Hey, quit that right now, that little troublemaker." Jyn was still deep in thought, which makes sense, those jerks from his past trying to pull stunts like that. Wow. Even the big Cannon and Jipo families couldn't shut them down quick. Murakon tried soothing Julia, not watching where he was going. "Jin's busy, just hang tight, kiddo." Before he could finish, bam. He ran smack into a huge ice block. Murakon's face turned full rage mode. So mad, he wanted to launch that ice at the kid. But nope, he hurled it straight at Casimir's head instead. Casimir grabbed his head and spun around, thinking his daughter was just messing around, because clever Murakon already yelled, "How dare you act up against your own dad? What a wild little kid." Jyn chipped in, "Yo, Casimir." The other dude shot back, "Yeah, what's up? For real, got any news on that assassin Alu?" Casimir rubbed his head and said, "That sneaky Alu is way more low-key than we thought. Our top dogs at the 7-colored rainbow have dug everywhere." An image popped up of a badass dude with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Casimir kept going. Still, zero clue about where he was before hitting Tane, like someone wiped all that past clean. Hearing that, Jyn went quiet, thinking, Man, maybe I shouldn't have killed him back then. A moment later, he looked up at Casimir with a thankful grin. Got it. You definitely move fast. The guy laughed, voice dripping confidence. Yeah, that's the organization's power. We'll dig deeper into this Canelo angle for you, and if anything on Alu pops up, you'll be the first to know. Jyn flashed a real smile. Thanks a ton, Casimir. I owe you big time. Casimir's tone softened. Ah, it's nothing, but since you're so grateful, he glanced around, ready to ask a favor. A moment later, he looked up at Casimir with a grateful expression. I see. You're quite efficient. The man laughed, his voice full of confidence. All right, big shout out to the squad keeping this tight. We're gonna dig deep on that Canelo tip for you, no cap. And if anything pops up about Alu, you know I'll slide into your DMs as soon as possible. Jyn flashed a real grateful smile. Yo, Casimir, you're a legend. I owe you big time. Casimir's tone softened like, nah, it's nothing, but since you're feeling that way, he eyes an opening to ask for a favor. Yo, can you hang with Julia for a sec? Both of them turned around just in time to catch the black dragon, struggling like crazy with that little girl. Casimir, all apologetic, goes, man, Lord Murin is really caught up in a tough sitch. Jyn just sighed, totally helpless. Okay, but not today. Nah. The match is about to pop off. You want to roll through and watch, Casimir? Casimir's eyes lit up, hyped, for sure. I gotta see what you got, Jyn. Jyn stared down at his hands, voice low-key mysterious. You'll see it, no doubt. Just found something new. Over at the arena, Alicia's wrapping up her hands when suddenly she's like, wait, hold up, what's this? Casimir showed up cause Jyn asked him to. But straight shot, she's like, nope, babe, what you doing here? Casimir's a little shook. Wait, what? Am I not supposed to be? Chill, you're allowed here. I'm only here cause Jyn said so. Alicia's dropping explanations fast. It's not that you can't watch. I just don't want to see you witnessing me mess up. Casimir's eyes went wide. Say what? She gripped her sword tighter. Right, Jyn. Either way, today's probably the last round. Her voice dropped, kinda like a goodbye speech. Hope you remember me as a solid rival. Jyn just silently drew his sword and threw this cold line. What's a good rival anyway? His eyes sharp and steady. I'ma remember you as a killer teacher and a true homie. Casimir was internally freaking. What's he even saying? Like, it's only been 3 months, huh? A sneaky feeling crept in Casimir's chest as Jyn already beating Alicia that fast. Alicia said nothing else, dropped into battle mode, eyes locked with fierce fire. All right, let's get this started. Jyn stood tall, looking like a total warrior. He shut his eyes, lips moving like mumbling a spell. Boom! Waves of blue mana spiraled up and twirled around him. Jyn summoned a beast. Feathers exploded in brilliant flashes of light. His eyes popped in disbelief, speechless. From that glowing burst, a giant magical creature started to form. Out the flashy light stepped a creature with mad presence, the 6-star Phoenix. Mages can make contracts with anyone, but no clue what kind of Phoenix you get because you just open portals to that fire dimension. So, it's all up to the Phoenix to pick their boss. That's why every mage's dream is to get picked by a rare Phoenix like the one with blue flames power. Casimir shot forward, yelling, this is straight up madness, young boss Jyn. Panic all over. You shook hands with Test. Seriously, Test? Only the top-tier mages in history landed a contract with Test. Jyn pulled his sword out, standing locked and loaded in front of Test. Ready to roll, Lady Alicia. Smoke swirled as Alicia clenched her fist. Here I come, young boss Jyn. She charged like a storm straight at him. Test crouched, legs bent, ready to pounce on Alicia with those fierce blue flames blazing, freezing her in place for a blink. Alicia stepped back, teeth clenched, thinking, 5-star fire magic here. But wait, there's more. These flames had some weird extra power. For a sec, her knees buckled. If I accidentally get hit, my body's gonna feel like lead. The pressure from Test was crushing her, pushing her backward hard. Thoughts spinning fast in her brain. Is it that crushing force? This insane power is pushing me down hard. Her eyes squinted hard. If I get hit, my stamina's gonna tank big time. Gotta wrap this up fast. With that, Alicia turned to face Jyn. He was still low-key mystery, hood up, gearing to swing that steel in her direction. Looking at the magical mask he rocked, Alicia thought, he's got about 3 minutes max controlling Test. On the flip side, Jyn packed all his energy into his sword, dead set on taking her down. In a flash, his blade sliced deep across Alicia's arm, making her drop to one knee, biting her lip through the pain. But then, Alicia froze. Something caught her eye. Jyn suddenly lunged forward, swinging a wild, tempest-like strike. Alicia jumped high to dodge, sweat dripping down her forehead. She couldn't help but gape at that last move. Wait, was that a sword skill? Nah, that was straight-up wind magic. Jyn dropped the sword into defense mode, a thought buzzing in his head. Even though Alicia mixed up her moves, they all had one thing in common. Her energy was blowing up, eyes glowing deep red. Jyn figured it was all about who's boss. She was trying to totally dominate her opponent no matter what. He gripped his sword tighter, dark vibe radiating off it, guessing she was now fighting to claw back control. Jyn charged in full throttle again, fire blazing. Time to use that to attack. His blade zoomed through the air, brushing past Alicia, but she leaned back, dodging just in time, no breathing room for her. Jyn kept the slashing storm coming, relentless and crazy fast. Each hit whipped gusts of wind, making Alicia grit her teeth and tough it out. Keep those likes and shares coming, fam. Drop a comment below, what do you think Alicia's next move will be? Don't forget to hit that subscribe for more wild dueling drama from insert US address. Los Angeles, California. Yo, those non-stop slashes hit like shadows, sapping all her energy fast. She stumbled back, barely holding it together. Out of nowhere, Jyn flamed up a fireball in his hand and hurled it straight at Alicia, who was laying low on the ground. Girl flinched hard at that surprise strike, but then, bam, a massive blast of blue energy slammed toward her. Alicia's eyes got wide with straight-up terror for a sec. Jyn was speeding in like a rocket, coming at her from two angles. She was totally trapped and starting to freak out. Should I dodge or nah? Alicia eyeballed him charging, trying to play it smart. Nah, if I step back, I'm just gonna be stuck blocking young Master Jyn's attacks nonstop. Then, this sly little smirk creeped on her face. No way this is how it goes down. Her whole vibe flipped, and Alicia let out a wild roar, unleashing her power. You want to prove you're a magic swordsman, young Master Jyn? Jyn didn't blink, swinging his sword like a boss, but bam, her mighty hand caught it cold, clutching that dark aura blade tight. The fight got crazy intense. Alicia's eyes were all bloodshot, her grip fierce on the sword, and with her other hand made a tight fist full of sharp intent. Her voice dropped low, all serious. It's over now. Then she broke into this wild, almost crazy laugh. Gotcha. But just as she was about to hit, Jyn vanished into thin air. She was shook. He's gone. Alicia couldn't believe it. No way, I had his weapon locked down. Suddenly, the sword in her hand burst into bright blue flames. Before she could catch a breath, Jyn popped up right behind her. She felt the pressure silent but deadly. With a cold laugh, she hissed, "Damn you." Alicia swung hard, thinking he'd snuck behind again. She clobbered him right on the head. Jyn couldn't dodge quick enough, but slammed a hit back too. Out of nowhere, Alicia hacked up a mouthful of blood. Jin's mask melted away, and she said cool as ice, "Guess I gotta admit defeat, huh? You win, young Master Jyn." And just like that, Alicia dropped, motionless on the floor. Only then did Jyn realize something was seriously off. He yelled out, "Cohen, real urgent." Alicia was barely twitching from her wounds, but totally still otherwise. Jyn called out, "Kazmia, go get the mistress, now." In some mansion in New York, a loud voice boomed, "Hey Kazmia, what did you say? Talk again." Murakin's jaw legit dropped, his hand shaking as he pointed at the person who confirmed it. Yup, young Master Jyn smashed Alicia in a duel. No joke. I knew y'all wouldn't believe he took down Alicia from B's special squad in just 3 months. He shook, stunned Kazmir and yelled, "Wait, that's not even the craziest part." "Jyn, kid, what did you call up this time?" Kazmir answered, all unsure. Forgive me. It was a phoenix." Quissel dropped to her knees, totally shook. Kazmir kept going. He summoned Tess. Her eyes blew wide, lips trembling, whispering, "No freaking way." Quantel screamed, "No," loud enough that even Jyn could hear from way out. Alicia was totally crushed. "I kinda overdid it with that aura shield just to win some dumb bet. And that's why I lost like twice to back attacks. When did you even cook up this plan?" Jane just sipped her water all chill, running a hand through his hair and half joking. "Aren't you sounding a bit cocky there?" She smirked softly, classic young Master Jyn style. "For real, thanks a ton for everything, Miss Alicia." Jyn stepped up sincere. She shot back quietly, "I had a blast too. No joke, I'm super proud of you." "All right, young Master, how's it feel knocking out someone from Special Division B before you hit 16? But then this booming shout from above cut in. Jyn turned his head. "Oh hey, Morikon, listening." Before he could finish, Morikon shouted, "Summon Tess now, hurry." His eyes were straight fire. Boom. TZ, the Mega Blue Phoenix popped up instantly. Quick and Tell bowed low, voice shaking. "Your servant greets the Lord of Flames." Jyn glanced away slightly. Long time no see. Tess's divine vibe spread out heavy. Then she flapped her wings and dive-bombed Morikon's face, pecking him crazy. He was begging for mercy, freaking out. "Whoa, hold up. What's the deal? I have full freedom of expression here." "Oops, my bad. What I meant was, I have freedom. Sorry, my bad." Kazmia nearby put her hand on her chest, feeling this weird heart thump rush. Why is this so satisfying? She kept bowing and shaking, while Murikin begged Tess nonstop. I already said, I'm sorry. You gotta say something back. I still gotta drop a message. Stop it already, seriously. Murikin yelled hopelessly. Kid, hurry up and send this bird away. Finally, Jane noticed. All right then. TZ slowly faded out. Murikin sighed, rubbing the spot she pecked hard. Why'd she randomly attack you? Zero clue. Unreal. Murikin's voice got serious, calling Murikin. He frowned, answering fast. You want to know why now the great Murikin got beat by some tiny blue bird? That ain't even Tessa's real form, you can only see that in the Fire Realm. Jane's eyes went wide. Fire Realm? Is that where phoenixes actually live? Yep. There's more worlds than you think. Yo, this is the first time I'm hearing about the Fire Realm. He gave a nod. Obviously, since only gods and dragons use that term, us mere mortals just throw it around to keep chats easy. But get this, even the top gods ain't clued in on its real name. His curiosity shot up. Like, even gods are in the dark? That means this place is totally off their leash. Murikin said this, sounding all serious. That's exactly why even Senu, Fire God Supreme, can't tap into the Fire Realm's flames. Now listen close, this is the juicy part. Back in the day, some gods bailed from the Fire Realm one after another, including dragons like Quantel and yours truly. Then a few started acting up, and Tess? Boom, she ran out of patience. We witnessed her true power that day. In a mad rage, Tess torched 5 gods and 7 dragons right there and then. Jyn rubbed his chin, eyes wide with doubt. Yo, Tess is really that fierce. So just how beast mode you gotta be to unlock all that power? Murikin laughed cold, sounding defiant. Nah, ain't ever gonna happen. No matter how buff you are, you can't unlock all of Tessa's power. Doesn't matter who you roll with. Nobody can unleash the full strength of some interdimensional OG. It's like a cosmic balance. You feel me? That's why those guardian gods are straight up useless when they step into this world. Because of that, Tess won't get to go full tilt while chilling here. But then, Murikin suddenly growled, snarling right into Jyn's grill. Bro, someone like you should have been turned to ashes. How'd you, on your very first summon, roll in that dangerous old geyser straight into the fight? Think about how shook we were. What if he'd gone nuclear and burned you up? Nope. If that happened, he wouldn't have picked you at all. He told me to pass that along. Dude seriously digs you. Major congrats, kiddo. Jyn went quiet, mind racing all over the place. Tess is way more epic than I thought. See, Senu, the fire god, runs flame central for the whole world. So yeah, when the Canon and Jipo clans throw down, no flame attack works on Senu's contractor and Caden, the guardian dragon. But since I've got Tess on my side, when the Canon and Jipo clans clash, his blue fire's gonna be a total game changer. On May 1796, Kieran sat quiet, eyes glued to the letter's words. So Tess chose him? That's pretty lit. But honestly, I don't care about phoenixes, and Jyn's sword skills, they're just kinda standard right now. The letter talked about his strength. His sword game has been leveling up crazy fast, like overnight progress. He squeezed the paper, deep in thought. Even though I let him use magic and shadow tricks, he's still straight up Kanan at heart. Chiron looked up, softly calling, Han. The dude snapped back, yes, my lord. Chiron calmly asked, I think John's got a nephew, right? Han answered quickly, yeah, from the Heron clan. Got the latest intel on him just a few days back. Chiron let out a relieved breath. Talk about lucky breaks. Han went on, steady as ever, about the request for that pirate competition gotta take out a pirate who's in on the list. Turns out it's Dante Heron, using a fake name to enter. Sounds like that pirate competition is all about proving who's top dog in piracy. Kieran suddenly remembered some dude with crazy yellow teeth. Also, 10 years ago, Mary won the whole shebang. He gave a slight nod, spilling more details. That was the young lady's first big W. 2 moon cycles later, he threw down a rematch challenge. Hearing that, Kieran didn't waste time ordering, Fi, watch over the youngest contender. With so many eyeballs around, no sneaky magic or hidden gear allowed. Gotta win fair and square with a sword. Battling a sword genius sharpening their skills, that's how this kid's gonna learn. As a Runandell, your sword's gotta prove who you are. Back at the training zone, a voice called out, Yo, young Master Jyn. Kazmia waved a paper, hyped up. Come check this out, Jyn asked, curious. What's up? The dude replied quick, almost flexing, it's an application for the Mortal Tournament. Jin's eyebrows shot up. Wait, what? That's basically Pirate Playground, so sudden. Kazmia held up the paper like it was gold. This is all set up just for you. You've been grinding hard lately. And hey, according to Rainbow 7, Dante from the Han fam is also entering this round. You probably know his granddad, John Han, right? Heads the Han clan now but used to be on par with Lord Ken before taking the top spot. Dante's the pride and joy, Granddad's favorite. Curious how strong he really is. After the long spiel, Jyn gave his chin a gentle rub. Got it. But then, he flipped the script, leaving Casimir shook. Do I really gotta enter this? The dude waved his hands fast, begging, Young Master Jyn, please don't. Just think about it. That guy's the next Han clan boss. Jyn shut his eyes tight, calm as a cool river, accepting fate like a pro. Well, if Lord Casimir is gonna say it like that, I guess I got no choice. I'm in. Casimir snapped with a cheer. Thank you. Smart move, young Master Jyn. But then Jyn got hit with a flashback from that day with Ken and had a bright idea. Now it clicks. When Dad asked to talk to Lord Casimir in private, was he planning to pull this off behind my back, setting me up to face off with the Han clan's heir? So, all this just to make me focus on sword skills. Huh. Lord Casimir, you're definitely not the simple dude you look like. The guy broke off his thoughts and said straight up, you gotta roll out tomorrow. Man, that deadline's tight. Jin's eyes went wide like, what? Casimir barely glanced back, flicking the paper like it was some dead weight and muttering, safe travels or whatever. Jyn jumped up, trying to stop him. Yo, wait a sec, Lord Casimir. Dokban Island, down south, right? Walking low-key through a sea of pirates, Jyn was thinking, okay, this is my first solo trip to a place this sketchy. Way crazier than Mammoth, for real. A tournament in a spot like this, they call it a competition, but it's basically a no-holds-barred kill fest. No rules on weapons either. Assassinations, poison, say bye to your rivals before the match even starts. And guess what? The grandson from the epic Han family is about to throw down in this madness. Is the family head straight up nuts? Jyn squeezed through the crowds of Myri, thinking, yeah, reasons aside, just getting a shot at him will be legendary. This gonna be one wild ride. A green-cloaked dude laughing, practically buzzing with hype, said, this place still reeks like garbage. Guess we're in Viridin, baby. Dude whipped off his hood like a boss. Time to get the party started. The room was buzzing with loud laughs. A thug stood there crossed-armed, eyeballing Jyn. Who the hell are you? Jyn cut through the noise. I'm here to join the comp. But the guy just scoffed. Registration's done, period. You're out of luck. Scram. And hey, better drop dead in some dark corner on your way out. Jyn was like, bro, I swear registration's open till sunset. That alone poked the bear named Cosmos. Cosmos snapped, look, I ain't dealing with your paperwork. Are you slow, or just faking it? I'm slammed right now, so quit the drama and bounce. But then, Jyn laughed low-key, catching Cosmos off guard. Huh, what now? And when Jyn flashed some coins, Cosmos got even more annoyed. What's that about? Boom, Jyn shouted, tossing all the coins right into Cosmos's face. Dude stumbled back hard. Jyn hissed, enough cash, now sign me up. Cosmos stayed silent a beat, then burst out laughing, dang, kid, you got balls. Respect. And just like that, he gave Jyn the green light. All right, you're in. Bracket 13, little punk. Here's your sheet, folks inside will show you the ropes. Welcome to the madness, love and chaos included. And yep, that was none other than Cosmos, the pirate king holding down the southern island. Grimo read off the info sheet. Jean Grey, bracket 13. Guy's looking confident, find him a decent opponent. If no one's good enough, just toss him to the sharks, I don't care. Grimo exclaimed, yo, the kid signed up this year? Like a swarm of ants, man. Grimo turned toward Jyn. There's one more dude. Not you, but that punk who slapped the captain. Shame you two landed in the same bracket. Wish I could see you guys tear each other apart. Well, good luck. Maybe you meet in the finals, though you'll need mad luck for that. Then he led Jyn off somewhere. Here's the spot for bracket 13 to chill. Catch you if you don't end up dead. Jyn spotted something missing. Yo, what about my room? Grimo, straight-faced, said, how am I supposed to know? Jyn figured it out, no enough rooms for everyone. Each room crammed with 2 or 3 people. Were they seriously expecting fighters to kill each other off in these tiny rooms? This ain't a tournament, it's survival of the fittest. Jyn was deep in thought when someone called out, yo. A guy shouted, what's your deal? This room's packed with 3 already. Scram, man. Jyn snapped back. I'm counting to 3. You better clear out. He fired off this scary vibe. By the time I hit 3, I want you gone. So Jyn started counting. 1. The tough guy's jaw dropped, totally thrown off. Wait, what? Jyn didn't even blink, kept going. 2. The big guy cursed under his breath, this damn brat. Then Jyn hit 3. The dude freaked. Boom, instant chaos. People nearby got curious and peeked in. One dude freaked, screaming. Those 2 got wrecked hard by this kid. Jyn walked over, grabbed the shining golden blade, and with zero chill asked, anyone else want to stay? Some still mocked him. Better all attack now and send Jyn straight to hell. Swords flash flying everywhere. but Jyn handled each one like a pro. The big guy almost lost his mind. After wiping out that pest squad, Jyn stood tall and said, "This place might be wild, but it's still got nothing on Mama's crazy. Looks like I'm gonna lose some sleep over this." Footsteps crept closer while Jyn chilled, flipping through a book. Griot, not impressed, grumbled, "This is such a pain, dude." "Hey kid." Peeping the chaos Jyn just stirred up, he asked again, "Yo, you seriously planning to wipe out the whole squad before the match even kicks off?" Jyn just shut the book like it was no biggie. "Nah, think of this as a little appetizer before the main event today." "Man, that threw Grimo way off. I thought you were just some cocky punk. Guess the captain wasn't bluffing, you've got mad guts. So that's why the captain told me to stick you with the chill ones. Bracket 1 and 2 are about to start, and you're up against them later. For now, if you wanna, you can chill and watch their fights. Follow me, I'll personally show you around." Grimo added with a smirk. "Heads up, no swords in the stands, alright, just sit tight and keep it cool." "A fresh rookie." "Huh," Jyn mused. "Not too shabby." Then he scoped out the crowd. "Dang, there's mad people here. No way they'd peg me, but better rock a disguise just in case." Up in the bleachers, someone was shooting off loud. "Yo, you caught that rumor?" "Yeah, they say over half of bracket 13 got wiped out." "Shoot, I bet on one of them." "Who the heck did that?" "Wait, check this." Contestants were sneaking whispers. Clueless Jyn was creeping right behind them. "Heard there's a spot saved for the crest of the Black Duncan clan." The dude next to him was shook hearing that. "Black Duncan's got a backup night?" "Wait, why's a Black Duncan guy even here?" The other dude kept spilling tea. "I heard this straight from some Semos pirate officers last night that among the players, there's some young gun who stands out so much, it's crazy if he ain't from Black Duncan." Jyn slid down and plopped next to them, invisible to their radar. If that's true, it could be Diona, Tona, or Jyn Kanan. And if it's Jyn Kanan, jackpot, baby. Rumors been flying wild since this kid turned 5-star, Jyn thought, low-key amused. So it's all cause of the Black Duncan name. Me? Alright, but they even got my bros' names too. Guess it's time we made our mark known worldwide. If those guys are really here, I'm gonna hunt them down and force them to guard duty as punishment. Fireworks exploded, lighting up the sky like the 4th of July. The announcer's voice boomed, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Coliseum of the race. Y'all bored out of your minds, huh? Then welcome the king of Semos pirates." The crowd went wild seeing him. "Semos. Semos," he roared, hyped as hell. "Y'all answered my call this year, gathered right here. Man, I can't even put my thanks into words. Light up that fire, let's get this party started." Opening ceremonies lit. Each team's got 14 warriors. We got 13 teams and 182 fighters repping. Up first, the big shot who hit round 16 last year, the favorite of the Sansansi Pirates, Mantis. And his opponent, a rookie debuting with that fresh face. What's the story behind this young sword fighter? Give it up for the young gun, Bao Mike. The two guys chatting in the stands froze. Even Jin's eyes widened with surprise. Whispers kicked back in. "Wait, what? Isn't he just some no-name kid still wet behind the ears?" Young fighters are flooding in this year, but Simon. Jyn thought silently. Letting a kid that young compete? Crazy move. Then he blinked. "Hold up, a kid. Remember Grimo's words. There's another small guy who sent the captain flying." Man, these two on stage couldn't be more different. Cosmos cut in. "All right, let's get this match started." Mantis gripped his weapon, fired up to pounce. Dante had his sword ready too. The MC eased the hype. "If you please," and boom, match begins. Dante made his move. The crowd gasped. "No way." Mantis started toppling slow-mo. Slam. Down he goes, flat out on the ground. Everyone was shook. "Wait, what just happened? Did someone catch that?" Cosmos rubbed his temples. "Man, no doubt those Sansansi sea pirates are losing it." The chatter kept going. Did that dude just lose his mind? Jyn was genuinely stunned. Slicing someone's head off with aura in a blink? Nah, can't be. But soon, he figured it out. Got it. It's him. Jyn knew this dude well, Dante Han. Right then, Cosmos declared the match over in a flash. Victory to Bao Mike. The crowd erupted. Veritin jumped around hyped. "Yo, that's the fight. Well played, Bao Mike. I'm putting all my chips on him. Go Bao Mike, Bao Mike." Jyn blinked at this scene. Verit and Zoe, what's this guy doing here? Meanwhile, Veritin kept yelling, "Bao Mike, Bao Mike, Bao Mike." The folks next to Jyn joined in. "Yeah man, I'm betting too. Bao Mike's the safe bet, no cap." Veritin flexed confidence, bet without a second thought. "Bao Mike's our future breadwinner. Bet your house deeds on him if you want." Jyn raised an eyebrow. "Wait, isn't this dude supposed to be on a mission or something?" Veritin dropped it like, "Bet on it with zero stress. Bao Mike, That dude's cash flow for real. Bet your crib on him, no joke. Jyn side-eyeing hard like, wait, isn't he supposed to be on some secret mission or what?